It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Carter sends it around. Marner waiting. Connor McDavid scores! Connor McDavid for Canada!
A loss, but still living up to the Four Nations hype. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Friday edition of Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You heard the audio, some of it, most of it, not all of it, here on 105.3 The Fan. You watched it last night on ESPN as Connor McDavid has the last laugh and Canada beats the U.S. 3-2 in overtime.
Not a shocker that the best player in the world winds up winning it. Not a shocker at all. And, look, Canada, Bennington played tremendous. I mean, he had 3 really good saves on Austin Matthews, and he's got a cup. I mean, there was a lot of talk of Aiden Hill starting this game for Canada, questioning whether Bennington was the right guy. And they stuck with him. They stuck with him almost the entire tournament. And he came through in a big way last night.
And the United States actually dominated the overtime, it felt like.
They did. I mean, it looked like they did. I mean, it was...
What Money Puck said.
Sean McDonough said, hey, it's only a matter of time. If this keeps up, this is not going to last much longer.
No, you can't. The amount of rush they were getting, you can't, just sustain that. And, I mean, if you look at the goals that Bennington even gave up in the game, I mean, we just saw the second one, and that was not really even on him. He just played really, really well, and, Hellebuck let a couple in.
Bobby, from a casual hockey fan point of view, I thought this matched the hype and lived up to it. It went into overtime. That added even more, but the back and forth, the enthusiasm, all the patriotism, who's going to boo? Are they going to boo during the anthems? I thought this lived up to the billing.
Yeah, it had I mean, at least for me, it had the same type of feeling I get when I'm watching playoff hockey, where it's these intense, tight margins, and when Canada's shooting in those final 30 seconds and it's your heart kind of drops and it's oh my gosh, the net's wide open and they just missed the shot or whatever, and then you get those big time saves in overtime and everything else. It was it had that same sort of intensity feel to me, and so in terms of that and matching that hype, I thought it absolutely was.
Did you watch as a non-diehard hockey fan? What perfect timing as well, with all the other sports basically slowing down. The NBA getting back into it a little bit, but you had last night basically to yourself perfect timing.
Whole country. The NFL is in their Was that?
Which country?
That's
the
right.
one that matters. This one.
They're all the same country soon. The NFL is in their stupid silly season where everybody just starts making up stories. All the media members in the NFL have between the week after the Super Bowl until the draft or until the start of free agency, and they've got to come up with content. So this is where you get your hey, let's trade this guy for that guy kind of articles that you get out there, right? Yeah. So that's the NFL silly season. Baseball, you get your spring training game starting today for the most part across the league, and then basketball, like you said, it's just kind of getting back into it. But none of these games are massive games. But this was to itself, and it was great theater. It really was. It lived up to the hype. You get overtime. I mean, come on now.
Canada, like they've done throughout the tournament, scored first. United States matching it. They trade goals in the second period, and then we go to the overtime. I became a huge fan of Brady Tkachuk last night. I'm oh my gosh, this guy's a menace out there. His brother was banged up.
Yeah, I don't even think he played the third period or overtime. I mean, he only got about 6-7 minutes of ice time. Brady, those guys are really they're supposedly really good locker room guys, and of course, their dad obviously played. He was a menace. They're menaces. They're awesome players.
Slavin was the other player that jumped out to me defensively.
Favor too. Those two guys are going to be on the Olympic team next year when they go to Milan. And I mean, the coach Sullivan was talking about them in the post game, just saying how really awesome they were together, and they're going to be tough to deal with. I think one of them is only 22 years old, really, really young.
Look, if you wanted to effectively lean into us versus them and try to get people rallying around something and interested in something by using that as a almost Olympic type feel of this is your country, you need to be behind it. It worked. It works, I think. There were a lot of people who...
Matt Gangle wrote on Facebook, slap a flag on anything.
I mean, look.
Really.
In A Few Good Men, if you've ever seen A Few Good Men, their line in there at one point, one of the Marines says, unit, core, God, country. And that's their creed for what they're loyal to. No, they're unit, they're core. And so they go down the list. Same thing for a lot of people, I think they feel where it's city, state, that's their rooting interest. If you can localize it as much as possible, then yeah, I don't watch a lot of hockey, but then I'm sitting there and I'm mad, and I'm just going like, these toboggan ass MFers.
Yeah, Faber's only 22. Look at those glasses. You don't see. You don't see the big rec specs out there on too many athletes.
So a lot of other sports fans are asking, how do we get some of that? How do we go ahead and copy some of that passion and put it into what is now left of the Pro Bowl? Put it into the absolute joke that is Kevin Hart's stand-up routine during NBA All-Star Weekend. PK Subban on ESPN and First Take said, you can't.
Because you're making 100, 200, 300 million, you should be out there banged up. You should be. That's why we pay you, is to max out. We talk about greatness and it being the longevity of somebody's career. I don't care if you play 50 years. I want your best 10. I want you on the court dominating. I want you to go all out. I want Michael Jordan. I want Kobe. That's what I want in every sport. That's the guy that I follow. You're a different version than that, you don't get my respect. That's me, and that's my angle. That's who I am.
PK, he's been on fire recently, going off on the other sports.
He has been. And look, I mean, that's an interesting kind of tug of war that teams have to deal with. Like, do you want a player, because they like teams are just as complicit in this. In the load management, they're just as complicit as the players are, because they don't want their guy to get hurt. They want to bubble wrap him. They want him the last 15 years. And PK is talking about, I don't care if the guy. I'd rather the guy give 100% in 9 years than 80% in 15. And I think I agree with him on that. Like, if would you rather have 15 years of Michael Jordan at 80% or 9 years at 100? I mean, I'll take the 9 years and go.
And you're also dealing like the haves and have-nots. You could take it to kids growing up in a rich family versus those that weren't. You're going to tell LeBron James and these NBA athletes making $50 million a year that they're going to play as hard as the hockey have-nots. Now, they're still millionaires and they're still making really good money, but they're kind of like the have-nots of the sports world in the world of hockey, viewed oftentimes as the fourth favorite, and you would think they would play harder, just like the have-not kid would scrap harder and work more.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they've managed to effectively, you made the comparison yesterday to World Baseball Classic, which the WBC, like, that last time around, it became intense like that, where people really leaned into that. And, this is really intense. We leaned into that. So I don't know if you can tap into that same sort of thing with basketball. Maybe if you do go like a USA versus the world type thing. But again, then you're not playing necessarily for your country. And so I don't know if it's got the same sort of rallying. Like, I do think if you wanted to do something with the Pro Bowl where you said, because NFL players do get worked up about this, turn it into you're representing your state. And so this is about which state turns out the best football players. Like, if you could create a flag football tournament at the end with the Pro Bowl out of enough teams talking about that,
Florida,
you might
Georgia,
get people go like, oh, well, Texas is the best. Well, Florida, you get people worked up about that.
Yeah, you might be able to do a college one too, but then it would just be Alabama winning, like right now in the NFL.
For now.
Or Georgia. But yeah, I mean, you could, I don't know, like some of these, baseball, you can not necessarily give your all in baseball and it still look normal. Like you're not going to go out there and pitch and like
you have to bust your rear end for minutes straight.
You're not going to go. You have to go up to bat. You're not going to not try to hit the ball. Doesn't matter what you're doing. Like, you swing as hard as you can. You always do. It's just the way it is. And same with pitching. Like, you're not going to not try. So it's a lot easier in baseball to look like you're giving max effort.
Nothing makes me feel older nowadays than watching the young phenom that we covered now with the gray hair. And that's what I noticed with Crosby as soon as this game ended. I'm like, oh my God, Sidney Crosby has just gone gray. He's got the speckled follicles up top. So that made me a little bit depressed as Team Canada was celebrating.
Yeah, I still feel like whenever I hear the name Sidney Crosby, I'm like, was he like 28 or something? Like, he's been.
Guess how old he is?
37.
37.
Yeah.
37.
I think
feel like we just got done covering Lemieux.
Yeah, I think his coach said he's like the greatest winner Canada's ever had, which he might be. Like, he's got cups, he's got Olympic golds, junior golds. He's got this. I mean, he might be. It's been a hell of a career.
I'll have to see what Money Puck says about that, see if they got something on it.
Zack Martin makes his decision. We'll get into the praising of the Cowboys' big man at 6:20 this morning. Last night, Luka Doncic did not play. LeBron goes off for 40 against the Portland Trailblazers. Luka had just been taken off his minutes restriction by J.J. Redick coming out of the All-Star break. But, Choppy, I thought you made an interesting point last night in our discussion, following our discussion of, was Luka busting his rear end for conditioning during the All-Star break? And you brought up the point that maybe he was told not to.
I wonder if he was, because if they're not going to play him on back-to-backs, which, no issue there. There's a lot of guys in the league who don't, especially when you come back from injury. But the way
I think they are going to play him on back-to-backs, but not right now.
Right now. But the way that leg, his lower body has been consistently kind of tweaked over the years. I wonder if instead of them saying, "Hey, go out there, do suicides, do wind sprints," during the break, if they just said, "Just keep resting it, and then let's get you back in shape, using the games to get you back in shape." I don't know, because they do have a little bit of a cushion, not a huge cushion for the playoffs, right? They were the 5; they had a little bit, and maybe they were using those games to get them back in shape. I don't know. I wonder how they would look at it.
Yeah, and I wonder how much that's something that Luka's in favor. Does Luka want it? Do they have to competitively pull him back and say, no, you're not gonna play. We're gonna rest you. This is a thing where we got to get you this way. But or is it just something where Luka's yeah, great. This is part of what my team has been trying to say, is that we need to stagger me like this.
Meanwhile, we finally get the Anthony Davis update. He suffered the injury on February 8th. The Dallas Mavericks came out yesterday and said he will be reevaluated in 2 weeks with further updates to follow. That's kind of like the new Dallas Maverick injury update. Chris Young has his that you fell for like we did many times on the G-Bag Nation. The Mavs are no, we're just going to reevaluate. Okay? So that means he's going to be out 2 weeks. And Daniel Gafford will reevaluate in 3 weeks. So we got 2 more weeks at least of AD on the shelf.
It doesn't even...
But it's not season-ending surgery.
No.
It doesn't even read like a real injury update. When you see the way they're he's making good progress. What? I've never seen a team say, they'll either say he's out for this long or he's out here and he's going to be... But they're almost talking about it the way Kidd would give an answer in a press conference. It was almost a transcribed answer.
When he shows up.
Which is just, it's weird.
So that would be March 7th. Would be 2 weeks from today. That's 7 games. So he would miss New Orleans, the Lakers, Charlotte, Milwaukee twice, Sacramento, Golden State. That's not the easiest schedule. It's also not the toughest either.
And then the crazy news out of nowhere, Victor Wembanyama, who we just talked about as the face of the league yesterday, he's going to miss the rest of the season with a blood clot.
Blood clot in his shoulder.
DVT.
What is that?
Deep vein thrombosis.
Deep vein. Is that where you get the thick veins?
No, it's blood clots. Deep vein thrombosis.
Oh, okay. There you go. This really sucks. This really sucks for Wemby. And now it's he's out for the year. And I wonder how this might does this impact future earnings?
He's not eligible for all NBA. He is not eligible for what you pointed out last night. He was a lock for Defensive Player of the Year. He is not eligible for any other major awards because he did not meet the 65-game minimum. He was a minus 2,000 favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, and now whoever gets it is all right, you weren't the Defensive Player of the Year. You did it because you got the mat. You played enough games. But Wemby was clearly going to win this thing. He could have played these games and been the worst defensive player in the league, and he still would have won it at this point.
Yeah, are you saying that you think that, let's say if this wasn't a rule about a game minimum, would you say he should have just got it without playing in the second half at all?
I think he would have still.
It's a big ass.
I don't know who second in the running is for Defensive Player of the Year.
Are the Grizzlies manipulating Jaren Jackson again this year? I don't know.
All right, that's everything you needed to know to start off your Friday with Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. In case you're new to us, we are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, so no one is going to cover and praise Zack Martin more after the retirement news yesterday. We honor the big fella and ask where he ends up on the Cowboys list of all-time greatest offensive linemen next on Sean and RJ 105.
Uber Eats has a lower fee product? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333.
Team, was it a good team, a bad team? I mean, he gave them their identity. It was like,
where the draft expert, whether it's Mike Mayock or someone else, goes, you got a 10-year starter. You know, you can pick the flashier player, you can pick the bigger gamble, but if you pick Marquise Pouncey, if you pick Marshall Yonda, if you pick Zach Martin, you're good to go there for 10 to 15 years. That's like that type of, all right, we know we're good here with the safety net.
Yeah, and scouts to this day will still talk about they knew something, they were watching something special when they went to the Senior Bowl that year, and it was one-on-ones, and the scouts kept, hey, match up Donald and Martin. Mm-hmm. Put Aaron Donald and Zach Martin on each other, and they were like, you could watch them battling and go, all right, these two are different. It's just the value of what a guard was. Like a guard who, and I mean, some people considered him a tackle at the time, but the value of where he went down at 16. But I mean, just absolutely, to me, he is the offensive version of Bob Lilly, to me. And I know a lot of people would think of Witten that way, but like Zach Martin to me is this era's kind of Mr. Cowboy is how I look at him. And he is just probably the greatest player in the history of the Cowboys not to win a Super Bowl. It'd be him, Tyron, or Witten.
Where?
So I don't mean just with. I mean throughout his career. Didn't win a Super Bowl.
Okay. So not just with the Cowboys.
Yeah, not just with the Cowboys. Just period. Didn't win one in his career.
Let's just look back at that draft real quick for S's and giggles. 1, Jadeveon Clowney, still playing. 2, Greg Robinson, who was supposed to be Larry Allen, going to the Rams.
What do you go, 3? He lasted 3 years?
Blake Bortles, 3. Sammy Watkins, 4. Khalil Mack, 5. Still playing. Jake Matthews, 6. Mike Evans, future Hall of Famer, I think. Justin Gilbert. Totally forgot about him to the Cleveland Browns.
It's so funny to see, if you look on Wikipedia, the highlighted names showing that they were a Pro Bowler, and then there's a break and a bunch of highlighted names of Pro Bowler, and that break is the Browns selection.
That's Gilbert at 8. Anthony Barr, Minnesota Vikings linebacker. Eric Ebron, Lions tight end. Taylor Lewan, busting the boys. Odell Beckham to the Giants at 12. Aaron Donald, Rams 13. Kyle Fuller to the Bears. Ryan Shazier, the player that the Cowboys would have picked if on the board.
Yep, he would have been their guy. That was who they absolutely loved, which it's a sometimes it's better to be lucky than good type of thing. And not that they missed on the evaluation of that player.
A good player.
Yeah. He was not Zach Martin, though.
No,
that would have been a missed opportunity. It's just like James Francis was a good player coming out of Baylor, was a good player for the Bengals, but you're glad he got picked up, and then you're like, well, I guess we'll take Emmitt Smith.
Zach at 16, C.J. Mosley, Baltimore Ravens at 17, and then you go to Calvin Pryor, Jawan James, Brandon Cooks, Clinton Dix, and old Johnny Football, 22 to the Browns.
That was a decent draft. There's a lot of guys still playing. I had to look up Jake Matthews. He's still out there.
Yeah.
That was 9 straight Pro Bowlers selected when you started with Anthony Barr and got down to C.J. Mosley. 9 straight Pro Bowlers went in that draft.
We just asked Zach Martin at the Super Bowl in New Orleans if he had made his decision.
I'm focused on getting healthy, right? I think people forget, like I'm a free agent, so I'm not under contract with anyone. So first and foremost, I want to get healthy, and then when free agency rolls around, see what's going on, and then make a decision from there.
I think we kind of came away from that with a negotiation feel of, I'm going to play, it just may not be here. Let me remind everyone I'm free and available, and the Cowboys have not locked me up to that extension. That's the way I came away with that, even though you had watched Zach over and over with the game film last year and talked about the decline. How did you weigh in your mind decline versus injury affecting his play that had dropped?
Yeah, I think it was definitely a decline. It wasn't just he was hurt last year. He was hurt, and he'd been getting banged up more consistently throughout his career. Like, he had played a lot of football. Like, he came into, you gotta remember, he came from a tough, physical Notre Dame program where he played there until he was 24 years old. And then he comes into the NFL, and he's immediately like road grader, block for DeMarco Murray, Ezekiel, just playing really physical ball. So yeah, that wore him down. And he declined pretty sharply last year. I would say it was probably 60-40, 60% on decline, 40% on injuries. But I did feel like when we were walking off of that bounty set and we were talking to each other, because I remember that was one of the things we were chatting about as we were walking off, was I did feel like I think he's going to play again. Like, I hadn't felt that way at the end of the season, but I did leave in there, felt like he wanted to play. He must just have felt like, I can't get healthy. I can't do it, and I'm not going to be able to be the same player.
And then durability and consistency. Started 162 games. He missed more than one game in a season just twice. That's it. 2024 limited to 10 games because of that ankle injury that required surgery. And he did get that last payday when we were sitting there in Oxnard at training camp before adjusting that contract that guaranteed him $36 million over the past 2 seasons. That made him the 3rd highest paid guard in the NFL. So he got a nice little send off.
Yeah, he did. Not a bad way to go. That's what happened. You know, he knew that he was coming towards the end, wanted to get one last contract. And I assume he knew when he was talking to us about what he was going to do. I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know that in the 2 weeks since then that he had his agent call and say, okay, you know, who's already calling about me? You know, like I don't think that's what it was. Maybe he just like realized, hey, I can't get healthy. I'm done.
Where does he fall, fan text? 877-881-1053 on the greatest Cowboys offensive lineman of all time. Is he 2?
Behind
Larry.
Yes, probably. That's probably where he goes, is number 2. He's above Tyron.
Is he above Tyron?
Yeah.
Why do you say
for me?
that?
Tyron was great. Tyron just was not able to consistently stay healthy. And I feel like Zack's run as the best was longer and a more consecutive run than Tyron Smith had. Tyron Smith was at his peak, may have been better than Zack Martin, but Tyron Smith was a supernova. It was like just went up, burned out. I mean, he was about 4 years where he was the absolute best.
The only other one that the Landry Hat website throwing up
Rayfield.
here. Rayfield.
Yeah. Rayfield took too long to get in the Hall, took too long to get in the Ring of Honor.
I mean, people will tell you that all the time that the best offensive lineman anybody saw was Eric Williams before his car wreck. And he would have been the best. And that 3 years he played, he was the most dominant.
They put Nate at 4, Tyron at 5, Eric at 7, Flozell at 9, Frederick at 10.
Flozell at 9. Who were 3 and 4?
3 and 4. 3 was Zach, and 4 was Nate.
So Flozell Adams is a better player than Mark Stepnoski or any of the other like multiple time Pro Bowlers.
There was, I mean, look, this offensive line they just had, with the Tyron, Frederick, Zach, and then the one in the 07 to 2010 or 06 really. I mean, the Cowboys have had a really good offensive line.
Well,
two different reincarnations of it.
Great Wall reincarnation.
Yeah.
We were trying to come up with a nickname for him. What are the Tolos saying?
Guys, everyone is in agreement with y'all. Everyone on the fan text who has texted so far says Zach is number 2 behind Larry Allen, and then Tyron 3. A lot of people agree Tyron Smith is 3.
Tyron, Hall of Fame?
Probably.
Let's see.
But it's not as much of a slam dunk as Zach is. Zach will go in the Hall of Fame. But, I mean, I thought Marshall Yonda was going to get into, and he still hasn't.
RJ did that study. We'll get into it a little bit later on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We want to hook you up with a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway in the final hour of the program. We're going to have the junk drawer as well. But we have a new addition to the morning show. Said he's a big Tolo. Said he was a big fan. Let's actually put that to the test with the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started on DFW Sports Station. But first, let me go ahead and
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back to the Four Nations at 7 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. We'll have a Dierks Bentley ticket giveaway a little bit later on for you. Turning it on, leaving it on. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. That is our best audience of the entire program. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. But in the back, we always have Peyton Russell holding it down live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Pepe, we have a new addition to the show.
We do. Look, I mean, it's an industry that you got people coming and going, but, you want to solidify a squad here, especially on the morning show. Us four have, had a great bit of chemistry here. We had Ryan do a great job, but now we have Aiden in here. I believe he's 23 years old, so he's younger than me. So obviously, if I can't answer any questions or any pop culture stuff that you guys ask, surely he can't do it. Quickly found out, for I think first day he was repping a Packers beanie, so already off to the wrong start. I think Monday we
the Anthony Davis of the Fan.
Me, Bobby, and RJ decided we have the entire NFC North covered up here. If we want to do an NFC North show, we could do it. We have everyone up here.
Talking about it. Those morons don't decide to stop talking about it. We can at least stop talking about it.
So I was like, okay, when you hire someone at any company, you want to have someone that's a little familiar with at least what they're working with here. You don't want, you want the experience, but you want someone who knows what they're getting into. And so Aiden, he came in and of course in his interview was like, yeah, I'm a Tolo, guys. I listen. I was like, all right, let's quiz you on being Tolo. So I took him to the side studio the other day and I was asking him, questions about the show, and let's see how good or how bad Aiden did.
All right, guys, I am here with our new video guy, Aiden. He is taking over the mornings, thank goodness, so I don't have to deal with all the fan cam crap anymore. So, Aiden, thank you for joining us. Early mornings, man. So what do you want to get out of the show here? Why'd you join the morning show?
I'm a morning person, so I'm up at this time anyways, but I just wanted the experience in the sports media field, and I didn't.
We hired a robot.
Mr. Producer, are you responsible for whatever that noise is while he is speaking? Like, what is that?
Yeah, I don't know if that was just the mic. I don't know if he was away from it. I couldn't fix it. So yes, there's a little bit of a background noise, but you know what? That adds to it.
It does. No, it definitely takes away from it. No doubt about it. All right, Bobby, what is this? A comagometer? What do we need to have DJ try to alter in there?
I mean, it sounds like one of those things that they put on their throat after a surgery. But no,
South Park character.
I mean, honestly, that it kind of sounds like a mic wasn't on that he was talking into, like almost like Peyton had the wrong thing potted up.
No, we
That's
tested
what I'm
before.
saying. I tested before, and it still sounded like that. Way to go, Peyton.
There we go.
The experience in the sports media field, and I grew up listening to the show, so I thought it was the best way for me to get a start.
So I'm going to quiz you a little on the morning show here. Let's see if you actually know the guys, Sean, RJ, and Bobby. First off, I'll ask you, who has the best hair on the show?
I'm going to go with RJ.
RJ, he doesn't really have any hair. That's why he always wears hats around. Bobby doesn't have any hair either. Sean's the only one on the show that actually has hair. So Sean is the correct answer there. I'll give you an easier one here. Who has the smallest hands on the show?
Got to be Bobby.
It's got to be Bobby.
This guy's he's not the Anthony Davis of the Fan. He's the Mike McCarthy of the Fan.
Amazing.
He lied in his interview. He has no idea. Zip zero. And I'm also starting to think that Pepe sabotaged him to keep him down. Peyton's voice is booming with a crystal clear projection. And here's old Robo Aiden.
Yeah.
There.
The only other possibility is the possibility that he doesn't know which one of us is which.
People tell us that all the time. They're like, hoodies and hats and beards. That's all three. You look like brothers.
Should we have him come in here and point to us on which one is actually? So we have a vicious 0 for 2 start. I mean, I don't know which one is worse, the small hands or the hair one. The hair one, he may have never seen us with the hats actually off, but this is a horrific beginning.
There's still hope. There's still hope for Aiden.
Got to be Bobby.
It's got to be Bobby. If you listen to the morning show, you would know it's actually Sean. Sean has the smallest hands. You should go up to him and shake his hand sometime. They're very tiny. So we're 0 for 2. We're on a great start, Aiden. Here's an easier one. How many times has Bobby overslept in the morning? It's a lot, I know.
Since I've been here, none.
None.
But
Okay.
I don't know about beforehand.
I think we're almost at double digits, so not good for Bobby. Last one here for you, Aiden. Who checks out and stops paying attention after 7 a.m. on Thursdays?
Ooh.
Who's already focused on the weekend after 7 a.m. on Thursdays?
I'm gonna guess RJ.
RJ, nope, that would be me right here, Aiden. You know, it's me. I check out after my segment, the payload, every Thursday at 6:40, and then I'm done for the weekend. And Aiden, one thing to know about Bobby is he loves to talk about his mom. So whenever you see him, just ask him, hey, how's your mom doing, Bobby? You know, is she doing well today? He'll talk to you for hours on that. So just ask him every morning you see him. Just ask him about his mom. All right, Aiden, I heard you're a Packers fan. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately. All right, you're a Packers fan. Did Dez catch it though?
I'm gonna say no because I'm a Packers fan. But even if he did, there was still about 5 minutes left on the clock from Aaron Rodgers, one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time, to go to work.
That's an awful answer, Aiden. Your Polos will be very upset at you for answering that. Dez did catch it. It's a fact. I don't care what they called it. Dez did catch the ball. All right, Aiden, thanks so much for joining us. Do you have any other questions for me that I can answer about the morning show?
Oh, yeah. What happened to Roy?
All right, Aiden. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We're not going to answer that question. Sean can answer that for you. Thanks so much, man.
So he does listen. He listened back then. He just doesn't listen in the last 5 years.
That's well done.
Brutal.
Very well done.
Brutal start from Aiden.
Yeah.
That was good. Other than that, clearly was recorded after Thursday at 7 o'clock because Peyton didn't bother to give a tin can for a microphone.
I have a very important question.
Is he back there?
Yeah, he's back here.
Tell him to run in here real quick.
Aiden, run in here real quick.
Aiden, hurry up.
I've got a super, very important question to ask this kid when he rolls in here.
Okay. Do you think I think he'll be able to tell us which one is which.
I
though.
think he will.
Okay.
I think he'll be able to tell.
Unless he's doing a bit and he's having to identify.
Come over here in front of the microphone. Look at this. He
Look
looks
at
like your
this guy.
son.
He
looks like
he's 23.
He looks like Luca a little bit.
And get some mic presence. Get right up on that mic since Peyton didn't tell you that last time.
All right, Aiden, what you want to do yours first?
Yeah. Is there a Y in your name?
There is. Ayden.
Wise County?
No.
You knew there was a Y?
No, I didn't. That was just, he's 23. That's just the thing to do.
Throw the Y
just
in
throw
it?
a Y in. You could just shoehorn a Y in anybody's first name.
All right, Aiden, which one is RJ Choppy Point? Good job.
Yeah.
Which one is Bobby? All right, good job.
Now go put your hand up to Sean's.
All right.
Do it real quick. He's about to be startled.
Come over here. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Can you see it on the fan cam?
Yeah.
All right. Wow. Get out. Get out. Horrible beginning. Where's Caitlin? 877-881-1053 to watch those things on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's the Friday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. All right, let's talk about this Seattle mayor. This was vicious. This was cruel. You think you hate your mayor here because he walked into a Mavs game next to Patrick Dumont? No.
This is Bruce Harrell, the mayor of Seattle, during the State of the City address. And in the middle of this, there's going to be a kind of a groan, and that's when the mayor pulls out a prop.
Right now, at this moment, I have an announcement to make. I'm just kidding.
Basketball.
I got Okay. It's a long speech. I had to break it up a little bit here.
What a jackass.
What a jerk. He pulls out a basketball.
That was cruel.
My God.
That was cruel. This is like...
That's trolling,
If Bassick was a mayor, he would do that.
Yes.
This is like the mayor here, when Luka opts out, doesn't re-sign with the Lakers, I got a little surprise for you guys. And he brings out the blue 77. He's like, just kidding. And people think that Dumont's in the back and they're going to come out and celebrate it. And he thinks that he's announcing the return of hoops in Seattle.
Look, I love a good troll. It was actually kind of funny. It was cruel. It's cruel if you're a Seattlean. If you're a Seattleite.
Is that what they're called?
Seattleites, I guess. Seattleans.
I mean, you could hear the people in the background. They were like, yes, yeah. Like they were so excited.
Pepe, play it one more time. Let's hear the crowd build up.
Right now, at this moment, I have an announcement to make. I'm just kidding. Like,
do you really think
like
that
Zack
the
Martin
NBA
getting drafted?
You really think the NBA would let the mayor announce it and not the NBA do it Adam Silver just had the State of the League address. You think he would announce it there? I think let the mayor do it?
You're not thinking of that in the moment, man. Then he brings out that basketball. That was cruel. Is this enough money to land in your airplane seat upside down? The Delta payout?
The Delta payout, $30,000, no questions asked, apparently. That is, so that, by the way, passengers who accept the money could still take them to court. Right? They still could take them to court.
Because people were guessing, is there something in the fine print here? It comes with no conditions and does not impact their rights.
Right, yeah. So they could still take them to court for this money. They got more money, 6 times what the passengers got for that Miracle on the Hudson plane. That was, 15 years ago?
Yeah.
Sully.
But they landed right side up.
They landed right side up in the water, in the Hudson, which may be dirty enough to walk on. I don't know. But the payout to that reached over $2.2 million combined after they went to court. So they could still go to court and take them. But would you take $30,000? Like if I told you that the next flight I don't want to talk about the next flight because we're on it together. But would you take a flight that lands upside down, you live, no major injuries at all, and you get free $30K out of it?
All right, you're telling me you live in no major injury.
It's the same situation as this, right? Everybody walks off the plane.
Ooh.
There was a few injuries, but
no, because
I do it for 20. I do it for 20.
$20?
No, 20,000.
No, because I'm never gonna want to fly again. Like,
I think it'll scar you.
Yeah, I would get PTSD. I would not be able to walk on a plane again.
I think walking on the plane the next time would be really tough. Look, you get the $30,000, but you also have you have a new career. You're a public speaker now. I've survived. I've cheated death. You can go on TikTok, make a killing off that, I'm sure.
But how did they get out of their seats? Did anyone fall?
I have no idea
they
because
get carried and airlifted down.
The moment you want to get out of there quickly because the thing's on fire essentially, right? So the moment you unbuckle, you're going to drop like a rock right on your head.
Yeah, that would. That was the woman that was in there. You could see her. When she went on Snapchat for the content, she was strapped in there and could. If she would have dropped right on her head and broken her neck or something. Okay, so this is my favorite story that I saw yesterday, Sean. There's a fashion ad that has been banned in the UK. Normally, whenever there's a fashion ad that gets banned or any advertisements a little too edgy or they said something, they didn't run something by a PR department. Guys, you didn't realize you can't say that or you can't make a joke about that. That is not the case in this one. This is an ad that has been banned because of the way a woman looks. I'm going to show you this. Is there a problem with this photo right here? This is the advertisement.
Absolutely not.
No, she looks good.
No, not according to the Advertising Standards Agency in the UK, which has determined she looks too skinny.
Her left leg, I was going to say something.
So the image shows the model sitting on a wooden block with one leg bent and one leg outstretched towards the camera. Here she is again, Chop. Right there.
Left leg, a little skinny.
So the photo was used in a product listing for denim leggings on the website for the advertiser Next. So the ad regulator said the photo is irresponsible and that the retailer deliberately used camera angles and the model's pose to emphasize the thinness of her legs. And so I get the whole idea that's been out there of just hey, we don't want to give women and girls body issues from just these unrealistic standards and different things like that. But it's also what if that's just naturally her look? That's her metabolism. Aren't we kind of reversing now where it's you're too skinny. You're so skinny that you should be banned. You shouldn't even be seen in public as somebody because you'll make other people feel uncomfortable.
Well, if you can be called out for being too chubby to model, why not this?
No, I know, but they wouldn't ban an ad. A government agency.
It just wouldn't. You wouldn't get hired, right?
Right, but this is the government basically saying.
What country is this?
This is in the UK. In fact, they said that if they want to publish the ad again, they have to change the camera angle and they have to change her pose.
How are UK women?
I don't know. I've never been. But
they all need braces.
I'll tell you this: if I had I have opinions on this, but if I was Bassick and I put my 2 weeks in, I would give him, but I haven't, so I'm not going to.
Well, you don't have to. Bassett gave those opinions without the 2 weeks. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Were you all in on the Four Nations last night, and is Netflix coming to screw up our NFL Sundays? That's next on Sean and RJ.
Field.com for tickets and more information.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Little cut back to Wierenski, shooting. Rebound, Matthews in front. And Sanderson scores. Jake Sanderson.
And Team Canada ends up winning in overtime. 3-2 to end the Four Nations face-off. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on 105.3 The Fan. And that lived up to the billing. Even had my little man who won't sit there and watch an NFL Sunday with me. He stayed out in the living room. Now, he was watching his iPad for most of the time, but he knows what hockey is. And that was a lot of the talk of what yesterday was about. Let's hook a younger generation. Let's hook some of the youth throughout America to play this sport.
Look, I mean, hockey at its highest, most intense levels is very enjoyable. You know, the Stanley Cup playoffs are very, very fun.
Yeah.
And you can make the argument.
It's the intensity.
Yeah, you can make the argument, and you probably win the argument that it's the best postseason. I mean, it really is generally a really enjoyable postseason. And
I think it's the sport. I was thinking about this last night and reacting to some of the goaltending, especially Team Canada, to end up getting that win. It's the sport, I think, where you're guaranteed the most ooze in a 3-hour period.
It was fast. It was hard.
You can get a big hit in the NFL. You can get an amazing catch. Like, but with all the shots that you're going to get on goal, near misses,
you get great saves,
you're
hits.
going to get as many oohs and ahs. You can get a great, awesome dunk in basketball.
Or cross up.
Put
Put someone on skates.
But you're guaranteed the most oohs and ahs, I believe, in a hockey game.
Yeah, baseball, you're getting him on a home run.
Big catch. Sliding great catch.
Yep. But, in hockey, I mean, you'll get, a handful of really good saves each game. Sometimes you get a goalie who's just on one. And then, you obviously you get the big hits. So, yeah, there's quite a bit. And last night it was a really tight, well-contested game. And you could easily make the argument that USA should have won. They should have won it earlier in the overtime than they did.
Yeah.
Bennington had a really good game. And this is a guy who, I was some of the guys on the post were talking about how, Hellebuck, the American goalie, hasn't played his best in a big spots. Winnipeg hasn't done, they haven't won the cup or anything. And, Jordan won the cup about 5-6 years ago. And Hellebuck didn't play great last night.
Hockey's got a unique, we talk about the oohs and the ahs thing. Hockey's got a unique ability that something like soccer doesn't have, for instance, where a 0-0 soccer game, or 0-0, as we say in the old checkered ball, when that game's like that, that's not compelling to me usually at all. Like, I can't watch the gameplay and think that's compelling. Hockey, when it's 0-0, there's like this intense, really slow build of, like, you can feel a score coming. Like, and you just feel, you can sometimes have these 5-10 minute stretches where you're just like, oh my gosh, like you feel it building and it could happen any second. And then when you add the stakes, I think that's why playoff hockey and this last night, the Final Four, whatever, Four Nations, whatever we call it. When you watch that, I think that's why it's naturally compelling, and you just sit there on the edge of your seat and just go like, you felt that last score coming last night, and you felt like the U.S. was just right on the edge and was about to get there. And so when Canada makes it's just like,
yeah, but you felt the score coming for the wrong team.
No, I know, but I'm just saying you feel that build, like that build constantly exists through, or not constant, but you'll get these 5-10 minute builds that it just creates this naturally compelling and intense setup that I thought last night there were a couple different stretches that played on that.
And then it's also there's the interesting like kind of situation where you have like the analysts, like Messi it's on American TV, but you know who Messi is rooting for. Right, it's funny. You have that like kind of weird tug of war of like a lot of the analysts are Canadian anyway.
Speaking of playing for your country, how many people have an issue with Kyrie Irving talking about who he wants to represent in the 2028 Olympics?
Man, we're in the process of that right now, just trying to figure out what's going to be the best route for me to be eligible. You know, there's a lot of paperwork in between that. You know, obviously USA still has a decision to make. Team USA still has a decision to make. But for me, I'm just trying to do what's best for me. And honestly, if I can be an Aussie at one point in my career, I play for the Australian team, that would be great, man.
This is something that he had talked about doing last time.
The Becky Hammon of the NBA.
So he was born in Australia. He lived there for the first 2 years of his life. He holds dual citizenship. But he's talked about the switch before. It almost felt like a threat to Team USA, like, let me play with you or you can play against me, or like you guys better add me. And then last time he was definitely upset. You could tell that he got left off the Olympic team in 24. So I'm not surprised that he would be leaning more into this and just saying, all right, well, I'm gonna go with my tribe where I'm accepted. But I mean, that would be, I'd have fun watching that, seeing Kyrie Irving going up against some of the U.S. players in the Olympics.
Doesn't bother me. Doesn't bug me.
It doesn't bug me. It's just like, are you doing it because like you identify with that country, or are you doing it because you can't make the one that you're in?
Or or is that a spite?
Or it's out of spite, you know, like what's the reasoning? Because, you know, let's just say he was 20 years old and he made his decision. Then go ahead. That's who you want to play for.
20 years. No, see, at 20 years old, I feel like that is spite. I feel like Kyrie today, Kyrie doesn't seem like a spiteful individual to me anymore. Like I used to have that feeling. Yeah. So to me, I think it's just, he wants to play in the Olympics and he wants to do it however he can. And he wants to represent one of the two places that he identifies as, I consider these my homes and part of my background.
I think at 20, I'd be more accepting of it. Because, all right, that's your original feeling.
That's your original feeling, exactly.
Versus now this is like, all right, this kind of be cool, something to just check off. Didn't Embiid have this decision?
He did, because he's
had before, when he could walk.
When he could walk. Because like you see, like you go in the World Baseball Class, like I have a feeling like Mike Piazza like played for Team Italy in the Olympics one year or something like that. Or I can't remember why I think that, but
because he's Italian.
Because he's Italian, right? But like, it's
because he was scared of Roger on the U.S. roster.
Yeah. Like, are you doing that because you just can't make the team?
And if you can't make the team, are you saying? I think Bobby's saying, all right, it's cool that he wants to participate in the Olympics any way he can. Whereas it feels like you're saying, if you can't make it, you should just accept you can't make it and don't jump somewhere else.
Yeah, kind of. That's kind of my thought process.
But unless, again, Kyrie feels like, I do have dual citizenship, that was where I was born, but I also grew up in the United States. I'd like to represent both parts of my background at some point. Like he said, it'd be great if at some point I could end up there. I think it's just something, it's like these players we hear about who, when I end my career, I'd like to circle back to my hometown team. I'd like to spend my last year in Texas. I think that's kind of how Kyrie's viewing it.
Is the National Football League trying to invade our Sundays with Netflix moving forward?
Dude, no. Netflix is looking to steal Sunday afternoon games from Fox or CBS. And the thought is they have more money than those two networks would be able to pony up.
Think about that. So Netflix already have more money than Fox or CBS?
I mean, like you would think that they have obviously the built-in subscription base, which that plays with it.
Fox also has the Skip lawsuit that they may have to pay for. So.
Yeah, and Fox is paying out Brady $37 million a year. But man, the NFL built their massive brand on two things. One is gambling, and two is network TV. Like all their games have been available on network TV.
Yeah,
for
but
everyone.
They view that as hooking us on the drug. And now how far can we take the distribution?
Here's your taste. Come back for more.
Here's your taste. You want to be without 3 p.m.? You want to be without noon? Go ahead. You'll sign up. You'll subscribe. Yeah. That's what they were daring for Thursday night. Yeah. That's what it felt like.
They introduced themselves to Netflix better have their S in order. Like, if you have buffering, like, you will...
Well, they had Christmas. Didn't they get it straight for Christmas?
They've had a little buffering issues for people. And that's the thing is that nobody has their Sunday games buffered. Nobody has to deal with that. And if you're having to deal with any of that, people get annoyed with that now with Prime. Prime will have it happen sometimes where it gets stuck for a little bit. And if you're doing that regularly with all the games, you're going to have a pissed off consumer base.
Yeah, a lot of bandwidth. Now, you might be able to get to see all the games now, right? That would be good. You wouldn't have local blackout restrictions. They would just all be on the app.
Are they doing all like the afternoon games? Or are they picking one?
I think you can still regionalize the app. Because I mean, like for instance, Victory Plus, you can watch Stars games for free in Dallas, but if you have the app and you're outside, it's not. You have to subscribe.
Yeah, they wouldn't want to take that money away from their ticket base, the Sunday ticket.
So that's what they're talking about. Possibility. Will this be for next year? Or just like
it's whenever the contract runs out. But each owner, I think they got was $3 million extra that they got for that Peacock playoff game. You want to talk about the greed of that. These are billionaires. $3 million is nothing to them. And for each owner to get to wind up splitting $100 million, and they each get about $3 million just to air the game on Peacock and make it an absolute mess for us. I mean, that's kind of peak greed.
And then speaking of Fox and CBS, Bobby, a cool little Madden note.
John Madden. Chop, you got a John Madden impression in you? You ever done one of those?
I don't.
I feel like you could conjure
Just
one
go
up. At
boom!
Yeah, just boom.
Madden loved that so much from Frank Caliendo, friend of the show.
This is pretty cool here. Jesse Madden.
Spittle, by the way, said no buffering on WWE, and that's live.
There you go. And that's got a big weekly base that wants to watch that. Jesse Madden, the grandson of John Madden, has been a backup at Michigan the last 4 years. He started as a quarterback, and then he moved to defensive back. Well, he is now on the coaching staff of the Washington Commanders. They've hired him as an offensive quality control assistant, and it's going to be a good opportunity to put him in under Cliff Kingsbury and Brian Johnson and a lot of really top-tier offensive coaches there in Washington. And while none of us want success for Washington, nobody's going to be sitting here going like, yeah, Washington should be great. Anything else. I would love it, and I think the NFL would love it, if he does become somebody who they can get into the coaching ranks and have him move up and basically have that legacy live on. But pretty cool from the Commanders. They're bringing Jesse Madden on as a coach. In fact, that was one of the last images I remember seeing of John Madden before he had died. He wasn't doing a lot of media or anything else, but there'd been a picture post of him holding up his grandson's jersey from Michigan when he was playing there. And so I think this would be really cool, and I think it's a nice little note. We might be able to carry the Madden name on.
And then, of course, the big news yesterday in the Metroplex, Zack Martin, the big-time Cowboy great, is retiring. Finally, Choppy, you did a little Hall of Fame study. Nick Eatman will join us to recap the career of Zack at 8 o'clock, but we were assuming he was an absolute lock, but then Marshall Yanda, who we thought was his counterpart in the other conference, did not get in this year from Baltimore.
Yeah, now there is that kind of threw me off because I thought Marshall was going to go on in because it was always Zack and Marshall were the top two guards in that era. But make no mistake, there is no comparison between the two. Marshall has 2 first-team All-Pros. There isn't a guard in the history of the NFL who has more than Zack Martin.
Yep.
He has 7.
I could not believe Yanda only had 2.
I know. It's because Zack Martin.
Zach. 2 versus 7? I thought it was basically even.
I mean, he made just about as many Pro Bowls as Zack, but yeah, it was Zack getting all those All-Pro nominations.
So Zack is tied with Bruce Matthews, Randall McDaniel, and John Hanna. Those are the only ones in the history of the league at guard to have 7 first-team All-Pros. Zack's biggest knock is that he was just, air quotes, Stephen, an 11-year starter. The average Hall of Fame guard started 13 or more years. It's a position that you can age well. But, I mean, Zack, like Bobby had pointed out, I mean, Zack was 24 when he came in the league. I don't know how the hell he was 24.
Yeah,
I know he redshirted 1 year, but still, it makes him a 19-year-old high school senior.
So he had a red shirt, and then I think it was just he had a later birthday, and so he started a little bit later.
Yeah, and then I went to the Hall of Fame monitor, and he's a little bit below the average in the overall, but that's because it compiles it. And the average Hall of Famer is skewed by Bruce Matthews, who played 19 years. So their numbers are a little bit skewed, but the average guard in the Hall of Fame has 1 ring, Zack 0, 4 first-team All-Pros, Zack has 7, 8 Pro Bowls, Zack has 9, and then they averaged 12, 13 years as a starter, and Zack only did 11.
So you think it's a first-time lock?
The numbers show that it probably should be because, I mean, you have the most All-Pros, you're gonna make it.
And one quick note, Brandon Thorne, the offensive line guru who works with Duke Manyweather and people like that, he said yesterday when he retired, he said Zack Martin is the best guard I've ever studied.
Speaking of Cowboys offensive linemen, can Tyler Guyton turn things around and revive the Cowboys' elite offensive line? Hear from the new offensive line coach next on Sean and RJ. We go commercial free with the Expressway after this.
It's spring training week starting Monday right here on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free. No reason to go anywhere else as we get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Thanks for checking out the Friday edition of Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Let's talk about the offensive line. Zach Martin is retired. He is on his way out. Sad time. A lot of somber messages from former NFL or from current NFL players. Different guys talking about how great he is. I think Lane Johnson just threw out a tweet saying best ever to do it. So going to be in a period of change, and there's a lot of questions right now about how is Terrence Steele going to bounce back? How is Tyler Guyton going to bounce back? Should Tyler Guyton be flipped to the other side of the line? Should Brock Hoffman play guard or center? What should we do? There's a lot of different things, a lot of different changes. And with what did I do?
You didn't do anything. Real quick, one other note on Zach. Nick Eatman will join us to recap his career from DallasCowboys.com at 8 o'clock. But you know how everything basketball related right now gets pointed towards Nico, whether he's involved or not, because we have so much vengeance and anger and frustration. The same thing happened yesterday with Jerry and Steven.
Oh.
People are now adding to the Cowboy list of legacy players who are leaving here without anything close to a championship. Romo, Witten, Dez. By the way, when Dez saw a list of this, he responded with a Jason Garrett, slow head, wise-eyed open gif. He has it in for Jason, man. He goes after Jay Jeezy a ton.
I guess he and Micah are good now, though. They've squashed whatever weird tension they had. Micah and Dez are good now because Micah was like, this is still end soon. And Dez was like, I'll be celebrating there with you, brother, or something like that.
Romo, Witten, Dez, Tyron, Travis, Sean Lee, DeMarcus Ware. You could throw in your Greg Ellis's if you want. And now Zach Martin leaving with nothing close to a Super Bowl appearance, and people turn that on Jerry and Steven.
Yeah, it is a little bit like it's same, like you said, same sort of thing as Nico, just blaming it. By the way, I was going on a sales call yesterday, and there was a mix-up, and the person we were going to go hang out with was like, "Oh my gosh, sorry, missed my calendar. Let's reschedule." He's very apologetic, and then he's like, "Look, if you need to, just blame Nico Harrison for it. I'm sure he's probably responsible somehow for me not making it." All right, so let's listen to the new Cowboys offensive line coach, Connor Riley, because there are a lot of questions about how can they rebuild the offensive line. To me, I think the biggest factor in determining whether or not the Cowboys will bounce back next year is the offensive line good or not.
Who's the Zack replacement?
Tyler.
I think the Zack replacement right now is probably Hoffman. But here's the only thing about it is that it's like Joe Philbin had his favorites, right? Like Joe Philbin loved Terrence Steele. Mike Solari had his favorites. Mike Solari loved Brock Hoffman. So when Clayton Adams gets in here and Connor Riley, who coached Cooper Beebe at Kansas State, we're going to learn probably next week a little bit when we're out at the Combine in Indianapolis. We're going to learn a little bit and hear a little bit about who their favorites are and who they like. So right now we don't know. They may really love TJ Bass. Those two coaches may like. They may have somebody in the draft or a free agent that they really like. Will Hernandez is a free agent from Arizona. That was somebody Clayton Adams coached. Does he just love him and say
he was supposed to be the next Larry Allen?
He was, and just bring him in and plug him in. So it just kind of depends on how the coaches start to fall in love with certain guys' work ethics over the summer. But I thought this was good stuff from Connor Riley. Very, very well spoken and very, pleasant but commanding presence up there talking to us. And the big question is going to be on Tyler Guyton. Is he going to be a Mozzie Smith? How do you turn that around? And so he was asked, what do you think about Tyler Guyton and his future here in Dallas?
I see a tremendous talent who has not, quite honestly, been playing offensive line very well. And the sky is truly the limit for a young man like that. And there's going to be a process that's going to be involved with it. There's going to be a lot of hard work that's going to be involved with it. He and I are just getting to know one another, but he has a tremendous skill set.
Is part of it switching? He's a right tackle when he switches over to the left side.
Yeah, I think that always presents some challenges. But even if you look at him from his high school into initially going to TCU, he was playing tight end. And then any time that when a coaching change occurs and you do transition from one school to the next, there's that whole next learning curve as well. So I think he's a tremendous young man, and my interactions with him, and I'm really excited to get to work with him.
And that's something that I think hasn't been pointed out enough, is that when people are trying to say, like, just move Tyler back to the right side, he'll be better there, he'll be more stable. It's like, that right side was still, it's not like he spent 15 years playing football in middle school and then up through high school and into college and has just been a right tackle, and now you're asking him to change that. This is a position he just took up a couple years ago too, because like he pointed out, he was playing tight end. And so I think they felt like they're projecting out more. Does he have the footwork to play left? Does he have this? And he does. It's more about just honing it. I mean, we talked about it after the draft last year. I didn't anticipate Tyler Guyton was going to have a great rookie season. Because I think he's going to have a good career, because I think he's got the skill set to do it. But it was going to take time to mold it and put it together, because he's still very raw. And Connor Riley is a guy who's been in the Big 12 before and had experience with those kind of guys and is familiar with Tyler Guyton from those games. I think he's got a pretty good idea and a pretty good handle on what type of player he is, more than some of these other coaches that are just coming in.
Is replacing a guy like Zack or any player with just, we think we can get by with somebody that we already have, is that not like kind of going on the cheap?
Well, what are you doing with the rest of your resources?
Well,
if you want to go and spend on something big, then you are going to have to settle somewhere else.
You will.
Who's the guy that can get by?
Huh?
Like who are you thinking about in terms of a guy that can get by?
Well, you said, you think they can get by with, was it Hoffman moving over there? Okay, sure, I'm sure they can, but you're going from one of the best to ever do it to a guy we think we can get by with. I don't know, you know what I mean? It's just
Hoffman was better at guard last year than Zack Martin was.
Is there nobody would there be nobody at 12 that can do the job?
I mean,
that would be like hey, let's seamlessly move into the transition.
Kelvin Banks at Texas. Does Will Campbell from LSU get down there? There are guys who can play guard, but you've got a lot of needs.
Jerry would say you're going to have to apply. We're going to have to get by somewhere on your football team. So if you draft Zach's replacement at 12, you're going to have to get by with Jalen Tolbert. You're going to have to get by with Mozzie Smith. You're going to have to get by with somewhere on your team.
I guess what I'm saying is, the O-line to me is far too important. I could get by with a defensive player somewhere.
Okay.
I'd much rather get by. I think
I like that
the
point.
way this team is, the way this team has been over the last 15 years, they really have shown they need a pretty dominant offensive line to succeed.
Yeah, I get you don't want to cut corners on protecting your quarterback and opening running lanes. I totally get that. I think that there's a case to be made that somebody can be a better unit player than they are an individual player. Like Brock Hoffman may not be on his own the top tier guard or anything else, but he plays with a certain tenacity and a certain edge and things like that within the group of those five, the line plays better. They tend to play better even if he's individually not their best interior guy. So we'll find out how much they like Bass versus Richards versus Hoffman versus just getting something else from the outside, because whenever a coaching staff changes over, you got to go, are you their guy or not? Because that's something that we have to figure out and drill down on. Big key here is going to be physicality. That's something that Brock Hoffman definitely brings to the table, and Connor Riley says that's a top line item, is that this needs to be a more physical football team.
I think it's very well known that we need to have a physical identity, and we need to have the want to, and the grit that it takes to play that particular position. So the mentality is, and I was talking to a few of the guys yesterday, we are going to control the controllables. Okay, how well we communicate, how hard we play, how physical we are. Those are things in my mind that we are 100% in control of, and that's the mentality that I want to go into this with.
And that's every single one of them, more than in the past when they've brought in other assistant coaches. A lot of times when you bring in assistant coaches and they start talking about things, they'll tell you about different things they like with bend, or like last year when Zimmer came in, they were talking about size on the interior and different things like that. this was every single one of them repeating physicality, toughness, run, and there's it's a little bit of a basic line, but it's clearly a concept that when you hear all of them talk, it's an issue of like, if you are loafing, you're not playing for me. Like there's a little bit of that sense, I think, from these guys. And I kind of wonder if that's why they went and dipped into the college pool this time around too, is because some of those guys who are trying to get it out of young players to begin with, and got to be a little more rah-rah and things like that. So what does his ideal offensive lineman look like? This is what Cowboys offensive line coach Connor Riley said.
The measurables are always the first thing that everybody wants to talk to. But what is the makeup of that particular person? You know, how tough are they? How physical are they? What kind of grit? When I'm sitting there watching film, okay, how do they finish? Are they stopping and watching, or are they covering down to the football? That's something that's really important to me. You know, I tell guys all the time, the value, the measurement of value to this football team is going to be how close you are to the football, okay, when the play is dead. And that is something that, again, is so controllable. And, you know, yes, absolutely, you got to have a particular skill set. You have to have the measurables. You have to have the athleticism, all those things. But we cannot overlook what the makeup of that person is.
I love that. I haven't heard that before. I'm sure defensive coaches have talked about it. Not an offensive line coach. We're going to measure and partially grade you on where you end up close to the football.
Yeah, and that's saying, I want you out front blocking. I want you getting to the second, third level. I don't want you just saying, all right, my job's done and I'm hanging out here. They want these guys being just run the GPS numbers that Mike McCarthy was always going. They just going to shred those papers. They don't even want to see what the numbers are because they just want to run them, for lack of a better term, run them into the ground. They just want to, like Aaron White-Cotton said the other day, I want you to sprint to the ball till your lungs are on fire, and then I want you to line up and I want you to do it again. And that's the kind of mentality that they're all. It's feeling to me, and I don't say this in any sort of a way that will make fans go, oh, great, we're getting this again. I'm not saying this. It sounds a lot like the way the Garrett era coaching staff talked about process and culture and, you know, effort and how they're really placing an emphasis on the controllables, like he just talked about. That is definitely a Garrett staff type of line. Which there's wisdom to it.
There was I didn't have I liked Jason. I thought Jason was a good enough coach. Like he was.
I thought he was a good leader.
Yeah, he had a really good culture. I thought he was a good leader. I mean, he wasn't this X's and O's genius that everybody wanted to make him out to be. But I mean, I thought Jason ran a good program.
Another cut here. Tyler Smith obviously is the next in line in terms of the offensive lineman for the Cowboys. They hope that he's the one that will take the mantle and move forward as a Zack Martin type is the hope. He was asked for his early impressions of studying Tyler Smith's tape here in Dallas.
When you look at his the physicality, the athleticism, his change direction, when Tyler hits something, it moves. Okay, that's one thing that I do know. It moves. So, and had an opportunity to meet with him the other day, and just a fantastic individual. And we discussed, there's some dominant things that he's doing right now, and there's a few things that he could probably tighten up. That becomes pretty exciting.
I like that he's already first introduction coming to him with just, hey, this is what I think you do really well, and this is some stuff that I think I've seen that you might be able to do a little better, and we can work on these things. And a lot of times you'll hear these coaches, Zimmer said it when he got hired here, haven't even gotten around to Mike yet, haven't even looked at him yet. We'll get to that down the road. A lot of these assistants the other day were saying, haven't really gotten a chance to do that. Sounds like Connor Riley was a little different, that when he took this job, was I'm going to know these guys and get a study, because he already had feedback to provide for them. And it makes me feel like we're going to see a little bit more of the nastiness to the offensive line, just the way that he's talking, the way that he's wanting to do things. Feels like we're going to return to that identity, I think, in that makeup, which isn't necessary in the run game.
I hope.
Last cut here, he was asked, because I think we're all curious about this, when these guys are coming in here and they're interviewing for these jobs, what was Brian Schottenheimer telling them? Hey, this is what we're trying to build here, and get a sense of that.
Don't talk about the I word. No. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to with Dallas Cowboys football. Like, it is a breach of code to talk about any type of identity of what you want to be. It was with Garrett, was with McCarthy, so don't be bringing up this word here.
Well, Brian Schottenheimer communicated the identity to Connor Riley, and then Connor Riley told us.
Yeah, absolutely. And Coach Schottenheimer's talked about it. And it's going to be a physical identity. And, he's made it very clear that we have to win up front. And we have to win up front on both sides of the football. And then along with that, how do we take advantage of that physicality in utilizing play action game and getting the ball in the playmaker's hands?
Marty Ball, baby.
If he's telling you got to win up front on both sides of the ball, I think you can start narrowing down. You might be thin on both sides of the ball in the trenches. How are you? You might start needing to look in the draft. All right, taking a defensive lineman in the first round, offensive lineman in the second. I think those are the positions. Trenches is going to be a big focus, I think, for them.
If every year you draft 2 offensive linemen, 3 offensive linemen, or 2 defensive linemen with your first 4 picks, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I love that.
You'll be stable, you would think, at positions of premium importance.
It's like a day 3 quarterback. Like you want to throw a pick at that every now and then just to have that lotto ticket or to have that depth. Perfectly fine for it. It's just I think when we played Eberflus yesterday,
how about we throw a first round pick at a quarterback soon?
Okay, we played Eberflus yesterday. We just played Connor Riley here. I think what we need to have our eyes on when we're in Indy is the offensive lineman and the defensive lineman, because I think that's likely where their first 2 picks are going to go. Barring a massive talent. Yeah, barring a massive talent falling to them at 12.
It's the Expressway. That means we are commercial free. We will be in Indianapolis to scout all those big fellas up front starting next Wednesday. The only show in the Metroplex, not only heading to the Combine, but double coverage. Combine and Surprise Arizona for Rangers spring training. Let's hit the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! This is where we clean up the rest of the week to try to give you some laughs for your Friday and your weekend here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Ralph, start us off.
All right. So we talked about the Seattle mayor. We talked about the airline giving $30,000. But how about our guy Kanye? Kanye.
When you say our guy, who's claiming him?
Nobody.
Not Wolchuk.
He says he has relapsed. He
said it?
Yeah. He didn't say the reports are. He had said
that's a quick flip.
He went on this crazy anti-Semitic rant on social media, and then he proclaimed on X, Twitter, that he, in fact, was not anti-Semitic. He goes, after further reflection,
after trying to sell these swastika shirts
during
the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he goes, I am not a Nazi. That's what he said. I am not one. After further reflection. It's good. Very good, Kanye.
Growth.
I'm glad you reflected on that and you grew.
I've been informed what a Nazi is. Somebody gave me the definition. I didn't know, and now I know what it means.
But
the t-shirt sales did not go as well as I thought. Detected a Persian accent.
But this is now reports out there.
But Amanda told me that, and I was like, are you serious that he tried to get like one of those QR codes if you scan it during one of the Super Bowl commercials? Can you imagine if he somehow got that? I didn't notice him in any of the commercials, but I think he was trying to direct it towards these swastika shirts.
Yeah. He's unwell.
Yeah.
He is unwell.
Because of
laughing gas. He is back on the nitrous. That's right, baby. He is back on he's back on the cold blow. He's back on that bad stuff. So he is back in LA. He got dental work, and apparently he relapsed. And he is back. He is back on the Snoopy nose.
So instead of going to your local convenience store nowadays, brown bagging it, something like that, buying a blunt, rolling one up, it's like, no.
Doc, I need a filling. I need a filling, Doc.
Scratching his tooth, the inside of his mouth. So that's now it. Like, track your significant other to see how many dentist appointments they're making.
The sweet air, the hippie crack. He's back on it all, baby. He is going to be going to a Dave Matthews concert in no time.
Whose mother just passed away.
Dave Matthews is dead?
Yep.
Oh, man.
KT's in mourning. So yeah, laughing gas. I didn't know that was the. Now, is this different from Whippets?
It's the same thing. It's almost the same. It's you get $5 at a Dave Matthews concert in the '90s. It'll last you a couple minutes.
Yeah, I never dabbled in that. I was always too afraid of the just brain damage that may come from it.
For Whippets.
Yeah. I was effectively scared off by Nancy Reagan, so thank you for that. All right, you just mentioned mothers. let's talk about mothers and daughters. Choppy, how do you like your masculinity?
Toxic.
Let's talk about some toxic femininity, okay? Not only...
That's a tough word to say.
I know. Femininity.
Toxic femininity. Femininity?
Femininity. Yeah,
You're making it 5 syllables. I don't know.
I feel
Femininity. All right, 5.
Yeah, so there it is. All right. Okay, so this is from scipost.org. Women and their parents report that intelligence is more important than physical attractiveness in a long-term partner. Yet, when forced to choose, they both favor a more attractive male, even when the less attractive option is described as significantly more intelligent. So, here's the thing, is that not only are they picking men for their bodies instead of their mind and their personality, they're lying about it, too. They're trying to say that, oh, you know what?
Like Aiden in the back.
We actually want the...
Aiden McCarthy.
We want the smart guy. We want the... And then in reality, they're just lying about it and picking the one that they think is more attractive.
Of course.
It's just us men who care about what people are like on the inside. It's women who are just
so women are picking the more masculine man?
So, yeah. No. This is the attractive. They are picking someone more attractive than they are intelligent. So they care more about the surface level.
Wow,
so,
this is as groundbreaking as RJ's study of taking the day off before a holiday.
No. This actually is groundbreaking. This is from the evolutionary psychological science. And what this showed is that parental involvement in the daughter's mate selection is it's obviously common across cultures, different things like that. But that the mother, when she gets involved, that there's essentially this lying to themselves about why they're with someone. So I think typically a lot of guys will, when they're with somebody for their looks, they will acknowledge they're attractive. It's not, something like we're the brightest one or whatever else, if that's why they're in it. This research says that there's a massive contrast and massive split to the point where the exact figures here say that the majority of daughters, 72%, and mothers, 60%, were choosing the more attractive man, even though despite earlier when they were asked to select photos and go through the process, they had already identified one as more intelligent than the other. So they were basically tattling on themselves when they said, we want intelligence more than attractive.
Because you have to say that, and, so you don't appear superficial when we all know the truth. Do you know, in your own circle, on the fan text as well, a girl who is so much better looking than the guy that they're with, and you and your friends are like, why? What are we missing here? How rich is he?
Got a hammer.
Yeah, okay, or that. Hello, kids. Hello, children. and her honest answer and explanation is, he's just so smart and witty and funny. Do you know anyone that is such a mismatch, girl to guy, and her explanation is, he's just so funny and witty and intelligent? Do you know? Do you have one?
Bobby. Everyone here. It's like that's being funny is the cheat code, I think, for a lot of women. Make a couple jokes and all of a sudden just like
see that's why I say, and I know you were pushing back on it like stop, like you're the Casanova or whatever. This was not just a thing about me. This is about everybody. When we heard the Skip Bayless report about him being like, I'll give you $1 million, hairdresser lady. It really is true though. Game is free, Skip. If you just have a little bit of charisma, I don't think you would have had to pay $1 million. Maybe he would because he's 40 years older than this hairdresser or whatever it was. But
give you a little dose of reality.
Hit me.
I think you think that you could hit these streets and do some damage.
No.
The arrogance of your last statement, the confidence, I'll say, that you just gave off in that last statement. I don't know, Bob.
No, here's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
No. You're missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm going out into the streets a single man and like I'm gonna pull every 10 in here. It's not like that. What I am saying is that if somebody is willing to show you the time of day, as long as you just have charisma stuff, you can win somebody over. That's all I mean. If Skip Bayless is having to say
1 in 30,
I will pay you millions when she's sitting there talking to him every day, that means he's just not very likable.
Pepe, do you have a big mismatch in your friend group? You don't have to name names. Where the girl is just so much more attractive and she's with him for his intelligence and wit?
Yeah, my best friend Adam.
Oh, wow.
No, that's shots fired. I think he's listening right now. That's why I said
Put
it.
him up on the fan cam and the girl.
But he's a new dad, by the way. So congrats to him.
Oh, well, congratulations.
But on the
You locked
fan
her up.
text, 317 says Bobby and Sean. 214 says Choppy and Sarah.
Damn.
So a lot on the show here. 682 says every girl that dated Pete Davidson. And 940 says Selena Gomez.
Well, we already know why girls dated Pete Davidson. We found out about that one.
Junk drawer,
I
right?
got a guy for you. My guy Sean. My guy Sean Welch.
He's not ugly.
Well, it's a good picture.
Bogey Bros.
That's a good picture. The Bogey
He's not an
Bros
ugly
guy.
dude.
Yeah.
He looks like he's in shape.
Oh yeah. Well, he's getting there. He's getting there.
Okay.
He's getting there. He puts sunblock on when it's raining, though.
Is this them, Peyton? Your buddy Adam?
No,
Yes,
you already found it?
That's incredible. Okay, that picture was from like 9 years ago.
But I'm not friends
we,
with him.
We
so-
need to start getting these things up on the fan cam. Turn around the computer.
Okay, all right,
Let's
let
see.
me open the image. All right, here it is.
Is he in there with his girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's from like 9 years ago.
He's gotten facial hair now.
Choppy.
Oh, no.
Choppy.
I'm not going to say anything.
Move on to your next
All right.
story.
Okay, let's go. Next one here. This text message mistake might be the reason you're getting left on red. People don't like periods. End of story.
This is fascinating
True.
to me.
Is it true, Bobby? So research shows that if you use a period in your text, that you create an emotionally charged response. So evidently, people are being left on red for punctuation. Just for punctuation. So like,
What am I supposed to do if I have 3 sentences?
I do the dot
Tell
dot
you that
dot
I'm an
between
idiot?
them. I do dot 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 between every sentence.
I thought it was the ending, the very end, because that's what I always look for. If you put at the very end, like a period at the very end of your text, if it's 4 or 5 sentences, then I know you got to put a period in there. It's the ending.
There is no more aggressive text, passive aggressive / aggressive, than okay, period.
Oh, yeah.
If you put a period at the end of okay,
Yeah.
that is a middle finger.
Yeah. And is that grammatically correct?
Okay,
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay, then
that's a full
period.
sentence.
Okay is a sentence.
Yeah, but
All right.
yeah, I mean, you putting the period on there is for sure. Like, I always have to interpret whenever you're giving Peyton things to do on the group message, and he goes, okay, that's all he says. But he doesn't put a period on it, so I never know if that's said with any passive aggressiveness or if he's just it's Peyton energy, and Peyton's just going, okay.
See, rather than assume attitude like all these people are doing nowadays, I just assume that you're stupid.
Oh, how kind.
I assume you just don't know how to use punctuation. I assume that your grammar is horrible. I don't assume that you're trying to mean anything. I just assume that you're dumb.
Yeah, the grammar thing, kids have completely abandoned grammar. My kids don't use any grammar at all. They don't even say, they just respond in letters. NGL, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
IKR, I know, right?
ONG.
On
God, bro.
On God, bro.
I can't stand this with Sandler. Sandler lowercase texting everything is just like
lowercase text.
Yeah, like he'll like it doesn't auto capitalize for him. I don't think. And so if he's typing something out, when he says I, if he uses I there and it's lowercase, I can't get through reading the text.
So you'll do.
Here we go.
You do a lot of speak to text. You don't ever text, right?
Sometimes.
But so when I was dating Crazy Pants, when she was mad at me, she would text my name in lowercase letters. Right? Just text me, I know RJ, just lowercase RJ. And
why? Like, what is the thought behind that?
She was a lunatic. I don't know. But sometimes when you text me with a lowercase RJ, and it triggers the same. Oh, he's mad at me for whatever reason.
No.
But I know he's not. That's just the first thing that goes into my head.
Like, to me, that's a lot of effort. Even
To
though
hit the
it's not-
capital.
to hit the capital.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
A lot of
it's,
effort.
it's just like it's like how you read all of his texts angry to begin with, though. Like,
where are we
with the gas? I do like Sean voice texting though, because Sean will go. It's Sean doesn't want everybody to hear like just what his texts are, but it is funny. So like Sean will be in here and he'll be like, "It's at the back door, you can," and he's like got the phone right up to his mouth to it, and so
we should recap it once a month. Sean's text.
Yes,
and you go through and determine.
And you tell us if you were mad or not.
Last one I can remember was towards Peyton. 8-7.
Really? Which one?
I side texted you about it.
Oh, okay.
It was like 2 or 3 days ago. Mavs PR, I think. No one could figure out who Mavs PR was, and if you could record me voice texting, it had some anger and some disgust behind it.
I could have seen that. All right, let's talk about
You did, because I texted you. What the hell's Peyton's problem?
But I could tell already you were upset. Let's talk about the power of body language. We had the body language expert that told us about Jason Kidd and Luka and things like that. Well, now we know why Trump has won the presidency 2 times.
2 times.
Again, this is a new research from Social Semantics, and Christopher Hart, a professor of linguistics at Lancaster University, conducted a study to figure out the role of body language, specifically in how Trump carries himself and how it resonates with people.
And I was about to bet big on him being at the game yesterday because Blumenthal heard our crosstalk, and we were like, the odds and the prop bet of him being there. And she goes, I have a friend, I have a buddy. Yeah, he's going to be there. They were practicing. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go lay down a lot of the money. And then I heard Steve Levy open up the 4 Nations and be like, no, President Trump couldn't make it. He just had to record a message. So
he was meeting with Tiger Woods. That's why.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh,
golf.
The Live merger,
That's
possibly.
right. You got a bad leak from they were trying to flush you out as a source. So we now know why he won another term as president. It is the way that his finger resonates with us. They say it's the power of the point. So you know that Trump rally, when he's at the rallies and he's done, he'll just kind of like point at people and he'll clap and he'll just like, yeah, I'm acknowledging you, I'm pointing. So they say that Trump's pointing gesture towards people at rallies and on TV.
He does this like.
Yeah, exactly. They say it gives off an air of being, quote, relatable, engaging, and authoritarian all at once.
Oh, you mean the first person I noticed that was Clinton with the.
But that's not a point.
The non-point.
That's the thumb tuck.
Right, and now, but then everybody started doing it. Like it's a non-aggressive gesture.
So he says that when he's pointing, that can kind of be aggressive if you point at somebody. So there's kind of like a psychological, in general, like, okay, I'm being singled out, I'm being directed, but it also feels like, oh, you see me.
You see me, yeah.
And
I
so,
always view it as like, hey, I see it. Hey, gotcha, kid. Hey. It's not like a this. It's like, yeah. Here's, hey,
what's up, man? Hey,
yeah,
what's you?
Yeah.
And it's like the way he combos apparently first and third person identifications when he points. They say that unconsciously they found through research that it was resonated with people on a level that they didn't even understand, and that they felt more positive about him when he would use the gesture.
I love these types of things. I watch a documentary on him, and they're like, notice when he says things, if you repeat something 3 times, it will land with someone. So that's like a mental trick.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love those types of studies.
Yeah, it's pretty. I like those too. Those are like that. That's really good for public speaking. Really, really good.
And that is why, by the way, whenever we talk about coaches or anything else, it's like, who cares if they're a good speaker? That is why teams and other, in society, we want leaders generally who communicate well, because then they can get their ideas across and move things.
It's the Junk Drawer every Friday as we go commercial free here on Sean and RJ. Of course, the big news locally, the retirement of Zack Martin. Let's recap his career, get you set for the combine, and find out about the new coaching staff from Cowboys insider Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com is next.
After we get you over to
Cowboys manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the 16th pick in the 2014 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Zack Martin, guard, Notre Dame.
So instead of bringing in somebody that could potentially supplant Tony Romo, they bring in somebody to make sure nobody plants Tony Romo.
One of those boring but brilliant selections, and I think we all remember where we were. Good morning, Metroplex. We are your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, with the news that Zack Martin yesterday making it known he is finally stepping away at the age of 34, 9 Pro Bowls, 7 All-Pros, member of the All-2010s decade team, and a guy who's covered him the entire time. Joining us, our good buddy, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Nick. How have you been, brother?
I'm doing great, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty well. Where were you and what were you thinking in that moment when the announcement was made that it was Martin over Manziel?
I can't remember exactly where my office was at that time or where I was located, but I know I was thinking, thank the Lord, because nobody here wanted anything. Well, I say nobody. I guess the Texas A&M fans that like Johnny Manziel and appreciate what he did. Would have been excited, but I mean, I know I didn't want that, and I thought they had a quarterback. That's my thing. When you have a quarterback already, why draft one in the first round? So that was kind of my thought there. But if I remember correctly, they had 4 defensive players that they really wanted, and they all got wiped out. So that's where they kind of landed was with Zack Martin. But as long as it wasn't Johnny, I was just fine with that.
How are you summarizing his career?
Well, he's the second best offensive lineman in the Cowboys history. As far as, and I hate saying it like that, on a day like this where we're talking about it. But I mean, if you're a little bit behind Larry Allen, I think that's okay. I think Larry Allen's the greatest guard of all time. Zack Martin, I think, is just right there. I mean, this might be one of those rare cases when you say 1A, 1B. Because he's right there. They didn't have the same success, obviously, as Larry's team, and he didn't bench press 700 pounds in the off season and all that. But I think as far as being, at the elite player and top of his game from day one, that's something that not many players have ever done. Has come in the door on day one and been as dominant as he has. That stat that he has as many holding penalties as all pros is just ridiculous. 7 each. That's the defining moment, and that's why I think whoever stands up and gives the speech for him for the Hall of Fame, it should be really quick. Hey, Zack Martin, 7. See you later.
Do you trust the Hall of Fame voters though?
No, I don't. I think there needs to be a big change right now in what's going on, and and it's really not a disrespect with the people that I know that are on it, but I just, the Cowboys voters are not even covering the team right now. So I just think, and I don't know how that goes on around the league, but I do think that they need to add some more voters, some different voters, some younger players. I mean, I just think it should be a big difference in what they're doing right now, but. And I don't understand why if they're so backlogged in players that need to get in, why are we only putting in 4 this year? So that's not why you brought me on, but now I'm turning it into a Woodson rant.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, so he makes this decision to retire yesterday. Do you think that was a case of the Cowboys weren't going to bring him back, and maybe he felt like, all right, if I'm not going to play for Dallas, I don't want to play? Or do you think it was the injuries have piled up too much? Do you think if Dallas were willing to bring him back and start him, that he would have given it another year?
I do think so. I think this is a case where he's really good friends and has been since he got here with Travis Frederick. Travis Frederick, I think, has helped him understand, hey, you got to get out before it gets you. And I think his injuries have piled up more than we know because he didn't miss a ton of games. He did this year, but I think his ankles are really bad, both of them. And I think it's just a point where he's like, I've got to make this move. I don't know exactly the whole details of the Cowboys of what they're doing and what the contract and what they wanted him to do. But I think remember just a couple years ago when he set out at training camp and they structured the deal to be set up this way where it was basically going to be two years, that season and then this past one.
Nick, what was he like behind the scenes?
He was just like, I mean, he's the kind of guy you would just want to sit and drink a beer with. I mean, He's just cool. He's a cool guy. And he understood. I think when he first got here, he was like, okay, he was the third offensive lineman in 4 years to be drafted. With Tyron. And then Zack, Travis Frederick, and then him. And so he wasn't really that outspoken, didn't have to be because, none of the linemen were talking much. So he kind of got to sit back and not be the vocal leader so much. But as time moved on, and definitely when Frederick left the team, he kind of adopted that role as the leader. And I'll never forget when he first got here. It was kind of weird. He was the guy we were trying out something new with these there was like just regular glasses with a camera on them, like Clark Kent looking glasses with a camera. And he walked around his first day and it was like, oh, okay, cool, our first round pick. And now that I know him, I just think how weird that is, how cringy it is because like Zack Martin, he would have been like, I'm not doing this crap, So it was just funny. We didn't know much about him and his personality and all that, but I mean, he's I hate saying the GOAT all the time, but he really is. I mean, him and Larry Allen. I mean, it's I can't believe how it's already over. That's just I don't even know what to say because I owe him a handshake. I'll tell you this. Because when at the end when he was standing at his locker at the end of the season, everyone went up to him and started shaking his hand, and he had said he hadn't made his decision yet. So he put his hand out, and I said, "No, I'm not shaking you. I'm not doing this." Because no, not till you make a decision. When what are we doing here? Well, now he's made a decision, so now I owe him a handshake at some point.
You've taken one in the first round now because of this. But does this change your draft strategy?
Yeah, I was already there. Like I was already that was one of those spots where I would look to take that. I just think you get great value when you're taking a guard / tackle. Depends on what it is. And I think what I loved about that pick was that they didn't waste any time. Like I think a lot of players you've seen over the years where they're so big and strong, they're 6'5", 330, they have to be tackle, right? If we're taking them top 5, they have to be a tackle. And turns out they're really more of a guard. You just had to get to that second contract to get that. I think the Becton from the Eagles is a good example of that. Leonard Davis way back in the day, Robert Gallery. Sometimes you draft these guys, but really they are guards. And I love the fact that the Cowboys were like, he's a guard. And he even said that himself. I remember him saying, I'm a right guard. Yeah, I'll play tackle if you need me to, but I'm a guard. And so does it change my thing? No, I would look there anyways. I mean, I think they have to build that offensive line even more. And you get me a top 10, top 15 type player that can play guard or even tackle. I think your running backs get better, your receivers and quarterbacks get better. So I'm okay with building that offensive line even more.
Nick, you mentioned this earlier that, Travis Frederick was kind of the leader of the offensive line group, and they've gone through different changes over the years like that. And it really is critical to have somebody who's kind of the elder statesman of that group. Is that Tyler Smith now? Is he the leader of that group? Is that who everybody's going to kind of turn to as the voice of their unit?
Yeah, I guess 25-year-old, Tyler Smith. I think that's about his age. If that, I mean, he may not even be that old. He
23.
would be the guy. He's what?
23.
23. That's right, because he was. We looked that up. There's only 3 players ever, offensive linemen under the age of 24 that have made 2 Pro Bowls, and so he was pretty happy about that. But yeah, I mean, he's a mature guy, really smart. Like he would be the guy. Now I don't know how much of the ass kicker I guess he would be in the room, holding guys accountable. I think he would be. I know, I've seen him. I've seen former players try to mess with him, and he doesn't handle that very well. So I don't know, Bobby, if you know that story, but
I do.
I'm just saying, don't mess with him. And I think he is a leader. I think he could be that guy, but I do think you need more. I mean, you need more players that are playing the way he does, and you don't have that on the offensive line right now.
Are you going to Indianapolis?
I am. I'll be there. I'm going on Wednesday. I'm not going that full week, but I'll be there like Wednesday through Friday.
All right. Does it match the hype of what Bobby has been selling to us as we are arriving that same day?
I don't know what he's been selling.
I just say I think it's the most unique experience you can have covering the NFL and the proximity that you are to people and the things you hear, and it's completely valuable.
Yeah, what I always say about the Combine is it lets you know how big that the NFL is. Because, I mean, if you've gone to the Super Bowl, which I've been once, just because it was at the stadium. But I'm just saying, I haven't gone any other time. But I mean, if you've seen playoff games and seen that kind of stuff. But when you see the Combine and you realize we're still 6 months away from playing football, but you see how big of an event it is, you're like, wow, this is unbelievable that they're putting on things like this, and it's not even close to sniffing football, but that's just how big the NFL is. And unique is the best word. There's nothing like it. And I haven't been in a few years. I haven't been since McCarthy's first year. So I'm excited to get back there and see what's going on.
How many hours I don't care about all that stuff.
That was COVID.
How many hours will we be spending in a steakhouse or a Steak and Shake?
That's true. I've only been to Steak and Shake 5 times, and all of it has been in Indianapolis. Yeah. Oh, you'll spend at least once a day between those 2 things that you mentioned. Yeah, you'll be there. You'll be there, and every day that you're there, it'll be in one or the other.
All right. I'm in. I'm sold then. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Give us your initial impressions of this new coaching staff.
Yeah, I so far I like, they're undefeated, so everyone loves that. They haven't lost any games, so but what I witnessed the other day and the stuff that they said, I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that. But I do think that all of those coaches sound that way. Eberflus, I've known him before. When he was here, and he seems like he's ready to go. He seems a little bit more intense, I think, than before. And I got to remember obviously a humbling experience to get getting fired like that, and then Hard Knocks. He was a character obviously on there. I think it's more business, more no nonsense this time around. From what I sense from him, Clayton Adams is impressive. I just like the things that he said. Again. Nobody cares right now. The fans are going to be like, okay, cool, just show me when it counts. And I get it. I'm kind of the same way, but I do like the things that I heard. And some of the coaches are talking, like for instance, Derek Foster, the running backs coach, and he says all the right things. But you're like, you don't even know who your running back's going to be. You don't even know who's going to be in the room right now. But that's okay. I mean, it's a mindset, it's a philosophy, and they're teaching, they'll be teaching the scheme to whoever it is, but it's so early in the game that we still haven't figured out who some of the main personnel pieces are going to be for these coaches.
Great stuff, man. Thank you for the perspective. Cannot wait to see you in person next week. You're appreciated.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I'll see you guys up there.
Thank you. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, on the retirement of the absolute legend, Zack Martin. Is the Luka trade already a failure, and is Luka already trying to get out of LA? We get you ready for the Mavs second half of the season after this.
Hectic morning. We've got you.
Like Frankel and Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Luka sitting out the second night of a back-to-back, and that's just what the Lakers needed. As LeBron scores 40, did you say 11 turnovers?
11 turnovers. So LeBron's work ethic isn't rubbing off on Luka's. It's the other way around.
But they beat the Portland Trail Blazers. The minutes restriction was lifted for Luka, but they still wanted him to go ahead and take it easy. The Mavs finally gave an Anthony Davis update, and they said he'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks with further updates to follow. So, Choppy, you did the schedule homework, and that's going to equal about 7 games with the return March 7th, the earliest return March 7th against the Grizzlies.
Yeah, so that is the earliest he would come back, and that would be the 7 games that he would play against Memphis. That would leave them with 20 games left after the 07, and he would miss games against the Lakers, Pels, Charlotte, Milwaukee twice, Sacramento, and Golden State.
Around the room, you have to give your best guess right now. Do the Dallas Mavericks make the playoffs?
Yeah, they get the play-in game. They get the play-in.
And what, that can be 9?
That could be 7, 8, 9, or 10.
Yeah, I mean they make the play-in because right now the team's just outside the play-in. Phoenix, who's spiraling, and then San Antonio, who just lost Wemby.
Yeah. They're gonna make it.
The Wemby-less Spurs beat the Suns yesterday. Wemby out for the year with a blood clot. I mean, you can make the play-in at 10, 7, 8, and 9, 10.
You got to win 2 games though. When you're in 10, you got to win your 9-10 game. Then you got to beat the 7-8 loser.
Right now, the Mavs are the 8th seed, 1 game behind the Timberwolves, a game and a half up on the Kings, the Warriors, and that's it.
You know what we're going to be watching for the next 27 games, though, right? We're just going to be, I am anyway, going to be just crossing my fingers and praying for a crawl up to 5th, and the Lakers get 4th, and then we get a first-round playoff matchup against the Lakers.
That'd be juicy.
And Nico gets his revenge.
If they win, if they go up against them in a playoff series and they dispatch Luka, would he go, see? Told you.
ESPN on...
Trust in Nico.
Who's that?
Me.
Oh. Alan Hahn. That's as bad as the...
Mavericks looking for some revenge tonight.
Other clip he plays about me. You can't saying that stuff around here in these parts. Alan Hahn on Get Up was asked if the Mavs trade was already a failure.
How could it possibly be a failure? How many plays did they play? 3? Well, can you? I'm with Monica. Give it time. You have to see it play out before you start calling something an absolute failure. There's no absolute here. Anthony Davis is not 40 years old at the end of his career. This is not Kwame Brown for Pau Gasol. This is a really good player who probably fits with Kyrie and the way they want to play a lot better.
But
and they don't have to pay him $350 million.
Championship. The man's hurt. He played 2 quarters.
Okay, again, is this his last season, or is he going to be back next year?
Got hurt.
There's no way this is a failure.
Right now, though.
Yes.
We talk about the duration of what Anthony Davis' contract is currently right now, how it's constructed. But when I looked at this team, when they went and played the Houston Rockets in that first game, and AD and Max Christie combined for 49 points, I said, whoo. I basically had right then and there the Dallas Mavericks going to the Western Conference Finals.
This is so stupid.
Okay, so you
really? Because I thought we were going to have a disagreement in here. I don't think we're all going to be on the same page with this.
Like PR-wise, it's absolutely a failure.
Yeah.
And it will always be a failure for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
On the court, yeah, you can't call this a failure yet. They haven't.
I think you 100% can say it's a failure to trade away a 12-year window.
Well, okay.
Like there's no win. Again, I don't know that there's any winning you can do to sacrifice a whole decade after it.
Well, but yes, you can't call it the Lakers can call it a success to me immediately.
I agree.
They just, they traded old for young, and they got a 10-year window.
Yep.
The Lakers automatically can call this a success. What Nico did is he manufactured a window that didn't need to be manufactured, and he's put a timeline on it. But yeah, you could if they win 2 titles, you call it a success.
Yeah,
sure.
It depends how you define it. I agree with Alan Hahn. You can't say it's a failure right now. It depends how you define it. Are we going to judge it by titles in the next 5 years? Do you only want to judge it by a 10-year window? If you want to make it a 10-year window, fine, you lost.
Yes,
but I could also come back and say, well, the Mavs won a title in the 10 years and the Lakers didn't. We don't know.
Right, we don't know. The Mavs are playing for 1 ring. the Mavs are now they're playing for one ring, and they traded away a chance at 5 rings, 3 rings,
and
whatever.
they may have traded away a chance for one immediate ring with the better player who was just in the NBA Finals.
Well, and here's the thing.
But we don't know how AD and Kyrie are going to fit.
Here's the thing, and this will be the thing we never get the answer to. They can win a title, Dallas can, and there will still be people, probably myself included, who say they were going to win that title with Luka anyway. Like, there's no you can't definitively say Davis swapping him for Luka. That's what made them win.
Well, and you're right, you can't factually say it. But if the identity of these Dallas Mavericks, if they win the title being like the San Antonio Spurs Twin Towers, where you cannot score against them, they're setting a record number of block shots like they did against the Rockets for their season high. They're pounding everyone, and we can clearly say they won the title because of size. They zigged when everyone else was zagging and shooting threes. Then I do think we can confidently say, all right, this big man formula that Nico switched to won the championship that Luka would not have. Now, again, you can't definitely say, none of us know, but this big man identity, that's their formula.
And I mean, you remember, and it's right
now. They still would have, by the way, had a big man identity, arguably, with Gafford and Lively.
And Moses Brown now.
That's what sucks, though, is you never gave this team a chance.
That's right.
I really wish
they
didn't want to pay the Supermax. We know that, but yo, man, let him come back. Let's see how dangerous we can be with this roster, and then trade him. But man, we love this roster. I love the roster.
It was fun. It was deep.
Big.
It was a good roster. Yeah, deep and big.
Like Lively and Gafford, that was big enough.
Yes, absolutely was. And now you also tick off, like, dude. And I always kind of go back to this. You did, and it's not their problem, but it might be their problem. They cost Luka $116 million.
Yep.
Sign him and then trade him. But now it looks like you were just trying to save money. Does that resonate around the league?
And you may have traded Kyrie and Luka. I'll be stunned if Kyrie Irving comes back here.
Right.
I think you lost Kyrie Irving as well, unless Nico knows. Unless Nico knows that that's not going to cause Kyrie to just walk out the door.
And if it causes Kyrie to walk out the door, then he just didn't have the Mamba mentality. He wasn't committed. He should have had that same standard I did. He should have known the seal handshake, and he didn't. I don't know. I look at it and I say, there's you're innocent until proven guilty. This trade is so bad.
Yep.
It's guilty until they are proven innocent. So to me, it is a failure until they show it's not. I think you have to say, no, it's a failure because you didn't get the return or anything else.
Yep.
And until you show me, I'm going to say it is.
NBA second half storylines from Bro Bible. Can the Lakers play good enough defense to be true contenders? No. I'll answer that.
No.
Can the Celtics regain their consistency from last year? I'll answer yes. Can the Knicks avoid the injury bug? They needed overtime to get their win last night. Will the Sixers pursue the playoffs or shut Joel Embiid down? Shut him down.
Shut him down, man.
Can the Mavericks survive the injuries to the front court?
No.
Can the Orlando? Well, you said they're going to make the play-in. Can the Orlando? Will they play a playoff series?
No.
Will they win a playoff series?
No.
No, they will not win a playoff series.
The Bulls are in the play-in right now. They're 22-34.
Ugh. Can the Orlando Magic find some scoring? Can the Oklahoma City Thunder properly reintegrate Chet Holmgren? Can a rookie emerge as a future star? Can the Spurs go on a run? That's over and done with Wemby out. And a lot of people I'm going to connect this now. A lot of people yesterday were saying, watch those damn ping pong balls again because the San Antonio Spurs are about to get their big three falling into the Cooper Flag sweepstakes.
Man, that would be interesting.
I mean, more than interesting.
If they had those three.
It'd be must watch.
Yeah.
It'd be must watch. Right now, because again, do they do the worst three teams have the same odds? Wizards have 9 wins. The Pelicans have 13. The Jazz have 13. The Hornets have 14. The Spurs have 24. So they're 10 games better than even the Hornets.
Yeah, they would have to
beat Luka the other night.
Really get lucky. Really get lucky to get into there.
But did they get lucky for Wemby? Were they one of the bottom 3 for Wemby?
They were bad, I think. I'm trying to remember, but they had been awful that year because people were talking about them tanking.
Then you got this Bobby Portis suspension, RJ.
Dude, this is interesting. So Bobby Portis was suspended.
I think we're finally We're finally going back 20-plus years, going to buy a PED excuse.
Yeah.
Spurs, by the way, they had the second worst record. They were top odds.
So Bobby Portis is banned. He plays for Milwaukee. Banned 25 games for violating the anti-drug policy in the NBA. It sidelines him for a majority of the rest of the year. He had a positive test for the drug tramadol, which is a pain medicine. It's pain medicine, and it is an instance that his representative, his agent, said was an accident. He said he made an honest mistake. He unintentionally took pain medication called tramadol, thinking he was taking pain medication called Toradol. And Toradol is approved. And he has used that previously in teams and players use for pain and inflammation. And it's a wonder drug, man. You want to talk about relieving pain? Toradol, holy cow! Tramadol is not an approved pain med, and was just recently added to the substance ban list this past spring. Came from an assistant of his, a valid prescription for the painkiller. I totally buy this. And the medical community is actually kind of livid over this. They are slamming the NBA. They said it's the weakest painkiller we could prescribe. I don't even bother prescribing it because its effects are so mild. If it's banned, it's banned, but it just shows how haphazard the NBA policies are. That's an ER physician that said that made that comment.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting where it's like Toradol's the approved, but there's a lot of criticism over Toradol.
Yeah,
in professional sports. Like, I mean, they don't let NFL players take it within certain windows of games because there's been so much scrutiny on it. There's a lot of other people who back it up and say that it's something that Pat McAfee said no players need it. But no, I mean, there's a lot of medical community that doesn't think the NFL should be using it.
By the way, Shams firing a Giannis warning shot yesterday, saying everyone knows Giannis loves the Bucks, but I'm here to tell you he loves winning more. So I'm taking that as a message. If Milwaukee gets eliminated early, Giannis could be wanting out. The Bucks know the pressure of winning. There you go. Getting you ready for the Mavs and the second half of your NBA season. If any of you are actually bothering to watch, you are not going to be watching this Texas institution. RJ said the unthinkable has happened. Bobby is lost. What the University of Texas has decided to cancel? That's below the belt. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Johnson Fitness.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
The lines aren't just blurred between college and the pros. They are gone. Completely wiped away. Let's talk about it in Below the Belt here on 105 through the Fan. That's what I do. I gotta push the branding since Peyton's little intro there skipped, and so we didn't know what it said. But all right, so Steve Sarkisian was on speaking with Kay Adams, and he made an announcement that had been rumored for about the last month. And it was something that, we talk about, like, sometimes you float things to see what reaction is. I kind of wonder if this was one of them, that it started leaking out in reports that, Texas might be considering getting rid of the spring game, the orange-white game. And this is something that, that's where we see Arch for the first time, and it's a big... it's a big to-do there in Austin, where people get really excited about it. And Longhorns fans get excited about seeing the new incoming class, or some of the guys that maybe they don't get a chance to see as often on the field because they're freshmen or sophomores and they're waiting for their shot. And so it's always been a good chance to just kind of celebrate, have a nice, easy exhibition game of sorts for the Texas program and for colleges in general. A number of them do this.
Dude, the amount of people that go to these games... If you never went to like a major university, they get 80,000 for these games.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's interesting about this. Like, it's on TV. A lot of these scrimmages get. I would assume there's decent money connected to this. So for them to drop it is really fascinating. I think it speaks again to.
You said USC already did it?
Yep.
USC and Nebraska. Nebraska did it last year. USC, along with Texas, this year did it.
And it's interesting because you look at it and go,
"Where's the bell?"
Nah, it's over here. You can't have it anymore. It's mine. I control it exclusively. Steve Sarkisian is a guy who has worked in the NFL. Steve Sarkisian is a guy who's worked in the NFL, may have aspirations to work in the NFL again one day. Lincoln Riley is a guy who people have thought has aspirations to work in the NFL. We know Matt Rule has already been up to the NFL level. These coaches are opting more for NFL-style off-season approaches. In fact,
I assume Bill will do the same thing.
Yeah, I would guess so. So what Steve Sarkisian said was, he said the development that's needed for these guys to get ready for the fall is a little bit different than it used to be. So our approach is going to be a little more NFL-driven, more of an OTA style early on. And as we grow into more of the scrimmage formats in the second half of spring ball, I just don't know if rolling the ball out and playing a game, if we only get 15 practices, is the best for us to maximize the opportunities that we get. And it's just another item in the last 2 years, I would guess, where college football has rapidly changed its complexion, its makeup, to where it looks more like the NFL. You've got general manager jobs. I remember the first time we heard the general manager thing, and you were completely thrown off.
Alabama.
That's a job in college football now. There's 14-team playoff structure we're probably heading for, just like the NFL has right now. You've got the off-season practice schedule structure that they're going for.
They're just ripping away any guy's thought, banner, anything pretending to be about academics.
Yeah.
And that's what Belichick's thing. He's like, screw it. I'm just telling you. My selling point to you, we're a football factory. Mm-hmm. We're not pretending. Ain't no games. Nothing about it. We're a football factory. Come here.
And people have always, you will have people who are fans of college football that don't watch the NFL. You'll have people who are fans of the NFL that don't like watching college football because they are, historically, they have been two very different games. You're starting to see more rule changes at the college level that are mirroring closer to the NFL. You're seeing a blend of those. You're seeing coaches kind of float back and forth between the two levels. And now, like, free agency in the portal, bidding wars for players, all of this stuff is making it to where college football is no longer a different game. It is the NFL's minor league system. It's minor league players getting paid to basically prepare themselves for the NFL. Some minor leaguers make it to the majors, some of them don't. Just like this, there are going to be some that potentially make it up to the NFL through the draft and some that don't. But this is essentially now the NFL's system. This is their ownership. It's more linked than it's ever been before now with all these changes.
I don't care about this. Like, I don't really have I'm
so
angry.
You didn't gear up for the Tennessee Volunteers spring game. Did you ever go?
Yeah, I went. It was fun when I was in college, but like,
do you mean real quick? Do you mean you don't have you're not worked up about the spring game specifically, or about college football changing?
About the spring game specifically.
Oh, okay.
I just don't understand. What are you really gaining by getting rid of it? You're going to scrimmage anyway at practice.
Right. Just
make money and have 80,000 people there.
Yeah, I agree.
How many more practices or study time are you gaining by eliminating this?
So I think they view it as...
It begins the great hype factor.
So they get limited, obviously, to those 15 practices. They view it as, and what he's saying and what some of these college coaches are arguing for is those scrimmages are productions that make money and do different things. So there is a little bit of a show aspect to what you're practicing. You're doing certain things that are a little bit more like, okay, well, this is also a television product. We want it to be entertaining. So let's start. The script will look different. Their practice will look different if it's not on TV.
Yeah.
And so they may feel more like we got to get more fundamentals and we got to take advantage of this time, especially with so many guys going in and out of the portal that are transferring and bouncing around. They need as much time on task as possible.
Are they worried about players showing out in these games and then having it be on tape and them not playing and then getting a portal invite or a portal, a transfer invite?
I mean, I hadn't thought of that. That's possible. I would guess that there's not necessarily a whole lot you can do in these scrimmages that would make somebody sit up and go, oh, we got to go get that player that they wouldn't have already thought about them, right. I would think. But, yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. That's why a lot of people, Cowboys, NFL teams, they don't like putting their scrimmages on TV.
Sure. I mean, look, I enjoyed going to the spring game, but, I need stakes. There's no stakes in it. I'm not like, at this point in my life, I'm not tuning into the Tennessee spring game if it was on TV. I don't even think I would consider watching it.
Yeah,
but what's different about that versus I'm Mr. Stakes.
Sure.
But who's the new prospect?
Yeah.
That's the excitement.
Yeah, it was people. They got to see Arch.
Yeah.
That was fun for people.
Mm-hmm.
You get to see these new players coming in, and so
it's a chance for them to play on a big stage too. Because like if you're a quarterback and you've never played in front of 80,000 people, that's a really good way to get a free, risk-free 80,000 person.
Pepe, are you disappointed about this, being a Longhorn fan?
Yeah, I want to see Arch for the first time, actually be the starter for the team. I mean, and maybe it's because, they don't want to have film out there on Arch. Maybe that's another reason why they don't want to have the spring game. And Sark also had said, maybe it's because, this team, that Texas has played 30 games in the last 2 years. They don't want all that, physicality there. But yeah, I'm disappointed, man. I want to see him.
I think it's something where college has always been so much about the rabid fan base you built in and the loyalty and just I'm through and through Texas Longhorn Rivers. It just feels anti-fan base.
College edition of Below the Belt on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so this clip of Rick Pitino, I love this one. So there's a Netflix show, Red Storm Rising. I think it's on Netflix. And he is talking about it's following them throughout the season, and he's done a really nice job at St. John's. They're in the top 10. They're going to be one of the top 3 or 4 seeds on the top 3 or 4 seed lines in the tournament.
I would have hired him at a big-time school.
Yeah, for sure. And he's perfect for St. John's. I mean, he's from there. He's an older guy, just, basically ending his time for probably what was probably his childhood team. Well, boy, he lays into his team at this halftime speech and basically calls into play all their issues, their toughness, everything in this halftime speech. I thought this was pretty good.
Dig in and be a basketball player. Dig in. Every time you miss a shot, your game deflates. We don't care about your missed shots. Play defense. You guys keep blowing opportunity upon opportunity upon opportunity. You're like children with bad things happening. Instead of digging in and be tougher, you wilt. Where is your toughness? Where have you guys been raised that you're so weak mentally that you just give up when something doesn't go right for you? Don't you know what adversity is all about? That's the game of life, not the game of basketball. You don't get down when things go wrong. You dig in and get tougher. Your whole life's going to be adversity. Learn how to deal with it.
Everyone's going to love this. I do admit, when I started watching this halfway through, I started rolling my eyes a little bit. I thought it was...
You think it was fake?
Playing to the cameras a bit.
Yeah.
Not fake.
It crossed my mind.
Playing to the cameras a little bit. But I usually love Pitino. He's brutally honest.
What was it? We had the quote from him last year, something where he's basically like, all our guys suck. We're not very good. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care. There's some life lessons in there. I mean, you're going to get knocked down. You got to find a way to get back up. Like, you really want, like, I want my kids to get their heart broken, like at 16, at 15.
By the way, Corey Major said Matt Rule recently, as you all say, canceled the Nebraska game, said he didn't want other teams seeing his players and stealing them with NIL money.
So there you go.
Ah, that's interesting.
That was a great point, Peyton, earlier. Yeah.
Fantastic point.
Right after Choppy made it. On that point where he said you want your kids to have that, I was thinking of the Michael Irvin quote. I heard him say this in a speech one time where he said the most important thing you can give your kids is your struggle. He said you want to make things more comfortable, do things like, he's like, but you do also want to give them the things that you had adversity with and powered through and made you the person that you are. You want them to have some of that too.
Right. You absolutely do. They become more well adjusted, better, more well rounded. So that's the part from this. And by the way, Pitino's kid said, I just got PTSD from this because he's like, this sounds exactly like what he would do to me when I didn't make my bed in the morning. So, College Kegger here, 105 through the Fan. So one of the changes in college football that we mentioned about with the spring games, another one is Deion Sanders. And Deion he calls it a waste of doing personal recruiting visits. So he has not done a great job, not because he can't, just because he hasn't tried to in terms of high school recruiting, right? He has done almost exclusively transfer portal recruiting. So he has not really delved into that, but he has a $200,000 budget for personal recruiting visits. And he has said, well, I'm not doing it. I am not doing any off-campus recruiting visits, despite the fact that he has that private air travel and all that. And he said, been there, done that. I don't go to nobody's school or house. I'm not doing that. I'm too old. All the kids I recruit, they're in the portal. They're grown men. They got kids. They don't need me to try to convince them to come play for me. Ooh.
This is why even if he's had success, even if some things there have been beneficial, this is why ultimately he is an unserious candidate. Is because if he wanted...
Imagine if he told you this sitting down as the AD, this was his recruiting plan. I'm not going to recruit high school kids.
If he wanted to...
Go to their school. I'm not going to be in a living room.
How did... Travis Hunter is somebody he got as a like high schooler and as a middle school. Like, that's how he connected with Travis Hunter. That's it.
And you know why he would say? Because I'm prime time.
Yeah.
He came here. I didn't need to go in his living room. I'm Deion Sanders.
That's why he won't interview. That's why he's like, I'm not interviewing for head coaching jobs. I don't need to. I'm Deion Sanders.
We sit here and talk about, like, is it going to be awkward for Belichick to sit in the homes of parents and talk to, like, is he going to be good in that space? Deion would crush talking to parents about the young man he was going to turn them into.
Mm-hmm.
He would absolutely if he came to Texas, Colorado would get so many commits from the North Texas area if he was in these homes. And he doesn't want to.
Did you become a hockey fan after last night? The winners and losers of the Four Nations will have crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece as well. And facial hair is taking over the sports world with the breaking news that just came out. Final hour of the week with the Friday edition and a Dierks Bentley ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on next.
Leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Carter sends it around. Martin waiting. Connor McDavid scores! Connor McDavid for Canada!
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. And you know what, Pepe? I want to back up what we say and hook you up and do it quickly on a Friday for listening. Here you go.
All right, Solos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dirk Bentley at the Dos Equis Pavilion on May 30th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Make this your new 9 o'clock home. Your new 9 o'clock home as you may be searching around for your different radio options. And we're going to try to plant a giveaway every single day moving forward for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on and leave it on. The United States lost in overtime to Connor McDavid and Canada, but I thought this lived up to the hype. I was excited for this. I got caught up in the anticipation, all the hype. I'm a hype guy, and I thought it did live up to it. You just have to have a good game. You're matching each other back and forth. You didn't get the fights that you got in the first matchup, but this was a humongous win for hockey with the four nations.
Big time win. It was a really good game. It was a really good tournament, whatever you want to call it. And at the end of the day, I mean, their goalie just played better. He made some tremendous saves on Austin Matthews, and the U.S. really had a chance at the beginning of overtime.
A lot of chances.
At the end of the day, the best player in the world did it. The best player in the world did it. He's the Gretzky of today's hockey. If you want to call somebody that, but that's exactly what he is, and he was the best player on the ice, as he always is.
Well, was he the best player on the ice? I mean,
not necessarily in the game, but he is the best player on the ice every time he steps
left
out.
wide open.
You mentioned you got into it. It lived up to the hype, everything like that. Did you find yourself getting into it enough that when Canada made the goal in overtime, were you like, damn it? Because I did. I was not anticipating, actually, I was just going to watch it because we were going to talk about it. But, when they actually made the goal, I was, pissed and, turned off the TV and, tossed them. I was like, I'll turn it back on later.
No, but you're setting me up to look unpatriotic. But I'm the person who,
This is why you get the extra screening at the airport, Sean.
After, yeah. I started thinking it was cool to see a monumental upset of the Dream Team, because it's more entertaining to see them get scared or lose to someone inferior. You know, I don't view my patriotism as rooting for the Olympic teams 1,000,000%. Like, give me the best sports story. I wanted a close game. If you gave me the choice, I know this is gonna get me in trouble. If you gave me the choice of the Americans winning 5-0 or what happened last night with a close game in overtime, I'll take last night 100 times out of 100.
Oh, wow. Man. Look, I mean, I enjoy obviously you enjoy a close game better than you enjoy a blowout. But when your team is winning, then you just want the win, I guess. But it's absolutely more entertaining. Your preference would be 2-2 overtime winner by the U.S.
Sure,
like that's the preference. I'd much rather win an overtime game if it's my team winning than win a 5-zip game. Right? I want to win either way.
Yeah,
but I'd rather the more entertaining. Like,
all right, but answer my scenario.
No. I'd rather win. I'd rather win 5-zip. Because also hockey has I think hockey, unlike a lot of the other sports, although they all have clocks except for baseball, there is a build of like a countdown build because there's not a whole lot of stoppages in hockey. It's just like the time is just kind of going down. It's the slow build of the time leaving, and it's hey, you're up 2-0. Let's get no empty net goals. They're gonna pull the goalie with 3 minutes to go. It's a build. It's fun.
So I guess in your scenario that you're suggesting, and this is just the way my dumb brain probably works. Yeah. If it's
continue to screw me even more here.
If it's the Olympics, I want the 5-0 game for the U.S.
Yeah,
I didn't view like I was definitely like go USA, but I guess I didn't view this one as much as
stakes.
Like it doesn't strike me as like an Olympic like hey that like if you're actively rooting for Canada 3-2 in an Olympic gold medal game, would you still root for that, or would you go, no, you'd rather see the U.S. win 5-0 in the Olympic gold medal game?
I'll take the United States winning 5-0.
So that's the thing. I think the gold medal game...
Yeah, because I stayed for the celebration, and I was like, there's no way that this celebration would match an Olympic celebration after.
Right.
After that ended, I was just kind of like, okay. You know what I mean? Like,
Olympic celebration this was more muted.
Yeah.
So no, see, I'm coming to your side. I think the Olympics is a different question because that is completely about this is our entire country going against in everything and we want to win everything.
Yeah.
Whereas this was more like an entertainment product where you have a rooting interest, but it's more just all right. This is for the entertainment.
An exhibition.
Yeah.
It was an exhibition.
It was. It was a cool trophy for an exhibition. It's a hell of a trophy. It's like a smaller version of the Stanley Cup almost.
I know who's pissed about it though is Adam Silver. Not just because of NBA All-Star Weekend, but like, why don't they care about my IST like this? Why don't people get intense like that?
Well, PK Subban has an answer. He has been spitting fire on ESPN, and here he was talking about the difference between what they did last night in this tournament and in the NBA.
Hockey's a different sport from the NBA. You can't compare the cultures because of the way the game is played. You can step on an NBA floor and go through the emotions. You can't do that in hockey. You can't. Like, the culture of our sport, you have to play it with passion. You have to be willing to fight. You have to be willing to leave it on the ice. That's what fans are investing in. So for us, when we charge $1,500 for a ticket to come to Fort, fans know what they're getting. Cale Makar, the best defenseman in the world, wasn't in the lineup for this game. This was the most viewed game that we've had in years. And you see it, it's because it's not just based on the skill and talent. It's based on the pride, honor, playing for the guy next to you. I got a question for the NBA players. What the hell are you playing for? What are you playing for? It's not about the money. You make all the money. What, you're injured? Well, there's a difference between being hurt and injured. Are you hurt or are you injured? There's a difference. In hockey, we play hurt. We play injured. That is the culture of the sport. It's always been that way. So you want to talk about the business, the CBA, fans get all of that. But what do fans resonate with? They resonate with what's real. You got to fight sometimes for your country. You got to compete. You got to go out there and leave it on the ice because those people are paying the price of admission. So fans know whether our stars are on the ice or not, they're getting their money's worth. The NBA has that issue that they got to work on. You got to create a better culture for your players. It starts with the leaders. This issue, there was no issue when Jordan was around. There was no issue when Kobe was around. There's no issue when Sidney Crosby's around. There's no issue when Wayne Gretzky was around, because those are true leaders. They lead by example. Sidney Crosby, Hockey Canada, those players, both Canada and U.S., it was the players that did that for the Four Nations. That's not the league. The league set it up, but the players went out there and decided and said, you know what, boys? We're all in. When is the NBA going to do that?
And that's what you brought up yesterday, following the lead of the leaders. And now, of course, ESPN is going to wear PK Subban out, as he is on TV every second now.
He's great. He's great on air.
To fix all the sports.
Yeah, he's great on air.
Fix college hockey. He's how going to fix college hockey. He's how going to fix the NBA. So he's going to earn all his paychecks today.
Yes, he is.
And this week.
You know, look, you can get away with it in baseball because it is an effort sport, but like if you're pitching in an all-star game, you're throwing one inning. No pitcher wants to go out there and get lit up, so they're not going to throw 80 miles an hour. They're just going to throw the normal gas. Now, they might not throw sliders.
Yeah.
You know, Schilling told us, he goes, I told A-Rod I'm throwing you fastballs. And he was just trying to see if he could beat him by throwing nothing but cheese. And, you know, it's as a hitter, you're going out there in an all-star game, you're trying to hit the ball out of the park.
You can't slack a baseball game.
Right, yeah.
I mean, you can by throwing less stuff, maybe a little softer, but you're going to swing the same.
You're going to swing the same.
You're going to run a little. You're going to run less.
Yeah, you're not looking at scouting reports.
Yeah. We can't detect laziness.
Right.
Baseball is the least detectable for laziness.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And basketball.
Except Manny Ramirez.
Yeah. Basketball and football, it's easy to detect it.
Easy.
You know, hockey.
And hockey would be too.
It would be too. I mean, look at their all-star games. I mean, they're scoring 9, 10, 11, 12 goals.
Hockey's the most 100 miles an hour consistent sport that there is.
Yes. And, you know, you're only on the ice for, you know, they're short shifts.
Yeah.
They're, you know, it depends on, you know, what position you play, how short the shifts are.
I will say, though, the one thing I have a problem with there from what he said, most of it's right on point, and I think most of it's how everybody feels. The thought about, are you hurt or are you injured? We play through stuff. I think that's a little dangerous to basically take the opinion of, from his experience in his own sport, knowing those things. Like, I would assume he knows enough to know when guys were hurt that it wasn't public. There are guys in the NBA who do play through things when they're hurt.
Yeah.
It makes it sound like every NBA player soft. I just don't know that that's a fair characterization if he doesn't know.
Yeah, but
guys who go through
it's fair from, look.
And I think Pop started that load management stuff. The players didn't.
One of the top two problems in the NBA, maybe number one, is back-to-backs. Like back-to-backs, and the most dangerous ticket to buy in sports is an NBA ticket.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. So he can stand on that. And then last night, the sideline reporter for hockey goes, I know of multiple guys who are not playing in their next regular season team game, but they are trying to gut it out for tonight.
I mean, you know, Quinn Hughes, Vancouver did not let him makcome to this. McAvoy was out. There was talk that, you know, Kachuk was hurt during this game.
Yeah.
There was a lot of guys. You know, Cale McCarr for Canada missed the Saturday game against the U.S. With an illness. Like, they missed. You know, they came back. But man, it's, you know, the NBA. Like I said, in all the years Luke was here, and all the times I went to him, I never saw him play a regular season game. Every Mavs game I went to, he was sitting that night. I saw him in the playoffs a couple times, but I never saw him play a regular season basketball game.
Did he look out of shape?
He was honestly. It looked like he was wearing the same outfit every time. It was the brown Jordan jumper.
Yeah. Choppy took some issue with Molly Kieram, who on First Take talked about the hypocrisy between cheering and judging fighting in different sports after U.S.-Canada the first time.
It's just interesting to me that certain sports you're allowed to fight and other sports could never happen.
And by the way,
optics!
In international competition over the last 50 years, they've had a total of 5 fights. USA and Canada, they had 3 and 9 seconds on Saturday night. That drove me crazy. All right, number 2.
Just a little hypocrisy.
I mean, just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush. Just if you want to say it, say it. Just go ahead. Like, say it in a microphone. And while the other guy's screaming like a lunatic.
Is she right?
No, she's not right. I know it's hard for anybody at ESPN to understand, but not everything has a racial undertone to it. I know that ESPN tries to make it that way. Plenty of things do have a racial undertone to it. And when you force something like that, it lessens the real actual racism that's out there.
So she's taking this back to the Malice at the Palace days. She's taking this back to the Iverson era.
Mm-hmm.
And she's saying if you fight in the NBA, you're a bunch of thugs.
They went to the crowd.
But with hockey, we love it and we cheer you on.
Well, they went in the crowd for that. Like,
no, but even
fighting's allowed in hockey. It's not allowed in the NBA. Like, that's a league rule. Like, they don't.
So you disagree with the menacing perception that it even seemed like David Stern wanted to get away from.
Yeah.
This is the thug era. We don't want dreads.
That part of it, the dress code. I have a much bigger problem with the dress code at the NBA. I thought that had a much bigger racial undertone to it. If you're trying to say, oh, we don't want dreads, that's a much bigger racial undertone. Fighting hockey is you fight as soon as the referee breaks it up at the right time, and then you go to the penalty.
She's just trying to say, I think we cheer white guys doing it, but if it was black guys, we'd go crazy. My counter back to Molly would be, when's the last time you've seen an NBA fight for us to say that?
Yeah, they don't fight.
When's the last? Give me the last real deal big time NBA. Draymond. Now, did we get those terms thrown at Draymond when he was busy suplexing Euros?
Yeah. I mean, I think he got called that.
Draymond is Kachuk.
It's part of the game of hockey. Like, for instance, George Laraque from the Oilers, like he was an enforcer and he would fight. And nobody called George Laraque. Like, people did cheer on George Laraque doing that. And so...
Yeah, it's because it's part of the sport. Like, that's the thing. It's, if it was part of the NBA's never allowed fighting. Like, they've never had
the Malice at the Palace, the fans and the players were both acting... Like, if you want to use the term thug, they both were. Like, the fans were awful throwing the beers. But you can't just go punch them in the face and then go, well, you can't be critical of that. That has undertones.
Big time success, and I thought last night lived up to the hype, even though Team Canada won in overtime. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm looking forward to this segment the most of the entire show. We have facial hair policy being changed, and a network is done with Major League Baseball. Are they making the right call? RJ Choppy with a loaded Diamond Cavs next on The Fan.
But first, let's talk about the...
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
We're going to unleash some Diamond Calves on you. It's RJ Choppy's baseball segment. If you don't know what the Diamond Calves are about, just go look at Corey Major's escalator video of RJ at the Super Bowl. And we are your home of the Texas Rangers. Jared Sandler is already out there. This weekend, the rest of the fellas are flying out to surprise Arizona while we head to the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. Go.
Where do you want me to start?
Let's start with ESPN dumping baseball. Joe Buck.
Joe Buck, man. Joe Buck is coming back.
And let's take it to the razor.
Joe Buck will be calling an opening day baseball game this year on ESPN. He is going to be back doing baseball. I
know we'll catch hate. We'll catch hate for applauding, but he's the best.
He's tremendous.
Stud.
You know what?
Joe Buck.
I hate to this day, and I was so mad in the moment when Freeze hit that home run in Game 6.
What home
to send it to game? He had to send it to Game 7. Oh. The call was fantastic.
Well,
I know it's
rip-off.
It was such a great opportunity to that. Given that moment, the fact that he was able to like reference his dad's historical call, I thought that was super cool.
If you're don't search the play at Pepe.
Yeah, don't.
It looked like you were trying to put in a little effort there. No, don't search the play. Who did he rip off?
His dad,
Jack. Yeah.
Well,
because it was we'll see you tomorrow night, and it was early morning, so he said we will see you later tonight.
I think that's paying homage.
I thought it was really
like
cool.
Joe Davis's call, and I've noticed.
What was the Joe Davis call?
The Joe Davis call. You kidding me? The Dodgers.
Oh, I don't believe what I just saw.
It was something but to Scully. I remember ranting and raving. Look that up. Look up Joe Davis with a call. I don't know whether it's tomorrow night or I don't believe what I just saw.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, look, I mean, Joe, you know, he paid homage to.
You're starting. Here it is.
One of the most overrated broadcasters ever in Jack Buck.
He's starting to put the hate on Joe Davis too.
I don't have anything against Joe Davis.
You wrote something in your email the other day.
She is gone. That was what he.
Yeah.
From the Kirk Gibson.
Anyway,
I was talking about Brian Anderson. That's who. You know, he's got to scream. Joe doesn't scream and shout at you.
Yeah.
Brian Anderson screams and shouts. Now, I think Brian did a really good job in the playoffs this past year. I thought his Soto call was really, really good of the home run that in the ALCS. I think he's looked very good. I don't need it in a regular season game. I don't need Kevin Harlan screaming at me that P.J. Washington hit a 3 in April or February. April, that's playoffs, baby.
So Joe Buck back.
Joe Buck is back.
For what network?
For ESPN for probably the final time. Because Rob Manfred and ESPN met, and they had like 2 or 3 years left in the deal. And Rob is like, y'all don't talk about us. We're taking our business elsewhere. Where? I have no idea. This, I think, is a huge mistake.
On whose part?
On baseball's part. ESPN doesn't know how to talk baseball. They don't care about baseball. But their promotion marketing arm, you need. You are better off, in my opinion, as a league, to give your product to ESPN for free than you are to get paid to take it somewhere else. More people will watch because it's on ESPN. Because it's
what are they promoting?
Well, the games. Have the games there. You know, college basketball, like, it's on every night.
So you mean like just we'll trade the promotion for the lack of analysis? The lack of talk topic.
Yes. Do they care if it's on First Take? Maybe not. But if you have a game they used to have games on Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday on ESPN. If they're on 3 times a week, they're going to promote the hell out of it that they have the games that night.
Yeah.
They're just going to promote it, and that brings people to watch, and then they're going to want to watch more, and then they're going to watch more and more and more.
Is this going to go to Netflix, Amazon, Apple now?
TBS? They'll probably go to TNT. My assumption is when the TNT loses the NBA next year, they'll probably go to TNT. And TNT will do a good job promoting it. But the problem is, TNT is it's on nobody's channel of like, this is where I go to look for sports. Everybody goes to ESPN.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. I know 206. I think TNT is 245. It might be 247.
I mean,
245, 247 is TBS.
There you go.
Manfred has hit before on, and he just did it recently, that he wants to see them move to a revenue sharing model that mirrors like the NFL, where they get the TV ad revenue share and everything else. I would imagine, because I think he's floated this idea before too, he wants a bigger standalone, like prime time type of, NBA was talking about this too, like a Thursday night football type thing where baseball's on that night. And they're all trying to copy what works. Just like they're trying to figure out the Four Nations thing and how do we copy that. Leagues are doing that. Everybody's trying to figure out how do we get the NFL intensity on TV.
The big story here to me is, what does this say on ESPN's part? What does this say about the sport of baseball? Now, did Manfred walk away? Was it mutual?
Kind of both.
Did ESPN say, peace out, we're done with this?
It's a McCarthy-Jerry situation.
They were probably talking contract negotiations, and Manfred wanted more.
Let's just assume ESPN's totally fine with this. This is a humongous indictment of the sport. Humongous.
You would think. Well, from ESPN believes it is. I mean, the World Series gets better or the same. It's kind of flipping back and forth between the NBA. So, like the NBA numbers, if you look at the World Series versus the NBA Finals last year, I mean, World Series blew it away. So, what does that tell you? The All-Star game and the NBA All-Star game just got 4 million people. The baseball All-Star game got 7.
It tells me one is bad, the other is worse. Well, I'm not throwing a parade for either one.
But I think what ESPN has found is that like the intrigue of the NBA offseason is far more entertaining than the NBA season. Yep. And they like to talk about that. Basketball is not like anymore in the public eye regular season game to game or the playoffs. It's the offseason. It's the storylines around the sport.
Yeah.
From a talk show fodder perspective, absolutely you talk basketball. But for like the actual games, like you would rather have I guess you could say either one. You'd rather have either one.
Yeah, I'm kind of saying either or.
Yeah.
Is it just a different generation, or is it like, are we from a different generation that consumed it differently or had different interest in it? Or was the presentation different when I used to look forward to the Fox Saturday game of the week when I was younger? Yeah. I wanted to watch NBA on NBC. This Week in Baseball. Yeah, This Week in Baseball, then lead into the baseball game. And I used to love NBA on NBC. That felt, as a kid, I remember NBA on NBC, especially when Jordan was playing, it did feel to me like this is an NFL game now, like the way that feels. Yeah. And I don't know how to.
If I asked the TV executive, same year, same money, same terms, do you want to air Major League Baseball or the NBA? What would they answer?
You're just talking about the game.
Yes.
I don't think about it. I think it's the same.
Same.
It's because some years you get basketball have better ratings in the finals, and some years you have baseball.
Yeah,
I think they're generally about.
And I think both are. I think both are not in trouble, but the stock is not going up.
Right. Yeah. Basketball. What the NBA offers is they offer storylines.
Yeah.
They offer storylines that baseball just doesn't offer.
Yeah.
But like the games, if you look at the numbers of the games, the ratings are about the same. They're both kind of mid. Now let's go to the Razor.
Just blowing up.
You want to know what it takes to get ESPN to talk baseball? The Yankees have to change their beard policy. Hal Steinbrenner decided that it is time to change the policy that the Yankees have had for 49 years. A 49-year policy of no beards, no facial hair. You could have a mustache. That's it. And he said, I have nothing against, George Steinbrenner said, I have nothing against long hair, but I want a certain sense of order and discipline in the ball club. Hal, his son, said, I've been trying to deal with this for years. I've been talking to former players, and I've decided that the decision rests with me, and we are going to allow players and uniform personnel to have well-groomed beards moving forward. It's the appropriate time to move beyond our familiar comfort of our former policy.
Well-groomed. So that would be like when my neck beard is untrimmed, like that would be a problem for them. Yeah. But if I've been to a barbershop, then they're okay with it.
They used to send letters, like you would get a letter in your locker if like you had like not a 5 o'clock shadow, but if you had gone like 2 or 3 days without shaving and you had like scruff, they would put a letter in your locker.
My boy just said Yankees traded for Devin Williams, who grew his beard for 6 years. He reported the spring training 10 days ago and shaved his beard.
Oh my gosh.
Only for them to discontinue the policy. All right, Choppy, initial thoughts. You grew up around this. You're struggling mightily.
I'm struggling mightily. I never cared for the beard facial hair law that they had.
This is a perfect choppyism right here.
But
you're about to hear.
So I never really liked their policy, but I also don't think they should change it. Like I don't like that they changed it. This is what they are. This is it's their thing. The uniform, it's not a sloppy looking uniform. It looks like a tuxedo. They're just. I don't want to see Charlie Blackmon out there with long hair and a long beard. I don't like that. I don't.
Is your dad rolling right now?
My dad's rolling his grave. He's rolling his grave. IBM, IBM. I don't want casual Fridays at IBM. IBM wears a black suit and a tie, and they don't have.
But you would if you worked at IBM.
I don't know. If I worked at a real job, like my dad always said, casual Fridays. He says for losers. So he said losers. He always wore a suit. Always wore a suit to the office. Never, not even on a casual Friday. I just don't know. I don't know. Like the Red Sox uniform looks sloppy. The players look sloppy. This is their thing.
Michael K must just be having a meltdown this morning after he's like telling Cleveland Guardians bat boys to tuck your hair in, you little brat. My favorite quote that's people are retweeting it again. My favorite story about this. Lou Piniella had this out with George Steinbrenner over the beard policy. And he said, Jesus Christ had long hair and a beard. Why can't we have beards and long hair? The Yankee owner showed him a small pond beyond the outfield fence. He said, you see that pond? Walk across that pond and you can have a beard and long hair. It's a good line.
It's good. It's a very good line. I feel very conflicted on this, though. Very, very conflicted.
My big question sitting in the Yankee meetings would be, has this cost us players and does this harm us in any way in terms of culture, happiness, or people wanting to come here?
They seem to have signed 1 million free agents that had, like, Giambi shaved. I mean, they all shave. Garrett Cole cut his hair.
Okay, if we don't money whip someone, is this ever worked against us? And the guys view this as a pain in the ass.
They might. They do view it as a pain in the ass. And I think they would have said over the last 50 years, that's fine. We're comfortable losing people. This is our policy. And I respect that. Like, I get it, right? If you have to do this every day, if you have to go to work every day, but I don't know. It's I feel dirty. It feels dirty.
Rougned Odor said when he had to shave it off to go to the Yankees, he said his daughter wouldn't come near him. He was like, she was scared of me.
It's like your daughter, right?
Yeah, but she doesn't like, if I just even like shave it down to a shadow, she gets upset. And so same sort of thing. You're breaking up families. That's what the Yankees do.
After 49 years, the facial hair policy is changing in the Bronx. Let's crosstalk. Corey Majors is out of the hospital. We reunite with the K and C masterpiece, and we preview RJ's colon after this.
$59.50, no tricks, just great value. And I'm here with Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Thanks, Mike. Start the year smart. Don't sign your life away with anyone else until you give us a call for a second opinion. Honest pricing and a lifetime warranty, guaranteed.
Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
We're back in the Miller's front yard who recently switched to True Green.
Their lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers started showing up.
Here's one now hitting out of this lush green grass. He has to avoid that sandbox to keep his round going. Oh, into the sand. It's a toy dump truck and rolls out.
Oh, the neighbors love the action on this True Green lawn.
Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Exclusions apply. See truegreen.com for details.
Your Turn It On, Leave It On. Home of the Cowboys is heading to the NFL Combine. Get the inside scoop on the NFL Draft and free agency with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Live from Indianapolis, February 27th and 28th. The fans' coverage is presented by Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield ceramic coating. Never paint your house again. And by Best Buy Windows and Siding. Combine coverage is found here with the Sean and RJ Show, 6 to 10, beginning February 27th, right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Bennett comes on. Porter's got the puck. Into the middle. Back to the same Bennett. Scores! Bennett has tied it.
That lived up to the hype, even though they did not win in Boston. It's Crosstalk with the return of Corey Majors and the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
What was it?
COVID, flu, pneumonia.
You had COVID?
All three of them.
And Bassic.
Bassicitis.
No, it was not.
I have that right now.
So, did you test for COVID?
All of them, yeah. I went to the doctor on...
What'd you think? He just guessed he had it?
Tuesday? I think I went to the doctor on Tuesday. And they were like, well, you're on the back half of all of it. So, because I got my symptoms started last, 2 weeks ago. And then pneumonia has kicked in because of it. So
have you tested for COVID before you came back to work? Again?
You don't have to have a positive test anymore because they've proven that the positive test... You don't have to have that anymore.
Okay, I don't
yeah,
know.
but
What? No, huh?
That's
Everything we were told isn't true.
It's unbelievable.
No, they learn more since then. Dummy.
That's true. That's how it works.
You don't know everything at first. You have to learn things over time.
But then, don't you
think we always knew the technology for a cell phone?
No, but I also wouldn't pretend that I did.
Or you think they
make
failed?
up a bunch of nonsense.
They failed a few times, like the BlackBerry.
Oh,
the BlackBerry. You think it was a failure?
Is it still doing well?
Well, it was
a failure.
I don't think the BlackBerry. I think the BlackBerry was pretty. You had one. And
Yeah, I don't
the
know
back
if
fell
that's
off.
how I define things if they're not successful.
No,
right now.
They're gone.
Oh, yeah.
So
BlackBerry was good.
obsolete.
BlackBerry was good
It's
at
a
the time.
dinosaur.
It was good at the time.
It's a dinosaur.
What's coming up?
We have
his
executive
job.
producer and host of Foul Territory, Scott Braun, joining us at 10:40 today. And then so much more. We have a combo platter today that I'm going to love at 12:20. It's about the combination IHOP and Applebee's and whether or not you'll eat at it, I think.
or what restaurants should go together next?
No restaurant should go together. The KFC Taco Bell combo, Pizza Hut, whatever we had, nobody wanted that.
The IHOP Applebee's is here.
So
by your definition, it still exists.
Okay.
And so it is relevant.
The A&W and Long John Silver's thing.
But that's because nobody had ever seen a freestanding A&W restaurant.
That's
and
true.
it freaked them out.
I still don't know what's in there.
Did you eat that on the way home?
The Long Johns? No, I didn't. I got a colonoscopy on Monday. I can't I can't. I'm on a dietary restriction.
All right, let's preview this.
Well,
Oh,
I'm getting
man.
We're previewing his colonoscopy.
Yeah.
I wrote it down for 9:40.
So,
Peyton, get the inside the colon music on.
Yeah. Yeah, so I got 5 days out. I had to start my low residue diet.
What does that mean?
I can't.
Now,
eat
are
anything.
you supposed to get a colonoscopy at 40 or 45 these days?
45.
Okay, you are
45.
Okay, so you have not gotten one.
I have not.
Corey?
Nope.
Okay.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great nap.
Well, as you said, you called it Tuesday.
I can just go in a box, right? Can't I just do that?
They don't. It doesn't.
That's for something different.
Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't do this. Doesn't. It's not as I guess intricate and stuff.
So what's low residue?
I can basically have chicken.
No olives
to
and
eat.
The
pretzels.
last time you did a really lard-looking potato chip review.
Yeah, I can have fats. I can't have like seeds. I can't have peas. I can't have like any kind of vegetable with skin on it.
Corn.
Can't have corn.
Fiber.
You never really owned corn.
I've got to have. I know you never. I've got to have like I got to be completely cleaned out. So then I've got to go to the store today and I have to buy some laxatives. And then they
didn't give you like the super laxative.
Well, they do, but you got to start taking them like a couple of days before that.
Oh.
So they want you to start taking it, get it in your system, so you're kind of loosened up, and then they don't give you a drink anymore; they give you pills. So I'm going to hammer the pills on Sunday, and they said don't plan on going anywhere, and don't plan on sleeping Sunday night
After the pills.
Yeah, like Sunday night, like at midnight, I think I start taking the pill, like the other pill, and I'm just,
That's when you're going to be jumping over 4 cars.
Oh, I'm going to weigh myself before and after. I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Well, it's probably going to come back.
It will definitely come back. Absolutely.
But just as a science experiment.
Yeah,
It's just like
because I
sandwich.
can't wait to see this 16-hour weight loss.
When I was early on in my broadcast career, Sean, I would run the board.
Broadcasting career.
Broadcast. I would be running the board, and they had these 5 a.m. on a Saturday morning shows, and one of them was about ruby reds or beta blockers or whatever. I don't know. And the guy said, the average human has 22 pounds of poop in their body.
Just hanging around.
Just hanging around. The average human, 22 pounds of poop.
22 pounds.
And I'm like, that seems like a lie.
I always heard it was more like 15, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I think that's a lie, and I'm going to test this theory because I am Machine Gun Cullen. I don't stop going as it is. I give my colon no rest, and it won't have any rest this weekend.
How early into the doctor instructions did you ask about drinking this weekend?
Immediately.
Okay, and what's the answer?
They say 5 days out.
No drinking.
No drinking.
Have you followed that?
No, I can't do that. I can't go 5 days without alcohol.
Are you going to follow it this weekend?
Yes, I am.
All right, so sober Friday, sober
There's no way I
Saturday.
get through a work week without alcohol.
You
Why
didn't
are you
used,
following the other
You didn't
things
used to
then?
be like this.
No, I didn't. Why am I following the other?
Alcoholism happens slowly over time. There's a dependency.
That is kind of how it
builds up.
works,
Yeah. That's not alcoholism.
I'm joking.
I don't go to
Relax.
meetings.
Relax. Admitting it's the first step.
So what are you going to do today, tomorrow? You got the kids?
No kids. So it's the wrong weekend.
Yeah.
I should have had
Well,
this
you
on.
can take other things.
Oh yeah, good. Absolutely.
How
Great
far
question.
in do they go?
I assume.
I've always wondered
What?
this. Like, do they touch stomach acid?
Yes,
Like, how's this?
I think so.
Oh
They go
my
all the way.
gosh.
They go all the way through your whole colon, and then it's like they say that if you have like polyps, they'll burn them off.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, a buddy of mine, that happened to him, so I know
Yeah.
that.
So when do you go in Monday, and how long does this take? And are you totally knocked out?
Totally knocked out. I go in Monday morning, like first thing, and they say it's probably like a 30-minute procedure, maybe hour long tops, and
Corey
then
doesn't know. None of us have had
and
it.
then you go into the recovery room, which I'm used to going to anyway. After I go to the bathroom, I have to lay in bed for like an hour. I got to recover.
Oh my gosh. It sounds like you need this.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go in there and I'll recover, and then I'll come home.
And then results, how long does that take?
I have no idea. I don't know. I guess they'll be able to see with the scope, with the camera.
Yeah.
That they have.
Are you like afraid of the first time you have to go after? Like, are you kind of
So
concerned
apparently I
about-
can't leave there until I pass gas.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. So apparently you're in a giant room with just people farting everywhere.
So it's like you on an airplane.
Yeah, absolutely. But only and just like on an airplane, I'll be able to blame it on somebody else.
That's right.
That's why I always try to sit next to if I ever fly Southwest, I try to sit next to babies or old people. They can't control
fart on
themselves. You
airplanes?
can always blame a fart on a baby or an old person.
Yeah, he said the airplane seat is the best place to muffle.
It is. It's a great place to muffle. The problem is, as George Carlin said, if you ever like in a water landing, you're just floating around in a pillow full of beer farts.
When do you go back to work after such a?
The next day,
Tuesday, he'll be back.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes.
Do you need like a donut seat or anything?
Probably
or?
clean as a whistle.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying about having one?
The 214 has some advice for you, RJ. They say, RJ, as someone who's had 32 colonoscopies, make sure you drink plenty of liquid for prep. That's a lot of people texting. You got to drink liquid.
Oh my gosh.
32.
Any kind of liquid and like.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
32.
Or she.
It seems like a high number.
That does seem.
Well, maybe they've had a reason. Like,
I mean, if you've got a condition, though, it's like common to do. I've only had one. I had one when I was.
So you have had one?
Yeah, I had a colonoscopy, and then what's the other one? The
prostate exam?
No, the one down your throat where they're checking your
Tracheotomy?
stomach. No, where they're checking your
Wednesday
stomach.
night
The endoscopy or whatever it's called.
Oh, okay.
So I had to have both those done because I'd lost like 13 pounds in a week and couldn't stop vomiting, and it was like an inflammation in the stomach. But that was I was next day back to normal.
So fine?
Yeah, it was fine.
All right. Yeah,
limping a little.
I don't sense any fear from you whatsoever.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not scared of the procedure.
And good for
I'm
you.
scared of if they find something.
And good for you for doing it immediately.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah,
and hopefully inspiring other people to get it
like
done.
this Wembanyama thing scared me yesterday.
Man, no freaking kidding.
I'm like, all right, do I have to go get checked out for blood clots all of a sudden? Wemby? When someone just drops dead
And his
randomly out of the
shoulder,
blue?
too.
Yeah, usually you think of it in the legs.
Like
right?
calves. It's
Yeah.
usually calves is where they're at.
On your shoulder.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it was in the shoulder. Or then they travel to your lungs. That's when you get the embolism.
When are you guys flying out to Arizona?
Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
1:25.
You got things on the checklist out there for recreation? Where are you staying as of late?
We're staying at a hotel that's like super duper close. Okay, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
part.
like you could throw a
Super
baseball at the
close to
field.
facility,
Wow.
which is freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I like taking walks out there. We've had discussion about maybe going up a mountain again.
Yeah, that sounds
Camelback.
That was always the thing when we had Ted. Ted would
Can't
just
tell
say,
until I see the ladies.
"Let's go,
out there.
guys."
Yeah.
So that was always fun with Ted. But there's stuff to do there. My cousin lives out there, so I'm gonna go say hi to him.
What's that weather like right now? I'm
Perfect.
surprised.
It's gonna be. There is one day where the high is gonna be 88.
What?
So
seems warm.
yeah. So we're in like really nice dry.
83, 86, 87, 88, 84.
It's
And
gonna be.
what are we
great.
getting in Indianapolis?
Well, we're going to be getting like
Mid
40s, mid 40s, maybe a little bit of rain, but it's not too bad.
DFW is gonna be beautiful while we're gone.
Yeah, they're
Is
actually
it?
Yeah.
they're warming up because they're 28 degrees for their high today in Indianapolis.
Do you prefer the cold to the hot?
Yes.
Define cold and define hot.
Well, I've seen people posting that they would take 107 degrees over 7 degrees.
1,000 times every day.
No.
Seven.
I would take 107.
I grew up in Texas. And I love it. I love the Texas heat. Give me Texas heat. I can
Now,
be in the
I'll tell you,
pool.
I would take 7 degrees. And this is another one of my things. I would take 7 degrees or -7 and no wind or low wind over 20 degrees in wind.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, it's the wind.
It's and even if it's no wind either one.
Damn it! Next week it is freaking 70
Gorgeous.
degrees around here.
Beautiful.
And then the days that we are here, it's 47, 57. And then when we leave, it's 71 and 69.
Nice.
All right, Chop. Nice knowing you.
Oh,
man.
no.
Good luck to your butt.
Thanks.
They had to stop my anesthesia in the middle of it for the colonoscopy because I started getting so panicked, my heart rate jumped. And they're like, stop. And I was like, it's fine. I'm just anxious. They went, oh, okay. And then
You weren't asleep?
No, they knocked me out. As they were trying to knock me out, my heart rate spiked 50 beats per minute as they were trying to knock me out. And so,
I don't feel like the doctor should be taking your advice in that moment. It's like, that's fine.
Yeah.
I get nervous. They're like, all right, go ahead.
It's the return of Corey Majors and the K&C masterpiece. Everyone have a fantastic weekend. K&C next on The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You've got me, Kevin Hageland. You have the famous Alec Medford. And Alec, neither one of us matter today. Because the return of the prodigal son, Corey Majors, is back with a K&C Masterpiece.
Where's Mike?
He said he does not want to spend time with you.
That makes sense.
So
after everything we've been through together.
Yeah. So he said, I'm out.
All right. Well, it was a good run, Mike. Do well with the Rangers. I wish you the best. Is that how that works? Are we done?
He'll be back on Monday. We'll all be on the same airplane on Sunday.
What the crap?
So I feel like you've had a really long time to process that.
I have to get on an airplane?
You do, man. I can't believe you're here today, quite frankly.
Listen,
What's your deal?
I tell people this all the time, and I definitely got an email from a friend over the weekend who he was waiting on Eric Nadel and Brad Sham and Chuck Cooperstein the other day.
Okay.
And he was like, hey, by the way, I was waiting on them, and I told them that I went to high school with you, and they think you're a great guy and everything. I was like, oh, I appreciate that, man. And he was like, you're living the dream, dude. You get to talk with your friends about sports all day long, and I don't take this job for granted at all.
Sure.
This is something that we, Kevin, we worked really hard at, but this was a dream.
Yeah.
This was the dream to pursue and go do. So I loved coming into work every day, and I really did miss work this week. Obviously the sick part was tough, but this is job lottery. And so you don't want to take any time for granted. I know Tony Romo used to say that about the NFL. He would say, look, you only have 16 games a year.
Yeah.
And I know now they have 17, but at that time they only had 16. But he was like, that's it. If you don't make playoffs, you don't have any more than that. I want to be out there every chance I get. And so I probably shouldn't be here today. Adrian was very against it, and now she and Lucy are sick. But
oh no!
But I'm here for right now, and we'll see how long it lasts. And if I keel over in the middle of it, it was a good run.
Yeah, Carter, Alec, you guys better be
Here's
ready.
your chance, boys.
Wow, I guess Alec's already ready.
I'm always ready.
From the 806, this was my favorite theory of yesterday, and I want to bring it up to you, Corey. Corey, you were smart to extend your illness one day as to not be obvious about your hate of Mike. That's a good point, because if you came back yesterday, it will look very suspicious. So Mike decided that you were not here because you didn't like him.
Okay.
And that you would show back up on Thursday. And in my head, I did think, that looks pretty bad. Like if you just show up so I think you were smart to say you were quote unquote sick yesterday as well, as to not make it so obvious that you were away from Mike.
I really wish I was that smart to think that far ahead and think that way, but I'm not that diabolical, if you will. So that's not the way that I think.
I would be that diabolical.
But again, somebody that diabolical would also say they're not that diabolical. So
my brain hurts.
Yeah, I learned a lot from Jerry Jones. So
well, you know what you didn't learn from Jerry Jones? How to effectively manage your salary cap, because man, oh man, Zack Martin has retired, and Zack Martin he's awesome. And I want to talk about the amazing career of Zack Martin, and then, and only then, if we have time, we'll talk about how screwed the Cowboys are on the salary cap. All right, let's start by talking about Zack Martin. And this all boils it down. Warren Sharp sent this tweet out. Zack Martin had 6,659 pass protection snaps in his 11-year career. He had 0 accepted holding penalties in pass protection. 0 holding penalties.
Hold on. But he had 7. In his career.
Those are on run plays.
Yeah, so what kind of run defender or blocker was he,
I mean, you know what? If you get a holding penalty for every time you make first team All-Pro, I accept.
You accept? All right.
I absolutely
What is the average holding for all guards? Like, is that a typical thing, or is this like, this is really...
Yeah.
I think it's impressive as hell.
I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say it's more than once a year.
And if you go back, like, there are plenty of 9-minute videos on all of his snaps out there, like where he's just dominant. And that's why they're that long, because it's just consistently over and over and over him being a dominant person. And you almost, I know I just said this, you almost take it for granted. You almost took it for granted because it was just like, I don't have to worry about it, so it must not be that big of a problem. But he's sitting there taking care of some of your biggest problems.
Think about this. He played in the NFL for 11 seasons, I do believe. He was All-Pro 9 times. 9 times. 7 times first team, 2 times second team. This last year he was hurt. And
his rookie year, was he not an All-Pro?
No, he was. It was 2020 and then this year that he didn't make All-Pro.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It absolutely is. He's on the all-decade team. And if you look at the Dallas Cowboys have had some of the greatest players of all time. Now, I realize they've had an all-time run of no success, but one of the greatest runs of all time. So Martin also made the Pro Bowl 9 times, which is behind only Bob Lilly, Larry Allen, Mel Renfro, and Jason Witten.
Oh,
in terms of most Pro Bowl selections. And those first 3 are Hall of Famers, and Jason Witten will make the Hall of Fame.
Allegedly.
Okay, that's fair. But
and we see this Darren Woodson situation, so.
That's a good point. I don't really... I'm not here to be able to explain any of that away. The only player with more first-team All-Pro selections since Zack Martin came into the NFL. Can you guess? There's one.
J.J. Watt.
Nope. Better.
Okay, better than T.J. Watt.
Better.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Wouldn't you say J.J. Watt's better than
Myles Garrett?
Better.
Wow, better than Myles Garrett.
It's an all-time great player.
Quarterback?
Nope. Defensive player.
Defensive all-time, that's playing right now still?
Just retired.
Just retired. Who is it, Alec? Throw it out there for me.
I have no clue.
It's Aaron Donald.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Aaron Donald
drafted in the same year.
Yeah, absolutely.
We could have had him.
It seemed like it worked out.
We could have traded. We remember the phones wouldn't work. Steven was slamming the phone. He was like, "What's going on?"
So Aaron Donald was one of the greatest defensive players of all time. He was first team All-Pro 8 times.
Yeah.
Zack Martin, he's first team All-Pro 7 times. So what does that say about him? And then, like we said, he had 1 holding penalty per time he made first team All-Pro. So 7 holding penalties in the history of his career that were accepted versus 7 first-team All-Pros. Simply an unbelievable career.
Dude, and we got to watch them fight each other at training camp.
Yes.
We got to watch them battle each other, and that was so much fun.
Absolutely. And somebody asked, is Zack Martin the greatest offensive lineman of all time? So this is a tricky question, and
he's in your top 5.
And I'm inclined to think it's actually another Cowboy. I'll admit I might be biased on this.
Larry Allen.
But yeah, Larry Allen struck terror and I was rooting for him, and he still struck terror in me. And so I think Zack Martin is definitely in that conversation. If he is not a first ballot Hall of Famer, the system is absolutely broken. And this is going to be tough. I hope it makes sense. Darren Woodson should be in the Hall of Fame. Jason Witten should be in the Hall of Fame. Zack Martin is better than both of them.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And I think it would be awesome if those two went in, like Aaron Donald and him went together, because, again, drafted the same year. I know they retired in different years, but...
So it feels unlikely because they'll both get in first.
But being trench guys like they were, it would be kind of a nod to what that era and what that is. I like this from the 903. It is bizarre to think that Johnny Manziel could have been an 11-year pro. All-pro. You know, like that. Like, just think... If we would have drafted him instead,
sexy
pick. Yeah, it would have been a very sexy pick.
Couldn't he have not? Didn't he not even make it through like the fan-controlled football league? So
he might still be playing football though, and Zack Martin's retired. So I'm just saying.
I wonder if he does play like flag football or something.
I know he was playing something, or he played a game or something maybe a year or two ago, and that was about it. But maybe he gets out there and plays some flag football, but. I think we did the right thing with that one. It wasn't sexy or anything like that, but I think Steven, they crushed it. And about that time, Kevin, wasn't that where it kind of started? Where you were like, oh man, they're hitting pick after pick after pick with a lot of those spaces because that's when Will McClay really honed in on what he was doing.
Absolutely. And I hope this actually happened from the 469. I got to talk to Zack Martin this morning and congratulate him on his career and thank him for all he's done. It was a dream come true. Zack Martin is an all-time great football player. He is a no-brainer, first ballot Hall of Famer and an all-time great Cowboy.
And we got to, we talked The Wire with him. He was a blast to interview.
Yes.
He talked about his
The
speed.
Sopranos, right?
Yeah. Now, the other thing, Kevin, I heard Nick Eatman this morning on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show, and he said that everybody was shaking his hand after the last game. All the media members were shaking his hand, and he looked at Nick, and he went to shake his hand, and Nick said, no, you are not retiring yet, right? And he was like, I don't know. And he goes, then I'll shake your hand when you do. Oh. And he said, so I owe him a handshake. And
In your face, Zack Martin.
It sounded like Nick was getting ready to tear up.
Yeah.
Just thinking about some of these guys, for most of the people that have covered him, doesn't it feel like we're all sitting here going, this is just another all-time great that missed out on an opportunity to play at the highest level most of his career.
See, and I saw that little sub-argument developed on our Facebook page was wasted career.
It stinks.
And
it's one of those things for all fans where
Yes.
it just feels like that's the qualifier you add to it.
And I understood that they meant wasted career in terms of you didn't get the Super Bowl. But some people are like,
Correct.
how's a wasted career? He's going to be in the Hall of
He
Fame.
was amazing. He'll be a
Yeah.
Hall of Famer, but he would love to have that trophy in his hand.
Okay, important question. Have we shown respect
Yes.
and love for Zack Martin?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, and there's no reason to
Good.
show anything other than that.
Good.
Yes.
Good. All right, let's talk about why the Cowboys are really bad at salary cap. Because here's the flip side of Zack Martin, and I want to make this very clear.
The 806. Go ahead, Kevin. This has all been nice and fuzzy, but S on us now.
No.
Here he goes.
Kind of. All right, that's kind of a fair point. But I want to point out this is not Zack Martin's fault. This is the Cowboys' fault for the way that they do business. So, Zack Martin is retired. Do you know how much he counts on next year's salary cap?
$9 million.
Approximately between 9 and 10 million. I've seen some differentiation. Okay. And so,
I really guessed that.
Yeah, that's not too bad, right? Do you want to know how much he counts on our 2026 salary cap?
$22 million.
$17 more million. Or you could go ahead and take the entire $27 million hit this season. Now, do I think there's any chance the Dallas Cowboys are going to do that? No, I don't. But I want you to consider this for a second. I'm telling you, there is a very likely scenario in which Zack Martin just retired today, yesterday, February 20th, 2025, and he will count $17 million against the 2026 Dallas Cowboys salary cap. What the hell is that?
Well, I mean, Kevin, have you seen the 5 teams with the most that are going to be hit the hardest this offseason by free agency?
Surely we're in the mix.
Well, I want you to name a similarity between 4 of the 5 teams. Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of them. Kansas City.
These are all good teams.
Dallas is number 3.
Oh, well.
Number 2, Cincinnati. And number 1, Philadelphia. I'm sorry, 3 of the 5 were all playoff teams.
3 of the 5 have unbelievable quarterbacks that look like they're ready to go for a while.
Yeah, but they all have with the Cowboys, they have a different situation, obviously. So yeah, the free agency is going to hurt them again, and this is why, because the way their salaries are structured.
Yeah, and I don't know. It doesn't stop with this. You can throw DeMarcus Lawrence in the mix and everything like that, and so I am really glad that Zack Martin got to finish up and go out more or less on his own terms. I'm sure he wished he would have had a better season and not gotten injured and all of that. I'm very happy for him, and he has been one of the greatest Cowboys we've ever seen. But the way that the Cowboys do business really leaves this team in a bind. So think about it. The salary cap just went up an unbelievable amount. It's probably going to go up about $24 million.
This is a huge number, yeah.
A huge number. That doesn't even cover what the Dallas Cowboys still owe salary cap-wise on Zack Martin, who will not be playing for the Dallas Cowboys. And that right there is the inherent flaw in which they continue to do business. I know all kinds of teams use the void years, and I'm fine with that as long as that player might be back.
Mm-hmm.
But we did it with DeMarcus Lawrence. We did it with Zach Martin. We've got it happening right now with Dak Prescott. None of those players are probably going, well, we know Zach Martin isn't, are probably going to be back after their contract is over. And yet, the money will keep hitting.
It seems like, Kevin, the Cowboys are where Mike ex-Cowboy is. Seems stupid to pay someone who voluntarily leaves. If a player retires, it should nullify their contract. And like those things should not count dead money and all that. And I agree with them. But it seems like the Cowboys, the way their philosophy is, they're like, look, at some point, the league's going to finally tell us that this is okay, and we can just get rid of these numbers.
So here's the issue. I hear what that person is saying. Their contract is done. Zach Martin's contract is done. The magic of these stupid void years is you just make believe extra years. Like, you ever see like a game show when they're like, hey, you could win $1 million. And then they're like, $1 million will be paid out over 20 years in an annuity. And you're like, oh, crap. So you really only get paid $50,000 a year if you don't take the lump sum and all of that. The Cats, what the Cowboys do, they're like, hey, we're going to give you this 3-year, $50 million contract. But we're going to make it a 6-year, $50 million contract so we can spread out the signing bonus over 3 extra years and not have to pay all the money in that 3 years, which is fine. It's not Zach Martin's fault that he was retired. It's the Cowboys for putting extra void years and not paying the bill when they knew he'd still be playing.
Mm-hmm.
Stop setting up things that, like, I mean, maybe this is a bad way to look at it because you're like, well, I'll be dead. What do I care? But it's like people are like, oh, I'm going to take out a loan. I'm going to pay over the next 5 years. I'll probably be dead in a year.
Will my kids have to pay that?
Yeah, that's what the way the Cowboys do it. And now the loan goes to your kids. Now, I'm not saying in real life that's necessarily how it would
just take
go.
out a bunch of loans and just be like, ha, died, suckers.
But like the Cowboys' number one enemy is the Cowboys from like 4 years ago. So like you think about it. Next year, the biggest enemy to the 2025 Cowboys is decisions that they made like in 2022 and 2023. And guess what? In 2026, it'll be the same thing. In 27, it'll be the same thing.
But in 28, things are going to change around here.
I hope so.
Maybe.
Actually, I do have a thought about that. But we have to go right now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved in the conversation. Coming up next, feel like most people's answers are going to be yes, but did the America-Canada hockey border war live up to the hype? Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Centering pass, McDavid scores! Connor McDavid wins it for Canada!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about Four Nations. Did you watch? Were you impressed? Or, maybe just sad about the end. It is also a shout-out Friday. I like this from the 469. Shout out to you guys. It'll be great getting classic KNC Masterpiece. Any chance of any more older segments coming back, like Versus or The Wheel of Misfortune or Masterpiece Theater. We did Moral Compass yesterday, so I think the odds of at least two of those three coming back are very high.
Kevin also did, I don't know if you just read this one, but Corey, can I get a shout out? I'm going to get a new Elite controller today when I get off to get back on the COD grind.
Nice.
I don't know how I feel about
that. Stands for Call of Duty.
Yes, that is what it means. And as the arbiter of all shout outs, I felt like it was necessary that I reveal that I'm back for it. So
absolutely.
Y'all didn't let any shout outs get out this week, right?
No.
Alec?
Not on my end.
All right.
Maybe.
I'm going to have to go back and track them, just see.
Yeah, listen to all, what would that be, like 16 hours that you missed? In total airtime, please.
I can do that.
Okay.
I probably should have been doing it this week, though.
No, I don't think any I don't think any shout outs got through. All right. I just want everyone to calm down before I tell you this. All right? Alec, are you calm?
No.
Okay. Corey, are you calm?
I actually am calm because
Okay.
I feel good about the future.
Okay. Evan Grant, just calm down, okay?
The future. Hold on, never.
Evan Grant and Kennedy.
I felt good about the future of hockey, Kevin.
Yeah, I thought
what are
this
you
was
doing
hockey.
talking
What
about
are
the
you
Rangers?
doing?
This is a hockey segment.
We're going to get to hockey in just 1 second. Evan Grant and Kennedy Landry have reported that per Bruce Bochy, Wyatt Langford, calm down, has a mild strain of his left oblique. He will be down from baseball activities for 5 to 7 days.
That's the most important oblique.
It really is.
Out of all the obliques.
Is it?
Yeah, and especially if you're a right-handed hitter.
Mm-hmm.
So being a right-handed hitter, your left oblique is the one that pulls everything around. It's part of your torque.
It's how you swing.
This is bad. Very
No,
bad. This is.
Boch said this should have no impact on opening day, 5 to 7 days.
But what about his spring training? He's supposed to be working on his swing and his hit. So how's he supposed to get that work in? I understand it's not going to affect opening day, but it's going to all the spring training at bats. He's got to get those cuts in.
Hey, but he's already ready. He said a couple days ago, last year, he was pressing to make the team. This year, he's just going to make sure it's his year.
All right.
So,
okay.
I told you not to freak out.
Well, it says 5 to 7 days, right? Is that what you said? 5 to 7
5
days?
to 7 days.
So, yeah. See, I thought, man, I was so busy panicking once I heard oblique.
I said don't panic.
That I felt I was terrified. But that sounds like it's doable. I think you're going to be okay. By the time that means he has more time to hang out with us next week whenever we head out there.
I'm really sure that's what he's looking for.
Boach is going to be like, yeah, go on up there and hang out with the KNC
Hey guys,
They're good fellas.
Can't really do any baseball stuff. Can I hang out with you? Although there is precedent for that. Last year, John Gray definitely wanted to join our show and leave baseball behind.
Multiple times. He loves our show.
All right, since you need something to cheer us up, give me cut number 2, and then we can pretend that this game ended happily.
And back on it, Taves. Now a wraparound by Matthews, and they score! Brady Tkachuk knocked it home!
All right, is it safe to assume that last night lived up to the hype? I mean, look, putting aside like, hey, I'm disappointed the United States lost. It feels like this game had an immense amount of hype on it, and it delivered.
And it had an immense amount of hype because of what they did in the first time they played.
For sure.
Like that game was so amazing. I know we were texting back and forth during that game. That game was so amazing that it set up for, are we going to get 2.0 of that?
Yeah.
And you got the same physicality. You got the same speed of the game. You got those things without as much of the chippiness to start, obviously. But there was still chippiness throughout the game that was really great part of it. I thought, Kevin, while I was watching it, I think somewhere in the third period, I was watching these guys fly around on the ice, and I was like, this is the highest level hockey I think I've ever seen.
Yep.
This is the best. They're flying, for one. Once one offense makes a move this way, they're turning back around and going the other way as fast as they can because that's how Canada plays.
Yeah, they're amazing.
And all of a, and you're like, and if in most cases on NHL nights, you're like, oh, that team just got destroyed. Well, because they're so good, they're able to catch up. Like that was the great part of it was a very delicate window that they were able to make goals happen here, and it was awesome to watch.
And I want to shout out Alec, and then I want to get your thoughts about the hype level and how you took this game in and everything. But I want to shout out some of the specific individual defending moments because you had Slavin who stopped what looks like it would have been a wide open net goal. Eichel,
which one? The one where he like his skate or stick?
No,
did
that
it?
was so.
Or
That
the
was
one where he laid on the ground and had one of the coolest saves I've seen.
That was the stick. Eichel right after that had no stick and he stopped it with the skate, which I thought was incredible. Man, the last 12 to 18 months have really been like the match of the hype behind Jack Eichel because you know for a while, like obviously moved teams and everything, but it was a struggle, man. You have seen him really announce himself. And then, as much as I hate to say this, overtime was the best that Team USA had played all night. And you had Binnington in the span of, it was like 40 seconds. He had the overtime stop on Matthews, and then Kachuk a minute later, and then Matthews again on the ensuing faceoff. Those were three, like Corey, you were talking about the delicate intricacies of setting up these scoring chances. There are three scoring chances back to back to back, and I think Jordan Bennington, he gets crapped on, and they're already looking for a way to replace him for the Olympics next year. But that trio of stops right there, this game was so close to being over the other way.
It was Slavin about 8 minutes left in the third period that laid down on the ice and stopped one that looked like it was a wide open slap shot.
Unbelievable.
And that was the moment that I thought to myself, I was like, oh, the U.S. is going to win. He just put his body on the line for it. And this is because, honestly, how many times do you hear coaches in the playoffs saying, we got to drop down on pucks. We got to get in front of them. We got to, and they're not doing it. And we applaud the Stars whenever we see 3 or 4 different dudes doing that. To see one guy in a not professional game, in a game that is an international game, do that was special to me. And I was like, America's winning this one. Unfortunately, overtime happened, and the best player on the ice got the goal because
that's tough to argue.
Everyone, I saw a video while I was laying in bed, Kevin. I was watching a video, and all the players were asked who they would pick to be on their team, and they were like, all of them were saying McDavid. Everybody had somebody different, but I think Jake Ottinger said Essa Lindell. He was like, he's the best defender out there. But they all said, I think we're being dumb by not saying if we don't say McDavid. And, yeah, that's just what he does.
Alec, I've seen you shaking your head a lot positively in this segment. Safe to assume that this game had what you wanted, what hockey needed is what I want to say. Because I want to get to you specifically, but, hockey needed this to be a big-time event, too, because of how many new fans might have been converted in the last 8 to 10 days. Is so many people. It's kind of the funny thing where you find experts automatically, and there's all these people that are now oh well, this needs to happen.
You're
you didn't even know what Four Nations was.
It was the same effect as the World Baseball Classic a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and I liked watching Twitter throughout the night, just seeing how many people are don't have any clue what is happening right now, but I'm so into this. And I'm hoping there's a residual effect of some people. Maybe they do see Connor McDavid with the game winner, and they're like, I want to watch that guy more. I've heard everybody on the national telecast saying, this guy, he's legit. He's the best player in hockey right now. I need to watch this guy. And I like how that was the final question of his post-game interview was, what's your message to maybe the people who aren't fans of hockey that are watching right now? And he was like, we have a beautiful game, man.
Yeah.
We really do. And I hope you guys were entertained because this is some of the best hockey that I've been a part of. So, I'm hoping that some people realize that the best player on the planet is saying that. It's probably got some truth to it.
Was it McKinnon who said, man, I really suck tonight?
Yes.
And, okay.
That was so good, too.
He was like, I was not good tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, well, your team won. That's good, right? And he's like, yeah, but not because of me.
And it's one of the last gladiator sports, too, that we talk about whenever you're talking about real, battles like this. Jonathan Cox texted in and said, Canada did have the best 2 players in the league with McDavid and McKinnon. Kevin, I think that if we don't include Sidney Crosby in the conversation of not just one of the best players in the league, but one of the best players to touch ice. That dude, it seems like every team he's on, you stand a chance of being in important games, no matter if it's international or just a friendly. If you're on his team, you're going to be in that mix.
I mean, think about at a time when best on best international hockey, you haven't had the opportunity to really see it a lot. Sid the Kid can roll in there. Well, I guess not so much the kid anymore. He can roll in there and say, yeah, I was captain for the team that won it all in the Four Nations tournament that really seems to have jump-started again some interest in hockey. And I was also the captain on the Olympic team in, was it 2010, I believe, and scored the golden goal in overtime to give us the gold medal. Oh, not to mention 3-time Stanley Cup champion and 2-time playoff MVP, just if you wanted to add that in there. He's an incredible player who he just seems to be around winning.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And he knows what it's about. And he might not be the one that's scoring all the goals, but go look at how many times he was setting up goals throughout this run. Kevin, the U.S. has won the last 2 World Major Junior Championships.
Hell yeah.
And Canada didn't make the finals last year. So the future with like Quinn Hughes, Cole Caulfield, Lane Hudson, even Jason Robertson wasn't on this team. Just think about who wasn't on this team that still has a future on it.
Quinn Hughes is a great example because Quinn Hughes is the guy who they were going to bring up to the team, and they found out through minutia of the rules and stuff like that they couldn't actually put him on the team.
Oh, they couldn't Mark Stone cheat it?
Yes, they could not circumvent the CAF in that way with Quinn Hughes, so he was not going to be able to jump on immediately. But that's a kid who's a stud. Eric Chiafalo, I know he did a whole segment on it yesterday and was talking about it. And they mention it on the broadcast. So many of these players have played together for the United States for a really long time. You know how in basketball we talk about how the only reason the United States would lose in some of these competitions is that all these other teams have played together so long. It's weird because that's kind of like Canada, where we're one of the scrappy underdog teams that has a better shot because we've played together for so long. Obviously, the Kachucks come to mind. They've played together their entire life.
Got a ton of respect for the Kachucks, dude, after this run.
I'm telling you.
And Austin Matthews.
I don't think any 3 American players have upped their standing in the world more than the Kachucks and Austin Matthews right there. And, I'm kind of curious. I know we won't find this out today. Is there going to be any lingering positive or negative effect for any of these people? Specifically, Hellebuck looked like someone had just shot his dog after he gave up that goal. And that team has been on a freaking roll. I'm kind of curious if that will have any carryover into the actual rest of the season.
You know, we've talked to players that have been at the World Series, been in, big time playoff games, and finding that rush in the regular season is always hard, especially after you just did that. So I think these guys love their sport and they understand it so much. I don't think there will be, but you got a good question there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, he is one of the executive producers and the host of Foul Territory. It is Scott Braun next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, bring it me a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we'll bring to you, and we have talked about the show time and time again, all the great content and especially Rangers info that they have brought us. Executive producer, host of Foul Territory, it is Scott Braun. Good morning, sir.
Corey and Kevin, good morning. What's going on? Brighter times ahead for the Rangers this year than last year. Let's get the 2023 vibes going again, right?
Okay, I'm with you, but I need to set the tone for this interview appropriately with a fan question. What do you think about this question? Please ask Scott why he decided to get the Zoomer perm. Are you familiar with that description of a hairstyle?
I'm not familiar with the name itself, but I just have naturally curly hair.
Okay.
And actually, there's a deep story to this that I won't go too deep into right now. But taking care of a sick family member, I'm in a bubble scenario. I can't get a haircut, so it's growing right now.
Okay.
Would you like
for a good cause? Let's put it that way.
Would you like me to tell that person they should feel bad about their question?
No, because either way, I mean, I've grown it out before and had fun with it, so it's getting a little wild right now. But either way, I mean, you could say, "Why are you so worried about it?" That would probably be a good way to put it. Because so real quick context. Yesterday, I don't always do this, but I went back at a troll who was like, "Hey, you need to cut your hair." I'm like, "Why do you care?" It's not like out of control. I don't look like, I don't even know who the comp would be here, but it's a controlled curliness that's getting a little bit, long on the top, but that is obviously up to anyone's opinion. Girlfriend likes it, so I'll take it there. But then I decided to actually add on, and I'll ask you guys this question. There have been quite a few fans, and it's good to have many people watching your show that have sent us in comments about A.J. Przinsky and Eric Kratz, who are two regulars on Foul Territory.
Mm-hmm.
And most don't care, and many respond to these troll comments, but they'll say, why are grown men wearing the hat backwards? And, I mean, there are many answers back to that. They're catchers. Do you hate Griffey, too?
Mm-hmm.
And why do you care?
Very good. Yeah.
Well,
I'm wearing my hat backwards right now.
Yeah. I'll tell you
What's
this.
the problem? Why is it bothering, someone in their mom's basement so much?
The only time it ever bothers me is I am inherently jealous of all people with hair. As somebody who has not had any hair for quite some time, I respect and admire your ability to grow hair.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
And that being said,
So maybe I'll keep growing it just for you and see how crazy it can
I
get.
appreciate it.
do you continue, like now that the Yankees have lifted the clean-shaven thing, do you continue to grow out the well-groomed beard?
Yes. I hated that policy with a passion. Got into many debates with people about it, including the two regulars on our show. Obviously, we'll talk about it later on our show, too. We're live at 1 Eastern on YouTube for anyone who wants to catch down there. But it was ridiculous at this point. And some people are like, no, rules are good. I'm like, not those rules. We're in America. Come on. A baseball player can't have a beard? To me, it was very un-American, and it was a loser policy by the Yankees, especially in modern times here. So I'm glad they dropped it.
I agree with you. I think it'd have been different if they would have instituted the policy and won 5 straight World Series, and I'd been like, well, maybe that's what's getting the job done. But that wasn't the case whatsoever.
Correct. And many players were complaining about it behind the scenes for a long time now. So it's not like I was coming without any context. People are like, no one's complaining about it. I'm like, do you think a current Yankees player is going to rip the owner and say, I can't believe we have this policy? There were plenty of times behind the scenes where it was close and they're going, hey, it's a little bit of a shadow. It was ridiculous. What if you grow hair really fast and you had a night game, then you're there the next morning? I know it doesn't take that long to shave, but it's like, really, who are we trying to please here? And they still said, like, well-groomed. Okay, fine. But the way they had it for a while now was so strange for today's world, and I just completely disagreed with it. And a lot of players felt kind of naked playing with it. Like, I don't know. It's just strange. Like, what was next? We're going to ask the guys to shave their heads, too. Devin Williams felt weird just now joining the team. And many players that leave the Yankees are always like, oh, my gosh, I feel so much better now. Like, I could be a grizzly man again.
Now, we're talking with the host of Foul Territory. We have talked about y'all's show a ton in the offseason. You guys have been providing phenomenal content. And the way you started off was, let's get the Rangers back to 2023. There is this sense of optimism. Do you share that same sense of optimism around the Rangers, or do you think it's misplaced kind of hometown optimism?
No, I share the optimism. Also, keep in mind, when they won the World Series 2 years ago, it's not like it was a 100-win team.
Right.
So can they get to a similar place as 2023 in the regular season, and can they be a successful postseason team? The answer in both cases is absolutely yes. It certainly does not hurt when the AL West is not at its strongest right now. The Astros are at least the same, if not a step worse, when you lose Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. They did get reinforcements, but you can make the case that they are a drop worse. The Mariners do nothing because their ownership is a disaster right now and doesn't let them spend a dime. A disaster. They have a great starting rotation, but their offense is not great. Did they get better this past offseason? No. The A's actually got better. So when you just start to go down the line with the AL West, obviously the Angels got a little bit better, but I wouldn't be intimidated by them. The Rangers should stack up at least just as well as anyone else. And from an offensive standpoint, guys, I do think they have the best lineup in the AL West. It was, third in runs per game 2 years ago, more middle of the pack last year. They were struggling with high fastballs. What do? You go get guys that absolutely feast on those pitches, Jock Peterson and Jake Berger. Of course, there are plenty of injuries with Young, all these things that you guys have talked about. So I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Is every single thing going to work out that was a problem last year? Of course not. Evan Carter, another step for Wyatt Langford, whatever, right? We're talking about a lot of things that could go well, and I think at least some of them will, and they'll be better than last year. So I'll place their offense more in a top 10 range That alone puts them at another level. We'll see what they get from DeGrom. I do like Rocker, same thing. Can he stay on the mound? I just think there's enough depth there to get them through the regular season to be a playoff team. If they've got the right guys healthy in October, they can be dangerous. Some of those guys have done it already. And Corey Seager, to me, guys, is still top 5 at worst in terms of at-bats to save my life.
Yes. I love that.
Man,
yes,
I'd watch the hell out of that game. So, Jacob DeGrom, what do you think? Obviously, we've talked a lot about him. What would constitute a healthy season for him? Like, I get it. Hey, you started 33 games. That'd be great. But realistically, is it like 25 starts? What constitutes a pretty much healthy season for him?
I'll do it this way. A successful season for me is getting him to the postseason. So I'll put the number around 20-ish.
Okay.
If you told me, hey, Scott, you get 20 Jacob DeGrom starts and he's healthy for October and you made it, I'm like, whoa, massive win. Because that's going to be the problem is, I mean, he'll start off the season, but you're just walking on eggshells, especially if he looks the way he usually does, right? I mean, from what I recall, when he came back at the end of last year, I was like, yep, still got it.
Yep.
So that's the whole game that you're going to play. Extra rest, really baby him, almost like the teams do nowadays with rookies, right? That's how I'm going to do it with him because it's all a game to get him there. You got to make the playoffs. I get that, but I'm not looking for 30 starts from him. Yeah, I would say 25 max in my mind. The Dodgers did a really nice job for years with Clayton Kershaw. I know his body's breaking down now and he's coming back from another surgery, but a lot of times they looked at Clayton and they were like, yeah, if we get in the 20s, we're good. And let's try and get him to the playoffs. So I think a similar strategy here for the Rangers because they should have enough depth around him to be able to skip him, maybe give him a longer break at the All-Star break, stuff like that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what we talk about a lot is get to the playoffs. And if you got DeGrom and Evaldi, you're feeling like the envy of everybody else around there.
Correct. Yes, that puts them in a position where they could be the most dangerous team in the American League. National League's a different story, but
sure.
I've gotten some hate for this in the past 24 hours because we did some power rankings. But I still think this year the National League is much stronger than the American League. I don't think it's as separated as it was last year, but last year I legitimately think there were at least 5 teams that would have whooped the Yankees in the World Series.
How concerned, because I'll tip my hand on this question, my answer is very concerned. Should folks be that the Rangers do not have a real closer?
That's the weak spot with the team right now. There's a lot of turnover, and the guys that were getting the work late last year are not back. So I'm not as concerned about not having a bona fide closer right from the jump, but what's the circle of trust? That's more the question right now, and how large is it? Because it needs to be large because law of averages, one of those guys will get hurt, one of those guys will underperform. So that's very clearly the weak spot on this team right now. It might be okay, but I don't love it. I mean, I do love Robert Garcia. I think that was a great move there because they were able to move on from Lowe, right?
Yep.
Due to a little bit of a surplus there and for them to acquire Berger, all good. Robert Garcia is really good. I mean, again, could he completely flame out? Things can happen. Could he get hurt? But that puts yourself in a position where this is a guy who has good stuff. He gets to switch over to a team that I think will do a better job with a reliever like this and unlocking the arsenal. So that's the move in particular that I look at that I like, where I could see him running away with things. And who am I missing? To me, that might be the best stuff guy in the bullpen right now.
I could see that unless you really push Teodo, and then I think that he could be in the mix for that.
Okay. But yeah, that's the weak spot, guys. That's the problem. If here's the thing. If you guys are pissed off a few months into the season, I think it's going to be because the bullpen has fallen apart and is one of the worst in baseball. It doesn't have the upside to be a top 10 bullpen in my mind, and it does have the downside to be a real problem, which was kind of the case a couple of years ago.
Yes.
But there was more talent in the bullpen. That's the thing. I know it was scary, but there was better stuff in that bullpen. So, hey, here's the good part. That's the easiest thing to fix at the trade deadline. There's always 10 relievers available, and Chris Young just might have to get aggressive at that point.
Will you tell our audience not to panic that Bruce Bochy just said that Wyatt Langford is out 5 to 7 days with an oblique strain? People are ready to panic.
No, don't panic. Obliques can be annoying, but you're so early on in spring training that teams know how to deal with these. and they just make sure that they give them extra time. It's something that often in the past would lead to no time off. And nowadays they're like, you feel even the slightest twinge?
Yeah.
Okay, you're taking a week off. It's just not necessary. Because the biggest problem with a lot of these types of injuries is players not resting for a few days, because just like anyone else that's competitive and gets hurt, you want to be right back on the field 5 seconds later. I mean, I lift weights and I've pulled my back, and then I'm like, man, I should take a few days off. And then the next day you're still back in there. So you can only imagine what someone who actually really cares and works for is thinking about. So, and he's 23? So,
Yeah.
No, he's fine. Do not worry.
All right, Scott, thank you very much for the time. Can you remind everybody, as if they don't already know, where they can catch you?
Yes, absolutely. We're on 17 different regional TV networks, but easiest way to catch us is live every day, 1 to 3 Eastern on YouTube. It'll change a little during spring training. We're doing our camp tour in Arizona and Florida, so most of those shows will start at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Look us up podcast-wise. We have 15 shows, part of our podcast network, most downloaded baseball podcast network in the game. Same with, most viewed baseball show on YouTube, the whole deal. So it's called Foul Territory. Got about 10 players involved that host the show, along with Ken Rosenthal and some other special guests that join us regularly. And then we've had over, I believe it's now 600 player guest appearances in the first 2 years of our existence. I left Major League Baseball to launch this. I freaking love it. So I appreciate the plug, guys.
Yeah, we freaking love you. Thank you very much, good sir. We'd love to talk with you again down the road.
Thank you. Yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it. Anytime, call me.
There you go. Host Foul Territory, executive producer Scott Braun, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a good baseball talker right there.
And he said, don't worry about Wyatt. Okay? So calm down, Corey.
That's only one person. I guess two. You and him have both told me not to stress out.
That's your source and your confirmation source.
But me and Alec right now.
Oh, my God. Coming up next, 3 Cowboys players to keep and 3 to let go. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady?
Was it like Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation on the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube from the 903. I'd like to give a shout out to my wife's attractive friend for giving me very friendly hugs. Now, believe it or not, I was in a conversation about men and women hugging yesterday. So one of Jess's friends hugged another fella, like full on, and then patted him on the back.
This wasn't like a crotch first hug, was it? Right?
No. At which point, he said you shouldn't tap a man on the back when you're hugging them because that means like the hug is over and you're like being friend zoned. And I said, what? That only feels like the case if like you've been crying on each other's shoulders for like 30 seconds or something, not in a regular hug. So I just wanted to get in a tiny bit of hug talk before we get back into keeping or losing these Cowboys players.
All right, so with most men, the hug comes from, it starts as the handshake, but it's not necessarily, it's the grip, you know?
Yeah.
And you pull them in to hug. So it's a one-armed hug most of the time. And usually it is a man, it's so good to see you. It's been a while. We should see each other more often. Pat, pat.
Yeah.
Step back. Let's take shots together. Like usually that's how that rolls. But I think there are also like the closest friends you have, maybe not you, Kevin, but the closest friends you have that you're just like, you hug because y'all have known each other your whole lives and it's just like family. And so I have a group like that we're, you know, we hug like we would hug our kids, you know, just like that. So,
and I get that. That's just not me.
With women,
yeah.
Here's this is different.
Oh,
I don't like hugging other women.
Oh,
because I like to hug my wife, and the way I hug my wife is very intimate, and sensual. I hug my wife with love. And I feel like if I get another woman in a hug like that, I'm going to not know, like my instincts are just going to kick in and be like, just do what you always do. And I'm going to hug another woman as the way I would hug my wife. And then she's going to be like, oh, we have to have dinner and we have to go out and do things. And I don't want to give her that. You know, I don't want her thinking. Exactly. I don't want her thinking that way. Or I also don't want her thinking, hey, I'm being an oogie guy coming on to you. I don't want that. So I just side hug most women.
Okay.
I side hug. And here's a line that I did learn recently. If you guys want to try this out, it's a little progressive. So I know there are a lot of people out there that are against stuff like that. But if you see a woman and she starts kind of stepping away,
politics,
ask her this question. Say, hey, are you shy or are you just setting boundaries? And just see how she responds to that, because I think the setting boundaries thing might make her lose her mind. I'm just saying. She'll be like, this man right here, this is the kind of guy. So yeah, when it comes to hugs are fine. Just side hug a woman.
Man, I appreciate the level of breakdown that you gave on that. What just happened with Corey and the hug discussion? That's the level of breakdown I want to get into in like every single thing in the world. We just don't always have time for it.
That was so intellectual.
Yeah, because of things like the ghost of Tom Landry and other ghosts.
Yeah, look, much like Luca last night, I just didn't have time.
Okay, gotcha.
Don't forget, it's only the fourth game and he's already not playing. We'll get into that a little bit later. All right. So I was reading this article on Blogging the Boys, and I decided to add to it just a little bit and tweak it just a little bit, but it was really fascinating. So if you get the opportunity, bloggingtheboys.com, I believe the article came out maybe 2 days ago from Brian Martin, and essentially part of it was 3 to keep, 2 to drop for the Cowboys. And I went ahead and added a third because I really need to even it out because you know how I am. All right, players to re-sign. Oso Digizua, the Pro Football Focus contract projection, 4 years, $21.25 million per year, which is a total of $85 million with $42.5 million guaranteed. That's too much for me.
And like that's just the going rate. Like that. Like
sure. And this is a weak free agency
work out
class.
a better deal.
This is a weak free agency class, and I get it. I know Wilczek yesterday said more in like the 15 to 18 range, maybe 18. He would feel good about it. Even that I think is too high. Above 15, it's not for me. But I understand other people might feel differently.
I love Osa. I think he's just a wonderful player, and he's the kind of beast that Mike is asking for to be in front of the linebackers.
For sure.
He's like that's the kind of dude that you want on your defensive line, and you had him for relatively cheap.
Yeah.
For 4 years.
Yeah.
You need to be if you're gonna say we got to move on, you better replace him with something just as good, something just as talented. So if that's the way that it's going to be, then like that's the way that I would approach it. Is I need to make sure I have that in line already and ready to go.
Next one for you, Jordan Lewis. All right. I could not get this deal signed fast enough. So I want to warn you, I don't think this is the deal that's going to be on the table.
Okay.
Spotrac, I like Spotrac a lot, projects 2 years, $4.5 million total for Jordan Lewis at a robust price of $2.25 million per year. Again, Alec, I hope you don't think I'm speaking out of turn. I could not get that contract signed fast enough.
Signed it yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, if that's the going rate for him, especially with the salary cap being higher than we expected going into this season, that's a steal.
Yes.
For a guy that's already been here. He knows how to deal with the ebbs and flows of the Cowboys, just country, if you will, how to operate within the walls of the Star in Frisco. Like, and he showed a different side of himself last season. If you're going to get that same mentality and that same leadership for just over $2 million per season, sign me up.
Yeah.
What if I told you it was more like 4 per?
That's fine.
Still,
I think so too.
Now, that being said, you are kind of stacked at cornerback. Like you do have a lot of cornerbacks in a lot of different areas, and he is your nickel cornerback that you're going to be working with. So understanding that you're kind of stacked there, do you need the position? I think you need the leadership on this team.
I could see that.
And Kevin, you know how long I've loved the way that this guy plays. He's an example of how to play the game. And so if you're trying to set an example, then you want him on the field for you. That's what you're wanting to use.
Now, one more in the keep category, and then we can start saving some money. DeMarcus Lawrence. Now, DeMarcus Lawrence is probably the most fascinating player on this list because I think we all agree Osa will be towards the high end. Jordan Lewis could be towards the middle to low end. But what to make about DeMarcus Lawrence, who for a lot of his career has been a high end, money-wise type player? Pro Football Focus, 2 years, $15 million total. So $7.5 million per year and $8 million guaranteed.
Seems relatively cheap for the position.
And especially at the guaranteed money. I know he's coming off an injury, but essentially to me, guys, this sounds like a 1 year, $5 to $6 million contract with you have the possibility of eating $2 to $3 million in money if you move on from after the first year. That's my guess about how the breakdown will look.
Listen, when it comes to that player specifically, the production has never necessarily, for me, met that value.
Sure.
But I always thought I have a player that everybody else wants. Everybody else would want around the league, in that he is good at a lot of different things that you don't see.
He is.
Now, can I find a younger player to do that at a cheaper rate? And that helps me find other ways, then yes. I'm willing to move on from him, but I'd be perfectly happy if they bring him back.
Did you just brought up a fascinating idea we might have to talk about more next week is I think you and I, correct me if I'm wrong, are in different places with the Cowboys in terms of we're willing to make 2025 a gap year.
Okay.
Where you kind of get your crap in order and you can backpack around Europe a little bit.
If they're willing to do it too.
Cap. But I don't think they are.
They usually aren't.
And so that's why I think some of these deals might get made. All right, 3 to move on from Donovan Wilson. So Donovan Wilson, if you want to move on from him, you can get $5.3 million of cap relief, or if you designate him as a post-June 1st cut, which the Cowboys love to do, you would save $7 million and then still have a little bit more on the back end that you got to pay in 2026.
He's very expensive, and he's, for me, kind of a one-trick pony in that he hits really hard.
Yeah.
And other than that, I'm like, what else? Like, there are probably a lot of other things, but he is a playmaker. It's just there are a lot of other times where I've seen him on tape spinning around trying to figure out where he was supposed to be.
Sure.
And so maybe there was an overspend from the Cowboys initially on that, but I'm not necessarily like I have to have him back. So this is off season. I'm trying to fill that void.
This next one I think is going to happen. Damone Clark. You move on from Damone Clark. You save about $3 million. The dead money is very minimal. It's like $70,000.
I think you don't have a lot of linebackers, but
that is true.
Mike Zimmer didn't seem to like this specific player, this particular guy. And I don't know if it was size or talent level. I don't know exactly what it was. Maybe he just didn't fit in the role, but he did a nice role for you his rookie season. So I'm perfectly happy bringing the player back and continuing to work with him and grow him as long as Eberflus says, because Eberflus was our linebackers coach whenever he was here. Now as defensive coordinator, I'm like, hey, I'm all about whatever Eberflus is going to throw out there.
Okay.
I think Eberflus is really good, by the way.
Last one I have for you today. And I know this is a jarring question to ask considering we just saw Zack Martin retire. I'm just going to go ahead and wipe out the entire right side of your offensive line. Terrence Steele. Now, let me tell you the particulars of how this would look. If you post June 1st cut Terrence Steele, and by the way, if you're looking for like a shorthand of why people say post June 1st, pre-June 1st, essentially if you post June 1st that player, you can cut their dead money in half in terms of half of it will go on for this season and half of it will go on for next season. Whereas if you pre-June 1st it, you'll take the entire hit right now. A lot of teams, obviously, for reasons you can imagine, don't like to do that. If you post June 1st cut Terrence Steele, you'd save about $11.5 million. A, you would not have him as a player anymore. B, and you would have another $6.75 million hit on him coming up in 2026, when I already laid out that you're going to have a hefty number probably for Zack Martin in 26 as well.
Alec, which version of Steele do you think you're getting? Because we've seen good or bad, good, bad, and that's all I've seen out of him.
He was better towards the end of last season, but I don't know if I can bank on that. And it almost seems like the time off for training camp and everything is a bad thing for him.
Yeah.
He's a guy that just needs to keep playing to stay ramped up. I think you're going to get average. I don't think you're going to get guy on a long-term contract play. I think you're going to get an okay right tackle. He's not going to be good. He's not going to be bad.
That's a weird place to be. Whenever you lose a Zack Martin and now Tyler Smith's taking over your offensive line.
It's just something I want people to consider, because I know when you hear cut Terrence Steele, you save $11.5 million. I hear you on that. But don't forget, that means in 2026, if the Cowboys do this the way I think they're going to, you will be paying Zack Martin and, well, you won't actually be paying them anything. But your salary cap charge for Zack Martin and Terrence Steele in 2026, 2 years removed from them playing for you, would be $26 million.
That's a lot.
And you have nowhere to push that money.
Well, then keep the player around and try and use that money somehow.
Okay.
That's what I'll figure out.
We're the KNC man.
I just trust you to do it. Kevin, I want the player, figure out the money for me.
And the reason I wanted to throw this out there, and maybe we'll dive into this another time, like really dive into the post-June 1st cut. People get caught up in forgetting about where the rest of that money goes. Because on the one hand, it seems like a no-brainer. All right, Alec, would you like a dead cap charge of $13.5 million or $6.75 million? And you're like, what? Of course I want $6.75 million. But then we forget that other $6.75 million doesn't just go away. It pushes on down to the next year. And then the next year, you're like, what the crap in hell is this? It's like if your nighttime version of yourself ever screws over your daytime version of yourself. You have to wake up at 6:30 and you're like, oh my God, I'm so freaking tired. And then you're like, stupid nighttime, Kevin, you screwed me over, because you're like, I have to watch everything about this hockey game and the post game and the blah, blah, blah. So you get it.
My Audi's out there going partying all the time and I have to come into work.
It is very Severance-esque. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus we're going to hear from the man that got a free car yesterday from Juan Soto next on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett.
Little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
What is Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Krld.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just want to clean this up real quick. A lot of questions come in about Dak Prescott's contract. Essentially, you can't do anything with it for 2 years without just like wiping out almost half to then in a year about a third of your salary cap. So nothing's going to happen there throughout the 2025 and 2026 season. Before the 2027 season, you still take a massive hit, but I think then at least you can have that conversation. So whether you love Dak, whether you don't, and anywhere in between, he's not going anywhere for the next 2 years, and it's probably more the next 3 years. Now, a man we also hope will not be going anywhere for years and years, but we have a tough track record with our producers. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. Welcome back, Corey. It's good to see you.
Thanks, man.
Somewhat alive.
Yeah, somewhat. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think you've turned your mic off more yourself in the first hour and 25 minutes of the show than you usually do in a week.
Yeah.
So I can tell you're going through it, man.
Would you have been annoyed at Corey if we didn't do AM on the FM today? Because we did AM on the FM every other day where Corey was not here, but then if Corey swooped back in and it was gone, would you have held ill will towards him?
I would have had to take the mic approach of just saying he hates me.
Oh.
You know, and then that's when I would have told him, you know what, Corey, I thought about calling in this morning because I didn't want to work with you, you know, and just keep that going and see how long we can kind of stretch out this whole theory that the whole show hates each other.
Oh, man.
And then
I
G-Bag
actually
will
get
call
along
us the
with
toxic
it.
show.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
know. I was going to say, like, we're not the morning show.
Kevin and I are smart. All right. Here's how we've been able to have this kind of relationship all this time. We don't hang out outside of work. That way, whenever we get to work, we're happy with each other, and we don't have any other crap that we're like, I hate you because of that. So that's what happens.
Haven't seen you in 2 days,
Is
man.
that why we got in a fight when we went to training camp?
Yeah, because we spent too much time together.
Fascinating.
Huh.
And that was the only fight, aside from that other one.
I was really going to push to be at training camp this year with the bosses, but if we're going to hate each other afterwards.
Hey, not necessarily, because there was one time right outside the door to our studio where I thought it was possible Corey was going to punch me in the face. And so that I understand what happened, how things could have been handled differently.
How calm was I, though?
You were very calm.
It was very calm, and we
Which
came
is
back
kinda-
and did a great show.
See, and Alec, it was kind of, I know this doesn't go with the question of the day. I apologize for infringing on your time.
I'll go for it.
It was kind of unsettling how calm he was.
Huh.
Because that's what made me think he might actually punch me, because I feel like it would be like, yeah, and now this is happening. But like, it didn't, but I thought it might.
That kind of makes sense, though, because when I get furious, I go mute. Like, I just go quiet. I internalize everything, which may or may not be healthy. I don't know.
It's
not.
not.
But, like, yeah, you can tell when I'm, like, just absolutely flustered and frustrated beyond belief, I won't speak. I just won't say a word. So that's how my friends know, all right, lay off the gas a little bit, because he might punch somebody like Corey almost did. But the question of the day today, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. It's the question of the day that we kind of thought up with on the fly yesterday with Woolchuck.
Oh, yeah.
What is the moment you realized your athletic career was over? Because for me, I started thinking, and of course, you know, I'm convinced the phone listens to everything you say nowadays. I started getting a lot of like track tweets on my feed again on Twitter yesterday. So I was like, yeah, I definitely need to talk about this. The answer for me, I believe it was 2019, maybe around this time. Yeah, probably around this time, because we were ramping up for track season and everything, maybe like January-ish. I remember it was freezing cold, just like it was now. My buddy Quentin says, hey, we need to get some work in because we're on the relay team, right? We need to get that handoff nice and crispy. And he was like, I'm going to invite a friend just so we have a third person to work with on these handoffs and on these exchanges. He was the anchor leg, so he's the most important. We needed to make sure his handoff was great. And I was like, okay, cool. I thought it was just going to be one of our teammates or somebody else. It was his friend named Jill, who went on to, I believe, long jump in the Olympics this past go-around. And I was telling Kevin and Zach this yesterday. She was never a sprinter. Never was. Just a jumper. But the way she absolutely dusted us in any of the warm-ups we did, everything just seemed so easy. And she was not a sprinter. And we were. We were sprinters. Quentin won a state championship as a sprinter. And the way she was clearing us, granted, we were still in off-season form, you know, kind of like Luka comes into training camp out of shape every year. It's like, that's how I was especially. Like, I needed a few weeks to get ready. And I was like, okay, this is my last year ever running. Like, college is not in the picture. Like, if I'm going against this just in a friendly manner, that is not happening for me. So that was the day I realized this will be my last season competitively running.
This is interesting because there are still times when I'm like, not necessarily competitively, but I'm like, I could get out there and do it. And then we got out there during training camp and ran around on the field, and I was sore for 3 days after.
Humbling.
And I thought I could track down Carter Freeman, but he's like a gazelle. All right, he just takes off on you. So he'd cut on me, and I was like, I got this. And then he had distance. So maybe that was the moment there. Could have been the moment where my son got me in a headlock, and I got out of it, but I was like, dadgummit, he's stronger than I thought. Like, that's one of those moments right there. I can tell you, though, there was a definitive moment for my dad. And I don't know exactly he might have been around my age now. But we were playing softball on a softball team. And my dad, my whole life, was an awesome outfielder. Like, my whole life. He was on super competitive softball teams. And I'd go everywhere. And I'd play baseball on the sideline while they were out there playing. And it was just... I knew we needed an outfielder one night, though. Me and my friends got a team together, and we needed an outfielder. I said, Dad, can you come in and play left field for us? It's not going to be too tough. And he said, yeah, I got this. And he runs in on a foul ball. He's running in on it, and he lost it in the lights, and that sucker hit him in the nose. Now, he'd already broken his nose 3 times in his life, so when it broke his nose, he's like, I'm used to this. But it broke his, like, on a bed frame, all sorts of stuff. He's just pouring blood out of his face. And he takes this towel and he puts it on his face and he goes back out in the outfield. And then a ball got hit over his head, and I just saw him put his head down and walk to the dugout. And then he said, I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore. And that was the end of his softball career in that specific moment.
So my moment is eerily similar to this, but injury with a different body part that I thought I could just shake off is we were playing in a flag football league, and I made a jump, deflected a pass, was feeling good about myself, came down, and I was feeling less good about myself. I don't know if it was my groin in that moment or what, but I was like, oh man. And so I did that thing where you just kind of like shake your legs and walk, like you're trying to walk it off. Took one more play and I started to run and I was like, holy freaking God.
Yeah.
I was like, I need to be subbed out of the game. and like, we hadn't been playing that long. And I was like, I should probably not do this anymore.
I do. Maybe the last real competitive one, Alec, was I was working in IT. We had our work got a soccer team together, and we played an indoor soccer league, and I was almost 30, I think. I don't know, something like that. And we played against Rockwall's state champion high school team that decided they were going to goof around, and they wiped us all over the place.
That wasn't going to go the way you thought it would.
And at one point, this kid scored and started doing this dance, and I just took my shirt off and threw it on the ground. They put me in the penalty box, and I just started yelling from the box, and I was like, I'm not playing the rest of this game. So just like, in Mighty Ducks, when they started rioting and everything, I was just like, I'm sitting there pounding the walls and everything, and I was like, yeah, I'm done. Those kids, they can have the future. They're the future of America. Let them go be that.
This is my favorite story.
I wish there was video of this. I just want to see Corey.
It was probably embarrassing to some other people, but I was having a great time.
So good.
That is freaking amazing.
From the 817, I blew out my right arm playing baseball, tried shifting to golf, and couldn't make that step before getting kicked out and had to get a regular job and stuff.
Oh, man.
I don't know why the and stuff makes it so much better for me.
And stuff and things.
Yeah, and I mean, that's like talking about my kids. They recover so much faster from stuff. Sicknesses and stuff like that. And nowadays, I'm like, it takes me longer to recover. It takes me 2 or 3 days to get over. Like, if my muscles start getting stressed out, I'm like, oh, man.
Is that the same thing on a hangover?
Oh, man.
Not.
I think so. My hangovers later in life, far worse than my hangovers when I was younger.
Okay.
And maybe that's just because I'm older and thought, I'm experienced. I can finish this bottle of whiskey. Maybe that's why. And when I was younger, I wasn't that dumb. But maybe I was.
Yeah, mine still aren't too terrible, but I don't go out nearly as much as I used to, like in college. So, I probably haven't pushed myself as much as I used to. So I'm just going to confidently say that I don't get hungover very easily and leave it there. I hope Bobby Belt did not hear that.
I love all the scientists out there though that are trying to find hangover cures.
Yes,
and trying to create new pills and
keep
vitamins
working on it, man.
And drinks and stuff. Really appreciate the efforts.
I do appreciate those efforts, man.
Yeah, you should get a MacArthur Genius Grant to just try to investigate one of those.
Nobel Prizes.
Let's see, from the 432, I think my athletic career ended the day I was born.
Oh, did you see the person at 19? I was humbled by a 15-year-old girl who annihilated me in our Muay Thai class when I first started taking classes. I knew at that point I would not enjoy this hobby.
I took like an intro jiu-jitsu class when I was like 16, I think. And it was just like for, kids probably like 12 and up. And there was like 12-year-olds that were already breaking 5 stacks of the boards and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I got a lot of catching up to do. And then I just stopped showing up. So I actually do have a follow-up from yesterday's story. Brett Beatty used to wear Juan Soto's number for the Mets. He gave it up without contest for Juan Soto to have his original number that he's had since he debuted in MLB in 2018. The story got out that Juan Soto, as a thank you, got him like an $80,000, $90,000 SUV. And Brett Beatty was asked about it. He actually gives some fun context as to why Juan Soto said, yeah, you need a new car and how it actually happened.
I've been driving the car I drove in high school around for my whole career. And I come into spring training every single year and I'm like, I'm going to get a new car. I'm going to get a new car. Me, Mark, and Edgar are always like, what are you going to get? And I'm always like, probably something spacious, probably like a Tahoe or something like that. So Edgar kind of knew already. And then it was kind of fishy too. Edgar, he asked me for my car insurance yesterday. I was like, that's a little strange. So I figured something was coming, but I didn't expect that at all. That was amazing.
That is kind of awkward, isn't it? Like, you want to get someone a car, but then you got to think about the insurance side of it. So I like how real he was, just like, give me your car insurance.
Yeah. I don't believe I've ever given out my car insurance just information to somebody who's just like, hey,
just give me your car insurance.
And I'd be like, oh, okay.
Why?
Yeah, because I'm going to fake an accident with your name. Like, I don't know.
Just reach in my wallet real quick. You want the health insurance while you're at it, too? Here you go.
Did he go to Platinum Chevy for that? I think he probably should have.
He could have. He would have gotten a better deal.
Yeah, probably.
He did say a Tahoe. So.
Oh, I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Could the Deuce be on the loose next season? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Will give it a on. Sweep left to the 10. Breaks a tackle 5. Turns right. And Deuce Vaughn dances into the end zone for the touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is indeed a shout-out Friday, but it's also Forgiveness Friday. We'll get to that a little bit later because some people think they might have cost us the win in the USA-Canada game.
Thanks a lot, y'all.
Night. Yeah, I know. We will get to that. In the meantime, right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Here we go. Let's start with 2 quick hits. Tony Baselli said that...
Our friend.
I know. I don't love this opinion as much. Said the Jaguars have a franchise quarterback in Trevor Lawrence, and they need to build around him.
Okay.
Is it unfair for me to think he can't be a franchise quarterback anymore since it's been a tough year, or do you think you've seen enough thus far to be like, I mean, maybe he can, but I just haven't seen it yet?
I still think he can.
Okay.
I think Jacksonville's a miserable organization. Sorry, Tony. I think it's just they screwed up his first year, and didn't hire Doug Peterson, which looked like promising.
Yeah.
And he's saying build around him. Kevin, the receiver they first gave him was Christian Kirk, and they said, we're paying him like a top flight Justin Jefferson. And that's where you're like, hold on, what are they doing? Then this is smart by drafting Brian Thomas. Like, that was a really smart move last year because he's a legit #1 receiver. Now you need to build the rest of the team around that. I agree. I think you give him a better team, he's a better player. But there have been some very poor decisions, so I understand where you're coming from there.
Now, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I'm in the camp that Aaron Rodgers should retire, but Aaron Rodgers says that some of the factors he considers in terms of playing next year, if and or where, are the team's quality and the desire for him. I imagine most people's desire to bring on Aaron Rodgers right now is pretty low.
Yeah.
And why would a good team want him as their quarterback?
You just nailed it. That team quality part of it is, if you're a good team and you're that close, just look at what just happened with the Jets. Watch the film. You're going to say, is my offensive line going to give him 7 seconds of protection every time and never fail? And also, do I want to bring in, if I have a young team right now, do I want to bring in a guy who kind of pushes his way around everybody,
sure,
and makes it seem like that he's got control of it while I'm trying to build something? So I would say he's a miss for a lot of different organizations. I don't see a team that needs him right now. I really don't.
Here is an early look at the betting odds for the Offensive Player of the Year. Who do you think is the favorite for next year's NFL Offensive Player of the Year?
And that's going to be, I guess, Saquon Barkley?
Saquon Barkley is the clear #1, but who do you think is second?
Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson is actually 5th.
Okay. Derrick Henry?
Derrick Henry is 4th.
All right. Justin Jefferson. Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase is 3rd.
Oh, my God.
Man, that is amazing.
CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, crap. There goes my streak.
Is 8th. But by the way, you're really in the ballpark because Justin Jefferson is 7. So you've gotten 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, and 1. Number 6, Puka Nacua. Number 2, though, Jahmyr Gibbs for the Detroit Lions.
That's bad on my part, because here I am as having been one of championing Jahmyr Gibbs and just forgot that he was in that category.
Was it that playoff loss you disavowed? Then?
No, I just I guess he's forgotten a lot of times in these conversations because they just weren't there yet. But he stepped up on a stage that made everybody go, "Oh, that's what that dude is."
From the 469, Corey, I'm going to have to deal with this with you one time or another. Might as well be now. Is Kevin happy that his team won last night? All right. I want to make this very clear.
Yeah, Kevin's Russian.
I was rooting for the United States 100% all of the way. The only thing I said was perhaps, do we need to consider that "Oh Canada" is better than our national anthem?
This was a discussion yesterday?
I didn't have a lot of support behind me.
Did Francis Scott Key write "Oh Canada"?
More like Francis Scott off key, you know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. Who's that to? Is he burned on that from like 200 plus years ago? I don't know who that was for. I apologize. Normally you dump curse words. I kind of think you should dump that. I don't know who that was for.
He can't even fight back on this one right now.
He can't.
I don't know, man. I think I'm biased. I think I'm biased to America on this one. I really I like it. And you know what? If we take Canada over, we'll just steal their song too and be like, that's part of ours now.
No.
Just double it up.
Okay.
No. Look, man, I've had a long plan about taking Canada over. It's years that I've been putting this since my 20s.
Okay.
So this isn't a new thing if somebody else is trying to do it.
Well, I want to let you know if I actually really want to talk more about that. But if there is anybody out there who makes a Canada the 51st state and that just doesn't go through, the shirts are likely to go to the Ukraine, Mongolia, Georgia the country, not the state, Estonia, and Latvia, because that is where the bulk of the Chiefs three-peat Super Bowl shirts have been sent.
They needed more shirts there.
Every year, yes, actually, every year, the NFL sends the gear of the losing team to poor people in poor nations worldwide that are in need. Because if you ever wondered, how the hell do they have all this stuff ready? Well, guess what? They make it for both teams, and they have to send the other stuff somewhere else.
Well, I'm glad that people have shirts.
That
they can rip off in the middle of a soccer game and throw on the ground and get ejected for. If that's what they choose to use their shirt for.
I like it.
Let's talk about Deuce Vaughn. So Deuce Vaughn has made little to absolutely zero impact thus far with the Cowboys. Fair to say?
Yep.
All right.
And that's unfortunate considering, go look at his numbers in college.
Okay.
He racked up big numbers.
And who was his offensive coordinator in college? Connor Riley. And he is now the offensive line coach with the Dallas Cowboys. So this could be a stretch, but I just wanted to kind of throw it out there as an idea. Do you think that Riley's philosophy, in addition to the team, could kind of implement some stuff that was happening at Kansas State that made them so successful?
Okay. All right. So that's interesting that you say that, because I thought you were going to say could help Deuce Vaughn's career, that implement him more.
Yeah, maybe.
Listen, if you don't follow Brian Broaddus, you should. Just to watch him, stomp down other people. But even still, that's just funny in my opinion.
That's true.
If you think it's rude, whatever, that's fine. But the way, one of the things somebody said something about Genty and Zeke as a pass blocker, and he added, "I would never take Genty off the field." So if you're saying, if you're thinking he's going to be a Cowboy, and you're saying, hey, what's this offense going to look like? That offense at Kansas State was really good with Deuce Vaughn there. So I don't think Deuce would get all those carries, but if they had Genty, that could be very explosive.
And that's just kind of why I was curious about it, because think about it. People are like, oh, the Cowboys have a starting running back. They don't have a backup running back either if you don't believe in Deuce Vaughn.
Right.
So that's why I'm just curious.
You're saying they have to draft two?
Look, I do not think it would be the worst thing in the world to take a running back in the second or third round and then take another running back in the seventh round or as a top-notch undrafted free agent.
What about the first round and then maybe another one in the fifth? You have 85 fifths.
That's true, but because of what y'all said earlier, I have to replace the entirety of the right side of my offensive line now. So we have a lot of work to do with this
TJ
team.
Bass, I'm going to be all right.
Okay.
Or Brock Hoffman.
But now
I think Bass is on the other side.
The beauty of winning the Super Bowl, though, because that's the goal we're trying to make happen, is you get unbelievable gifts afterwards. An aquarium has named a baby penguin after Saquon Barkley. The Adventure Aquarium named the Penguin Saquon after the Super Bowl triumph, and because they have the same birthday. The Penguin was born on the day of the Super Bowl. Is there a specific animal you would want named after you?
I would love to have a lion named after me. That would be dope to have. Like, if Dallas Zoo, if you're listening right now. Actually, I got this awesome dog named Majors. Dallas
Need to get him
Animal
adopted.
Services. So that's where you want to check that out. But yeah, Dallas Zoo, if you're listening right now and you're like, you know what? We want to name our next baby lion Majors or Corey. I'm perfectly okay with that.
Yeah.
Penguins kind of freak me out.
They do?
Yeah, because I watch too much Penguins of the Madagascar and like seeing how those act. I feel like they're doing shady stuff behind the scenes that I don't get to see.
Interesting.
You never been freaked out by penguins before?
I can't say that I have, but
they just jump in the water and they jump out and they're like, hey, life's fine. It's freezing in that water, dude.
I guess I have not given this the appropriate amount of thought necessary.
That being said, what was the movie where it was the documentary style and Shia LaBeouf was the character? That one was a good one. That's Out Cold. It was a penguin documentary, but not March of the Penguins.
With Shia LaBeouf?
Yeah. Yes. Somebody's got to know this. Somebody has to know this.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
You're kidding me. There was a song that was played and they were no, that was Happy Feet. Somebody text in. What was the documentary style penguin cartoon movie? Thank you for your efforts.
We will
Surf's Up.
Surf's Up. Love that one. So good. I love it. Kevin, have you seen it?
I don't think I
You
have.
need to watch it with Noah tonight.
It's solid.
When you get home, watch it with Noah. It's fun.
I can vouch.
Thank you.
And then my wife will be like, what brought this up? Well, Corey said he's freaked out about penguins.
Yep.
And then we'll go from there. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Sir, thank you very much, all the Tolos that are texting that.
Besides closer, what's your biggest Rangers concern heading into spring training? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053. If you have a shout-out that you want to throw out there, I want to shout out real quick, and I know we talked about them a while back when we did one of our fan hangs, but Alba Limos. Alba Limos is helping out a friend of mine and his niece in a very, very unfortunate situation. They're helping make her dream night come true.
That's awesome.
And it's going to happen this weekend. And we always tell people, because they get concerned about like who took Mike's cards and stuff. We like you to do business with people that we know do business right. And Alba Limos has really, really stepped up above and beyond for this little girl.
Yeah, they're good friends of the station. That's great.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly the story there,
Yeah.
Kevin, but I see your face, and you don't usually make that face.
It is very sad. So I wanted to shout them out for really helping out with this situation. All right. Now, besides closer, because I get it, what is your biggest Rangers concern heading into spring training? I swear to God, if you say closer.
It rhymes with closer.
Good song.
It's actually kind of the same word. I got a list of 3, Kevin.
Okay, good. Hold on.
This is
Are
because I can
any
never
of them
decide.
closer? Because if they are,
You'll have to wait and see.
Oh my God.
Number 1, Wyatt Langford's oblique.
That just happened this morning. He's fine.
You're not concerned about it?
He's going to be fine.
Thank you, Alex.
Scott Braun from Foul Territory said, relax.
It's great. It's 2
Actually,
people.
you know what? If you were listening to Scott, it kind of sounded like he was calling the way things happen now a little soft. He goes, back in the day, there would be nothing. You would hear nothing about this, but now people need to take a week off or whatever.
The most important oblique for a right-handed batter.
Oh my God.
Kevin,
we're done.
Since you say it's not that big of a deal, I will make it number 3 on my list. Okay. Number 2 on my list. Last year, we weren't a great defensive team.
That's a fact.
On the way to the World Series, we were the best defensive team. Like, go back and watch how many times defense bailed out a bad play or a big moment in the World Series, in the Astros series. Our team defense was so good, and you can ask Jared Sandler this. He's preached this for years. Defense is so important to winning in baseball championships. If you want to be a championship contender, you have to play elite level defense, and last year we weren't great. So I don't know if it was because some of the games weren't as competitive as they wanted them to be and the juice just wasn't there, but they need to be better defensively this year. Otherwise, you're going to kill arms of DeGrom and the Baldies and make them be out there for innings they don't need to be. But my number one concern, Kevin, is if Berger and Jock don't add the juice to the team that we expect. Like we do, we're putting a lot on them to be, oh yeah, they're going to be guys that they go into this lineup, and now look at this lineup. Well, this lineup did have, obviously, an injured Corey Seager last year.
Yeah.
There were an injured Josh Young. This lineup looks like it's murderer's row. It really does.
It does.
But last year, we kind of needed two guys like Jock and Jake Berger to inject a little liveliness into this thing and be able to be power when it wasn't existing. And so I'm hoping and expecting that Adolis and Seager and Young are going to come back and be really good. But we need those two guys, if something goes wrong, to be it. If they aren't that concerns me a little bit. Actually, that concerns me the most.
All right, Alec.
I do like from the 425, though. It's an odd year. Bochy's the manager. No concerns.
Okay, and I do get that, Alec. I want to go to you next in just 1 second, but I did want to read this one from the 903. Farm system. If DeGrom or Evo go down, who's waiting at the lower levels? So I will just I will tell you this. Bradford, John Gray, Tyler Malley, Kamar Rocker, Jack Leiter, Dane Dunning. Now, you might not feel comfortable with all of those players, and I get it. And there's a really good shot. You're going to need more than 8 starting pitchers this year. A really good shot. You're going to need more than 8 starting pitchers. But it does feel like the Rangers have some depth at starting pitcher. I just wonder if the concern is, but you don't have like more top end depth. Like all of a sudden is your rotation going to be, and I think Rocker could be eventually really amazing. But I think the concern some people might have is, are you going to have a 5-man rotation filled with 5 number 4 or 5 pitchers?
I totally expect, in the way that Scott Braun was talking about it this morning, I expect an Evo hot start, some sort of weird what's going on with him in the middle of the season, and they give him the rest that he needs to make a late season push and a postseason run. That just seems like that's kind of the way, it seems smart almost. Because how many times do you see these guys get to the end of the year and they're dead because they pushed it so hard throughout the regular season? It almost seems smart with older players to kind of give them that opportunity to ramp back up. I do have that same concern, though.
Okay.
That when it gets past that, what do we got? Well, we got Mike Maddox, so I have a lot of faith that you're going to have prepared pitchers. That is something I do feel like you're going to have is prepared guys on the mound.
And I hope this doesn't step on anything you were going to say, Alec, but I understand if people are concerned about Malley, Gray, and Rocker also having their own injury concerns in the past.
And to go along with Corey's point, just to think about, like that starting pitcher that you think of as he is going to start every 5th day and he is going to eat innings and he is going to give you quality starts, but just totally falling off the face of the earth because he was tired. Think about the Rangers World Series run in 2023 when they matched up with Baltimore. Our old friend Kyle Gibson. By the postseason, he was almost unplayable just because he had no injuries throughout the season that I can recall. He was fine all year. He gets to the postseason, they relegate him to almost like an emergency guy because they couldn't trust him. And he's a guy that, he was an all-star with the Rangers just a couple years before that, and he was considered at the time as a serviceable starter, but it was a guy that they didn't want to touch in the postseason. In the same vein, the thing that I'm concerned about is your bench. Are you going to have that same superhero savior like Josh Smith was last year? Because you're inevitably going to have guys that are going to miss time out in the field outside of your pitching. Corey Seager's going to need some time. Marcus Simeon is the one guy that you expect to be your Iron Man, but outside of that, Josh Young, you don't know what to expect. The platoon situation that you might have at first base, the outfield, Adolis Garcia, like Evan Carter, you're going to have guys that are going to miss time. Are you going to have that guy? He doesn't have to bat 300 or anything crazy, but are you going to have a guy that is going to play serviceable baseball and give you a spark offensively when guys inevitably do miss time?
So, Alec, I feel like that's kind of hinted at or just directly said by the 817 consistency and then the 972-254-903. Health, health, health. And so, like, I get what you're saying is who will the replacement be, but it feels like the primary concern, at least for people texting in, is health. And so, for example, let's take what Alec was just talking about. Health in terms of offense. Well, what if you have a problem there? Are you going to have, like he said, that super sub ready to go? I think a lot of people are just thinking about health in the pitching staff as well. So I will concede, while there are a lot of things that I think this Rangers team will make a positive improvement year over year in, the injury concern remains.
I don't know if you know this or not, but I missed most of this week.
What?
Yeah, I was out most of this week, so...
Where were you?
I'm sick, but I may have missed some things. Is there did we or are we planning on doing what are you pumped about at some point?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
'Cause I didn't want to be like, hey, this is just, to be quite honest, like you got a lot of really good things still too, but the closer situation is one of the ones that I think everybody is like, I'd like to have that fixed. These other things though are realities of this team. We saw it play out last year. We saw exactly what Alex talking about play out 2 years. I mean, we got to make sure that you have those kind of backup players ready and to go just in case. They've done a pretty good job of it. I mean, you still do have Josh Smith, but is he going to be at the same level? I don't know.
If it makes you feel better, I'll give you a tease or a sneak peek at what our tease is probably going to be for Monday. Josh Young said he is. So are you ready for the Rangers to kick some ass?
I am.
So there you go.
Okay,
so
I
I promise we will get to the other part of it. I just kind of wanted to pick people's brains in terms of outside of the closer, because I get it. Closer is like by far, it's like my number one, and then my next concern is 6. You know, like that occupies so much of my concern about this team.
Well, and you know, we had that feeling last year with, like, is Kirby Yates the guy? We don't know. He hasn't pitched, well at this in 2 years was it? And we were very concerned, and then he did it. The thing that I think it kind of revolves around number one for me with Berger and Jock is that offense we saw it 2 years ago, heading to the playoffs, disappear.
Yeah.
You couldn't score a run when you needed a run in any way. And then somehow for however many games, was it 11 games throughout the playoffs or 14?
11 road games.
Yeah, 11 road. They just said, hey, guess what? We're scoring just enough every time. And whenever we need it, we'll do it. Last year, it seemed like you're fighting these games where the Rangers for the first 4 innings are zeros.
Yeah.
And then nothing. And then you're like, we need runs, guys, and you're putting so much pressure on your pitchers. That's the part of it that I don't know, because they moved on from hires. How much different is it going to be offensively this year? That needs to hop up.
This is a really fascinating one, because we kind of talked about this earlier in the week. The 817, I'm still concerned that the umps are going to keep calling a massive strike zone against Wyatt Langford. Well, remember at spring training, including at our stadium in Surprise, they're going to be testing out.
Did you see it last night?
Yes. So
it looks awesome.
I wonder if, I don't think it'll be specifically like Wyatt Langford, but if certain players will get singled out and they'll continue to challenge in spring training, it'll be like, oh, we missed 8 calls on Wyatt Langford this spring training. And maybe that will lead to some sort of overhaul. I'm not sure about that. I hesitate to bring this up from the 254.
Don't hesitate.
My biggest concern is Kevin's negative opinion on the Rangers' record this season, 162-0. Go Rangers. That's not going to happen. Nothing close to that is going to happen.
That's the negativity that he's talking about right there.
I'm going to go up to every single player and say, you know what? I said you can't go 162-0.
But what's the point?
So they know.
Why don't you tell them, hey, if y'all go 162-0, You can hit me in the junk with a wiffle ball bat.
Man, we tried that once before, and I really thought
We were so close.
Adrian Beltre was going to permanently injure me.
Colby did
because
it,
of
so
that.
it all worked out for us. But 162-0 realistically is very difficult, almost impossible. Almost impossible.
Okay, I'll concede.
Just because nobody's done it yet.
I know. I will
nobody
concede.
can. But
we're
can you
even
imagine
close.
that long of a season?
Yes.
But yeah, I hope so.
And what I said earlier in the week, that would put the most unreasonable amount of pressure that's ever been on any sports team in the history of the world if you went 162-0 going into the playoffs.
Dude, or can you imagine being 161-0 in your final game and you're sitting there going, do we even need to win this game? And
If you
everybody's
made
like,
it that far, you might as well just win the last game too. For the 5-6-1, I believe it all boils down to health, particularly the health of players like Jacob deGrom, Evan Carter, but nothing. And I mean, nothing will stop us from getting Rangers. Go get Rangers. Okay, what?
Are we okay? Can we talk face to face with him about that this year and say, hey, Boach, do you think can you end every interview with that this year and just see if he says
God,
it?
I hope not, because I still remember, I don't know if we have it, but that laugh when he's like, hey, that's funny.
That's funny.
I was like,
he's awesome.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, oh no.
We're very fortunate. Just think about some of the managers that we have had here.
For sure.
That have been really fun managers to talk to. Ron Washington was an absolute blast. Johnny Oates was just such an amazing class act. Bobby Valentine, haven't met him. As a Rangers fan my entire life, I'm very excited to be able to talk to Boach because he's guiding my team to maybe another World Series championship.
All right. People said that I've been hating, so I have a positive for you.
Kevin,
We're going to dive into analytics just a little bit. According to the FanGraphs depth chart on F-WAR projections, all right, so I know that's a whole lot of words right there. There are only two teams that are in the top 10 for all the categories. Infield catcher, outfield and DH, starting pitching, and the bullpen. Only two teams in all the top 10. The Dodgers and the Rangers.
Go get Rangers, baby.
Now, the Dodgers are 4-4-1-2, where the Rangers are 8, 7, 10, and 10.
Yeah.
I get it. But the point is, still top 10.
Still top 10.
In all of them.
And if you're there in the category at the midway point in the season, go look at those. Go look back and say, oh, hold on, the Rangers are top 4 in pitching and top 4 in runs. These are great categories to be tops in. So if you have more of those top 10s than other teams, you're in a good place.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This might sound odd, but it's inspired by Seguin, Texas. Coming up next, in honor of the Applebee's IHOP combo, give us a sports opinion, and then what two restaurants do you think should go together? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
It'll come back to Lorinsky, shooting. Rebound, Matthews in front. And Sanderson scores. Jake Sanderson.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you want to get involved, hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube, or, of course, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, because it's time for the combo platter. This is in honor of a brand new, soon to be probably the most popular restaurant in the world. It's in Seguin. It is an Applebee's and IHOP combo restaurant.
What?
So with that in mind, give us a sports.
So like they're attached to each other?
Oh yeah.
They're like, or they're just kind of next to each other?
No. It's all part of the same structure.
So the Applebee's is in the IHOP, or the IHOP is in the Applebee's?
See,
Yes.
I'm inclined to think the Applebee's is inside the IHOP, because the IHOP gets main billing over the walk-in marquee, and Applebee's gets the billing to the left side.
Okay, and the menu.
I have
not.
Does it just say
It's a great
shared
question.
menu, or you go okay?
I've not seen the menu. Clearly, this is a place that I would definitely eat at.
These are your two favorite bland foods.
So, oh man,
it seems fair.
Yeah,
I've known you for a while.
I get what you're saying. All right, but that's never going to win me an endorsement. With
the reality. I got you.
So, give us a sports opinion, and then which two restaurants do you think should go together? Because we're in a brave new world where we can just combine these mega powers of restaurants and have Apple Hop. That's better than IB's, right? Because that sounds like, oh, I went there and I got IB's.
Hopbees.
Yeah, maybe. We can workshop the name.
That is a weird thing. You have to take the first part of the first word.
Yeah.
You can't take the last part of the first word and make that, right? That's not how it works, I guess.
Plus, I'm pretty sure Apple would sue us if we went with like Apple Hop or something.
Yeah, probably so.
Nope, we already have one of those. We're developing it.
All right. Sports opinion. The U.S. will never lose the championship in the Four Nations again.
Oh, my God.
Ever.
Love it.
I do feel like it might be Six Nations, though, in the future.
Probably
so.
true. Or the Olympics are next year.
Yeah, but again, that's not the Four Nations. So
True.
So I'm actually just spitting facts right now.
But hold on.
Unless they eliminate two teams sometime because of war.
I mean, I guess that's true. And I think the next time they're just going to call it the World Cup of Hockey because they're like, hey, last time this backfired on us. So, like, let's not put a specific number in the thing that we might have to change, because it might have been the Six Nations face-off. It was going to be the Six Nations face-off.
Hockey style in America has grown and changed so much.
Yeah.
And, like, you can see how evident that was when you were watching last night's game. They're just as competitive as Canada, and, like, just in so many different skilled ways. The players are faster, stronger, and more skilled than we've ever seen before, and they're starting at such a young age. Hell, I mean, Kevin, you know, out in Plano, kids that were in Lucy's kindergarten class were playing hockey at a competitive level in kindergarten. Yes. And now they're all like, they left the middle school because they have to go to an academy so that they can go play hockey all the time.
Right.
So, like, we're already there where we've invested. Parents are like, we're playing some hockey, baby. So I think, as we were pointing out, they've won the last two juniors. So I think the future of American hockey is going to be bright, and we'll never lose the championship again.
Man, I like that bold statement.
My combination store, which I'm not a fan of this. I was never a fan of the Pizza Hut, Taco Bell. I was not a fan.
So you're not a fan of the concept that I'm pitching out to you.
I don't even like clock pins. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of combining things. The fandelier, where you combine a fan and a chandelier. Not a huge fan of those. However, I would love to see a Hurtado Brahms.
Oh,
like I know that Hurtado has their own desserts and stuff that they can throw at you, but you're getting amazing barbecue, and then on top of that, you can just go select whatever strawberry shortcake you want, or a hot fudge sundae, or whatever. I love Brahms. I love Brahms burger. So can you imagine Brahms burger and Hurtado burger working together to create the greatest burger? So I'm trying to create But that being said, Whataburger is the top level burger. So I'm just going to go with the ice cream version. Hurtado, Brahms, because of the ice cream.
Okay, I like that. Now, I'm a little conflicted here because I like this sports opinion from the 214. The Rangers will win the AL West. And then they tried to get me by encouraging a Vietnamese and a barbecue fusion restaurant together.
What?
But the title of that restaurant would be Inappropriate for Air. Now, they did a really good job of spelling it out so it doesn't seem inappropriate, but
there's a Q in it.
Yes, exactly. From the 817, man, Jacob deGrom will win a Cy Young and give me Red Lobster and Taco Casa. Fascinating.
Hold on. How's that good? Now people are just putting their two favorite restaurants together.
What? That
doesn't make any sense. No. Red Lobster Taco Casa makes 0 sense.
What rhyme or reason is there for Applebee's and IHOP to get? I want a Rudy Tooty fresh and fruity plus some buffalo wings.
Actually, it makes complete sense. Applebee's gets rocking after 10 o'clock. All right, so around 10 o'clock is when they hit that 10 o'clock happy hour or whatever, and it turns into a club in that place.
Okay.
So they're all hammered where they need to go afterwards, around the corner to the table, so that they can go get pancakes and recover.
Let me ask you a question. I've seen this phenomenon at the Applebee's many times.
Those teachers are getting...
Especially on a Friday night. So, I married a teacher. You said at 10 o'clock it's hopping at the Applebee's. Turns to like a club. If you're older, a discotheque. And maybe you're there for happy hour earlier. But what are the hours that you feel bad for the person sitting at the bar? Like if you go eat at 8:30 and you could tell they've been there for a minute, do you feel sad for them because you're too far away from the club, you're too far away from happy hour, you just are there because this is the only place for you to go?
I don't know the answer to your question.
Okay.
Because I stopped listening because I was reading something. It's my fault. It's definitely on me. I'm just trying to be honest.
I thought having you back would change things.
From the 817, Mansfield Hurtado's already has a dessert place attached. It's Tracy's Irresistible Desserts. Highly recommend.
Oh.
Alec, I did not know this because I have been only to the Arlington, Fort Worth locations and not the Dallas one. Have not been to Mansfield. Now I guess I just have to go with Hurtado Whataburger. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw Hurtado and Whataburger together and say my two favorite places. I'll just put that together.
Would you call it Whatatado?
Yes.
Okay.
That sounds so weird.
Herdburger. I don't know. That doesn't work.
That also sounds.
We're all going to the Whatatado.
Whatatado sounds awesome. Everybody's going to Whatatado tonight.
This is like that scene in Demolition Man where they were like, now all restaurants are Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Now all restaurants will eventually be Whatatados.
It makes sense.
From the 214, it is also Shout Out Friday. Shout out to Darren Woodson for keeping his composure after the NFL keeps screwing him out of the Hall of Fame. I am with you. Now, I don't like this opinion, but that's not
who
how
he is, though. That's
true. He's a class act. I don't like this opinion, but that's not how we do things on this show. We read it all the same, unless you have a hidden curse word in there. The 214, Astros will win the West, and they said they want to put Dairy Queen and Burger King together. It feels like that can be done, and we've seen versions of that before.
Oh, the Astros winning the West?
No. Like with,
it can be done, and we've seen it before.
A&W, I think it was the A&W Taco Bell Pizza Hut, and I was like, 3? Too many.
It's A&W and Long John Silver that threw me off.
Okay.
Or KFC Long John Silver. But Kevin, you were right earlier this morning when you said everybody was freaked out because they'd never seen a standalone or a stand-up A&W before.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had other stuff. I just thought they were a root beer that I didn't love.
I'm absolutely with you. You know what, Corey? You're going to love this sports opinion. The 817 sports opinion. The left oblique is the most important oblique for a right-handed batter.
Thank you.
And I would love to see Whataburger and In-N-Out combined because it would be an all-out war from the customers inside. That or a hamburger Royal Rumble, if you will, since we just passed that. By the way, in case you don't know what that sports opinion is in reference to, Bruce Bochy said that Wyatt Langford's going to be out 5 to 7 days.
Oh, no.
Just 5 to 7 days.
We know how that could
with
turn
an
into
oblique
more
issue.
That's the concern.
Think he's going to be fine.
You think?
I think. I don't know. I'm sorry if that.
we're heading there Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get our chance to look at his oblique, really try and figure out how it's working.
Like, can you just lift your shirt?
Can you
up?
lift your shirt? Dude, I'm going to ask him. Can you lift your shirt and let's look at your oblique? We'll get it on a video.
HR violation.
So Carter's like, hey, thanks. We got some video content, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll ask Boach. And if Boach looks me in the eye and he says, Corey, after 7 days, he'll be out there and we're going to be fine, then I'll believe it. And I'll say, you know what, Boach, thank you. My buddy Kevin's been trying to tell me, and now I should probably trust him more. And he's going to go, you know what, you're right, Corey.
But then you're going to tell him I'm the go get Rangers guy. And he's, yeah, I know, Boach. Okay, these next two involve Chick-fil-A. One I'm going to read because I would love this idea. The second one is just the objectively best name you could possibly have. From the 940, DeGrom will win the AL Cy Young this year. And then they want to combine Texas Roadhouse and Chick-fil-A. I've not been to Texas Roadhouse in a long time, but I wanted to go yesterday because somebody was talking about that cinnamon butter, and it's just the most amazing thing in the world. From the 972, though, the U.S. will win gold in the hockey Olympics next year. It's just the Olympics, and they play hockey. I don't know why I said it like that. And they want Chick-fil-A and Hooters, so it would be called Hoot-filet. And
it's a lot of chicken in one room.
I think.
Yeah.
But Hoot-filet is a very fun. I love. Now, see, it's starting to descend into we're just trying to come up with the funniest names. Where like some of these made sense. Now, again, you're just putting two chicken together. You got, I guess, some more boneless chicken, at Chick-fil-A, and then you got the bone-in wings at Hooters. I don't think that those two can work together, though, based on like their belief systems.
Because it's like it's the Jesus restaurant and the Shorty Short restaurant. Is that what you're saying?
But and like every time the Hooters waitress says my pleasure, you're going to be like, like it's going to freak you out just a little bit, make you uncomfortable.
You can walk out and get some nuggets and pray at the Chick-fil-A.
There you go.
By the way, I love Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A is great, yeah.
I hope nobody is offended by that. All right, Alec.
Hoot-filet.
Do you have...
So dumb.
Hey, I didn't invent that phrase. Alec, do you have a sports opinion and then a combination of two restaurants?
Oh, sports opinion. I kind of touched on it yesterday a little bit in regards to the combine, but it leaks into the draft for me. The draft is a lot less exciting when there isn't that group of like 3 or 4 quarterbacks at the top. They're like, who is going to give up too much in the future to trade up and get that guy? I just don't feel that sense anymore. For me, it's with Ashton Genty. It's like, is somebody going to make the bold move to move up and get him? But even that, still, even though I think he's one of the best 3 players in this draft, there's still that notion of like, but it's a running back. It's not as fun as a quarterback. Even though I want Genty on my team, I want him on this team very badly. I'm just not as intrigued. I'm still going to do all the homework on it. I'm still going to read up on everything, watch some of these guys on tape, and try to make my own predictions and whatnot, my own grades. I'm still going to go through the measures and all the processes that I always do. I'm just not thrilled with this year's draft class just because there's not that marquee guy that we're like, what's going to happen with him?
Do you know this is how collectors and card shops work as well? Because this last year was a freaking bonanza with all the quarterbacks going in the first round. And then for basketball, I going back to last year, you had Wemby. And so now this year, it has been a very subpar.
This could wind up being the Mariota Winston draft.
Yeah,
you're like, oh,
it could. And so it's hard to generate anywhere near as much excitement. All right, what about combination restaurants?
I was thinking, what would be my drunk fantasy in terms of food combinations?
Taco Bell, Jack in the Box?
Really close. It would be Taco Bell and Whataburger. If you could combine those two together and make it one stop for me, whenever, I've been hanging out with the boys on a Saturday night bleeding into Sunday morning. It's like 2 a.m, everything's shut down except for that beauty sitting right there. I can envision it right now where the Whataburger in Mansfield is sitting. Just throw on a Taco Bell right next to it because we don't have one really close to that location. Just combine them, and then on my way home, if I want a 7-layer burrito and a number 1 with cheese, I'm a very happy man. I know it's super simple. It's probably not the most complex idea, but then you can get What a Taco. You can get What a Bell. You can get Taco Burger. I'm okay with any of those, but the food combination itself, that would be amazing.
I think my friend Jesse Holly said that he would go, I think it was Cane's, and he would get the Cane's chicken tenders. Maybe it was Burger King chicken nuggets. And then he would drive over to Chick-fil-A and get the Chick-fil-A sauce and Polynesian sauce. So he would that would be the combination that he would want, is to add those two things together.
Okay.
That does seem, like you said, Alec, having to make two different stops to get to the thing you want, because maybe I don't want fries and I'd just like to add 2 tacos as my fry option.
A couple of discouraging Cowboys opinions here. From the 214, Dak will be injured by Game 5, and they want to combine Whataburger and Crumble. And then from the 903, Cowboys won't be in the playoffs next year, and then Olive Lobster, which is Olive Garden and Red Lobster, where you could get unlimited shrimp, salad, and breadsticks.
Are you going to make us eat at Red Lobster again this year?
Yeah.
That Red Lobster.
Ooh, I need to look up when Lent is
Its
again.
front door looks at the highway, the side of the bridge of the highway, because they built it. That thing's been there for 200 years, and they were like, let's build a highway.
Whoop. Lent doesn't begin till March 5th.
Oh, so we don't have to eat at Red Lobster?
I like Red Lobster legitimately, but if you guys don't want to go there, and I know that you don't, I
just think it's funny.
We do not have to go to Red Lobster. From the 214, the 817, Sports Opinion, Stars about to go on a serious run to the Stanley Cup. I would love that, and I think that there's a really good opportunity that could happen. And let's combine Chick-fil-A and Sonic. Bring back the roller skates, keep the My Pleasure, create contests between beef and chicken items. Which I feel like is kind of Chick-fil-A's bit already, with the cow mascot that's like, eat more chicken and all of that. So I think that could work.
We did get a text just moments ago, and it was a link to Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to call it X. And at Dallas, Texas TV has posted that Hooters is preparing to file for bankruptcy to restructure their company. So
happens to the best of us.
Jeez. Even Hooters? They should never. Oh, that doesn't mean they're going out of business, though. They're
Not
just
necessarily.
Yeah, they're just filing for bankruptcy. Everybody files for bankruptcy at some point, I believe.
That's true. Hey, there was a time when I went to Texas A&M that they wanted to bring a Hooters in, and they wanted them to change either their shorts or their roof to maroon. And they were like, nope. And so they never showed up, which I thought was a business mistake, because I feel like the Hooters would have cleaned up in College Station.
Why is that?
Because
what is it about?
College guys and delicious wings.
What else?
Anything else?
Yeah. No.
Just college guys like wings?
Yeah.
Sure.
That could be
any. So you're saying any college campus mostly?
Yeah.
Not specifically A&M, but mostly A&M.
Yeah,
Mostly
absolutely.
A&M. Yeah. Because they don't have many wings down there.
Oh my
God. What you're saying.
Man, maybe I didn't miss you. Most of the day, I thought I did.
Oh, crap.
But now, maybe I don't.
All right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, you wish. It's time for some forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness, or are you getting rid of baseball? Now,
Pardon?
ESPN, and man, if you like passive-aggressive press releases, this story is for you. So last night, Front Office Sports reported that in a letter to owners, MLB said they would not be continuing their deal with ESPN after 2025. Specifically in the letter, it says, "We do not think it's beneficial for us to accept a smaller deal to remain on a shrinking platform." So they made sure to take a couple of digs at ESPN and ESPN Plus on their way out the door. ESPN has been in the baseball business for like 40 years. It is odd that looks like that's not going to be the case. Although ESPN is like, hey, I know it didn't work out. We're always open to figuring out some sort of plan that would benefit us all and beyond 2025, blah, 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 blah. So I guess it could come back together, but it feels like it's not, and that's a bummer.
That is a bummer. But I guess this whole new world that baseball's in right now is maybe opening their eyes or opening their mouths a little bit based on they're like, hey, I'll take some shots at you because we can do it on our own.
So see, that is an interesting philosophy because some people definitely believe that. There are other people, though, that believe baseball screwed themselves in the negotiations by giving Apple TV such a good deal. And like,
now everybody thinks they can get that deal.
Kind of diminishing the value of their product, I guess, if you want to say it like that. And so ESPN was like, ooh, I would also like to do that. And
they're like, we know how much money you have,
Yeah.
and this isn't just like a boutique thing that we're working on.
Yeah.
Y'all been doing this for a long time. That's interesting. But saying the thing that they said, that ESPN platform, it's shrinking?
I think so.
When was the height of its power? 2000, like after 9/11, I feel it became very strong.
I could see that, and it feels like it dominated much of the 90s.
And the Dan Patrick group, that's the group that we'll look back at and be like, that was the group that Dan Patrick, Keith Olbermann, Stuart Scott, those guys, Kenny Mayne, that was the good one right there. But I don't know, man. This is definitely a new place for teams and leagues to be in when they're taking control of their rights to a lot of these things. But one of the things that ESPN did so well was give us the highlights, give us fans the highlights. And now every league is like, we'll just post it on our Twitter.
Yeah.
And so they feel like they have everything.
And so maybe they see a lot more opportunity for growth with the Apple partnership. Does Luka Doncic need to ask for forgiveness for being terrible so far for the Lakers? So in 3 games with the Lakers, because he couldn't play last night. So I know people want to dump on Anthony Davis, and I get that, and he's hurt, and he's still going to be out for a while, but don't forget the very real concerns that come along.
Yeah, that
with the other players.
the very real concern that Cooper Flagg's about to be with Wembanyama.
Oh, my God.
Think about it.
I know.
Think about it, dude.
I know.
I'm sorry. Back to
it
you.
usually works out for the San Antonio Spurs. But let's take a look at the stat line of Luka Doncic since he got with the Los Angeles Lakers. He is averaging a robust 14.7 points per game. Nice. He's averaging 5.3 assists per game to go along with 4 turnovers per game. Since he got there, he has 16 assists and 12 turnovers. Well, you know what? I'm sure the shooting's going better. Let's take a look. He's shooting 35.6% from the field and 20.8% from 3, despite the fact that he's still taking 8 3-pointers a game. So look, I think eventually he'll be awesome. And LeBron will probably convince him to take things more seriously with his body and that regimen and everything. But so far, he's been terrible the Lakers.
I don't think he loves where he is.
I'm sure.
You know, he didn't ask to be traded there. He got overnight was just sitting there and was like, what just happened?
Yeah.
So I think that there's part of him that's just emotionally he's not committed to it yet. Like he was committed to Dallas. He had a lot of his heart in what they were trying to do. Now, whatever else was going on behind the scenes, that's a different story. So I don't know if he's like fully embraced what LA is yet, and I don't know if he will, because maybe that's just not in his mind of this is what I want to be. But he's not playing like the Luka we know he can be.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason it is a problem that I don't know if LA has the solution for either. Because, like, didn't you see yesterday they're feeling pressure to re-sign him?
Yes.
And obviously you would feel that kind of pressure. And he never really said that he wanted to be there. We always assumed it because LeBron was there. But I don't know if he does.
Now, Alec, if you can go ahead and give me cut number 4. This person asked for forgiveness a while ago, and I think we need to play this clip first to determine.
Nice one down low. Bennett scores! Sam Bennett ties it for Canada.
So from the 903, can I get forgiveness? It's my fault Team USA lost last night. I let my girlfriend get up and go shower. As soon as she moves, they scored. Got to keep the routine. And that meant while she was sitting there, the United States was dominating offensively. And then when she left to go shower, we lost.
They hadn't scored. So you say dominating offensively, they still hadn't scored.
That is true. They had been putting out by far their best offensive looks in a concentrated period of time.
Quite honestly, that first Kachuk score, that looked like an accident. Like you could even see on his face, he was like, I don't know how I did that. Like, woohoo!
I feel like that happens all of the time.
But yeah, there are plenty of goals that get scored that you're just like, I don't know, I'm really good at deflecting. All right, yeah, sure. I think we can forgive that person for letting her do that. Now, because she was probably sitting there all night up until that point. But I think it can be forgiven. We got a hell of a hockey match. We got a great tilt last night. So I'm all right about it.
Okay. All right. Well, if you don't think that we need to ask for forgiveness, I'm going to throw in the NCAA. Now, I know people are hot and bothered talking about the seeding system and the college football playoff and all of that. And you can be upset about that, or you can love it, or you can whatever. I want to focus on a different thing that they're going to try to ruin.
All right.
That the NCAA said there is continued momentum towards a 76-team field for the 2026 NCAA tournament. Now, we already have 4 games that nobody cares about, and people don't even really pretend to care about these games. Now, we're going to have 12 of these games that nobody cares about and nobody really pretends to care about.
Add some more, Add 2 more to that. Let's get 14 of them.
Look, when you see the bracket for most people, it's still just the 64 teams, and then you just circle whatever team won and decide if you want to pick them.
Okay.
I don't think this is catching on.
what they're doing, though. This is for gambling purposes.
I'm sure. And TV money.
With the way that gambling has now just infiltrated almost everything with our sport. I mean, just look at TV right now and how much ESPN Bet is, and every single one of those shows is some FanDuel or DraftKings or something like that. So it's infiltrated everything. So we're in that world now. You're just giving people more opportunities to bet on games that might matter. Not necessarily trying to bring in the casual fan to enjoy it, but that excitement is definitely going to be something else they add to it. I agree with you. The 64 is perfect. Like it is the perfect event, isn't it? The way it started, whenever we would sit down and watch that first day, it was so much fun, and we roll right through it. It's the perfect event, but because of gambling, they're like, how do we scratch a few more, $100 more $1,000 out of people?
Okay, let's talk about that.
Or maybe it's millions.
It is, because let's talk about big gambling. Big gambling is up next to need to ask for forgiveness Friday.
All right.
How much money do you think that the American sports betting industry made as profit this past year?
I mean, that couldn't be much. There's a lot of good gamblers out there. It was probably flat.
All of the profit.
Which looks like what?
$65 million.
Okay, because there's a big discrepancy between those.
All right, when I saw your face.
Which one did you pick?
Million.
Higher.
$85 million.
Much higher.
$148 million.
Much.
290.
Much.
894.
Much higher.
$1 billion.
Much, much, much higher.
Alec, I've done
$13.71 billion.
We're terrible bettors.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that. Because consider this. $150 billion was bet this year. That was a 22.2% increase over the prior year, which of course was the record. And the American gambling industry, I know they don't all have like a big club together or whatever, but somebody took the time to add up all the numbers, and I appreciate that.
Yes, me too.
The American sports betting industry won $13.71 billion this year, which was a 24.18% increase. So think about this for a second, Alec. 2023, most bet year in the history of our country. And we're like, you know what? I'm going to bet 22% more this year. But guess what? I'm going to lose 24% more. So not only did we say, let's bet more, we got worse at betting.
I don't think we're going to get any better either. Because again, you're bringing in more casual, like again, they're targeting kids now with the apps and everything. So we're not going to get any better at gambling.
Exactly.
Unless we are. Like training the kids to be good at gambling. I wonder if you've seen these kids start at Fortnite and they stink. And then by the end of it, they're sweaty. And you're like, how do you even know what's going on here? And
Hold on. So you want to start some sort of gambling training program?
Kind of do.
There's money to be made there.
Think about
it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, that could be a class.
Hold on just a second.
See, some community college is going to be like, hey, would y'all teach this? Not for your price. We're going to make billions here.
Hold on. I want you to think about this for just a second. Gambling training program. GTP. Have they already have a version of this with the Chat GPT? And they're like, well, we got to switch up a letter.
AI gambling.
We can't give it to them directly. And so, yes, is it possible that AI will not take us over via force, but via debt?
Yeah.
And the AI gambling spots are the ones that are really going to put us down.
Yeah, they're going to be like, hey, y'all owe China $350 billion. Now you owe us.
See, everyone's worried about being enslaved by artificial intelligence, but you're going to get enslaved by your debt to the AI.
From the 201, Corey's sports betting child sweatshop. It's not a sweatshop if we're making millions, right?
No. I know that Nike just gave you a big fat thumbs up on that, but you cannot say it's not a sweatshop if we're making money. That's how a sweatshop works.
I didn't say just money, like billions. The kids that we're training, they're making a lot of money too.
Again,
sure, they're sweating out the bets.
Yeah.
But
Well, the kids don't get a profit share in that, though. Maybe your new...
We'll give them some stock.
Kinder, gentler sweatshop will make that happen.
Yeah,
but
we'll give them some stock. We'll say, hey, go grab some stock off the wall.
You know what, Corey? I got some great stories for you about how American corporations were built. You're going to love some of these stories.
With the 201. Just do it, kid.
Yes! For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got... I almost said Corey's Corner because of Mike. We got the C Block coming up in just a minute. But before we get to any of that, Alec?
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a 4-pack of tickets because college baseball is back at Globe Life Field. If you're caller number 10, you get a 4-pack of tickets to the entire final weekend of games at Globe Life Field. A week from today, Friday the 28th through Sunday, March the 2nd. Caller number 10 right now. Coming up next, C Block.
Yeah, we'll do it next on The Fan.
It's a slam dunk prize for you and 3 of your buds. Picture this: the 4 of you fly.
Doritos has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday. Shout-out to Corey for being back from the 972 and the 469.
Thanks.
From the 817, shout-out to my wife. Just found out she has colon cancer, needing prayers. Our prayers are absolutely with you. Look, we talk about this all the time. I do not think there is a human alive that does not know somebody probably pretty close to them that hasn't been touched by cancer.
Oh, you're dead on, man. You're dead on. I mean, even recently, my grandmother, what got her at the very end was it hit and then spread just like that.
And now, Corey, I need to do one more shout out because I missed it earlier. And this person's like, damn, come on, help me out. Shout out to my best friend Alan and his wife Jenny for their new healthy baby girl they brought into the world today.
What's the baby's name? I guess it's Algin.
I know.
It has to be. Don't that how we do it? You just combine two names, and that's how you come up with the baby name.
Isn't that what you find in water?
No, allergens. No, that's how you get. That's what your filter and your air conditioning system catches.
No to all of that. They didn't name their baby Allergen.
You don't know that.
Okay, you know what? You're right. Because now if they did, I'm going to feel really bad. Because I was almost like, that would be a stupid name for a baby. And they'd be like, hey, you know what? I'm third generation Allergen. And I'd be like, well, crap.
Dunking on babies.
Yeah, I want somebody from the 214 to be like, hey, I'm the guy from the 903. I definitely named my baby Allergen. Or
well, I'll just have to shut my big fat mouth. Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Kevin. It is time for this segment. I had an idea.
Are you doing okay, man?
Not really. I'm fading right now. But I had an idea for an intro for this segment. Did I pitch it out recently and just forgot to do, about it?
I think you said that you had an idea and then you didn't say what the idea was.
Awesome.
That feels right. Really. Look, Corey, I love you, but that tracks.
That definitely does. That definitely does track. From the 214, shout out to KRLD 1080 LP Phillips. Happy retirement.
Yes.
I used to work with him over at the 33. And I saw how like dedicated of a worker, of a newsman he was. And he was a fantastic newsman. So congratulations, LP, on your retirement.
And it just feels like he should be a newsman or a long snapper, right?
LP?
Yeah.
From the 903, third generation allergen here.
No, you are not. No, you are not.
From the 469, fifth generation allergist here. Be for real,
Okay.
Kev.
Does that mean that's your job, or you're the fifth straight generation of person to be named allergist? Because I don't think that is correct.
Man, really taking shots at all 5 generations of that family.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
They
you know
love
what?
their allergists.
One of you guys, you can be the force for change. Don't name your kid allergist.
I'm going to talk about college for a minute, Kevin, because you were so emphatic that Hooters and A&M would be the perfect combination. So
Somebody texted in Hoot Filet.
I like that. Hoot Filet is great. I love that name. Kevin, I have been missing.
That's true.
So I want to make sure. Have y'all talked about the Carson Beck car that went missing?
We did.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Kill that story.
I'm sorry. No.
And the Cavender twins?
Yes.
All right. Done. We're moving on.
And then we talked about what a disappointment he was. And just think about it. He went from a potential number 1 overall draft pick, kind of a disappointment, but still they won the SEC and he got $4 million to transfer to another school. So, you know what? Maybe things aren't too bad.
Somebody recently said the new queen of the NFL is now Haley Steinfeld. She's going to surpass Taylor Swift as the queen of the NFL.
Okay.
And I'm all about that because I'm a Haley Steinfeld fan. I like what she does. I like Taylor Swift too. But Haley Steinfeld I guess the Bills somebody was asking her to do some stuff, all right? And
Do you think it might have been Josh Allen?
Maybe it was Josh Allen.
I'm just spitballing.
They asked her about the teams in the AFC East, and this is what she had to say.
How many yards is a roughing the passer penalty? 15 yards. Name the 4 teams in the AFC East Division. You got the Buffalo Bills and the Bills' 3 sons.
And
oh man,
I feel like at some point Josh probably said that, right? Is that who you think that's the Bills fans that have said that and she just picked up on it? Either way, she endeared herself to that fan base right there.
She really did.
That one right there hooked. They're like, she's one of us now. She probably was. They were probably excited for him and everything, but now she's one of them, and she's gonna have to live with that, you know.
All right.
They're up in Buffalo and it's cold and they never win the championship.
You just said she was about to surpass Taylor Swift potentially as the queen of the NFL.
It's great for them.
All right, I'm going to read you 2 things real quick, Corey. One of which I don't think is accurate, but maybe. The other one I hope is true. From the 469, allergen, family name. My name built this country. How dare you? I apologize. And from the 972, hello, KC Masterpiece. We are Tolos. We just bought our first house. We are Kara and Caesar, and we're going to call our house the KNC Masterpiece.
Look at that.
Well, sounds like somebody's got a lawsuit coming
Hell
their
yeah,
way.
you do.
I'm just kidding.
Give me my money.
I need a cut.
I'm just kidding. That's awesome. Thank you very much.
From the 214, Corey said he wanted his Are You Embarrassed drop to start off his intro. That's right. I got to figure out how to combine that with a song. And then this one, because this goes back to our friend Steve Stevenson. From the 806, hi, Allergenson here. I'm offended by Kevin, and so is my daughter, Alla Jenny.
No.
Are you embarrassed?
Look, never mind. I'm not going to say anything because somebody probably really does have that name, and it's going to be problematic.
All right, so, Kevin, I know you're not a huge UNC fan.
I am not.
Kind of weird, but okay.
Hey, they're not a fan of winning this season, so
well,
that's cool.
And that being said, they're also not a fan of going to school, which, all the Duke kids would. They're all about school.
Yeah.
But
sure, no Duke basketball players ever missed class.
They got hit with some pretty severe weather. Much like we had a polar vortex here.
Right.
They had a lot of snow and ice over there. And so the UNC chancellor, I believe it was Wednesday night, Lee Roberts got out in front of the entire crowd at the UNC basketball game to make this announcement.
Classes for tomorrow are canceled.
Listen to that pop, dude. That is a bunch of college students that are like, I cannot wait to party tonight.
Can I hear that one more time? Because that was incredible.
Classes for tomorrow are canceled.
All right.
Name a wrestler that gets that kind of pop.
Cody Rhodes.
There you go. Only one.
But my follow-up question to that would be, do you think there were professors that were in that group and they're like, what the hell? We had an exam scheduled for tomorrow.
Exams that we got to get done here. What are you doing right? It doesn't matter. Once the chancellor has stood up and said that, he's made the decision, or she. But that sounds like he.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, once they've done that, sorry, y'all are going to have to get your tests at some other point.
Okay.
So. But that brings along this question.
Okay, I had one more question about this if we're moving to a different topic.
No, it's the same topic, different question.
Okay. I hope I don't steal your question.
You won't.
Okay, great. How much more excitement would there be in the building if whatever was scheduled for that next class, you just got 100 in? So, like, maybe it's just going to be a lecture. Nothing's going to happen to you either way.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, but there's a select group of people in there is like, oh, we got a quiz or we got an exam or I'm supposed to turn in this project and you get 100.
Yeah, that would be awesome. From the 469, Algie Crumpler is offended. He hasn't been mentioned yet with all this allergen talk.
But his name is not Allergen Crumpler.
You don't know that.
You know what? That's fair.
What if it was short
I
for
was
allergen?
About to defiantly say I do know that, and then my brain's like, are you sure?
I mean, my name's a lie, so how do you know?
It's true. Also, like, do you think they got some judgment? I'm just asking, not giving judgment, just asking. Hey, our son Algie was born.
I don't know. Like, what if the dad's name is Al and his last name is Godfrey? You know, Al Godfrey, and he was just like Algie.
Is his last name Crumpler?
No, the dad. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Hey, look, Kevin.
Look, I'm making some assumptions.
Not all kids have their dad's last names.
That is a good point.
Before you start making assumptions.
That's a good point. You think I would know better.
Yeah.
I was not married when I had my first child, so maybe I should back up the judgment a little bit.
The question I had, though, because no class tomorrow is one of the greatest lines ever.
Yes.
Those are the three of the best words that you can hear as an elementary school kid, middle school kid, high school kid, college kid. No class tomorrow. What are the greatest 3 words? What's the greatest 3-word phrase? And I got a few of them for you. Live, laugh, love. Everybody loves that one. Never give up.
Oh, yeah.
Seize the day.
Never ever quit.
Feed me now.
Ooh.
I am Groot. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just do it. I was wrong.
Ooh.
I am pregnant.
Oh, see, because I was going to say test was negative. Might be the greatest 3-word phrase.
You dropped the one, though, that I think everybody completely agrees with. I'm just going to throw out the letters, the acronym LFG. We all say it.
Let's effing go.
We all say it.
Yeah, Kevin says that on the radio.
Yeah, he does. But we always, oh my gosh, no days off. Some of these.
So we're not going to read some of these, you perverts.
Go get Rangers. That is definitely one of them. Go get Rangers. Let's play ball.
Ooh, what about I love you? That's a nice one.
I don't hear that a lot.
Man, really didn't think I would get a lot of pushback from I love you.
You know what? I feel really bad because Chiafalo did do the best 2 letters in sports, and these are the P's and C's because the pitchers and catchers are reporting.
You want to talk about a segment that pissed people off? That's what we should go back and do. I realize the bike segment's probably going to be pretty high up on there, but the fan segments that made people the angriest, because I think Chiafalo immediately jumped into that category.
He definitely did.
What about Start Your Engines?
Oh, Start Your Engines is fantastic. I am famous. That's a good one. This is great. Oh, you can't say that. Take loads off. That's a really good
but
phrase.
they had to change it because A is a word.
Bring back Luka.
Oh, yeah.
Wyatt
No
Langford's
comprende.
healthy. Yeah,
Okay.
Wyatt Langford's healthy would be great.
Let me ask you a serious question.
Lego building time.
You could have Luka back right now.
All right.
Or I can guarantee you the Mavericks will win this championship.
I'll take that. I'll take the championship.
What do you think is the breakdown of people who would pick that? I think you might be in the minority on that.
I just got a text. Remember when Selena Gomez said, if you're ready, come and get it? So come and get it.
Oh, yeah. But isn't
that's
that four words?
That's 4 words. Come get it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Come get it.
All right.
Only if you're ready, though.
Okay.
But yeah, Kevin, I'll take the championship. If you're going to guarantee me that Anthony Davis and Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively are rocking through a playoff run together.
I didn't say that. I said somehow we won a championship. I can't say how we'll win it.
That was my dream. So
Okay.
but either way, somehow we win it. That means something happened that was special.
Okay.
If you're doing it without those guys, something special happened.
Alec, you get Luka back, and he'll be a Maverick for the rest of his career, or they will win the championship this year.
I'll take the championship.
Okay.
I feel like it would just be weird at this point to bring Luka back. Just say, haha, that didn't happen. Go back to your old team. It would just feel weird. It wouldn't feel right.
Yeah.
I'd still be a fan of his. I'd still support it, but I'd be like, this just feels off.
Yeah, why'd we even do it in the first place?
I ask myself that a
No,
lot.
that's a fair point, and that's why obviously this would never come to pass. I was just curious how people felt about it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? Honestly, I was going to talk about some Mavericks things next, but I'd rather go back to hockey. Let's talk about hockey next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number 1 in DFW.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores, kicks, and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
And that is the definitive correct answer.
Yeah, it is.
To the best 3-word phrase, you're not dreaming.
Thank you, Eric Nadel, for giving us that.
Man, no freaking
Oh, and
kidding.
thanks the Rangers for winning it too, so that Eric Nadel could give us that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know what? Thanks to Hurtado and Whataburger for being in the Ranger Stadium now, because that's awesome, and we really appreciate that.
Absolutely. I'm
thanks
with
to Chris
you.
Young.
Oh, my God.
Oh, you don't want me to thank any more people? All right.
You can thank one more person. Who do you pick?
Thanks, Kevin, for holding it down. Sorry, Alec. He said one. I felt like he was really fishing for that one. So.
Yeah, he really was.
That what you
He was real selfish, man.
All right, so I want to go back and talk about the Four Nations. Obviously, one of my favorite moments in the history of sports is seeing those 2 dumbasses dressed up like astronauts
I
sitting
still have
there
that picture somewhere.
for Game 7 of the 2023 ALCS. It is just delightful. Now, do any of the fans from yesterday feel that way because there was people at the game dressed up like Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, and then I saw at least one person with an eagle costume on with a giant eagle head. Do you feel stupid?
That astronaut picture's hilarious.
It really
still.
is.
All right.
So do you feel stupid and sad afterwards?
Okay.
Or do you know that everybody in the arena is with you? Like, I know all the astronaut people. They're like, hey, yeah, that's right. In reality, it was Houston. We have a problem. We're getting our ass kicked in Game 7. So how do they feel watching their team lose?
I mean, I don't think you feel any worse because you're dressed up. I think you feel just as bad because your team lost. I think everybody shares that together.
But you'd feel better if you were dressed up and they won, right?
Won. Absolutely, because now you're the star of you're the belle of the ball.
Okay, I gotcha.
You're the star of the show. Everybody wants to take a picture with you. You can go around, screaming things really loudly, and they're like, it's just mascot guy. That's the feeling whenever you're dressed like that. Like when Joey McIntyre was dressed as a Patriot, and he was like, not everybody dresses like this.
I felt really bad for him in that moment.
But it was like, I think that not the cojones, but the idea and follow through to actually do that. I'm not a person that dresses up to go to a game like that.
Okay, yeah, me neither.
And I would feel weird already doing that. So you're probably already just even to get to that, breaking that barrier was probably a big deal.
Yeah.
So after the game, you're not that worried. I don't think they feel stupid at all, Kevin.
Okay.
And
all
they
right.
shouldn't either. They were supporting their team.
Now, I want to talk about the monster numbers that it looks like that game last night is going to draw.
Really?
So, yeah.
So for some people that might say it was a yawn, that
Look,
it was drawing some big numbers.
I don't know how in the world you could have watched that game last night and said it was boring. Maybe you did, and you have the things that you like, but I don't see how that could be your takeaway.
That was great competition.
So this morning, BetMGM, DraftKings, and FanDuel all reported that the Four Nations Face-Off Championship game last night was the most bet hockey event of all time by total tickets. And then Caesars and ESPN said it fell just short of the record set by last year's Game 7 Stanley Cup Final. And now we go on because I want to talk a little bit more about that betting handle. It was more than anything was bet on the World Series last year. And remember, last year was just about as marquee of a World Series matchup as you can get. And there are multiple books saying the amount of money getting bet on the Four Nations face-off yesterday was akin to afternoon NFL games.
Really?
So like Sunday afternoon, not just some weird Tuesday afternoon COVID game.
Yeah, I think, obviously because the U.S. was in it, that's one of the reasons it took over.
For sure.
But every hockey fan that watches NHL hockey was probably very heavily invested in it because it's their sport. They love hockey, and they knew every name of all those players in each one of those teams. But this is your World Cup. This is the hockey's biggest opportunity to be viewed globally like that. I think I might be wrong. Somebody might come in and be like, "No, what are you talking about? Locomotive in Russia, or something like that is bigger than this." Somebody could say that. I don't know. But here, for sure, it definitely was a big event for all hockey fans because they got to watch the stars be out. Not the Dallas Stars, but the biggest stars in the game be out there.
Best
so
on best.
I totally get it, man. It was awesome.
I'm a little concerned that our country was not more patriotic with its betting. All right? So people who bet from America on this game, 79% of their bets and 77% of the money went to the United States. However,
it's a big number.
At the score bet, which is essentially the Canadian equivalent, 84% of Canadians and 87% of their money backed Canada.
Well, I mean, you remember when Broadus came in here and said that we were kicking everybody's butt by talking about how great Canada was?
Yeah.
Maybe that scared some American voters off because we were talking so highly of Canada and their offense and what they're able to do. That being said, they didn't really unleash it on the U.S. That offense looked fast and effective, but it wasn't as efficient as it needed to be.
So I imagine, I still haven't seen the final TV rating for this just yet, but I imagine once it comes in, it will obliterate every other game you've seen in the Four Nations. It will be on par with a Stanley Cup final.
Somebody from the 817 said the Olympics are probably bigger. And what I meant by that, though, is like the Olympics is part of a gigantic...
Whereas this was just like its own thing.
Yeah, this is World Cup is World Cup soccer. The World Baseball Classic is World Baseball Classic. Like, it's only baseball. This was only hockey. You had nothing else that was part of the marketing build of it. So this was all their own marketing, which is why some people didn't even know it was happening.
Sure.
Why some people, because they're not connected to that world, and some people just caught on late. But even still, those are huge numbers. 79% is a pretty big number, but...
Absolutely.
Got beat by Canada.
And I was just going to say, if you're the TV network that's got the Winter Olympics, you just saw what is going to be a big boost to your hockey ratings.
Sure. Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
So happy Corey survived. He made it in today because this should be an interesting one. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit some of the wild, wacky, and odd things said by Mike Bassick this week. And one appearance from Kevin Hagelin.
Oh, hell yeah.
Holy cow.
Just one.
Point.
So, you know our tradition around here. We start by picking on people who are not here. So, we will start off with one of the many clips of Mike Bassick.
You're good looking. You want to show more of your butt? I do want to show more of my butt.
He has conversations with himself more than any of us.
He really does. But this was actually, believe it or not, on topic with what he was speaking about in the moment, because I remember this. This was the Tuesday afternoon Mike Bassick recap of Raw on Netflix. And he was like, man, those lady wrestlers, they show off their butt. Who do you think makes that decision? And it was like, does the company go to them? And that was the back and forth there.
Did y'all have an answer? Did y'all have an answer to that?
I mean,
usually the answer seems like it's yes, right?
Yeah, a lot of the time.
Like who? Y'all have an answer to who is in charge of that?
I think it's the women.
Yeah.
But I think they're not naive, and they're like, hey, this probably won't hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, it is very talent-driven. Because I've even seen, I know he's not a woman, but Dominic Mysterio, he talked about on, I think it was Complex Sneaker Shopping or something like that, where he was like, yeah, Triple H doesn't care anymore. He was like, I got these shoes I was really happy about. And I was like, can I wear these for my... And he's like, they're shoes. Yeah, go ahead.
Interesting.
So he was like, we get to really pick our wardrobe now, outside of like the t-shirt. That's their merch.
Wasn't that... kind of sorry to devolve into a big wrestling topic here, but we talked with Cody as he was going to AEW.
Yeah.
And one of the things he said was he never really got to define his characters.
Sure.
So maybe that was a big move to let them do a little more of that on their own.
I agree with that.
Okay.
This was kind of a bold statement by Mike as well.
Guess what? I've never seen my father.
Oh, no. I've seen his dad numerous
That's why he
times.
won't buy his parents a house.
That makes sense.
Because he's never seen his dad.
You know what? I get it. I probably wouldn't buy my dad a house either.
Real life alert. Okay, we're gonna try to move on from that. You know what, Kevin? Since you want to try to derail stuff on your own show,
That was just a factual statement.
It was true.
I mean, that's fair. You said this.
Don't have sex with your cousin. Yes. Thank you.
You've said this before,
No,
I feel like,
but
right?
thank you for keeping that drop.
Feels like a nighttime thing.
Because somehow
Should've
it
cut off
came
the
back
donut.
around this week that I advocate that, and I wanted to make it very clear. I do not advocate that. I'm against it.
Uh-huh.
Whenever they say kissing cousins, look, I don't feel great about that either. But at least if you drew the line at that, maybe we'd be okay.
I don't know why.
But you probably shouldn't do that either.
Yeah.
Aren't we all kind of just kissing cousins, though?
Yeah, if you get to like how 7 million times removed or whatever.
If we're all from Adam and Eve.
True.
Allegedly.
I think.
If we are.
I believe.
Then, like, we're all related. So isn't that gross?
Yeah, we're far enough removed that it doesn't bother me. I am very fascinated by like the next couple generations after that. And if they're like
the first two, like,
yeah, if they're like, this is kind of weird, right?
Like, how are we supposed to populate the earth?
Exactly.
Like, are we supposed to populate the earth? I don't know.
That just feels incorrect.
Maybe we're the aliens.
Whoa.
This got really like philosophical really quick. I don't know why this kind of just segues really well into what Kevin just said.
I think I want the D.
Was it?
Oh, I know what this is about. So he was talking about sometimes the absurdity of Little League uniforms and how you might have the team name but not necessarily match the colors. And he was like, yeah, we were called the Dodgers and they were in maroon or something like that. And we're just talking about what a mess it was putting that whole situation together.
That is what a lot. I mean, it's sad that we only have a week left of him.
That's true.
Because we could use that one plenty, but once he leaves, we can't use any of his drops anymore.
Please have a segment next week in Surprise at spring training dedicated to defense. And
So you can just play that.
Yeah, and then I'll have great use for this.
Hey, that was one of my biggest concerns about this team was their defense. So
Well, you and Mike think alike.
I think I want the D.
Yeah. There we go. Thanks, Mike.
Another statement. Mike just made a lot of like really bold statements this week.
So like, hey, I'm a little mofo too.
What? I don't remember that one at all.
I
remember the first time I heard somebody say mofo, and I was like, what does that mean? And then my mom told me.
Oh my gosh.
That's
like
great.
I saw it on the news.
Corey's like, I would never do that.
I saw it on the news, and she told me, and I was like, oh.
Kiss your mother with that mouth.
Man, don't you think it's weird though? Sometimes you can say mofo, but not the whole thing, and you're like, why? Like,
Yeah. You know what I do like is the next clip that I've queued up is just labeled mom. So I feel like that's a good segue, Corey. Thanks, man.
I don't want to like beat your mom.
I guess that's good.
Yeah,
Man,
that's
Was he
nice.
talking about, like, was he saying that to his kids? Or what was... I'm sorry that I missed this because... What
I
was that?
remember the context. I just don't want to share it.
Okay, because this is a family affair for me right now, because the two leading candidates are Mike's never seen his dad, and he doesn't want to beat your mom.
I'll be honest, I forgot to start tracking these, so...
And then we have my thing in there about cousins.
Yeah.
So it is very family-driven masterpiece of the week.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
On his second to last week, he gave me an entry of my favorite subcategory of masterpiece of the week ever.
Wait. I remember because somebody texted it in.
Yes.
It was about Mike Bassick not getting into auction battles with Evan Carter's
That's
mom
right.
Yep.
That
if
is right.
she's trying to win his cards.
That was great, though. The second I heard him say that, I was like, yeah. And then I think I got like probably 4 or 5 DMs on Twitter. Did you hear that? I'm like, oh, trust me. I heard that.
Thank you to the 425 for helping out with that.
I call this subcategory Mike Bassick overreacts for no reason.
What do you guys think about the prospect? And we're going to get to wrestling in just a second.
Yeah.
What do you think about the...
Has he ever been that excited about anything?
No, he's so... And it feel like he wanted to yeet right there, but instead he backed away and said, yeah, and then play it one more time, and then you got that. What do you guys think about the prospect? And we're going to get to wrestling in just a second.
Yeah.
What do you think about the...
That's exciting.
He is... I can't tell you, Corey, because I know you heard it the week before. He still wanted to talk about the Elimination Chamber, which is next weekend, and he continues to call it the Echo Chamber. I kind of wish the quote-unquote Echo Chamber was this Sunday, and like we all watched it together.
You know what's ridiculous? Somebody came in the house. Adrienne came in, and she was talking about somebody that they work with or something, and she said the name Dan. And in my mind, the first thing I did was Thunder Dan. And now,
he brought us Cronuts.
All these things in my mind are going to be little Mike-isms that are going to be stuck there that I'm just going to be like, ha, 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 to myself.
And by the way, that's because of 1990s Phoenix Suns player Thunder Dan Marley. Now,
who I loved.
And that's great.
Mm-hmm.
But that was
Kevin Johnson.
30 years ago. And now every person named Dan, he's like, oh, Thunder Dan.
Yep.
Let's see, 2 more, and then I actually do have a celebrity appearance as well that I totally forgot about. Mike said this.
Let me eat all the crap I can possibly put in my mouth.
Yeah. I mean, he was doing that on Wednesday.
Was he talking about? It feels like he was either talking about Zion or Luka.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't that feel like he was talking about one of those guys?
That is a very good point. I don't remember, but that's a good point.
And then we had a very special guest earlier this week. He used to coach the Cowboys. His name was Tom Landry. And he said this.
And take a load off!
Oh, my God.
I heard Tom Landry say that he and Tex Schramm were rolling over in heaven. And I was like, that's not how that happens.
I can't tell you. You might have been like, I heard it and it was jarring to me. I can't tell you how jarring it is to be, I don't know, 6 feet away from somebody who all of a sudden goes, Kevin, it's the ghost of Tom Landry. That's like just something you don't expect.
Guest host, Kevin Hagelin on Saturday Night Live. That's what it sounded like to me.
I could see that. To hear.
Boo.
And why do all ghosts sound like that?
That's a great question.
Because if you ran into a ghost and he was like, "Hey, Alec, how's it going?" You'd be like, "Hold on,
this is just a human."
Why didn't you say, "How's it going?" And you're like, "That's not how it works."
Kevin Hagelin.
I don't know why. I'm gonna vote for Mike saying that he's never seen his dad because I thought that was amazing.
Guess what? I've never seen my father.
And there's like a 3-second pause after that too, so like it was perfect.
I'm voting for what he said about Evan Carter's mom.
Oh God.
Well, or moms in general.
I don't want to like beat your mom.
That's good.
It's true.
Good
we don't
job.
We don't
Mike.
want that to happen.
I don't know.
And you know what I like to do? I like to leave it up to the people. Mike overreacting.
What do you guys think about the prospect? And we're going to get to wrestling in just a second.
Yeah.
What do you think about
that? Is good.
It sounds like he was doing a bad Flavor Flav impersonation. All right, so those are your choices. Flavor Flav Mike, Mike and his dad, Mike and moms. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Harley for McKinnon. Trying to weave. He scores! Through and toward the net from the top of the slot, and it got past Hellebuck.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 903. Shout out to my daughter Avery. It is her 17th birthday. Happy birthday to Avery. Now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing great. I want to jump right to this. I know we don't have a lot of time, and that's our fault. How engrossed were you with Four Nations last night? And then they put out the betting odds for Olympic hockey next year. Canada, a very slight favorite over the United States. And then there's a big gap until we get down to Sweden.
Had quite a bit of running around to do after the show.
Okay.
Drove to the house, picked up Abby, went to soccer practice from 8 to 9. Couldn't digest the game in any way other than looking at the phone for occasional updates. But on those car rides with Abby, I rarely tell her, listen, don't interrupt anything. Don't say a word for the duration of this ride. It might have been the first time in her life I've done that.
Yeah.
Shut your mouth, honey. We're going to listen to something important here. Yeah. That's great. I do also love the idea of, a head coach peeking at his phone during practice a little bit just to get some score updates about a game that he really cares about.
And that gives you such a great idea of, like, and we talked about it with the betting money just being off the charts for this. That TV rating is going to be a monster.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And the excitement all day. I mean, it was great because yesterday we're sitting here doing the show, and all day on ESPN, it was just, it felt like you were watching the hockey channel because it was all about this particular game, and the stakes were super high, and these guys freaking cared, man. They absolutely cared, and on the heels of the All-Star Weekend stuff, it was so refreshing to have something where it's like, yes, you deserve all my attention. And they lived up to it. I mean, what a game it was.
You know, Broadus, I know Canada scored early, but for like the first 3 or 4 minutes, what you said might happen to start really resonated because I know Thomas Harley was part of some of these turnovers, but Canada was sloppy with the puck, and I was like, hockey genius Brian Broadus.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think the couple of things that happened, I don't think that the U.S. took advantage of some of the bad line changes that they had in that game. I mean, they got some opportunities, and it's just unfortunate. And the game came down into the last 4 minutes or so. The U.S. had some great opportunities. They just, Bennington did a heck of a job. The U.S. didn't, they had shots on net, but, just could not get the puck where it needed to be to end that thing. But you leave McDavid in that position right there, you were going to lose. As soon as the puck went to him, I'm like, over, So, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's but it was a hell of a tournament. It really was. I mean, I kind of found myself watching all the games. And just to kind of see where world hockey stood.
Yeah. Does this get you more amped up for we're not that far away from the Olympics?
Oh, I'll always watch Winter Olympics. Yeah. I tend to watch the Winter Olympics more than the summer just because of the team sports like the hockey and stuff like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. As we head into spring training for the first time, they will be saying play ball in Surprise, Arizona here in about 10 minutes. And we'll have updates throughout the show. And then Jared Sandler's going to join us there at 6:20, I believe. We'll relive the day.
Love it, love it, love it.
This journey back to the World Series.
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember, tomorrow and Sunday, you can listen to the Rangers right here on 105.3 The Fan. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back with you on Monday, live from Surprise, 10 to 2, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say see you in Surprise, Kevin.
See you in Surprise.
And take a load off!
The North Texas D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Welcome in on this What You Drinking, What You Thinking Football Friday here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. They're about to start playing baseball in Surprise. We'll have updates throughout the day. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup of Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, keeping the Gators down best he can. Eric Chiafalo is here. Wolchuk taking a 3-day weekend touring preschools today there for baby Eliza. So best of luck to the Woolly Bully and his family. Of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Do want to tease this for 440, guys. Tell me if this intrigues you. I put together the definitive 6 reasons that if LeBron James leaves the Lakers, he will be coming to the Mavs. You are 2 hours and 38 minutes from that. Maybe 43 minutes. Hey, after the performance he put on last night on the second night of a back-to-back, putting the team on his back, I'll tell you what. Shot the lights out. That fires me up. Yeah, not I guess at this point, not an elite defender anymore, especially against some of the greatest players in the game. But that's the only sign of age on this guy. He's still a top 10 producer in all your major categories and offensive efficiencies and everything. And so they had a 6-game winning streak before the trade. Luka comes in, they stumble. The Lakers fans are upset with Luka, and then he load manages or whatever he did last night, and LeBron goes off. You think he's making a statement? Heck yeah, he is. He wants to remind everybody that he's still that dude, and no matter what his teammates are or have been, Anthony Davis, Luka now included, he's a guy that you can pretty much depend on night in, night out, unless you really care about the All-Star stuff and you're still ticked off at him about that, because it's like, wow, you couldn't play in the All-Star weekend. Then all of a sudden put on your uniform. Then, yeah, exactly. And then you go back-to-back nights playing some serious basketball.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Soaring through the air on some serious dunks as well.
I mean, beating Portland isn't that hard, let's be honest, but they were on an 8-game winning streak.
Portland's playing better.
A couple weeks ago, they had been playing better. Yeah. Okay, it's a back-to-basketball Friday for the Mavs as well. They host the Pelicans at 7:30. They have won 4 of the 5 through this chaos. That's what your Mavericks have done for you. I think the AAC faithful have done a heck of a job supporting these guys. And I think a lot of them love their Mavs, no matter what it says on the back of the jersey. I salute those kind of fans. I think it does take all kinds of fans to make the world go round. I'm not saying I discount the protest validity, or I even want them to stop. I think they probably have stopped for now. I don't know. Maybe they'll surprise me tonight, though, and come back in there for round 3. That'd be something. But, they're just they just have 2 more losses right now than the 6th place Clippers. So... I don't know if it's likely, but just to let you know, I know we're talking play-in at this point. That'd be my expectations. They are a play-in team, but if they can keep this rolling a little bit, I don't know. Clippers played well last night. I know Kawhi Leonard's healthy, and that's a big difference for them. When they get him, they can start getting it rolling pretty good.
Just give it about 5 or 6 minutes, though, Dawson. You know how that works.
Okay, the other game of interest tonight, though, Warriors at the Kings. Golden State, couple of games behind the Mavs in the standings, but they've been looking good since the trade. Jimmy Butler, possibly the yin to Steph's yang, is what they're saying out there in Golden State. Might have a perfect combo. I know Draymond Green said we're going to go win the championship now, and he said he'll follow both Jimmy Butler and Steph all the way there to championship time.
That's exactly how it'll work. Yeah. He will guarantee the championship, and then he'll be looking at Steph like, please, God, make this come true for me.
Make this shot, yeah.
Could you go off for about 16 points in 3 minutes again, buddy? Okay. A lot going on here with the NBA, obviously, but big news in the show yesterday was Zach Martin's retirement, indicating he's going to shut it down. Reminded me of my first week on the Fan when Flozell Adams retired, and this one is significantly bigger, but Flozell was a big deal as well. Brandon Laurie, Cowboys, listed the Cowboys legacy players of this era to never make a Super Bowl. Tony Romo, Jason Witten, Zach Martin, DeMarcus Ware, Tyron Smith, Dez Bryant, Sean Lee, Travis Frederick, Ezekiel Elliott. Would you put anybody else on this list? I think he got them all.
Did it tank?
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't think about Tank, because of out of sight, out of mind kind of a deal. Maybe he didn't think Tank was a legacy player. I think Tank
Hot Boys, though.
Yeah.
We'll never forget the Hot Boys.
Never forget the Hot Boys.
You can't tell the story about the Dallas Cowboys without talking about the Hot Boys. As a glaring oversight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a while back as well, but there's several players from the late 2000s as well that you could put in here. At any rate, Micah Parsons retweeted it with, "That list is coming to an end. We're going to stop putting new names on that list, starting with me." Maybe Jerry agreed that it's time to try to buy a championship. Maybe Micah knows something.
Mike is just trying to will it into existence, man. I get it. I understand it. At some point, he will be jaded enough to just say, okay, I know what this means. If I'm here, cool, it'll be fun, but we won't be winning. If he gets that itch at some point here in the next few years to go Myles Garrett, he will find a contender.
The thing about it is he'll have a platform to do it on, too.
Yeah, he'll announce his trade request on his show.
He will absolutely just roast Dallas on this platform he has,
Oh,
that's a good point.
That'll be quite a post-career media, possibility. Maybe a book.
Yeah.
Definitely a podcast, a lot of hot takes. Could you imagine if he leaves? I mean, at some point, I think until the Jones family decides to change their approach to how they manage the salary cap, all of the greats have a decision to make. Do I just want to retire like Zach Martin, or do I want to go try to win a championship like DeMarcus Ware, some of these other guys? I would chase the championship. I think everybody's got their own decision to make, and for different reasons. Zach Martin apparently decided that he's just going to hang him up for good. But I did see a breakdown earlier this week, the top 6 free agent additions at every position last year. And like 75% of them performed below expectation. Only a couple, like there's a smattering of, wow, there's a Zach Bond. Look at that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think the Cowboys take that as a cautionary tale against it. The last time they really committed to free agency was Brandon Carr. They got an average player. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I would say that's kind of the risk that you have to assume to build a great team right now. And you have to keep your fingers crossed that you nail on them. And if you don't get them all right and you're not good enough, you got to then follow it up with a couple of trades at the deadline. I think there's got to be a relentlessness to team building instead of letting these kind of stats it's been a trend in free agency for decades, Brian. Usually the big signings don't pan out.
No, they usually don't. And, there's a couple of avenues, but the one thing that I did learn watching Philadelphia and how their team was built and watching how they performed in the Super Bowl and really all season because they're in your division, the thing I learned is you have to be able to do both. Mm-hmm. You have to be able to sign players and through free agency, whether they're high dollar ones or minimal ones. You have to be able to do that. And you have to do that with regularity. You can't just be a sometime team doing that, and maybe you're going to miss on one or two, but you might hit on a guy like a Zach Bond, and it works out for you. I think the Cowboys could be very happy with what they got out of Carl Lawson. Sometimes you can hit on those things, but you got to be able to draft. You got to be able to trade, and you got to be able to sign free agents. And if you're only playing in the pool of one of the three, you're going to have a team that's probably the third best team in the division. You're just not. The other teams are ahead of you on that. And if you're not willing to spend money, and I'm not just saying spend money, sign your own, because that's been a big problem for this football team.
It has.
They have not done a good enough job of evaluating their own.
No.
And that's where you get in trouble.
You got to move on from more than they do.
Yeah.
But, as another branch on that sort of Zach Martin topic tree, I feel like his offensive line shielded this team from reality. It allowed them to believe we're close. We got a lot of good stuff going on. You had a great offensive line for a decade and allow you to win a lot of games. And now, it's time to get busy building the next one. Saints are hiring former Chargers coach Brandon Staley as their DC for Kellen Moore. He was the assistant this year with the Niners. He was an assistant with the Niners. And before the Chargers, he was on the scene with the Rams as their defensive coordinator under Sean McVay. So it'll be interesting to see if he can rekindle some magic there with our buddy Kellen Moore over there in New Orleans. So congrats are in order for Canada, guys. I hate that moment. It happens all the time in a hockey game where you're hoping. The puck's flying around the goal on your end. It doesn't go in, but you're thinking, okay. And then they get possession, and then the guy's open. All of a sudden, it's over.
And that's why it's called sudden death, Brian. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that the U.S. had some really good chances there in the overtime period to put this game away. And they kept a lot of pressure on Bennington and the Canadian defense. There was some great opportunities with some shots, with some rebounds around the net. The way the puck bounced a couple of times, they were in position to put it away and end this thing. And when you don't do that, when both teams are as even as they were, and I think that Canada, with some of the injuries that the U.S. was dealing with, at the end, the Canadian team just being a little bit better. But you leave Connor McDavid in the slot like that with a puck on the tape, that thing's going to be in the back of the net. And I mean, as soon as it got to him, and I saw how open he was, then there was, and maybe some of the things, maybe some of the injuries that, defensively for the U.S. right there, maybe some of the players they didn't have on the ice at the time, hurt them in trying to, mark McDavid like they needed to in that particular sequence. It's just, it was a rough way to lose it. But you give one of the best players in the world that kind of opportunity. Yeah, he's not going to miss that.
Yeah, and it was their best player outperforming yours. You were waiting for Austin Matthews to meet the moment. He had multiple chances in overtime, and then I believe it's him the one that allows McDavid the opening there for the game winning shot. So yeah, it was very even. It was extremely fun. You're always worried that you have a Super Bowl moment where you build up this incredible game and then you're a period into it or whatever, and it feels like it's the onslaught's on and it's already over in either direction. For USA, that would have been awesome, but I mean, you had an unbelievable game, and to have it end that way was absolutely gut wrenching.
It was, man. It was. And, salute to the players for going out there and putting on a hell of a show from both sides, and this is an incredible tournament. Hopefully they can do this every year or every couple of years. I don't know what the plan is, but I think it's genius. We're still in a situation in the U.S. where they say Mike Modano's the best American-born hockey player ever. I don't think any of the top 5 players currently by goals are Americans. So I do think we gotta be honest with ourselves, and this is what happens when you go up against a country where their entire culture is around one sport. We're scattered. It's hard to find quality coaching. It's hard to find quality inspiration for our kids. We're doing a hell of a job competing, and we're picking up ground as the sport continues to gain popularity, and it's all across the southern U.S. now, so there's better access to it, but it's basically trying to figure out a way to beat Brazil when everybody's playing beach soccer from the time they're 3 years old, their entire lives.
You're absolutely right. I think the thing that gives me hope for American hockey, we talked about it yesterday, are the junior tournaments, the junior wins that they've had. Those are players that will be in future Olympics, future games like these, future big-time NHL games, Stanley Cup playoff games. I was encouraged that I didn't realize that Austin Matthews was from Arizona. And that's kind of you're not thinking about Arizona being a hockey state. You're thinking about Arizona losing a hockey team to Utah. But
it's like a cliff climbing state.
It's like, you're kind of like, wow, okay. I'm thinking of, other athletes.
Some golf.
Yeah, other athletes coming from Arizona, but one of the better players in the NHL happens to come. So that's encouraging to me, as long as we continue to build rinks for ice time for young hockey players.
Yeah,
you've got a great shot to continue to close the gap on Canada.
And I think it's a tremendous trampoline now for the last of the season and the playoffs. Like, I bet TV ratings are going to be higher than they've been in recent years as a result of the excitement. I'm excited about the Stars more now as a result of that tournament. ESPN Bet, by the way, putting their odds to win the Stanley Cup today at 9-1. Say it's a pretty good value, nearly 10-1 on your money for one of the better teams out there with quality and experience. And, of course, Miro and Sagan will be back before the playoffs as well. Okay, we are off and running here on a Friday. Of course, what you drinking, what you thinking coming up at 5:20. So if you are cracking them, just go ahead and set a reminder on your phone. You know how you can lose time
Or
lose track of time.
consciousness, yeah.
Or consciousness.
Yeah.
So you're going to want to have that alarm set. Liverpool have been drawn against PSG in the Champions League round of 16. Real Madrid will face Atletico Madrid. Elsewhere in today's draw, it's Bayern Munich and Bayern Leverkusen, and Arsenal's going to take on PSV Eindhoven. Barcelona against Benfica. The first leg of the match is coming up March 4th and 5th, and then March 11th and 12th. FC Dallas open their season tomorrow night at Houston, and their home opener is going to be March 8th against Chicago. Okay, should other sports copy Four Nations? What would that look like? G-Bag of the day right after that right here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, Nation. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel and Frankel 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Wyatt Langford, mild oblique strain, says Bruce Bochy. Injury occurred a few days ago. Langford originally didn't think he would need to back off of training or anything, but he felt it again when taking swings yesterday. So the staff ordered an MRI, and the strain has been exposed. Okay, so hopefully that's a nothing. Doesn't sound like it's significant, Brian, but it's an annoying way to get this spring underway, isn't it?
No, but it sounds like, according to Kennedy Landry of MLB.com, the Jonah Heim had the first hit.
Let's go
of the Cactus League play, and then right after that, Ezekiel Durant followed with one right after that. So back-to-back hits for the Rangers.
Oh, that's
the Royals.
good news.
So,
I love it. Yeah, the Jonah Heim stuff, man. Hopefully that is a sign of things to come for him. If he can rekindle the World Series championship season that he had, I think that's going to go a long way for this team to get back to where they want to be.
Yeah, along with Higashioka, you have quality depth now. If Heim could go ahead and bounce back, and you could just have a 1-2 punch there, a 1-2 damn punch at catcher, that'd be something. It is still scoreless in the first inning right there in Surprise, Brian.
I just saw her tweet.
A couple of hits.
Yeah, there's a couple back-to-back hits, and they said the exit velocity on that thing, on that Heim hit, was almost 99 miles an hour. So that's good. Off to a good start doing it that way.
Huge year 2 for Langford. Can he take the next step and possibly establish himself firmly as a star or flirt with superstardom? Bochy says, we don't think this injury will impact opening day, but this is why you need depth to handle bumps in the road. Not just in spring training, but during the season. That's why it's critical you have guys that can step in and be productive.
Well, I mean, we're basically walking on the field, and we've already got injuries.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why sports bothers me sometimes.
It's the worst part about sports.
I'm sorry, and there's some things I disagree with Mike Bassick. I think athletes today are better than athletes from my era. Whether you're watching the NBA or any things, I disagree with that.
But it's that T word.
What, the T word?
Toughness.
Every time we go to, it seems like, oh, we're in Oxnard, or oh, we're in Surprise, or we're, it's like you can't just go and have like 5 or 6 practices in a row without somebody not getting hurt.
Yeah.
It's like, it was Josh Young, fielding ground ball. Oh, he took one off the finger. He took one on the wrist. Oh, he's going to be, and you're like,
calf strain last year for him.
What the hell? We're just
shagging balls.
We're trying to find where the restroom is here at the facility. I mean, we haven't been here for 10 minutes.
You would expect finely tuned athletes that had so much muscle.
Why?
I mean, that's the key to avoiding injury. They're not stretching enough. They got a bad diet.
You did a top 10 list of fat athletes yesterday.
Just out of shape ones, to be fair.
Fat athletes. You did a list, and we were talking
we had
about
to honor
it.
Luka in some way.
Well, I wasn't pinning it on Luka, but I'm just saying that it seems like to me like, if you went out there and kind of stretched like the 58 Colts, where you kind of rolled your arms around and kind of did a couple of squat thrust things, you'd play 14 games.
Couple of jumping jacks.
Yeah, it's like, they'd spell out Colts, know, and then, all right, let's break. And those dudes would smoking cigarettes, drinking a tab in the locker room during the Super Bowl, whatever.
Built different, dude.
It's so nowadays. Literally, they're walking to the field. Oh, my toe. Oh, my calf.
Yeah.
Oh, my lower back. And what have you been doing all year? What are we doing? Time to get hurt when you're not. You're not playing ball for me today.
I figure if I was that age, I would just go from like vacation spot to vacation spot for about 90 days until it was time to come back to spring training. And then I'd try to play my way into shape.
Maybe Luka did know something. Maybe Luka did know something showing up the way he did. Maybe he knew.
No, because he was still getting all the soft tissues. It's I don't know. It's really it's unexplainable for some of these guys.
Am I wrong about this? Am I wrong? Like why does it seem like every time it's like something the day of?
I think I do think there's something to it. I also think today's athletes are two things. Number one, they're wound tighter because they're so dang strong, especially a guy like Langford. He might have too much muscle to be a baseball player.
Sure.
But then number two, they can fix everything, right? So in previous generations, like in the 70s and 80s, before like an ACL surgery, if you were an injury-prone guy,
you
tore your ACL in high school, your career's over.
You're done. Yeah.
So that injury-prone guy is off of TV. Yeah. He's out of Major League Baseball for the rest of his life. Yeah. Now you get fixed 3 times before you even debut in the big leagues. You're an injury-prone son of a gun. So that's why it seems everybody gets hurt. They're not selected for durability by the process anymore.
I would just like to go walk out on the walk to the field and like see everybody playing, everybody practicing. Not like 5 guys standing over there like working on, bands.
Especially now. It's not too much to ask now before we've even been able to sit on our Southwest flight to fly to Surprise.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like he's already, just a bump in the road. Every year we have a bump in the road when this thing opens up. Like the mayor of Surprise is like, welcome to the Rangers. By the way, 5 guys are on the disabled list. I don't think they call it disabled list, right? Anymore, they call it something else. IL. The injured list.
Yeah. Disabled community was very offended.
I didn't mean that. I meant that the IL.
You cleaned it up. Yeah.
I tried.
Yeah.
God.
It's not as jarring as when you say the original name of the Washington NFL team. You and Wolchuk going on and on about that one.
I mean, that was their name.
Yeah, it was. It's historically accurate.
And you know what? Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Don't feel ashamed.
You're good.
Don't feel ashamed.
Okay.
I feel ashamed, Luke.
Don't feel ashamed.
940 says the difference between injured and hurt. They think they're injured because something hurts. Yesterday's athletes played through that pain.
Yeah.
Well, I think today the trainers have medical knowledge to know that if you're playing with something pulled, you're more likely to tear something else in the chain.
Sure.
You're putting the team asset actually at significant risk by, quote, toughing it out.
I am only looking at day 1 of spring training baseball.
No, and I love it. I love what you're doing over there. I kind of wonder if there's something in that bottle over there. The way you're acting, it's cracking me up.
You dipping into it a little bit?
No,
prepping the body for next week. Broadus cannot stop talking about next week in Surprise. We're boozing. He's like, guys, don't forget. I know how to sneak in a big handle of Tito's.
If they get caught, you just kind of act like you didn't know what you're doing. You're kind of like,
play the old man card.
From?
Yeah.
You play like, oh no, it's a gift from one of the clubhouse guys, and they'll like,
You're like Barry Switzer at DFW.
Blame it on CY.
And then we're walking out, and I drop it in the trash can on the way out.
No, it's just water. Believe me.
Where's the recycling?
But yeah, I'm just telling you, I just wish that I could go to one of these things and like see all of them practice and not be hurt the first day that we get there.
It is a little bit of a downer, coming off the Cowboy season and now the Mavs season. We're on a bad run of injuries here. We need some good.
Those hockey dudes will play through it now. You almost have to kill them to keep them off the ice.
That was a little jarring.
Yeah. Now it's time for Lucius.
Perfect transition.
Let's go into the Pimp Cup, where it is time now for the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We'll play them all. Vote on which one we like the best. It's your G-Bag of the day. Here's LA.
For he is a jolly good fellow. Shout out to you, Broadus, for bringing the burgers through.
Yeah.
The Burger Street burgers.
Extra mayonnaise you get taken care of?
I've got taken care of.
Good
and
deal.
You did say get the double meats, and I got the double meats, and boy, it was slapping.
Yeah.
And food don't slap.
Appreciate that.
It smacks. Yeah, we have the meats. It was really good.
Yeah, I like the bacon was all curly.
Yeah, curly.
It was curly.
It was good, man. My joint is falling apart. It was really good.
Well, glad you liked it, man. Good call.
It has a special place. It has a special place in my heart because that's where my dad used to take me on Saturdays after I help him clean his car, clean his Camaro out.
Wow.
Yeah. Now let's go get a burger, son. And that's till that Book It thing came around. Then it became Pizza Hut because I can get a free pizza. Oh, bring it back. We need that. The levels. All right, anyway.
It's a unique building, by the way. The color scheme.
Yeah.
They're like, I think I've seen one of these before. And it's like kind of that Miami Dolphin
Yeah.
That bright
Neon. Yeah, it feels like it belongs on the sand on a beach
like,
somewhere, a little burger shack.
That's Burger Street. And
Am I tripping? Is there a Burger Street and a Burger Station? Am I tripping?
Burger Station?
I think it was a Burger Station.
Well,
Anyway,
there's Burger House. My buddy Chris Canellis owns the Burger House across from SMU. The
Go
Greek,
ahead, Chris.
yeah, man, the burger houses are good.
Get in your bag, Chris.
Yeah.
All right, our winner and champ right here is the fan after dark. Blake was dealing with a fan texter. Who
This is it, right? Day 5?
This is day 5.
Okay.
This is day 5.
Yeah.
Fan texter was no longer feeling him, and it just got weird after that.
682 is not dating me. Blake, I'm starting to not like you. I'll finish.
What a thing to say
On Valentine's Day.
What a thing, man. Why? What did he say?
I loved you when you started.
Okay.
But you got to stop being a hater. You smash on Fred, and he's pretty non-objective despite being a KC native.
Oh, we got a Fred Truther on there.
Okay,
Yeah, we got Fred's burner on here.
First of all, hey, look. Hey, thanks. But that's what, I mean, we both bust on each other.
Ooh.
I mean, every.
No, I gotta leave the show. No way you just said that. I am not a part of the show.
Bust chops, people. Bust chops.
Okay, 2 things
Bust
I've never
chops
noticed.
still don't help it out, bro.
Not at all.
Still
No.
Yeah, Fred was a vintage Fred right there. Some of the greatest broadcasting ever. But he starts his monologue with first of all, a look. That's 6 windups before the payoff pitch. He's a proper legend already, an instant legend.
Good.
Why'd you do that?
He's incredible.
Why'd you do that, Dawson?
It's cracking me up, dude.
Oh,
6
man.
windups.
Oh, I gotta get, man. Come on, bro. You gonna make me lose my wits about me.
Not with a full burger belly.
Woo. Yeah, all right. Man, that was hilarious, Dawson. LeBron's going off at the age of 40 points, 40 years old, dunking on the youngins.
The new 40-40 club.
Oh, my gosh.
Only him in it. Only got to do it twice.
They out there calling him Unc, and he's schooling them.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Even his head coach is glazing, they said.
I believe I saw the other day he's a billionaire. And he's playing on the second night of a back-to-back at 40 after 22 years with every frickin' record and every accolade. And the kids will say that I'm glazing him. He's one of the greatest competitors.
Just glaze.
Man knows the slang.
He knew it, too.
He knew it. The kids.
It's like, I know what I'm doing, and I'm still
bro.
going to do it.
2 hands. They say I got some handles, man. I'm JJ ready, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Good ball handler.
There we go. Oh, you know what? Speaking of you, brothers, what were you talking about yesterday? Check this out.
I know there's a lot of holes. I'm just trying my best not to pick the guy that could potentially bust on me. And Dane's right about Will Johnson.
Blake said.
That's crazy. That was crazy.
Oh, it's
like I get the buzz part, but when you said a lot of holes, like you started with that, man, that's nuts.
There is there'll be no Krusty's Corner today at 3:40. Just gonna sit it out. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me go listen to Dawson.
What Dawson?
Hold on, listen to Dawson. Hold on.
I know there's a lot of holes. I'm just trying my best not to pick the guy that could potentially bust on me. And Dane's right about Will Johnson.
Blake said. You know, because Blake's looking for a co-host. He had to leave the show.
There's a great common theme and thread between all these nominees.
Yes. I even have a clip for LA Live that goes with it too, bro. Your boy was on the toilet just thinking, oh yeah, put that together. Mad scientist. Let's see what else we got. Hey, this happened at a funeral.
Oh.
Yes. The guys goes, you go up there and talk and say something kind about the dearly departed.
Yeah. Eulogy.
Yeah. Well, this man goes up there and talks about the first time he met the dearly departed. And he probably should have kept this to himself, or maybe for the after funeral vibes, when the liquor's out.
But the thing is, you know, I was 11 years old and I had a hoe.
Oh.
And the police used to pass by. What you doing? What you doing? I said, I'm waiting on my hoe. At 11 years old. I ain't never seen nothing like it. That's when I ran into James Wagner.
No.
But anyway, he put my coattail. But I just want to tell you.
Yeah.
Preston lives a lot.
Is James Wagner bringing his hoe back to him?
That's when I ran into James Wagner.
Yeah. Anyway.
Family confused as hell. Like, wait, okay, so was James into? What's going on?
Who is this guy?
Well, yeah, he had a little drink before the funeral.
Yeah, a little.
He busted that out in the parking lot.
A hoe at 11 years old, man.
Yeah, it's wild life. Streets got to eat.
Yeah.
They on Figaro or Harry Hines down here.
Yeah, Harry Hines.
And Knox and Henderson, don't get it twisted.
Really?
Yeah, they look like they're going to like bars, like they're just, you know, regular girls hanging out. Those working girls.
Oh, okay.
They are working girls.
Grind don't stop.
Come on, the grind. She got to get through school SMU high. I should have said that. My bad. Yeah, I don't know.
Pony up.
Yeah, pony up. Wow. All right, man.
Okay. Is it our champ 4-time looking for 5, Fred and Blake? JJ Redick glazing that goat.
Glazing that goat.
Brought us, there's a lot of holes, but he's trying his best to pick the one that won't bust. First of all. Okay. And then man explains his adolescence, you know, and how he met James.
God.
That's tough. That is really tough.
Yeah, really tough.
I'm going to vote for Broadus.
Why? There's a 5-timer on the line.
Why?
Because I'll make them honorary 5.
I'm going with Broadus as well.
Oh, jeez. What are we doing?
I don't even matter right now, bro. It's already a wash.
It's 2.
I can tie this thing up.
I'm going with Fan After Dark, but hey, it's looking kind of funny.
Okay.
Brian,
Yeah,
you're right
Fan
there.
After Dark. We're going to tie this thing up and create a poll for our people to
Okay,
use.
we're going to win or jump on
A pole or a hole? What'd you say?
Yeah, a poll.
Just don't bust on it, okay? We're going to go to @GBagNation on Twitter, okay? You can find all of our handles right there in the bio, @GBagNation. We're creating an Insta poll. We'll determine the champ here and then announce it on the other side before we get to what, Chief?
We got Biggest L, Biggest Dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Thanks to everybody that voted at G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Broadus has done it. He is once again your G-Bag of the Day champion. Congrats to Fred and Blake. Heck of a run. And now eligible for the G-Bag of the Year.
I wish you would have never showed me that Fred wind-up, bro. I've been in here crying, like in a laughing K-hole. Like, get it together, dog. Get it together, bro.
It is too good.
First of all, hey, look. Hey, thanks. But did he almost say the S word in the midst of all that? He don't know what he almost said. First of all, hey, look. Hey, thanks. But
oh my God.
Oh, here's the chief.
Oh my goodness gracious. All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Biggest dub to our guy Woody, still clean and sober from the Benzos. He's catching another dub this week because apparently his son is learning phrases already at just simply 2 years old. So ahead of the curve there, feeling good about that. He is taking the L thanks to the Team USA loss last night. So he's feeling that one. But overall, things are still great for our guy Woody.
Yeah, probably easier to learn the English language when your daddy's not all drowsy on Xanax. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Enunciating much better. You know, you're already harvesting rewards from that sobriety.
Nice work, Woody.
Yeah. Paying off.
214, our buddy Coach Riff Dog. Old Riffy.
Yeah.
He's a ladies soccer coach at WT White.
Oh, Hookem, that's my alma mater.
Well, they just went 10-0 on old Sock.
Oh,
just tore them
South
up.
Cliff struggling a little bit in soccer.
Currently in second
Not
place.
Football.
Yeah. Just behind Hillcrest now.
Oh,
so
Hillcrest got a good team.
Tear them up.
The Lady WT White girls
Lady
are
Horns.
Lady Horns.
Yeah.
They're getting after it right now.
Get after him, Coach. Here we go.
Riffy's a stud. He used to be a big bleeder and obviously works during the day. I guess he cut out early, soaking in some G-Bag Nation. You're the man, Riff. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
Abby starts high school soccer next year. Can't wait.
High school soccer.
Yeah.
Does that mean your reign as coach?
Reign of terror.
Is this like, wait, are you on is this your last ride?
May very well be.
Are you doing are you soaking it in after every one of these like road opponents that you go into and they're doing a whole bells and whistles for you?
Yeah, there's a, smell the roses type of vibe.
How excited are the parents?
It depends on which ones you ask, I guess.
Yeah, that's navigating that has to be the toughest part of the gig. Let's see. We have 817. What do you think about this one? Is he being sarcastic? He says, biggest dub, dating at 34 years old. I'm having lots of luck finding prospects in their prime. Do you think he's being honest about that?
Say again. I was looking at this.
Yeah.
The TV screen.
For God.
If he's 34, yeah.
He's saying he's dating.
What do you mean by prime?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so I followed up with him because I'm reading this like, is this sarcasm or are you being real right now? Like, what do you? And it turns out he's like, I'm being real because he's like, I get mid to late 20-year-olds all the way up to mid 40s. So he just feels like being at 34 years old, he's in sort of the sweet spot of being able to have the pick of the litter from, hey, you could go on a date with like a 27-year-old and then all of a sudden a week later you're out with a 44-year-old, but that all works at 34.
That's good range, I suppose.
Yeah. You got covering a lot of territory over here.
That is.
Save some for the rest of us, 817.
I was wondering what he meant by prime, but that's a good definition. That's
a pretty dang good one.
Yeah.
972 biggest dub, positive annual review at work. Can you imagine? You ever get the? We don't do the like sit down face to face. Hey, this is where you sucked this year. They have like a montage of all your mistakes on the air.
Yeah.
Used to have something like that.
Yeah, we did though. Yeah. Could you write down a list of everything you kind of do around here?
Obviously, you work here.
Listen.
I've not had to run into that. Not yet. So
yeah, we did I think maybe one or two with Bruce Gilbert. Shout out to him. Been over a decade since he left, but saw him at the Super Bowl. It was nice catching up. But
Was that the gentleman that was at the Super Bowl?
Yeah, came by our table and said hi to quite a few people. But he was like, yeah, there's a couple of times where you left an event early. Really think you could be there for your teammates a little bit more. And I was like, well,
I got a daughter.
I was getting really hammered, I was about to I don't know if I was going to crash out, but it was unpredictable,
right?
So I was kind of like, wait, that was a white flag wave.
You were just doing everybody else a favor.
I thought
trying to maintain some professionalism.
Yeah.
Crash out.
I learned from previous engagements, it's best to try to get out before you do something you got to apologize for.
I hear you on that one, man. Well, the same 972 who gets the dub for the positive annual review at work, also taking an L because he's dealing with food poisoning right now, which is, when I think about the worst experiences of my entire 31 years of life, the 2 or 3 times I've dealt with food poisoning, up there with just the most miserable, awful. Like, how could this even possibly be? How am I not actually dying right now? This feels like exactly like what death would be like.
Yeah.
Isn't it worse when it comes from a place that you like?
Yes, dude. Yes.
So now you're scared to go back?
Mom's kitchen.
I had such a good run.
It's too much paprika, mama.
With Taco Bueno in high school.
Oh.
Such a good run. I mean, the
got
consistency factor was through the roof.
They tapped them out.
And then one Friday night, late night stop
You
through
think
those
it's a
bean and
massive
cheese
amount of
burritos,
alcohol
bro.
you were drinking that night?
No, there
that's
was
a different
no
kind of sick.
Yeah, it's a different kind of sick.
I think it maybe kind of crossed over.
No. I was like 15 years old. There was no booze whatsoever. This was just straight good old fashioned, tried and true food poisoning. And then I actually ended up getting it some years later at
Taco Bell. Went back, didn't you?
Chick-fil-A.
Oh.
Yeah. Wolchuk still swears like, nah, you didn't get Chick-fil-A.
Was it,
no
was
way
it
you
from
got Chick-fil-A.
Wolchuk's store?
It wasn't Wolchuk's store, no. It was like a high school team dinner thing. Some parents were controlling it and like, hey, we're going to bring everybody
those
chicken
little nuggets?
sandwiches.
Oh,
no, chicken sandwiches. But it was weird because
the lettuce got you.
The chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A doesn't usually come with cheese on it, right? Like there's specialty ones that do, but like your run-of-the-mill Chick-fil-A sandwich, no cheese. These had this weird pepper jack kind of cheese thing on it. I remember looking at it and thinking, that's weird. But obviously I'm just going to eat this thing. And then within 60 minutes,
Really?
it was a disaster. And it was a Thursday night before our Friday night game, so we go watch the JV team. So we just eat the Chick-fil-A, we walk over to the stadium, we're watching the JV team play, and I'm living in the bathroom there, and it's both ends.
Ooh.
In a high school stadium bathroom.
Oh, like
You got to exit at some point. You're like, how do I
go?
know that I'm clear to go?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now I got like a 20-minute ride home to my house, which was the worst drive of my life.
Yeah, that paper in those bathrooms, not good.
You starting to shiver?
Puked all over the floor in the bathroom.
My goodness.
I didn't know what
way
to do.
to
I'm like,
go.
what am I supposed to do?
In the commode. You puke in the commode.
I know, because I was having to two in the commode. That was the problem. And they don't have like the handy dandy like trash can usually.
Flush.
When it's a both ends at home, you got the trash can. You're
Flush,
sitting
puke,
on the toilet.
Flush, puke. Maybe?
Disaster. Flush, puke. Yeah.
I've only felt like that for
my
me.
ass. Easier said than done.
Yeah.
Well, how about-
you can't. You can't. When it's
I mean,
seriously,
have you ever had food poisoning? Just be honest.
Never have.
Okay. I'm telling you, I wouldn't wish it upon my worst enemy.
You guys
so I hope you never have that.
You guys have seen what on Fridays, like those bet payoffs, so I don't think things bother me like that.
That's true. Okay. Somebody get him a fountain soda from the Cabo San Lucas Airport right about now. We'll see you on Saturday night.
I'm serious, man. I do not know. I don't think so.
His innards they are undefeated in terms of this show and payoffs.
I'm absolutely right. You've seen it with your own eyes.
Yeah.
Don't give me that look. Oh, give me a fountain from Cabo. No, you know.
It will destroy you. It'll bring you to your knees, Brian. Surely somebody's streaming down there about ready to head home from a vacation. Just go ahead and bottle that thing up. And
I do
get
think,
Mr.
though,
Big Mouth here.
the odds are probably still not in his favor, but
61 years old, man.
But at 61 to never have food poisoning
Yeah.
does say something about the way your innards are compared to the rest of us.
Bingo.
Trucker's belly. You got a trucker's stomach.
What are you being? Okay.
Just saying.
It's a compliment.
Yeah.
He said belly. Makes it sound like I'm okay.
Stomach?
I'm kind of.
Would you
okay,
prefer,
you're right, Lucius.
Oh, you sound like
washboard?
my girl, my God.
Trucker's washboard.
I feel like you were being disrespectful when you said that my jeans are looking like what?
You called it a belly. Big L to Hooters
Sound
lovers.
like my girl.
Yeah.
Did you guys see Hooters is preparing to file for bankruptcy? Having to restructure the old dotted line, bottom line?
Is that like a bankruptcy protection where they're going to get reorganized and stay in action?
Sounds like it is.
Okay.
Sounds like it is. But still, it's
How much
obviously
does it
not
cost to
something
buy
you wanna have
Hooters?
Ask your guy John Gruden, man. Text coach. He'll probably have a good idea.
Turn it into Grooters. Maybe.
Yeah.
He could.
No, I was wondering if they would take money to if we could buy the whole thing and make it better.
Yeah, we need to restructure to whoever those wings they were buying them from in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the golden
They
age.
were crispy. They were paws big.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Paws big.
Yeah, like now they're all small and it's too much grease and not enough crunchy chicken.
Yes. Yeah. And that's part of
The
their problem
smoked
right
ones were
now.
good.
Hopefully they're going to get to the bottom of that issue. But huge dub to Siesta Key, named the #1 beach in the United States just 4 months after getting clobbered by Hurricane Milton. They've already got that thing back up and running.
rebuilt that
It's
thing.
apparently the softest sand in the world. And it's #1, Siesta Key, the #1 beach in the United States, I think was #4 in the world.
So it's better than some Hawaiian beach?
Yes, it is.
Siesta Key?
Siesta Key is apparently
Where is this? I've never heard of it.
It's in Sarasota,
I'm
Florida.
throwing a challenge flag. He's right. I'm throwing a challenge flag here.
I don't blame you because I was not expecting that either because you have followed up from
Hawaii.
You have the Poipu Beach Park in Kauai.
Yeah.
Hawaii, and then you have the Kanapali Beach in Maui.
Yeah.
That's 2 and
Kanapali.
3.
There we go.
Yeah, it's a great beach.
But yes, Siesta Key, apparently the best beach in America. Who'd have thunk it?
Road trip. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go back to back with you, though, because it's NFL news of the daytime before we get to the Cowboys news. Where are you taking us?
Oh, we got all sorts of news coming out of Diana Rossini's report. Myles Garrett, Trey Smith, what are they going to do? And Cooper DeJean, he's just like all of us next year on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys news of the evening coming up here in about 20 minutes. We'll talk all of the relevant Cowboys headlines from the last 24 hours with you. Time now for Eric Chiafalo's NFL News of the Day. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. We do have plenty of NFL news this afternoon, and we start with Myles Garrett. And obviously he is requested to be traded out of Cleveland, understandably so. He wants to go win. He's 30 years old. He's been, by and large, the best defensive player in the year, or defensive player in the league for many years now. And he's ready to go do some winning. Diana Rossini says she still thinks it's likely that he's going to get moved. And Cleveland is kind of drawing a hard bargain right now because they're acting like they really don't want to move on from him. But the other aspect to this is the way they structured his contract and all the void years, and how his cap hits have been pretty small throughout the time, because he's been averaging $25 million a year, but his cap hits are like 12, 7, 8, because they did so many void years for the back end of the deal. But if you trade a player before June 1st, then all the rest of the dead money that you have spread out over void years goes forward immediately in this year, and they're already $24 million over the cap. Ooh. So if they traded him today, let's say, they would have an additional $36 million in dead cap right now on this year's. So they just can't feasibly do it. So I think there's a chance that this thing gets stretched out to past June, so that then you can at least spread it out over 2 years. You don't get hit with all of it this year if you're Cleveland. You can at least spread it out over this year and next year. Yeah, and that's how the trade goes. So obviously a big name player like this usually would be traded well before the draft, so everybody's got their ducks in a row here. But in this particular instance, there's a chance that Myles Garrett, if a trade does happen, that it might not happen until after June 1st, because then Cleveland can at least spread the $36 million cap charge that they would get for this year to then part of it this year and for part of it for next year. And if they were already in a good cap space situation, then they could go ahead and just eat it and no problem. But they're already right now $25 million over the cap.
It sounds like they should totally nuke the year, trade Garrett, eat whatever you got to do to get Deshaun Watson, release everybody that's good. And then over the next 2 years, with the good quarterback draft classes that are out there, find your quarterback and a left tackle or an edge there and try to emerge from it. But I would totally signal a rebuild at this point. We're not even trying to be competitive. And then that's the only way through this, because if you try to manage it while you're on the fly, then you end up like the Saints, where they have had a cap issue for the last 7 years.
Yes.
Because they went through the Drew Brees thing, and then before that could even get cleared, they decided to go for it again.
Yes. That's a great point. At some point, you just have to sort of cut your losses and understand where you are and get a little bit more big picture and stop thinking about winning now. And they are in a decent place because they're picking so high in this draft. And if they don't want a quarterback, if they could find a way to trade down, get more picks, and really turn this into like a 3-year rebuild plan, that probably would be what's best. And I'm sure they're going to end up doing some form of that. And I do still think Myles Garrett does get traded this offseason. I just now am wondering if it's going to be something that happens instead of in the next 4 weeks. It's something that happens in the summer.
Yeah, and Cleveland fans are used to extended stretches of being horrible, so I'm sure they'll understand it. But I'm just hoping he doesn't go to Washington or Philadelphia. That's my main thing right now with Myles Garrett. Anything but those two, to make this division even more insurmountable at this point. I mean, I think Detroit makes a lot of sense, but it's fascinating because he can definitely swing the balances of power. He's that
totally
good.
Yeah, and I think this actually works to the advantage of the teams that are wanting to trade for Myles Garrett, because now you get to basically, you're sending out next year's draft picks for him in the trade. You're not sending out this year's draft picks, so you can still have use all your offseason assets for this season, trade for Myles Garrett. You're going all in for this year, and the assets that you're giving up for him don't start coming into play until after the season for next
next year's draft and ones to follow. So, yeah, that's even more interesting because then you can see, okay, what did we hit in the draft? Wow, we didn't get the edge rusher we wanted. Maybe another team pops up and says we wouldn't have maybe before all the offseason stuff unfolded traded for Myles Garrett, but now with the way our offseason played out, we could really use an edge rusher. Boom, Cleveland will go ahead and make the move here. So I don't know, but that's going to be a fascinating one to monitor. And then the other one that Diana Rossini noted in her little article here was the Chiefs' plan to potentially bring back their stud guard Trey Smith, who is an unrestricted free agent. He's going to be a hot commodity out there. And, of course, the Super Bowl revealed just how bad their offensive line could be. And outside of their center, he's pretty much their best guy. Tooney's really good, but he's aging. So you have Creed Humphrey there at the center, and then at right guard you have Trey Smith, and he's in his prime right now. And she said a few weeks ago I would have probably said not going to happen in terms of a return to Kansas City, but maybe Kansas City places the tag on him or something. They might not just let him out of the building here.
I wonder if that story pops up or if it's just a coincidence the day after Zach Martin announces his retirement. You know, if you're the Chiefs, you're thinking we can let Trey Smith go. Now I believe you're down to Zach Martin or Kevin Zeitler as far as the top guards out there on the market. And Zeitler's the only other one besides Trey Smith right now. So, and I think Zeitler's like 35 years old. He was supposed to be washed up.
Yeah.
But he's had a heck of a year for Detroit.
1 year deal. But that's sometimes you have you draft 4 guys, they play well, you need that one piece. And Zeitler did. He played well on a 1 year deal, really, really inexpensive for how they got him.
Well, Charles Omenihu for the Chiefs said that he thinks Mahomes is going to be more motivated than ever, and he's going to be on a revenge tour. And part of the reason why is not only the way that the Super Bowl played out, but also the aftermath of it. Cooper DeJean, the pick six. I mean, you can't open your timeline without seeing another clip of that popping up, and everybody's hyping up Cooper DeJean and this Eagles defense and Mahomes. The conversation about him surpassing Brady as the GOAT, that door has shut. I do think you're going to get a revitalized Pat Mahomes. He's already cut his hair. He's going into professional dad mode. He's dialed. No more faux hawk stuff. He's cleaning things up a little bit. And then you
cut his beer intake down from 30 to 15.
I didn't go that far. Okay. I didn't go that far, but 30 to 15 maybe could make some sense. Maybe less of those mini ice cream cone deals that he was handing around last year. The drumsticks.
Those are divine.
Championship.
I don't blame him for that.
You get a little bit fat and happy after a championship. He's going to be a hungry dog this year.
Well, and then you have to imagine it, the motivation will never be higher than after watching his dad try to fight John Rocker.
Yeah.
You know, you might have to restore pride to the family name as you can add to the list. But I don't know what else he can do. You know, it'll be interesting to see. Maybe he's in better shape, but he's already a good enough athlete and was, incredible at what he does. They just need more help for him.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. And they're going to get that just in terms of Rashee Rice coming back. And he was having an unbelievable breakout season to start it before he had the knee blowout. Xavier Worthy, the youngster out of Texas, he really started to come into his own as the season progressed. So now you have him leveling up even more. You get Rashee Rice back. That'll be huge. 682 says you don't get to be on a revenge tour because you got your ass handed to you.
Ooh,
sure I think you can be on a revenge tour. It's all about
exactly what that is.
It's exactly what that is. Yes. Yeah. And even if it wasn't, let's say, it only has to be a revenge tour for Mahomes in his mind. Yeah. Michael Jordan was the king of making crap up just to psych himself out and be the best version of himself.
Yeah, and I think they got a little bit bored with it. And losing, being humiliated inspires him in a way that probably is a little hasn't felt in a while at this point. There's something to prove.
Yeah.
And I think that will definitely give him the best chance of probably extending his career. Maybe that's the loss they needed at this point as he turns to the other side of 30.
And it's clips like this that are probably replaying in his mind as Cooper DeJean, pick six in the Super Bowl, sat down with Pardon My Take. How many times have you watched that play over and over again, Cooper?
So many times.
Yeah,
so many
I love
times.
that.
It's shut up on my phone so many times. I've watched it every time, probably.
So, and Cooper DeJean is all of us. Why wouldn't you? Like I said, I can't even open my own Twitter timeline without seeing that like once a day pop up in some form or fashion. Cooper DeJean stops down and soaks it in every single time.
Yeah, it was so unexpected that some of the decisions and the throws that were made. Do you guys think that if they lined up again right now, we'd have a similar result?
Yeah.
Or what kind of a game would you expect?
No, I would. Given, all things are equal, Kansas City has the same offensive line, and yeah, absolutely.
Wow, breaking news, 940 saying the Rocker fight was called off today. And I just got that confirmed.
Thank God.
Mahomes' agent, Pat Mahomes, the quarterback, and his wife Brittany apparently intervened and said there's no way this fight happens. So that's from Barstool's CEO, president guy, Dave Portnoy.
Yeah.
The one who was putting on the fight for Rough and Rowdy.
I mean, like you were saying yesterday, if you're junior, you're like, Dad, I'll give you the $85,000. You're not fighting this steroid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Are you bummed out in any way to hear that news? Were you kind of excited to see how that, or were you so terrified for the life of Pat Mahomes Sr. that it wouldn't even have been worth?
I mean, as long as he was saying, I'm going to whoop your ass, I would have figured this guy's going to go in there with the cigarette hanging out of his mouth like Brad Pitt in Fight Club and tune somebody up. This is going to be electric, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But
you would have gotten ball sacked on that one, I
Yeah.
think. I think this was going to end poorly for him.
Yeah.
So good news for Pat Mahomes. That's got to be a bit of a stress reliever because it's been a bad couple of weeks for him. Knowing that your dad was going to get in the ring with Rocker, that would have been insane. Now there was also an unnamed Jets player that was followed from New York City and then robbed. It took place in New Jersey. We don't know who the Jets player is yet, but apparently it was a group of men exiting an SUV in Windmill Pond neighborhood in Morristown.
Yeah.
And they just took money and personal items from a Jets player and a couple of his buddies. Didn't hurt him or anything, but it was at gunpoint.
Well, I would say we need to temporarily suspend any possible local state gun laws against pro athletes carrying guns. You know, if I'm in one of these states where you can't have a gun, like pick up a newspaper. This is the Jets. You can't really have a gun in New York City. You can't have a gun some places.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get traded, boss. Agent man, get me to some place where I can protect myself. Because we had the initial round, but as I said yesterday, now we have copycat burglars. This is the thing to do now because of the tremendous amount of wealth that they have. It's either that or armed security with you, and as we've been through, that can be hundreds of thousands of dollars a year if you want multiple guys.
Yeah, because who knows if this is one of their big money superstar players or if this is kind of low end on the totem pole guys who it's not like he's got personal security money kind of thing.
I mean, a lot of guys have something of worth. Is that a watch that's $20,000? Just one watch would, be a significant score for, burglars. It's the right one.
This was going to get thrown into biggest L, biggest dub. Certainly an L for former Ravens star linebacker Terrell Suggs pleading guilty to threatening to kill a Starbucks worker, allegedly saying, quote, "I'll kill your B word, A word," while waving a firearm.
Oh, okay.
This is something that took place a little while back, and he is now pleading.
So it felt kind of literal with the gun in his hand. This wasn't like a facetious type of thing.
Exactly. Yeah, this wasn't finger guns with the fellas. This was a full-on brandishing of a weapon.
Well, I know some people take their mocha lattes very seriously.
Very.
Chief, I just go with the regular coffee, straight.
Yeah, I'm the same way. But if you catch me without my caffeine from time to time,
I will get cranky on you.
I will get cranky. I won't go full Suggs on you. Rest assured.
And I don't know how people stand in those lines. I think that's probably what got them.
I stood in a line in New Orleans because there was one just outside the convention center, and I saw the Starbucks there.
Yeah.
So, and then once I committed to being in the line, I'm like, okay, I'm here. But that was.
Can't you just put on your app and just order it? I mean, just order it on the app and pick it up as you walk in.
Yeah, but I'm not like a Starbucks guy like that, so I don't just have the app. I would have had to download it, log in, and so
that's the
you
play
stand
right
in
there.
Yeah.
See, that's the play. I might have to do that when we're traveling at the airport.
Well, you were talking about ordering sandwiches at a stoplight.
Yeah.
And then you just pull in. And it's right there.
That's the new hack, and I hate to say it, but instead of sitting in the drive-thru, if you're at a long one, you just do the mobile order right there as you're pulling in, and you can bang it out in 30 seconds and then pull right up to the window, and you're out of there. That's genius, and that might be the thing to do with the coffee because, Landman really put into perspective, you're looking at 4 to 7 minutes for some of these fancy coffee drinks. You got 8 people in front of you. It can be a long time in these damn lines for the right coffee. I'll take any old coffee. I mean, they're all pretty dang good. except for the donut shop coffee. I don't know what's going on with that. You know, some of those oil change coffee spots you get to as well. Those can be.
They just go out
rough.
back and just grab some dirt.
They make it look nice,
there.
though. I mean, I don't drink coffee, but the coffee station looks respectable. Like, I got to get my oil change here in a little bit. I'm going to probably do a surveillance on that, and see what's happening. But it looks nice, but it probably tastes like.
Yeah, and to be honest, a lot of them these days are doing the Keurig, so you get the individual cup, and that's hard to screw up. I guess I'm thinking of back in the day when that old stale pot would be sitting there.
Oh, that
hadn't been fresh brewed, but it's still like screaming hot. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll have more football headlines for you. But up next, would it be a good idea to already do an extension with this Cowboy as well? It's coming up next in the nation. I have to chat D&M Leasing with you, though, before we do that.
Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Franklin Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's time now for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. We were talking to Myles Garrett and the possibility of a trade. So I looked up just the betting odds on it. Where are they currently? And not only are the Commanders and Eagles the favorites to land him in a potential trade, but they are more likely to have Myles Garrett on their team next year than the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
So that's rough. I guess I would rather have him go to Washington because Philadelphia is so loaded already. It would push them over the top. It would make them back-to-back champions. I don't want them, sniffing at a three-peat for sure. And I guess it'd be cool to watch a rookie. If I got to pick one of them, it'd be cool to watch the guy Jaden Daniels get one. I don't know though. That's tough. Now the Bills are fourth, the Lions fifth at plus 650. So there are a lot of teams with odds. The Packers at 1,200, the Chiefs at plus 1,400. I don't see the Cowboys anywhere on these odds, and that is unfortunate. ESPN suggesting the Cowboys do an early extension for Deron Bland. This is Aaron Schatz in his ESPN Insider NFL stuff. Says there have been some questions about extending Bland going into the final year of his rookie contract after he missed much of 24 with injuries. Frankly, he could be a bit overrated after his performance in 2023 because there's a lot of randomness involved in getting 5 pick sixes. Still, Bland is strong in coverage. Even without any picks in 24, he had an above-average coverage DVOA in his 7 appearances. Extending Bland would lock down the cornerback spot from Trayvon Diggs and allow Dallas to add some cap space, actually. Spotrac puts his value at 23.7. They suggest 4 years and $94.5 million in new money for Deron Bland. I think if you got a player who's pretty good in coverage and goes and gets the ball like he does and can make plays with it, that is definitely the kind of guy that I want to pay. But I don't feel like he's one of the elite corners in the game. So I could see this either way from a team building perspective, especially after a year off of the injury. But he's one of those other guys that's 3 years in and is eligible now for an extension. Would you guys do it right now?
I think I would. And I'm going to ask you this question, guys. He's better than Diggs, isn't he?
Yes.
Diggs is a $19 million a year player for you.
It's an interesting one because Diggs' contract is technically very manageable. You could get out of it now before a roster bonus.
Total value of it is not. I just looked it up I was curious. It looks like to me it's $97 million of total value, 19.4 a year. Total guarantee of 42.3. Fully guaranteed is 33.3. And it's you carry it till 2029.
Yeah, if he's better or if I think Diggs could still have a better season than Deron Bland. I would love to have them both. But I don't know if the Cowboys look at it like that or if we can only pay one. I think he'd probably go with Bland at this point because he's a little bit younger and less injury prone, less catastrophic injuries.
Yeah, there was a time in my life I could have played this game whereas you start taking the top cornerbacks in the league and just going by their salary and go down until you say he's better, he's better, he's better, he's not better. That kind of thing. But, I mean, I don't see all these games like I would, but I wonder on this list, you look at I mentioned Diggs, Marshawn Lattimore kind of in the same boat with Diggs. This Tyson Campbell from the Jaguars, kind of the same boat. Ladarius Sneed from the Titans, same boat. Jarius Johnson, we talked about him. Jalen Johnson from the Bears, a $19 million corner there. There was some talk about him potentially being, traded, and we're like, oh yeah, we're interested, but it's going to cost. Yeah, I just kind of wonder if he's better than those guys. Just the guys that I named that we're, like I said, I used to know all these guys in the league because of being in pro personnel.
I mean, do you want to pay anybody that's not lockdown, tackling, and ball skills when you're talking about $23 million? I think there's a conversation to be had there.
Yeah.
But right now, they have a path to being a great defense. I think if you had Micah, Diggs, and Bland healthy at the same time, you're in a hell of a situation to give yourself a chance to be a great takeaway defense.
He's the type of player you would think you could get to kind of capitulate on the number if you're willing to get at it early, because he was not a high draft pick. It's not like he's made much money to this point. He just saw how quickly and how flimsy this thing can be when you break your foot and you miss majority of the season. Is he the type of player that you could come with a below market offer that he would just be like, you know what, give me the security and whatever the Diggs deal was, I'll just take that. You say no, Broadus?
I look across the field and I see who I'm playing with, and I'm saying absolutely not.
Yeah, but you look across the field and you see who you're playing with, and you can see just how quickly, thank God, Diggs was able to get his deal before he got injured.
No question.
You just got injured. Yeah. You haven't made that much money. Do you want to risk one more season where you get injured again, and all of a sudden now you're a free agent? You haven't made that much money, I
think they could sacrifice Diggs. I think they could sacrifice Diggs. I mean, just my personal thought of if you look at the player, I would much rather have Bland than I would Diggs.
Me too.
And at $19 million, sure, absolutely.
Oh, $19 million for sure. Yeah, at $19 million, that's what I'm saying. You come to him with that deal and say, Bland, you sign that.
Yeah, if you come close to what that number is, then yeah, you could probably get him to. But if I'm him, I'm like, he's not better than me.
I'm not trying to wait and go for 23 when 19's in my hand. I don't know why. I guess a lot of these players listen to agents and they say, well, they're probably going to pay you anyway, or this is worst case scenario. But man, I would be the guy wanting to sign early to secure the generational wealth. And then if a third contract is there for the taking, maybe we could get greedy at that point.
Yeah. You get a guy like Awuzie. I'm just looking at numbers. Awuzie with the Titans. Yeah, he makes $12 million a year. To me, Bland all day.
Yeah.
So find that between 19 and say 14.
Well, your projection's like in the mid-20s.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's basically resetting the market. Like Jalen Ramsey at $24 million right now. Pat Surtain, same thing. Those are the highest paid dudes.
Absolutely.
Bland, take 19, take 20. Now you're like 5th, 6th highest paid corner. And you have the security and the peace of mind.
I would take more than Diggs if that
Agent
was the
man's
case.
telling you the cap went up 10%.
Yeah.
You got to take what's owed to you at this point. Since that other contract has been signed, the cap has gone up $40 million. Mm-hmm. We have to continue to advance this, and we're looking at a percentage of the cap instead of that raw number with how this thing's accelerating so quickly. How will the Cowboys replace Zack Martin is a very interesting topic. Brock Hoffman last year, good enough versus bad defenders, struggled against good players.
Yeah.
Could he figure it out? Cooper Beebe, I do like the idea, guys, of drafting a center at 44 and playing Beebe at right guard if that's possible, or drafting a right guard. I'm flexible there.
Go for the guard before the center.
Really?
You're going to have a better chance of grabbing if you're interested in picking a lineman at 44 that way, go ahead and draft the center there. Or actually draft the guard to play and leave BB at center.
Yeah, I think if you want an offensive lineman, to me, Broadus, the guy that is most interesting to me in round 1, if he falls to you, and plenty of mocks have him going just before you pick at 12, but I think Brugler mentioned him to us yesterday, the 20-year-old out of Missouri, Armand Membu, who is a right tackle, who many believe he can play tackle, but also could be an awesome guard. And I think the athleticism is impressive. He says explosive, controlled and pass pro, finisher in the run game, and he's 20 years old.
Yeah.
He could play tackle or guard, plug and play immediately, right guard right there. I'd be totally down for that.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing about him is he didn't give up a sack in 416 dropbacks this year.
Wow.
He's just allowed 9 hurries.
In the SEC.
Yeah, but
why haven't we heard more about him up to this point?
He's a much better pass rusher, a pass blocker than he is a run blocker, and he'll come off the ball. He doesn't have sustain. He really lacks sustain as a run blocker, and I know we've talked about. And the reason I haven't brought him up a bunch is because when you start to talk about, hey, you need an offensive line, need to run the ball. I think if you're one of these tackles or guards that doesn't have the ability to sustain blocks, you're probably not going to be good enough for that.
How coachable is that?
Everything's coachable. Everything's coachable, but your ability to strain and finish blocks is something that's in you. Where's your ability to get into your guy, get your hands inside, and push these guys? And I think he's an outstanding pass blocker. I have my questions about him as a run blocker, and that's why to me I see him being a lot higher guy. I have him in the second round. I don't have a first round grade on my board. I would rather have somebody like Banks, the Texas kid, over this type of a player. If you're talking about, there's not a nasty side to this guy's game. He is a very much a control player, but you could, there's things you could, there's some offensive linemen that you think aren't very nasty guys, and then they kind of develop that. But this is a guy that doesn't have that kind of desire to bury somebody at the whistle. But he could pass block all day. That's something he's got the ability to.
So is it a prerequisite that you're getting a guy who's going to get after it in the run game at right guard?
Yeah, because what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and take one of these guards. I'm going to take, for example, I'm going to take the Alabama kid if he was there.
Booker
is who I would take, because what I know at Booker, Tyler Booker is 6'5", he's 325 pounds. He's massive. He moves well. He can play both guard spots. When he comes off the ball, he gets movement right off it.
And you're doing that at 44 or 12?
I'm trying to do it. He's probably going to be gone before I pick at 44. But then I'm thinking about, okay, how about Donovan Jackson from Ohio State? Here's another guy, 6'4", 320 pounds. There might be a possibility of him being there at 44. This guy played left tackle. He played left guard. I mean, you watch him play. He's got the same kind of mentality that I just talked about with Booker. I mean, he's a high IQ player. You see they try and run stunts on him. He's right there. He picks it up, whether he's a tackle or a guard. He brings a physical presence to the game. Those are the types of guys I'm trying to get inside.
So you don't like the internal options of a TJ Bass or an Awesome Richards, Brock Hoffman?
I think that when you look
serviceable.
At Brock Hoffman for 5-6 games is great. Brock Hoffman for 17 games, no thanks.
Once he got up against the better competition the season went on.
No thanks. Yeah.
It was not what you want, but he is a body there.
Yeah.
So at least you have a guy and you don't feel like, oh my gosh, we literally don't have someone here. But you would obviously love to upgrade.
No.
And you just heard all the coaching staff, the assistant coaches, when they were talking.
Toughness,
physicality, violence. So a guy like Membu that I was talking about from Missouri, maybe not. They might not like the cut of his jib.
Yeah, he's more of a get in the way on pass pro guy than a go out. No,
he's a really good. Yeah, he just does not have that nasty side to him that you want to be playing inside and be moving. You're in a division that has these big defensive tackles. You've got to find a way to be able to control the inside. The Commanders have big guys, the Eagles have big guys, the Giants have big guys. You're in a division that you have to play with some power inside.
I love it. Brian Broaddus heading up our draft coverage once again right here on your home of the Cowboys, best draft coverage in the country in any media outlet. Brian, where are you taking us next?
Yeah, I'm going to read some things about these players, some traits, and I want you guys to tell me if you like them or not. We'll do that next.
Well, I tell you, I love Permapure Foundation Repair, the only name I trust with my home. They are the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, breathe.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
paid for. Plus, each of you are receiving $5K in cash so you can watch the first 2 rounds of college basketball's national championship. The best part, you don't even have to jump through hoops to win. It's so simple, and you probably do it already. From now until February 23rd, download the Odyssey app. Listen to your friends at the Fan for an hour, and you get your daily entry. That's it. It's all part of an Odyssey national contest. And if you listen daily already, just make sure you're getting it an hour a day. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Rangers are rallying. Thanks, Lucius. 2-2, top of the 8th. You had Wallach, Krim, and Haver with hits there to get this thing tied. So this game's humming along, though. Started at 2:05, 3:45. We're in the 8th inning. That's modern baseball, Brian. You got to love it. Here's a Krusty with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement, Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you very much to Reliant for being along with us for this one. Okay, me and my newfound love for Pro Football Focus. Yeah. If they knew how much I really cared about them, they wouldn't have been so mad at me at the Super Bowl, and giving me the side eye and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I've kind of given them a lot of content here, but they're putting out some really good draft articles and stuff. So I really like.
We should screenshot this and tag them. Like Brian likes you guys now.
I think there's a lot of hate there.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them. I really do.
It's a long process to uncrustify someone.
Yeah,
though. They have to at least respect that. Baby steps.
No, baby steps.
And they should probably acknowledge that over the years, some of their stats have been horribly wrong compared to what actually happened in the game. I think you were probably set off for good reason many years ago.
Many years ago, I got set off. You're right, but they've rallied. I think they've gotten a little bit better. So, yes. But I do like I say, some of the draft stuff that they have.
It's a fantastic way to look at it because they have so much data and so many stats.
They do.
And they can tell you, well, actually, here's what a guy that produced like this in college actually does usually in the NFL.
Right. Like I said, they're scouting reports and stuff. I think there's a lot of them that I agree. And I'm gonna read a player.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna tell you the name of the player.
All right.
But I'm gonna read him, and I'm gonna afterwards, I'm going to have you guys say, you know what, that player sounds like a good player.
All right.
But I'm going to do it from his strengths to his weaknesses, and I'll try and make them quick if I can. Okay. Here's this particular player they're talking about. Strengths. Stance at base is wide and strong pre and post snap. Fantastic balance. Can slide mirror while in squatted position. Consistently low pad level at contact. Adequate length for tackle in the NFL. Footwork is quick and slide length is adequate. That means how he gets away from the line. Competitive player who plays through the whistle. Really good footwork when anchoring down. Weakness. Hands have a low starting point in which he keeps them down towards his waist, and then you want to always kind of have your hands up. Doesn't have true displacement of strength in the running game. So he doesn't move.
He's not moving people.
He's not moving guys in the running game. Lower weight makes anchoring tough, though knee bend and balance help. How's that player sound to you when I just read as an offensive tackle?
No, thank you. It sounds like a day 3 guy.
Chief?
I mean, it sounds like as a pass protector, you're going to get mostly what you want there. The hand placement stuff that you were talking about, I feel like is extremely coachable. He's a little bit undersized. Can I bulk him up and get him stronger in the run game?
Yeah.
Is there some elements to that? I mean, there's certainly plenty to like.
It's Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State.
You love that guy.
Absolutely love this guy.
Okay, so the weaknesses.
This is what I'm talking about right here. When I wrote and watched, there's a lot of people, and it's funny, I was talking to guys around the league that if he did not have the patella injury, that he would be the number 1 tackle in this draft to a lot of people. Now, what I saw was This guy, as I mentioned, he hurt his knee in the second quarter of the Oregon game. He transferred from San Diego State, is where he started. This guy's got explosive footwork. He gets off the ball well. It doesn't matter if he's going forwards or backwards. He plays very smooth. No wasted motion or movement. Effortless in the way he can play with body position and balance. Plays like he isn't even trying when it comes to his movement. Very natural. Learned that he has played both left and right tackle spots. When he gets in space or second level, it's a nightmare for defenders to deal with. He sees the target, he finishes the target, plays with natural leverage in his game. Good job as a drive blocker. We'll get into
you're talking about a different player, Brian.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is Pro Football Focus computer guys trying to scout?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what this is. So right there, and I think I'm in line with other scouts around the league. And like I say, and I was talking with one last night, I was like, what do you do with Josh Simmons? I go, well, this guy said, hey, he's one of the best ones on my board. But the patella tendon injury is, now this could be a possibility for the Cowboys at 12 if everything checks out. So right. I'm bringing him up.
Can there be a big variance in scouts in the way that you talk about strengths and weaknesses?
That was a huge variance in what.
But is that a credible variance, or is that one you roll your eyes at? Is my question.
When I read it, I saw this guy differently, but I don't think I'm alone. But there's Pro Football Focus. Here's another player. Flexible hips, wide base for powerful wide stance. Foot speed, explosiveness is top tier. Can move while in squatted position, low pad level. Great second level space blocker. Natural athlete. Give him high zone blocking potential. Really impressive balance for a player 320 plus pounds. His weaknesses. Height hints at shorter arm length, which shows on tape. Not an imposing run blocker. He lacks displacement to move when square with the defensive lineman. Too susceptible to push-pull moves. That's when they grab him, they push him back, and then they pull him forward to get him out of his stance, is what they do. So he's pass setting, they grab him, they pull him forward, and now he's off balance. Hands could really be more precise and at the ready.
So, I'm sorry, Simmons was hurt October 12th.
Yeah.
So 9 to 12 months from that,
right.
You could have him by week 6 at the latest.
The plan is for him to have a workout at Ohio State in April. There's a plan for him to work out for teams that are interested. Okay, I read that particular player. How did that player sound to you as an offensive lineman, as a tackle?
I mean, the short arms isn't the end of the world, but when you say it shows up on tape, now he's being affected by that fact, because I think we've seen plenty of tackles that don't meet the standard for arm length, and they're still really, really good. But if his become a detriment to his play, I think that's something that is probably difficult to overcome. Not being able to move people in the run game that way, despite the athleticism. The first guy sounds better to me.
That's Kelvin Banks from Texas, who I just read.
And his stock continues to just feel like it's falling.
Yeah, but there's things that I don't agree with them about what they said about him. Now, there are some things that they are absolutely right about, but let me give you an idea of what I think about the player, if I could. This guy's the starter at left tackle. There's some of the scouting world that would like to project him to guard. I think he's got length and mass position. I don't think he's a short arm guy.
All right.
I think his compact build helps him be able to play with some leverage against the edge rusher. He has a good feel for initial quickness out of his stance. I would not call it great by any means. He does play with explosive power and the ability to handle defenders. They said he didn't feel like that he could move defenders. I think he's got lateral agility for his size. I think his ability to recover against counter moves. His feet at times will get a little bit out of whack, but he's able to gather the things back and complete the block. Can anchor down against power moves, strong lower body with ability to sit down on rushers. Shows good hand use and capable of holding him off with good initial punch that allows him to maintain control. I see a much better player than they have him as. So there once again, two different looks at two players, but two players that the Dallas Cowboys could clearly look at that spot.
Sounds like there's some haters on these offensive linemen, Brian.
It does sound like. Okay, here's one more player for you. This guy's strength. Well-built player, incredibly strong, especially with his momentum and raw strength. Explosiveness are evident and consistently. He has the ability to play both end and defensive tackle. Good effort to whistle. Weakness. Looks less out of control. Looked less out of control in 2024, but still needs to be more purposeful in what he does. Lacks a go-to pass rush move.
Talking about Mason Graham?
No. Talking about Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan.
See, that's the guy we were talking about the other day.
Cowboys seem to like him.
And the Cowboys seem to like him. And I went through some back channels because I was curious about with Daniel Jeremiah, did he pick in his mock draft this guy because he knew something? The back channels told me no. He just thought it was a fit because of the potential of losing Osa Odigizua.
Well, you better be right if that's the player you're going to take.
Yeah. Did these guys sound a lot worse than they really were? did they sound worse?
Yeah, based on your scouting reports.
Yeah.
Compared to theirs, it seems like you like these guys more than
I do. Walter Nolan is a second round guy on my board. I don't think I would take him at 12. And there's some things that they're absolutely right about his weakness, but I think they got those two offensive linemen wrong.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm saying. In my eyes,
I think they like Nolan more than you do. You and Wolchuk.
They do. Yeah, they absolutely do. So when you're reading these reports and stuff, try and do your own work if you can. Go on there. Go on. There's YouTube ways of getting these games. You have to watch highlights, but you can get an idea if these guys can play or not play, and just make your own adjustment, because sometimes you pay for this service and it's really, really good in a lot of ways. In other ways, it could maybe paint the wrong picture for some of these guys.
There he goes. Brian Broaddus, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every day at 3:40 here on The Fan. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, top Rangers news, including the end of an era in baseball broadcasting. Could this be a threat to the popularity of America's pastime? We'll discuss that coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation. On your home of the Rangers, we'll also give you the exciting conclusion to spring training game number 1 when we return right here to the G-Bag Nation, The Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Fran Dunphy is Philadelphia college basketball as much as John Chaney and Jay Wright, the legendary coach, retiring after this season. His 623 wins and 17 NCAA appearances at LaSalle, Penn, and Temple are impressive, but most importantly, he did it with dignity and cleanly. I'm Andrew Bogish.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf. Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Here at Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical, we know heating and AC are essential to your home and your family's comfort. Now is the perfect time to upgrade your system. If you need costly repairs, this year might be the time to replace them. Trust the experienced team of Berkey's to get the job done right. Save up to $5,000 on a high-efficiency HVAC system from Lennox. Call 877-BERKEY's or visit us at berkeys.com. License TACLB 1331680.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
We've lowered prices. You can save 15% or more on hundreds of items like Thomas Mini Bagels, Campbell's SpaghettiOs, and more. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Attention Dallas. Experience unparalleled excitement at the world-renowned Spearmint Rhino, the leader in adult entertainment. With 2 clubs in Dallas now offering free lunch. That's right, free lunch at both of the Dallas Spearmint Rhino locations. Location 1 at 10965 Composite Drive and Spearmint Rhino North Dallas located at 10920 Pedal Street. Go to SpearmintRhinoDallas.com to see our live entertainer lineup in real time on our visual roll call. That's SpearmintRhinoDallas.com. Spearmint Rhino Dallas. 2 Dallas locations, 1 big Rhino party.
Lil Baby presents Wham World Tour. See him live in concert in Dallas. Lil Baby. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Got some Rangers news here for you. We'll go around the bases now because coming up at 6 o'clock tonight, Jared Sandler's going to be 20 minutes away. He's going to join us at 6:20 this evening. So we'll have that Friday news dump. And, hey, we got 3 hours of sports here still on the way for you. Wolchuk's top 10 at 4:20 is about 20 minutes away as he's out today taking a 3-day weekend. Send him some love on social. Let him know he's missed. Chief will have those broadcast responsibilities, Brian.
Chief, what do you got for your top 10?
I saw, actually, Wolchuk pointed me in the direction of the Athletics. They have their top, 15 spring training cliches.
Nice.
So I thought we could do just top 10 sports cliches, but
Okay.
I'll read off the baseball spring training ones.
Love it.
And, just prep our bodies for our excursion into Surprise next week and see how many cliches we can hone in on throughout the week next week.
I had a top 10 list for best cities for heavy drinkers in the U.S.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Did Portland hit that one?
Milwaukee's number one.
Milwaukee's number one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Can I give you the 10?
New York?
New York is not in the top 10.
Miami.
Miami
Bar on every
is
block.
not in the top 10. Milwaukee, New Orleans.
New Orleans, son of a gun.
Wow.
Las
that was
Vegas.
easy. Yes.
I'm sorry, Dawson. It was in the clouds here. I saw Portland, Oregon's number 4.
Yeah.
Chicago, Illinois, number 5.
Could've guessed
Denver,
that one.
Colorado, number 6. Austin, Texas, 7th.
Good call.
Bottoms up.
Boston, Mass is in 8th.
Cheers.
Nashville, Tennessee is 9th, and San Francisco, California is 10th.
Good restaurant towns as well. We're going out. We're having food. We're boozing it up. We got vineyards in the area, as is the case of San Francisco, I suppose. And, well, a lot of spring stuff in the air. Thank you for that top 10, Brian. You have another one now right around the corner. Yeah. We have the draft coverage. We have spring training baseball. Obviously the Stars and Mavs coming down the stretch here. The hockey game last night, though, before we move on to the rest of the hockey, hit 9.3 million viewers. Very strong rating. That's the highest ever for an NHL telecast, although I don't think that actually counts as an NHL game, even though they're saying it's the highest NHL game ever. That felt like a world championship of hockey.
I think the NHL might have put it on.
They did.
The presenting sponsors, I guess.
And it's interesting, like, should other sports borrow that formula? And, how could you engineer that to get competition? Obviously, it gets really tough in football, but I think baseball, like, the template is there and the quality around the world is there that you could do something. Wouldn't it be better if you got the best pitchers who at midseason were already in midseason form, not in spring training form? And in basketball, I think
they're trying that, aren't they, with the world? They're kind of talking about the U.S. versus the world.
And I don't know if that works, but I think, like, the U.S. versus other continents could. A lot of great players from Africa now, a lot of great players in Europe. You could do Asia plus Australia. You could do Canada plus South and Central America. I think there's ways to engineer it that could create competition.
That thing went 10 days. That was a nice break for the hockey folk.
Yeah.
Except for the ones who were actually playing in the games and getting boarded.
Could you imagine Team Europe, though, with Giannis and Jokic and Luka?
Yeah.
I mean, they might win it.
Right.
And now you're talking about a really great final and maybe semifinal.
Well, that's what Stephen A. Smith was saying today. Like, the NBA doesn't want that because the American players know that they would lose.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I don't know if he's just trying to create some bulletin board material to fire them up. And I thought it was kind of a nice, like, big brain thinking here of just by way of motivating the American players to be like, no, hell no, this is ours.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith said that today?
I believe so.
Cameron said that the day after.
Or the day before.
The day, I'm talking about the day after the All-Star.
Oh, okay.
Cam was like, you need to line it up, Euros versus Americans.
Oh, Cam knows what he's talking about.
Yeah,
he knows.
He's a New York baller, in a sense, I guess.
He's in the playground.
Yeah.
I think it'd be tough. I don't know if you'd be favored.
You're not favored.
There's a lot of good players in there.
They're going to smack you up, bro. They're going to smack you up, bro.
Yeah. And that's what would make it very compelling and amazing to watch on TV. Okay, it was too late last time. I got a Rangers update here. The spring training is underway. They're playing the Royals this afternoon. We might be heading for a tie. I've been looking for updates, but I haven't been able to find one for a few minutes now. But they got a string of hits. And they tied it at 2. Last I got was the top of the 8th inning, Chief. Do you see anything new?
Let me see here. MLB.com.
MLB.com.
5-2. The Royals have exploded here in the bottom of the 8th.
Some guy wearing number 84 probably did it.
Pushed three across. I guess Evaldi gave up a couple of runs. Okay, Wyatt Langford's going to be out a few days or maybe a week or so with an oblique strain. If this guy becomes injury prone after what we've just gone through with the Mavs, if you have young Carter, Langford all showing the talent to be, a perennial all-stars or whatever, we got to catch a break if we're going to pull this dang dynasty together. I'm already looking at Evan Carter as a short-term player. I can't be having my Langford join the Josh Young training table crew. Which player are you most interested or excited for to watch in Surprise next week or excited about for the upcoming season? You have, of course, you have stars like Seager. You have Adolis, who's going to chase 50. You have the 18-year-old Walcott. That could be a dynasty maker if that comes together.
They're showing him hitting BP, and if you didn't know any better, you'd be like, this is a 27-year-old fully grown man standing tall in the box, ready to go. He is well put together, and you're like, oh my gosh, he's about to turn 19 years old. He's definitely a guy I'm excited to see.
Could the Cowboys sign him?
Yeah, yeah. What type of are you a dual sport athlete here, bro?
How about our new catcher,
Higashioka?
Yeah.
I mean, him and Heim, both of those guys, because the wear and tear on Heim for the World Series year was huge. It was a relentless year for him, and that's obviously a very taxing position. So if you can get a guy in Higashioka to eat some of those starts for him, keep Heim fresh,
some power,
and then, exactly, and then he brings that element of power as well into the lineup, and then just have a more fresh Jonah Heim once you get into the postseason. I think that would be huge.
Sorry if I messed up there. The Rangers are losing 5-2.
They are.
Bottom of the 8th out there in surprise. But, a lot of players to be excited about.
I think
Brian.
we're in the top of the 9th.
Top of the 9th
I think we're batting now.
You got your rally cap on?
That's a good point,
Stella.
Kamar Rocker currently ranked number 44 in the top 100 baseball prospects. That's my guy. And I think by the end of April, he could look like a rookie of the year type guy. The slider's pretty damn unhittable. 66% swing and miss rate last year between the minors and the big leagues. I guess there's Roki Sasaki, and then there's Jackson Jobe with the Tigers, who's like some freak in nature, throws 102 mile an hour. But I would not be surprised if Kamar Rocker, becomes that young, great pitcher and allows us to reimagine what's possible for this.
I just know, watching a lot of SEC baseball, that when him and Leiter, it was a Friday, Saturday thing.
Yeah.
And Vanderbilt was like unbeatable.
They were.
I hope that those guys can relive some of that, get back to the dominance they were as SEC pitchers.
And I did see, in regards to Rocker, he made an appearance on the 6 phenoms to watch this spring list.
Okay.
So
6 of them.
Yeah, there's 6 of them. And Sasaki was one of them, as you mentioned, for the Dodgers. Dylan Cruz, another guy that is a bigger name, young stud. But Kamar Rocker was on the list of the 6 phenoms to watch this spring.
I mean, what he did last year got you thinking, if he can just get his control dialed in a little bit more, you could be looking at a very special type of player. And obviously health is going to be a concern, but I think he's only thrown like a little bit over the last 3 years. Is it even 100 innings? MLB statement on ESPN opting out of their broadcast agreement. Unfortunately, in recent years, we've seen ESPN scale back their baseball coverage and investment in a way that's not consistent with the sports appeal or performance on their platform. Given that MLB provides strong viewership, valuable demographics, and the exclusive right to cover unique events like the Home Run Derby, ESPN's demand to reduce rights fees is simply unacceptable. So they called it a mutual deal. But, guys, I think this is big news. I think it's a possible threat to the popularity level of baseball. You remember what it was like when hockey left ESPN. It hurt that sport. What did ESPN do yesterday? Wall-to-wall coverage of the Four Nations face-off final. What if ESPN shifts back to putting hockey on the main stage, and now you have to go looking for baseball? I mean, say what you want about ESPN. It is still the single greatest promotional and marketing vehicle for your sport. I think in America, if you're tied to them, it's still tens and tens of millions of viewers.
I think that baseball is upset with ESPN because of how they push other sports. Award-winning the NBA coverage that they have with the studio shows and things like that. They have, the NFL, the NFL shows that they have.
They're better hot take sports. Baseball's not a hot take sport.
They've got ESPN is making it a big push for their basketball stuff. They're making a big push on their football stuff, and they're just telling baseball, hey, when you have events, we'll show up and be a part of that. And I think that's where Rob Manfred and that crew is like, listen, why do you continually push other sports and not ours?
Yeah.
So I could see why they're having problems.
They say they have significant interest from both traditional media companies and streaming services who would like to obtain rights to MLB games. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a combination of your Amazon, Netflix, and maybe Fox picks it up. Maybe CBS, NBC. Manfred said in his memo to owners that ESPN was available in December in 53.6 million homes. That's down from its peak of 100 million homes in 2011, so over 14 years. And it was 69 million homes just back in 2021.
Yeah.
So this thing is falling significantly. By the way, sorry, Brian, didn't mean to cut you down.
I think some of the streaming numbers that are being charged that Major League Baseball has taken over, ESPN's looking at it as like, wait a minute. You're giving these streaming packages much better deal than you're giving us.
Yeah.
Why do we have to pay
everything
for everything? Why do we have to pay and you're giving them deals?
Yeah.
And they're saying, no, wait a minute, our product is better. And then he's pushing playoff numbers and all those things. But ESPN's like, okay, fine. But you're still giving the streaming companies deals.
Yeah.
You're not giving us any deal or any break. You're making us pay full price. And so that's a problem. By the way, it's the final in surprise. Kansas City 5, Texas 2.
That's tough. We'll get after him tomorrow.
Yep.
Of course.
We'll get after him tomorrow.
It's spring training. They're just figuring it out. The Yankees have ended their facial hair ban.
Yeah.
I know that disappointed you, Krusty. You really like
I am no longer pulling for the Yankees.
Clean-shaven look.
I am not pulling
you weren't pulling for the Yankees.
I am not pulling for the Yankees anymore just because of this.
You can now grow well-groomed facial hair. Probably no neck beard. So
Bobby Belt could not play for the Yankees.
Vlade Divac is out.
Yeah.
Andrew Luck. I don't know if you do a Jason Worth or Duck Dynasty type of beard, a ZZ Top type of beard. I think that might be out.
Yeah,
I think that's out too.
I think they want it to be well groomed.
Raleigh Fingers with the
I would assume that's in. I think that's well groomed, isn't it?
The stash is fine. I mean, they've always been cool with the stash. That's as far as they've been able to take it over the years. But now the beard you're allowed to have. I do wonder if there's going to be like right before you walk out of the clubhouse or whatever to go into the game. Is there going to be somebody with the Yankees that's kind of looking at you saying, "Hey, you pass. Hey, get back in there, clean that up a little bit." I don't know. I wonder what there's obviously going to be some gray area here.
Yeah,
but I think this is great news. Now it's a bummer for guys like Rugi, who needed that beard more than anything, and had to. I think there was a guy that they just brought in, who had been growing out his beard for like the last 6 years and shaved it. Thinking because it's now spring training time, and then now he gets the news that it would have been fine anyways.
Do you think they would support you that time when you shaved half your beard and showed up for work that day?
That's probably going to be a little too eccentric for them. Because even though that was well groomed, I mean, I was dialed with the Two-Face look.
You did. You had the Two-Face
beard
look.
Clean,
right?
But that would probably be too much for them. To look at me.
Yeah, their front office going to be kind of worried about their money after that. Like, oh, boy. We gave $1 million. Look at him.
Yeah, this guy's got a screw loose, man.
Well, it does open it up for some tremendous marketing opportunities, so maybe they can make the most of it. But
get some new sponsors out there.
The end of an era here in a couple of ways. Baseball no longer on ESPN, and Beard's no longer out with the Yankees.
49 years strong of that rule.
Wow.
And they finally get with the times.
I don't think I could have played for him with all the razor bumps I get. I would have been like, sorry. Can I knock it down with a set of clippers every morning? It looks, kind of short.
Yeah, just do a 0 instead of going right to the bone.
Get a no-shave chit from them. That's what you get in the military.
Yeah.
You got to beg and plead, please. It breaks me out. Oh, my God.
My skin doesn't react well.
Yeah, I mean, they'll tell you, you got to use hot water. You got to use cold water. You got to go against the grain. You got to go with the grain. I'm like, dude, if I shave 2 days in a row, it is over.
You look like Lawrence Fishburne before they say, all right, you don't need to shave anymore.
Yeah. Okay, I do have 6 reasons to believe that if LeBron leaves the Lakers, he will be a Maverick. That's coming up at 4:40. But a top 10 at 4:20 is next. Chief, where are you taking us?
I have the top 10 best MLB spring training cliches. What's your favorite sports cliche? 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's time for the top 10 at 420. Segment of the Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels as well. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Franklin Frankel 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Now here's the chief for the Woolly Bully.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What are we now, boys? 48 hours. We'll be boarding a flight to Surprise, Arizona, ready to soak in 5 days worth of Rangers baseball. And the beginning of a new championship opportunity is going to be right there in front of us. Broadus can't stop talking about how he's going to be just boozing it up in the press box during the show. He's trying to decide if he wants to go all 5 days boozed up, or if at this age he can only handle maybe a couple of days dipping and swimming into the Tito's. But yeah, this is going to be an exciting time. We get Wolchuk back. Last year we had a Woolly Bully size hole in the lineup.
We did.
And we had to really
made it without him.
I know, dude. I know. It was tough sledding. But we put together a nice little list of ridiculous questions, uncomfortable clubhouse conversations with the players. So
I think they're
exciting.
a big fan of you guys.
I continue to add to my list of concession items, so we'll unveil those probably Monday. Take the temperature. I'll be asking the players, hey, what do you think about this? And I think to the players, I'm going to paint it like, hey, this is already set in stone. Like, this is happening, just so you know. So they can get to talking a little bit about it. Like, hey, I'm excited for my loaded Jacob DeGromlet. And if Jacob says that, all of a sudden, next thing you know, it's going to be popping up on a menu there, right? So I'm trying to like circumvent the process here to where the players are speaking about it like it's reality. And so then Casey Rappin Company, who's dialing up the best concession items in all of
really
baseball,
good,
throw some stuff on the menu for us, man.
Mm-hmm.
What comes in a DeGromlet?
Oh, I'm going to ask him.
Okay.
Hopefully. Now he's a little hide and seeky when it comes to, but now he's actually healthy. He's playing. He's here. He's established.
I can get you in the weight room if you want to.
Get me in the weight room?
Yeah, I can get you in the weight room.
I know. You know how to back channel.
I know exactly
get you in the Maricopa County Clink.
I can get you in that door. I know exactly where to go. Right, Dawson?
Yeah. Have you out there in Tent City.
Yeah, but I'm going to ask DeGrom. Hopefully we get that opportunity. But like, what would be the items, the ingredients in a DeGromlet? You get to pick that.
I want actually just bacon, cheese, and maybe some like hash browns or potatoes. You can dice them up a little bit, but I go like, just pretty.
There was no veggies in there.
No,
imagine that.
No onions. No
definitely no mushrooms.
What would be if you could only, Lucius? If I was making you a DeGromlet right now, and you could only put one item in it, other than the egg, of course. Why do I think cheese is the most important item?
Yeah, cheese is like the next base.
Even over like the sausage of the bacon.
Yeah, cheese is like the next base because you can have cheesy eggs, cheesy scrambled eggs, and they're amazing.
10 out of 10.
It's the next base. Then you lay the meats,
right,
and then your veggies,
right. Yeah, that's how I play it. Like if I was just gonna have
you're
one,
missing out. You don't even know what an omelet is at this point.
Well, okay, so I had a skillet last week when we were out to breakfast once, and I said, go ahead and leave the onions and the peppers in there because I do like the flavor.
Okay.
But they were too small to pull out.
Yeah.
And I went for it on a couple of bites, and I can promise you I don't like that at all. Like the crunch of it.
It's crazy, bro.
See, I like the onions that Brian will put in a meal because he really cooks them down for me.
Yeah, I try.
But if they're anywhere near fresh and they start crunching, it totally ruins the bite. Like, I got to spit the whole thing out.
Every meatball sub.
Grown-ass man.
Oh, my God. Is there onions?
Every meatball sub I've made for you, and every meatloaf that you've ever eaten that I've made has had onions in it.
Yeah, well, you're doing great work, sir. Keep it up.
Top 10 sports cliches. What are yours? I actually have the official MLB spring training cliches.
Okay.
As we prep our bodies for Surprise, Arizona. This comes courtesy of The Athletic. We start with the outside looking in. Honorable mentions. We have the quote, I don't want to leave anybody out. Does that ring any bells for what that might be? That is a manager talking about, it's open competition.
Yeah,
like
I don't want to leave anybody out.
We're not going to shortchange anybody, but in the back of his mind, he knows this is like a 1 or 2 man race for the position, but he's trying to keep everybody motivated during spring training to make it seem like this is wide open.
Did you hear what the skip said?
Yeah.
He's not leaving anybody out. It's a meritocracy.
The other honorable mention here, quote, my expectations for myself are higher than anybody else's.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's an easy hitter right there for players as they're starting to talk about the season and their own expectations.
Yeah.
We know that's true for guys like John Gray and Jack Leiter. You can see it all over their face when they're on the hill.
They beat themselves up.
Yeah.
And then finally, honorable mention, we don't pay attention to projections. Because obviously this is preseason projection time. We're giving the power rankings. We're trying to foresee what's going to happen in the future here.
Now, that's for everybody else on the outside. We're just working on day by day. Another cliche for you.
Boom, hit it. We have the Tolos texting in about their favorite sports cliches right now. Just in general, you have the "It ain't over till it's over" 903. Not over till the fat lady sings 817.
Do we see that best shape of my life type vibes? Yeah,
yeah, there we go. Ding, ding, ding.
Good job, Lucius.
Good call. 940 texting that in as well. And that's another fun, easy sort of icebreaker question in the clubhouse. Is this truly best shape of your life season? And those guys are usually pretty honest about it. Hell no, it is not.
Yeah.
It's a wide variety of body types when you go into an MLB clubhouse. I'll be honest. You have your Adoluses, you have your sort of Greek god, mythical, oh yeah, this guy definitely is a professional athlete in some realm just based on his build. And then you have like the Josh Sportses of the world. And you're like, okay, there's a little something for everybody in here.
Yeah. Yeah, you can be a great athlete as a baseball player without appearing to be athletic at all.
Coming in at number 10 on the top 10 MLB spring training cliches, the quote, "I cut out X this offseason," in terms of their diet. Had to
processed sugar.
Processed sugar, absolutely. Whatever it is, trying to get a little bit leaner.
Pop-Tarts.
I do love when they get super specific about it. Like, I have a Pop-Tart problem, and so we had to really zero in on that. And it's amazing how, if you really are obsessed with one particular processed sugar item, and you are hammering that thing constantly, by simply just removing that one thing and changing nothing else, what that can do for you. I did see Jackson Holiday, the youngster for Baltimore, 21 years old.
Baltimore.
180 pounds he was as a rookie. He showed up to spring training looking like a different person. He's put on at least 20 pounds.
Cut out steroid-free living.
He's bulked up in a big way. He
what
says
does Dad help him with?
Lifting heavy things and a lot of ground beef and rice, he says.
That Canelo ground beef.
Yeah, it's tainted.
Yeah. I wonder what percentage, like what was his ratio? Was he going with like an 80-20? Was he going like a 70-30? Was he trying to get super lean with it? But the bulk is real. You can see it in the photos of him. He was just a scrawny 180-pounder. Now he's definitely a 200-pounder, bulked up, and just
still
a lot
like
of beef
shrunk
and
wrap?
rice.
Still like lean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
wow.
I can show you the picture of him right here.
Okay, because a lot of those times I wonder, that guy put on a gut or he's got a big butt. Now,
yeah.
He's still dialed.
Yeah, you can see the arms looking pretty good. He hasn't crossed over to, oh my gosh, you got to be careful with the bulk. But Jackson Darnold, one of those guys.
The one I hope we don't have to hear very often, Chief, and I used to hate when Jason Garrett would say this, is next man up. We're not, no. The guy, there's a reason that dude's making $30 million and that guy's making $800,000. Yeah, we're not doing next man up.
Yeah, we're not doing next man up, especially when you're hearing it constantly, and then you just know, okay, that means our entire roster is broken.
How about the media is blowing this out of proportion?
Oh, that's a good one.
That'd be Sandler for you.
Yeah, the media is blowing that one out of proportion. Yeah.
Well, number 9 on the spring training MLB cliches, quote, "I think we can surprise some people." Obviously, that's a no-brainer for the teams that nobody has many expectations for. Let's go ahead and hit them with this. Now, we're going to surprise some people this year. Number 8, the quote, "I went to Driveline." Now, if you're not familiar, Driveline is a pitching development factory in Washington.
Yeah.
So a lot of times pitchers off a bad year will head to Driveline to go reinvent themselves as a pitcher. So that is, I went to Driveline.
Wasn't that Dane Dunning? Didn't Dane Dunning do that? He told us about
Driveline, Dane Dunning. That's almost picked up like full steam, his nickname.
Yeah.
It's true. Number 7, quote, "I just hope we can all stay healthy."
Yeah.
That's already came and went for the Rangers, as Wyatt Langford's going to be out for the next 5 to 7 days. Minor oblique strain. Just minor. When is an oblique strain ever just minor?
Never.
Come on.
Never.
Nathaniel Lowe was out like 6 weeks because of one of those things.
I mean, AD was out for a month, came back, and is out again for another month. Turned into an adductor.
Number 6, spring training cliches. Just getting my work in. Just grinding, chipping away.
It's amazing how some of these guys can string these things together and have entire conversations with just getting my work together. And at the end of the day,
we're going to surprise some people.
He's a grinder.
Yeah.
He's a warrior. That guy's a warrior. Yeah. That's all you always say about a team. That guy's a warrior.
214, I'm just happy to be here. I hope I can help the ball club in any way. Yeah, I think something like that's going to make an appearance here. Here it is. Number 5, quote, I'll do anything they need me to do.
Yep, there you go.
Now, that is definitely not Rafael Devers.
No.
That's not the perspective that he has, but many of the guys in a baseball clubhouse will feel that way.
It is that way for Mookie Betts, though. Did you see he's still trying to figure out shortstop? 32 years old.
Yeah.
Hasn't played short since high school. Played second earlier in his career, but he's been in outfield forever. He's like, I can see we got good corner outfielders. I'll go play short, guys.
Even if it means maybe embarrassing myself from time to time. Like, you have to be open at that point, 32 years old, despite how great you are, Mookie Betts, making that type of transition. You have to understand in your own mind, you know what? I might make an appearance on SportsCenter's Not Top 10 this year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You just have to wrap your arms around that idea. And that's the ultimate sign of a team player. Number 4, quote, I'm just glad I don't have to face him. When talking about a teammate. We're going to hear that a lot when we start asking about DeGrom or Seager or whatever. Just glad I don't have to face Jock Peterson's now in the club. Just glad we don't have to see him anymore. You know,
who'd they do that with last week? Was it on the Hot Stove Show? And it turned out he was like 2 for 5 with a dong against DeGrom. I think there was one of those. Yeah. Well, how'd you do against him? Actually, pretty good. I must have just got lucky.
Batting like 480. Yeah.
Number 3, quote, the way he goes about his business.
Yep, there you go.
we know Marcus Semien. Probably leads the team in the way he goes about his business. 1A, 1B with Seager.
Evaldi
maybe for sure.
Holding it down for the pitchers in the business department.
Number 2, it's a wide open competition. Trying to light a fire under everybody. And speaking of everybody, number 1, MLB spring training cliche, as we are 48 hours away from hopping on a bird to surprise Arizona. It's spring training for everybody.
Let's go. Yes, it is. Jared Sandler's going to join us coming up at 6:20. Friday news dump at 6 o'clock. But coming up next, 6 reasons that if LeBron James leaves the Lakers, I believe he will be a Maverick. And that's coming up next right here in the G-Bag Nation 105 through the Fan.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
What up, Tolos? It's Sean and RJ, and we are heading to Indianapolis next Thursday and Friday for the Combine, where the who's who of owners, GMs, draft picks, and insiders are going to be.
And just like we had the scoop on the new head coach, Brian Schottenheimer, you know we'll be working the room for you to bring you the latest.
The Fans coverage is presented by Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield ceramic coating. Never paint your house again. And by Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Combine coverage is found right here with Sean and RJ from 6 to 10 next Thursday and Friday on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I put together the ultimate and definitive 6 reasons that if LeBron James leaves the Lakers, he will be coming to the Mavericks. Thank you, Lucius. I also have the worst Shaq story ever. Did you guys see the Shaq story?
Wait, there's another one? Because there's some bad ones out there with Shaq. Pranking?
Yeah, kind of pranking.
Yeah, it's not a prank to me.
No.
Okay.
I would have to either be traded or be taken downtown.
Yeah.
Something be crazy happening. But Shaq, I mean, maybe we finally got an explanation for that line in the song he did about his buddy Kobe. You know, maybe that's what maybe he did Kobe like that. Maybe,
That's hilarious.
Right? That's what I thought of. Okay, so you got to stick around till number 6, though, and I've actually added a bonus reason, number 7, throughout today's show. So you're actually going to get 7 reasons.
All right.
If this flops, we'll go to the Shaq story. But number 1, not only does he love Jason Kidd, he also had a great relationship with former Lakers current Mavericks assistant Jared Dudley, writing on X when Jared Dudley took the job with the Mavericks that one really hurt. Okay, so you have a head coach, you have an assistant coach. Number 2, not sure if you guys saw this, Nico was described last summer as an uncle to Bronny James. The Mavs are one of the other teams that would have drafted him if the Lakers passed Nico apparently like family at the James household, which is relevant for Bronny, but also LeBron. Now, you remember just 2 days ago, we did the story of CEO Rich Paul talking about now that Anthony Davis is with the Mavericks. I couldn't do anything about it. I usually know about all of the trades, didn't know about this one, so now it's time to make them as good as possible. But that was just an extra one. Number 3, you remember LeBron's disappointment when they missed out on the Kyrie Irving trade?
Yes.
He talked about and used the word disappointment, which is how reasonable employees who don't want to fight the boss express dissatisfaction with the bosses. I'm disappointed. Then in free agency, they didn't do what LeBron wanted for the first time in his time in Los Angeles.
True.
They were like, actually, no, we're not going to get Kyrie Irving because you want him. Maybe that was the beginning of the end. And again, LeBron James can opt out at the end of this season.
And I mean, I'll just to add on to that a little bit, after they traded for Luka, and then they were trying to immediately go get the big from Charlotte that the trade ended up falling through.
Williams.
Yeah. But that was because they were doing what Luka said that he wanted. He wanted a big man that could be a lob threat. And so they immediately went and tried to appease Luka. And there were reports after that LeBron and his camp were a little bit annoyed of like, wow, Luka comes in here and he's immediately getting what he wants.
Yeah.
And LeBron, outside of the Anthony Davis stuff, now I guess you're not going to consider the Bronny factor of him obviously strong-arming that, but that wasn't actually win necessarily right now. Other than Anthony Davis, I think LeBron and his camp feel like they haven't done the things from a roster standpoint that he's been wanting them to do over the course of the last 5 years or so.
Yeah. You know, I think it lines up where LeBron might be thinking, man, it's not going to be my show here for the last couple of seasons, and maybe elsewhere it would be. Kyrie, after the trade, this is reason number 4. After the trade to the Mavs, reportedly had strong interest in reuniting with LeBron, whether in LA or Dallas. I don't know if he says that, if he and LeBron haven't been discussing. I mean, after the Mavs were eliminated, Kyrie actually went to those Lakers games and sat courtside. I just think that symbolizes that's a pretty special relationship, and why wouldn't it be? They won a championship coming from 3-1 down against Golden State together. When AD was traded on Instagram, LeBron posted a picture of the two hugging on the court, but on LeBron's name tag, he put a crying sad face emoji over his nameplate. Maybe, this isn't the biggest thing that I could show you, but I think it talks about a significant emotional connection as well. LeBron with a lengthy history of trying to play with his best friends, and for all that Luka appreciates about LeBron, I think it's different when you're talking about the years between some of these guys. Okay, and then number 6, I think this might be the most important thing. LeBron's ultimate goal as a businessman, do you know what that is? Is to own an NBA team in the city of Las Vegas.
Okay.
Where you would come and establish a relationship with one of the 3 most influential families in all of Las Vegas that could help clear things for you.
Yep.
So, I mean, he's already a billionaire. I think I would add that as number 7, just because you're going to have to do some kind of cap gymnastics to get him. Either he settles for the mid-level exception, but in recent days, Rich Paul has been talking about sometimes as players, you have to take less in the immediate for a bigger payoff down the road. And if you're LeBron James, the bigger payoff would be moving out of the Magic Johnson 4 championship club into number 5 or number 6, and the marketability of your brand for really forever, as you legitimately join Jordan in the 6 championship ring GOAT conversation. That brings significant amount of credibility to your career, especially if you were able to do it on the other side of 40. I think the only reason maybe it didn't happen with the AD trade, they couldn't tell LeBron to get him to waive his no trade clause. Because I'm thinking right now, if I'm the Mavs, we could have done this at the trade deadline, but obviously, if LeBron found out, then that whole thing breaks apart. It might have gutted the Mavs too much. So I think a lot of it would hinge on him and Kyrie's willingness to take less to reunite without having to get rid of their bigs and their winged players.
Yeah. I mean, you paint quite the picture there. And I do wonder if the way Cleveland has rebuilt themselves up, if the call back home to like sort of finish the career back in Cleveland, because they are they're contenders there in the East. They're probably not quite Boston, but they easily could be in the Eastern Conference Finals this year. Could he think he's one piece away to going back and winning more for Cleveland? That's as I try to like come up with other destinations, if he really does just want to punt on LA in the offseason, I think Cleveland would be another one to obviously have to consider, because you can do some winning there, it seems, with the way they're constructed right now. But yeah, I forgot about all the relationships he had on this coaching staff, even with Nico Harrison. Of course, the Kyrie stuff. He was trying to get Klay Thompson to the Lakers this offseason. Yeah. Klay obviously chose the Mavericks. So
I mean, there's even more stuff.
There's plenty of dots to connect.
I wonder how he would look at Cleveland. Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland, couple of other players. They have
stylistically, it might not be something he wants to get into.
You know how the pecking order goes with you and Anthony Davis, and the on-court chemistry goes with you and Kyrie Irving. So, yeah, that's going to be really at the top of my mind as we get set to run this season out and see, where LeBron James is leaning, because I think you could come here and be like, I'm still going to be the leader. Where in Los Angeles, the Lakers are trying to push it to a Luka-led, future, and maybe they might be looking forward to a total teardown and getting, the other big contracts off their books. Okay, I don't know how you react to this. Maybe you get a padlock for your locker, but Jason Richardson says Shaquille O'Neal once took a teammate's mouthpiece out and inserted it into the darkest and disgusting orifice on a human's body.
Yeah.
Then took a toothbrush and stirred it in the same canal, if you will. Pulls a mouthpiece out of his bleep and puts it in Lou Amundsen's locker. Then he grabs Lou's toothbrush and stirs it in his bleep. Amundsen unknowingly used the mouthpiece in a game. Is this lawsuit material? Like, I think when you're the player in the situation, maybe you feel like I'm getting bullied and this is the check and I can't demand out or I'm going to look weak or whatever.
Do I want to go full Jonathan Martin in this thing?
The whole bench lost it. Lou didn't know. Lou didn't know what happened until later when we told him Shaq had put it in his
hiney.
Anything in your locker room has basically been in Shaq's butt. Throw it all away. Is what Jason Richardson said they told, or Matt Barnes says they told Lou Amundsen.
Yeah, you have to, nobody can feel comfortable in that particular locker room. You have to question everything you touch.
Yes.
Has this been in the hind parts of the biggest human being anyone's ever seen?
I think I'm putting a padlock on my locker. Maybe I'm bringing some sort of a mobile safe, if you will. Like, I've been traded to Shaq's team. I need to get one of those bedside safes now with a handle on it.
Fireproof safe.
Yeah. That would be an easy one to consider. Maybe you just show up to the arena in your uniform, ready to go. Like, you're not doing any of your toiletry stuff in the in the locker room.
Toothbrush and mouthpiece.
Still good luck. Remember, he used to poo in buckets and pour it on rookies.
Yeah, see, that's the other. I remember, was it Gary Payton that was telling that story? Man. Like, and that's. I mean, what's worse? I don't know. They're both absolutely awful, and it's like it's Shaq. So there's not a lot you can do.
Size of rhinoceros turds.
Yeah, dude, that's the. Yeah, you'd think that came out of the zoo or something. Like this came out of the African plains. This isn't even poo. This is classified as dung. Like, at some point, poo graduates to dung, and I think Shaq is in that realm.
I think he's also in the realm of possibly Jordan as the meanest superstar to his teammates ever. In light of these.
And it's funny because he thinks it's funny.
Yeah.
Like, he's just laughing at it. He's not even thinking this is malicious at all.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Gary Payton called him a jokester. That's not a joke.
No, a joke would be like replacing the mouthpiece and saying, like, oh, yeah, that was in Shaq's ass. And everybody laughs about it. But, haha, we're just kidding. It wasn't. We scared you, but it wasn't.
Yeah, that's a joke.
That's a joke. This is actually going through. This is heinous. And I do think lawsuit stuff is on the table.
Heinous?
Yeah, Hanus.
Okay.
In addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, where are you taking us?
Chapel Bill trolling his balls off. And don't tell a friend of the program, Louis Riddick, that there's not a top-flight quarterback in this draft class next year in the nation. But first, let's go.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for an edition of football's finest. If you are day drinking, your moment in the sun is right around the corner, because what you drinking, what you thinking is coming up here at 5:20. We don't care what you talk about as long as you answer the questions. Here's Chief of the finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right. Congratulations to the Jags. The youth movement is real with the coaching staff in the front office. We know they hired Mr. Duval, Liam Cohen, 39 years old, as their head coach. Their offensive coordinator's 29 years old, and their defensive coordinator's 42 years old. They're all rookies in their position, and now they have just hired, I believe, the youngest general manager in the sport, James Gladstone.
Yep.
He was the Rams director of scouting, and now he is the new GM of the Jacksonville Jags. So they're going full youth movement there with the staff in the front office. The haircut screams 34-year-old on this guy. Dawson, you can give me the scouting report on this on this hair.
He's a Midwestern guy.
Is he a Midwestern guy?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, yeah, his name is James Gladstone, 34 years old. You can take a look at him. Tell me if you would trust that head of hair to be your personnel man.
Wasn't a football guy before he became a football guy.
Makes sense.
Like a teacher.
Makes plenty of sense. He was always a teacher.
Yeah, that's the shave on the side where it's parted short on, and then the long sort of
super long swoop
mushroom
back.
whip over.
Yeah. It doesn't
is that
scream.
Like Peaky Blinders?
Doesn't scream alpha. Yeah,
kinda
a
Peaky
little
Blinders, kind of like that guy.
But without the gravitas of those guys, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming the accent and everything.
And the
but
suits.
Yeah, they're going young.
This guy
in Jacksonville.
This guy is really, really, really big in analytics.
Is he?
Yeah, the Rams with Les Snead and those guys, they really don't scout. They don't scout. They don't go out a bunch. They really rely on analytics when it comes to scouting. And so this guy was one of the guys that brought that to the Rams, and they've been using him and his ways of scouting the last few years, and so he gets an opportunity to run his own team now. Good for him.
Great for him.
I'm very nervous if my team is like, hey, we need to lean into the analytics a little bit more.
This is all this guy does. He is total analytics, because, like I say, the Rams. If you look at the Rams, they just really, they're information gatherers. They're really not guys to evaluate, but they do lean on that very, very heavily with Les Snead now.
Do you guys remember when the 49ers had their linebacker Devondre Campbell quit on the team?
Yes.
Late in the season?
Yes.
He hasn't really addressed the situation at all, and Niners fans are still in his mentions complaining about it. So he tweeted out, he said, I ain't addressing bleep. I'm rich and never have to work another day of my life. And I told Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch that when they FaceTimed me and they begged me to come out there, and an hour after Green Bay they cut me, I really be sparing bleeps. I play because I want to. So that's where he stands right now.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, they FaceTimed me. They begged me to get out to San Francisco. I didn't need this. I've already made enough money. I don't have to say anything to you guys. So I don't know that he's opening the door for another team to feel like, yeah, this is a guy we want. But kudos to him. He doesn't have to work anymore. So he's playing that card in a very heavy-handed fashion.
Yeah, I think that's the saying the quiet part out loud from a player's perspective. Like, I think a lot of players should lean into that. Like, I'm only going to play if I want to play. And, but I don't know if you want to be broadcasting that to other teams, because right now the Cowboys need a linebacker. And if I found out they were interested in Devondre Campbell, that's not what I want as an employer.
No.
That's what I want to tell my brother and my friend. Hey, take a selfish approach, because the teams are going to be selfish with you. Get your money and then get out while you're healthy. But I can't be told that. If I'm his agent, I'm like, dude, we might be done right now. Yeah. So I hope you got enough.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in Buffalo with their running back position, because you have James Cook, who had a great season. He's looking to get an extension, and I wonder if it's going to get ugly. He's demanding $15 million per year, apparently. He says, I want to go chase the highest of the highest, and I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to stand on what I stand on. I don't want to feel like a cancer at all because I don't like all that attention and all that. That's not me, honestly. I'm just standing on business and what I deserve. That's it, what I deserve. So I wonder if he's going to get in some level of a holdout deal, and we know how the running back market's a little bit wonky, but now it seems like they're on the up and up after the season that a lot of those guys just had.
Well, I saw that one of the biggest differences in their offensive efficiency, Chief, I don't know if you were here the day we did this story. It might have been when we got back from the Super Bowl. Might have been earlier. But anyway, one of the biggest differences in the running game was in this guy's ability to take yards after contact.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they were blocking it up the same, but it's like, why are the Bills so much better? Because this guy was getting hit and then finding a way to still go get a first down. So I don't know, at $15 million with this cap, I know how we feel about this, but
I would make him second highest.
I'd make him second highest. You're the Bills.
Yeah,
you're close.
Yeah, McCaffrey, and then Jonathan Taylor.
This is where we pull in Eagles and use voidable years to bring our own guy back, even if it's a luxury expense. We're a win now team. I think this is a situation where you pay your runner.
Okay, speaking of running backs, we played some sound yesterday of Ashton Genty, potential future Cowboy. He certainly wants it to be that way, and a lot of Cowboys fans do as well. Best running back in the class, and he had a conversation with John Gruden. Well, later on in the conversation, we didn't play this yesterday, but John Gruden asked him about like his pregame music, what's on his playlist, what does he like. John's trying to get he's crowdsouring
Migos, is it?
Yeah. So this is the clip. You hear the interaction with Genty. And then it turns to John Gruden in his film room watching film, and he's got the music playing. And this is how it unfolded.
What fires me up?
Throw a couple of bands at me, see if I know them.
See, I don't really listen to bands.
Give me something that's in your iPad. You know what I'm asking
iPad, for. But Migos, you know what I'm saying? You know about some Migos?
Put them on my list. Let's put them, Jake. Let's get some Migos.
Walk it like I'm talking, you like I'm talking.
What are you doing?
Oh, watching tape.
Walk it like I'm talking, walk it like I'm talking, walk it.
The music?
Yeah, Migos. Have you ever heard of them? You never know what you've been missing until you find out what you've been missing.
You like it?
Freaking love it, man.
He is just a content gold mine, dude. John Gruden, unbelievable. Okay, so now I want to play this because this quarterback class in the draft is getting crapped on a little bit. Understandably, I think, for the most part.
Yeah.
But everybody's acting like there's not any real super beasts.
We don't know quarterbacks.
From a quarterback prospect standpoint. Yeah, you never know. I'm sure at least one of the guys in this class will end up being a stud. But here was Louis Riddick on ESPN talking about, he's a friend of the show, of course.
Yeah, I love that interview.
That was a great interview at Radio Row. He is just fantastic. But listen to him talk about Cam Ward.
Yeah.
I believe I saw the other day he's a billionaire, and he's playing on the second night of a back-to-back at 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. Louis Riddick?
Ask Mario Cristobal about the kind of leader that this guy is and what he did to Miami football in the offseason from the time he decided to transfer from Washington State to the time they stepped on the football field. He took over this program, they said, like no one he has ever seen. And Mario has played with some great players, some of the greatest of all time at the U. This guy is the ultimate consummate leader. He plays with a gigantic-sized boulder on his shoulder. It's not a chip. It's a boulder. He is very confident in the work that he has put in, and he should be because he's supremely smart. He is supremely talented, and he's deadly serious about the game. And he feels as though, even at this point in time, people still don't really believe that he's as good as he is. And he can play. He directed that passing attack down there at Miami this year with the kind of precision and kind of maturity that is worthy of being considered a number 1 overall pick. It just is. And when he gets to the NFL level, he will be the guy who, what is the first thing that people said about Jaden Daniels when he went to Washington? They were surprised not surprised, that everyone was impressed about the fact that he was there at 5 a.m. every day and he's the last guy to leave. And that's not just for show, it's because that's part of his process. It's the same thing with Cam Ward.
So he's kind of comparing him to Jaden Daniels a little bit. They have kind of a similar story. Older guys, bounced around a little bit in college football, and then finally landed at their final spot. Yeah, absolutely. And then had outstanding seasons. Jaden Daniels won the Heisman. Cam Ward, a Heisman finalist. But Louis Riddick talking that highly of Cam Ward and people are acting like he's not going to go number 1 overall. And I know, Bradish, you haven't studied him yet, but he's jumped out when you've watched other players from Miami that you've studied.
No, I'm to the point now where I need to start watching the quarterbacks. I've got enough film on these guys, so I should be able to do that. But yeah, I've watched Miami's like offensive linemen. I've watched receivers with Miami. It's you can't not notice how well Cam Ward plays. You can't, you're watching, you're like, oh my gosh, he escaped that. The tackle you're watching completely whiffs on a block, and Cam Ward is like avoiding that guy to be able to make a throw down the field. And so, yeah, he's super impressive with his with the mobility, the ability to throw on the move, the pocket awareness. If Louis Riddick is telling me that he's a first in, last out guy, man, that for a quarterback you absolutely need to be. Those are the things you're starting to hear about with like guys like with Joe Burrow and people like that.
I think it's crazy, like some of the numbers Shedeur put up, considering how much pressure that he was under and the quality of that offensive line.
They got better. Like the first year they were awful. If you go back and watch 23 tape of Sanders play, you would be amazed. The first thing you say about him is how tough he is. They had a pro coordinator this year, with our guy that was with the Giants, the head coach, and then was with the Cleveland Browns. His name's slipping my mind right now, but they've developed a better unit when it came to like the running of the football. And,
Shurmur?
Yeah, Pat Shurmur. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. Yeah, Pat Shurmur. And so like Pat protected him better, ran the ball better with him. And that their skill is really, really good. And it helped the kid. The team improved. They offensively were much better this year than they were his first year there, where they were just like it was all him and
it was a fire drill a lot of games.
Hunter, and they were just trying to make plays out of nothing.
But it just scares me, the idea of Cam Ward, if he is going to be a super beast and teams are going to pass on him on those first 2 picks, and then there's the Giants at 3 being able to land a game changer. You know, like I'm just like, please, Tennessee, just take this dude. Yeah. And then now it's like if he's great, awesome. If he's not, so be it. But I just hate the idea of the Giants being able to pull off a Commanders style turnaround because they land a game changer at the position and not having to have the number 1 overall pick. The Giants should have played themselves out of the opportunity for a franchise monster like a Jaden Daniels.
I mean, looking at the profiles, I don't know, Brian. I think they match up with other first-round picks or first overall guys. Maybe they just didn't win enough in college, so they don't have the hype behind them. Or
I guess the thing I know this about Cam Ward. It kind of reminds me of Penix when he went from Indiana to Washington. Like Indiana was like when he left, they went into now Indiana's back to playing better football. Like he was a winner at Indiana and he goes to Washington and he's a winner. And Cam Ward is a winner at Washington, kind of like gets that program going again. Mike Leach and all that did a great job up there at one time. And, they kind of had it going, but everywhere he's been, he takes Miami and, he finds a way to win. Listen, they're going to miss him. They're going to miss him a lot. They got, Beck at quarterback this year at Miami.
Big time drop off.
That's a huge drop off.
Especially when you consider all the intangible stuff, like Cam Ward, he transfers to Miami, and then all of a sudden he becomes the face and leader of the entire program. Absolutely. And takes the entire team by the shirt collar and says, hey, this is going to look a little different right now.
Yeah, he took his NIL money and divided it up among his offensive line and stuff like that. He took opportunities to show his teammates how much he cared about them, and they played hard for him. But like I say, there were times watching tape, you're like, how did he just get out of that? I mean, it was really this elusive play.
And he's an arm angle guy. Like he can throw it off different platforms. I think he's really, really impressive.
He is very impressive.
Okay, so we know Bill Belichick now at Chapel Hill, UNC. He's in college. Maybe he finally puts to rest all of his trolling and hate towards the New York Jets. Not so fast. Take it away, Billy B with Jim Gray.
How do you find a quarterback?
Well, you might take a look at the ones that the Jets have released, Geno Smith and Sam Darnold. They've done pretty well.
How about that, dude? What a response. And you can hear the chuckle in his voice when he says it. At every opportunity, he is going to just completely crush the Jets. And who they are and what they're about.
He cracked up before he said it. Do you think he was cracking up when he realized how brilliant he was for that joke, or do you think it was set up? Like he was like, "All right, Jim, give me the questions."
I'd like to think he was. He even surprised himself with just how quick he was with that one.
This is gonna be good.
That's really, really good. And then just to crap on the Jets even more, here's the fiance of Josh Allen, Bills quarterback, Haley Steinfeld. She's a Hollywood starlet, and she was asked a series of football questions, and one of them was just to dunk on the Jets and the rest of the division.
How many yards is a roughing the passer penalty? 15 yards. Name the 4 teams in the AFC East Division. You got the Buffalo Bills and the Bills' 3 sons.
I love that, dude. Trash talking right there. Bills Mafia.
That's a Buffalo gal right there.
Bills Mafia will be embracing her forever. She just won over the hearts as if she hadn't already of all of Bills Mafia. They're going to hear that. They're going to love that. And I would imagine as they're jumping off of their Winnebagos onto fire tables before their first division opponent next year, that will be just playing on a loop over and over again. Perhaps playing it in the stadium. I like the idea of that going on the Jumbotron at a Bills game just after they just beat the dog hell out of Miami or the Jets or the Patriots, and then here we go. This is now going to be a Bills tradition inside their stadium on the Jumbotron with our quarterback's fiance, who's a Hollywood starlet, who people probably like a little bit more than Taylor Swift. I don't know, but she gets it.
It is. It's a content gold mine right there. I think I'd start a radio segment called My 3 Sons, where we just go around the division every week. Maybe make it into an animated sitcom. I don't know, but I do know it's time to hit the expressway, and on a Friday, it's time for your phone calls here at 877-881-1053. Time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Next right here, it's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I have to...
Uber Eats has Lola V products?
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, breathe.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Lines are pretty loaded. Lots of legends here ready to check in on a Friday night. What you drinking, what you thinking. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. LA Lives are right around the corner. Currently, I'm drinking a Stella Artois 0.0. Salute to them for bringing several six-packs to New Orleans last week. And salute to Brian for lugging them back in his vehicle. This is clutch. It's one of my favorite NAs. And I'm thinking Texas measles outbreak, 90 cases reported in the South Plains region. They're expecting more of an outbreak to pick up. Of the 90 cases, 16 have been hospitalized. So measles, pretty high hit rate there on going to the hospital if you get it. Only 5 of the infected individuals had been vaccinated. They got that MMR vaccine. They still got sick. So we've been down that path before. 7 counties in total. Gaines County has the highest, but also Yoakum, Dawson, Ector, Lubbock, and Lynn reporting cases of measles, man. It's like we're in the early 1900s or something over here. Apparently you get like regular sick for a couple of days, and then the red spots come, Brian.
Oh, you know what? I never had chicken pox.
Neither did I. Yeah.
I think if we get them now, we're in trouble.
Yeah, bad shape.
You guys never
Isn't it shingles? If you get it as an adult, you basically got shingles?
I just got a shot for that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I've never had chicken pox, even as a kid and stuff. So
never had food poisoning, never had chicken pox.
They say,
wow.
They say as an adult, it could be pretty bad.
So does Henrietta Lacks.
Yeah, dude, seriously.
Brian might not be human. But what are you drinking and thinking?
Well, I'm eating some of our ice cream, Eric.
Yeah, we got the Mr. Sugar Rush,
Mr. Sugar Rush
adult ice cream.
Adult ice cream, Jack and Coke. You can taste the Jack in this thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's so good, dude. I got the Crown Peach one, 4.5% ABV.
Really,
they got
really
real
good.
peaches in this thing.
It is very good.
Total win.
Yep, total win. And what I'm thinking is I am looking forward very much so there's a side of me that would have loved to have gone to the Combine this week with the morning show, but I am looking forward to this baseball because I'm looking forward to it because what you and Wolchuk do in the locker, in the clubhouse, those interviews, it makes my day. And then like we have the sandwiches, you and I do a lot
of food reviews, brats.
And then we try and, like I say, we have fun one day, and then we go to that dinner where I just embarrass myself with Eric and Hicksy.
We do have to coincide our
I don't think Eric's
booze
going to
broadcast with the team dinner.
With the team dinner. But anyway, I'm looking forward to hanging out with you guys and a surprise next week.
Heck yeah, I'll drink to that. Yeah, I'm consuming Mr. Sugar Rush Crown Peach right now, 4.5% ABV. Mr. Sugar Rush, 909 Dragon Street in Dallas, Texas. Shout out to a great Tolo Josh who brought these up to the station earlier this week. They're absolutely outstanding. And I'm thinking about the quotes that I saw from Tim Hardaway Sr. He was on the Gilbert Arenas show. And they asked him, like, if you could suit up one more time and go toe-to-toe with any player that's currently in the league, who would you want to go up against? He says, if I go back and suit up, I want to bleep up Tyrese Halliburton. He talks so much S, I want to go back and bust his mother-bleeping ASS. He think he all that. So the quote goes viral, and then Tyrese Halliburton says, tell the world the real reason you feel this way, Tim.
Wow.
And so now everybody's trying to figure out what's the real underlying beef here between Tim Sr. and Tyrese Halliburton.
Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Not really sure. What's the history? We're going to have to uncover this.
Shoot, man. Shoot, man.
You got an idea?
I don't know. I know Tim Hardaway got in trouble before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not the most progressive guy in the world. And Tyrese Halliburton has been accused of being a little bit zesty, I guess. So some people are assuming that.
Is that right?
But I don't know. I cannot wait for this to actually come to light. Like, what's the real underlying beef?
That would be a real development.
That'd be crazy. That would be insane.
Yeah.
Maybe Halliburton just scooped one of his girls up or something. Maybe he said something crazy about Junior.
That was one of the first things I thought was like maybe there's a love triangle situation.
Some
of
road
sorts.
beef.
But I don't know.
Lucius drinking, thinking.
Drinking water. Gallon. Had a whole lot of it. And a whole lot of it. Almost a gallon today right here. Hopefully I can get this gallon all the way in before we leave the show because I will be picking up some krld-fm on the way home.
There you go.
You know your boy.
Yeah, that's the way to prep.
Yes. Thinking about pulling up to my little taco stand too in Irving. Right off the Story. Ooh. Authentic tacos. I gotta ask for crema.
Okay.
Oh,
dude, that sets it off.
Crema?
There you go.
Crema? Yeah.
Is that sour cream?
Yes, in a sense, yes.
But it's better, isn't it? It just feels like better.
so
It's like a
good.
cheesy sour cream.
Yes, it's damn good, man. And I'm gonna go home and watch some of that SNL 50.
Oh,
I've been wanting to watch.
I've watched pieces of that.
Okay, I'm gonna watch that and the Mavericks at the same damn time.
Got the dual screen.
Oh, I got the hookup, bro.
Well, Tim was saying that the Friday night, the concert was
He
the
did tell me
best
that.
thing to actually watch.
Okay.
So I might try and tee that up tonight as well.
Yeah, there were some old acts there on TV.
I saw Cher made an appearance.
Yeah.
Cher's got a young man. You know that, right?
Really?
Doesn't shock me.
Yes. I'm talking about young, bro.
Really?
Isn't she 70-something?
Yes. That's gonna hurt that girl. Don't she got osteoporosis or something at this point?
No, she's moving around pretty well.
Okay.
Apparently.
I think she I saw her backstage doing some dancing stuff.
Oh, watch out there, honey.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Maybe she's dating Halliburton. You know, take that out of the equation at 877-881-1053. It is time for your phone calls. LA Live's coming up in 15 minutes, so don't dilly-dally too long. Line number 1 is Polo in Garland. What you drinking? What you thinking, sir?
What's going on, people? Hey, I'm smoking on some of that spinach, and I'm drinking cherry Coke from Freebirds over here in Rockwall. Now, I'm kind of upset with y'all because me and my girl came to Hurtado's last week downtown. I saw my boy Chiafalo. I saw my boy Brothers. But I'm mad because I'm disabled. I got a whole handicap sticker on my car, and I still had to park downtown. I'm mad about that, man. They don't do nothing for disabled people no more. We got this new government. They taking all our money. I can't even pay it. I got a handicap park. I got to pay, and I got a handicap parking. Now, what I want to talk to my boy Brothers thoroughly this week. Okay, Everybody talking about they're taking money from HBCUs. They're not going to fund them no more, such.
Yeah.
Last year, the draft, I said something to you, brothers.
Mm-hmm.
I said nobody from any HBCU got drafted. Do you think Shadir Sanders would have got drafted if he stayed at Jackson State? That's one question.
Absolutely.
Another question I got for you. I see all these brothers playing in the ACC, SEC, Big 12 nowadays. But I look at the stands, I don't see no brothers at all except somebody's mama. It's sad. And I'm wondering, brothers, if it was back to where it wasn't no integration, do you think a lot of these players would get drafted? Because they would be playing in the Big 12 and SEC because there wasn't no black people in them leagues.
Yeah.
We had to play for Grambling, Southern. Y'all don't never talk about them schools. What's that? They got football players too. I love y'all, but I'm still mad I had to pay the park.
Yeah.
Have a good weekend,
I had to pay the park too.
Yeah.
Downtown is the worst.
Yeah,
downtown Dallas is absolute worst when it comes to parking and everything. They have great establishments, but you can't get to them because of the parking.
That farmer's market, you have to be committed. You have to be committed. If you're going to go there, you got to just know that you're going to have to pay to park.
My sister, thank God, she lives right next door, and I park over there in her spots.
There you go.
As far as the historically black colleges and stuff, I tell you what, back in the day, like the Kansas City Chiefs, back in the Lamar Hunt, Clark's dad, man, Kansas City was great at scouting, those schools and stuff like that. I'm to the point where when we used to like put together our scouting lists and stuff like that, I was always about, hey, we got to hit all those schools. We got to make sure we go to Southern and Grambling and Alcorn and all that. I remember watching like Steve McNair tape at Alcorn State and being just totally amazed of how this guy, what kind of player that he was. But there's a lot of places, and I think a lot of these kids do get missed. I think that we're, I'm sure that Mike Lombardi, who's now up there in North Carolina, he's got North Carolina A&T, right? I mean, there's some kids on those programs that he probably should be playing football at North Carolina, which is bad at the scouting stuff sometimes. We miss on a lot of these kids, and I think that's really unfortunate. You are gonna, you are gonna miss one or two, but it seems like we miss on a lot of those kids, a lot more than we should. And those programs do a great job of playing football, and I think we're trying to do a better job. I was talking with Steve Weiss from the NFL Network about it, about getting more of those games and stuff on, and getting those kids out into some combine stuff and more things, and try and make it, if they can't go to the big combine, we have a special combine, for them and allow them to be able to showcase their talent. So hopefully it'll work out that way. Hopefully we'll get that going.
All right, we're in the midst of what you're drinking and what you're thinking at 877-881-1053. Line 2 is Jay Billy. And a good evening, Jay Billy. What you drinking, what you thinking?
Man, I'll tell you what I ain't drinking. I ain't drinking that Kool-Aid. And now that I know that I can say mother bleeping, ASS,
yeah.
Hey, I ain't buying this Luka thing. I'm sorry, guys, still on it. But, man, he's got, 1 or 2 years left to this contract ends, and I want y'all's opinion. You think he really likes California? I don't think he does. And, man, the only thing we can do as Maverick fans is wear a jersey, say, hey, come on back, man. Hey, and whatever their name is, Pont, whatever, the owners, man, trade that other, whatever it is, a couple of percent that you got above Mark Cuban and sell it back to him, man, and bring him back. That's the only thing we can hope for. See you in 2 years, Luka, because, man, you're our man, dude. That's ridiculous. We didn't do it. We didn't do it to you. Rico did it, and he's going up there to L.A. after this is all over, and I ain't drinking it, man. I want to know what y'all think about it.
Thank you, Jay Billy. Appreciate that. Not drinking the Mavs Kool-Aid. Yeah. I'd be surprised if a star doesn't sign with the team that he's with, especially because he's a Nike/Jordan guy. Being in Los Angeles makes your deal worth a lot more money because of how many more people see it.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff.
You're talking about a town of like 25 million people now, and Lakers is like Cowboys. It's worldwide.
Brian Windhorst has been the one to really hammer home the idea that the Lakers, there's a lot of pressure on the Lakers to be able to extend Luka, and there's no guarantees that Luka's going to want to do that. Luka hasn't really been super loud about how grateful and excited he is to be with the Lakers. And maybe that's because he's still just trying to come to grips with everything that's taken place here.
Yeah.
But Windhorst is painting a picture of like, yeah, there's a real chance that Luka is only playing out the remainder of his deal and then he will go somewhere else, because it's not like they have the bird rights super max extension like he had with the Mavericks.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's leaving money on the table. In fact, if you go to different tax brackets, different areas of the country, you could actually make more money by not being on the Lakers. Now, maybe from a sponsorship standpoint or whatever, that's not the case. But, yeah, I think it's really on the table. Maybe he wants to go team up with his buddy Jokic or whatever. I know the water means a lot to him. He did say that.
Yeah.
So maybe a tropical place, wherever it is. But I think it's definitely a real chance that Luka's only there for the remainder of this deal and he doesn't sign the extension.
Well, that would be hilarious. I mean, it is like 6 extra hours on a plane from home. I think that matters.
It does matter.
You know,
yes.
Florida, Orlando, Miami, Charlotte, Washington, New York, Boston would seem a lot more, doable from a lifestyle perspective. Walt's on line 4. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Walt, what you drinking? What you thinking?
Drinking ice cold, natty light, baller on a budget. And Lucius, if my math is right, I too was born underwater with $3.06. And as a matter of fact, I'm headed to the Funk right now to celebrate Born Day, number 45. And I'm thinking about the Fred's burger that I'm about to have. If you guys want a burger that's going to change your life, Fred's Texas Cafe on Western Center. There's actually 2 of them in Fort Worth. A Bolo burger. Bologna's not just for poor people anymore. Smoked bologna, a slab on a hamburger patty. I'm telling you, it is amazing. And I'm also thinking, I've been watching Luka for the last 7 years, possibly the same way that I've been guilty of watching my kids play sports and watching other people watch their kids play sports, completely looking past all of his flaws. This will always go down as the worst trade in history unless some idiot comes along and trumps it. But I really, really think, I know this is not going to stick what he's been doing lately, but I really, really think that we're going to see the Luka that we never thought we would see. A dude that's actually mediocre, and the rest of the world, not necessarily the rest of the world, the rest of the NBA that gave him almost no respect when it comes to all-star votes and just different things. When I thought Luka was being disrespected all these years, I really, really think we're about to see that they weren't necessarily 100% wrong.
It's an interesting call, Walt. Appreciate the call and enjoy that trip out to Fort Worth and your 45th birthday, man. Bolo Burger, that sounds like an event right there. Smoked bologna?
Mm-hmm.
Well, smoked bologna's got like good barbecue bologna. Big chunks of it was burnt like on the outside.
Yeah,
it's good. I should have asked that brother what today's math was. Sound like he did his math, but I got to know what today's math is.
Ooh,
you know what I mean?
Ever evolving,
I got to know.
I'm tracking.
What all would you put on a bologna the bologna? What would you put on it as? I know you wouldn't put anything on it.
Yeah, probably just some mustard. I'm going to treat it like a hot dog.
Yeah, cheese, mustard, mayonnaise type vibes. Maybe some lettuce on there. Toast that bread so it won't get all slippery on you.
I wonder if you use like a barbecue sauce.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with a barbecue sauce. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Okay, Black and Gold B is on line 5. You're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
What's going on, fellas? I'm just drinking a bottle of water right now. But as soon as I get to the house, cracking open some cold Yingling Lights.
Nice.
Probably got to spark a few bowls.
Yeah, sure.
And but I'm just thinking that first I want to say happy birthday to Walt, man. I met him out there at Martin House, and he is a really cool dude. I'm thinking, man, I'm glad the weekend's here. I'm in a great mood. Tax money hit this today.
Come on now.
So the bank account's looking nice. Man, everybody's healthy. No more sickness. We're about to be done with this ball shrinking cold weather we've been in this last week or so.
Yep.
And man, I'm just ready to go home, crack open some beers, gotta throw a bunch of wood in the fireplace, get that blazing, throw some records on, throw some albums on the record player, man. We're just gonna party down tonight, man.
Live it up,
Looking
Black and
forward
Gold.
Yeah.
Have a good weekend. Line 6 is Chris here in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Chris?
My brother fans, I am drinking a cold Red Bull monk fruit. Don't sleep on that.
Okay.
And in Orlando, born and raised in the Dub, Garland, Texas. What I'm thinking here is March 27th, I will be behind the Mavericks bench when they take on Orlando, and we will be firing Nico.
Oh.
Book it. Watch it.
Oh.
They won't kick us out.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Call us when you need bail money,
sir.
Chris. Yeah.
Love that energy.
Give us
there.
an update.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping this thing doesn't die. It's a hell of a movement.
Live stream it.
Yeah.
So I can play it the next day.
Yes.
We got line 7, Bo in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Bo?
Hey there. I'm drinking some champagne right now, just celebrating a new engagement.
Congrats.
But I was curious your thoughts with the NFL draft coming up and this draft class being interesting. What do you think of your opinion either this year and or next year, fully tanking, meaning trading players, getting better draft picks to then make a run in the possibly 2027, 2028 season?
For the Mavs?
Or the Cowboys.
Oh, for the Cowboys?
Oh, Cowboys.
I'm always up for tanking. I think they need to, commit to it.
They might be natural. This might be natural. They might naturally not be. They might lose more games this year than they did last.
Yeah, if they don't bring their guys back, you're right about that.
Yeah.
And if their left tackle doesn't get any better.
Yeah, they naturally, you might not need to tank. I mean, it just, by the way that the roster building might not be as good as it needs to be.
I mean, if they could be in position to take Arch Manning, I think it would be the greatest offseason I'd ever covered. Okay, line 8.
By the way, real quick.
Yeah.
I got a couple of lines out to find out about that basketball beef.
Okay.
And I got a guy who goes, I asked, let's see if I can find out some things for you.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Called somebody in the league to see if we can.
Hardaway Sr. versus Tyrese Halliburton.
We might have an answer here before long.
Line 8's Big Jim. You're in the nation, Jim. What you drinking? What you thinking? Jimmy.
James.
Jimbo.
He's got the.
Sorry, I had to get it fixed. All right, y'all gonna laugh at me because I ain't drinking whiskey. I've had a bunch of water today, but Brian, you probably look into this. You could probably tell these fellas. I'll spare you all the details, but I'm drinking some red beet juice.
Oh,
okay. Really good for you.
Yes,
just look it up.
Yep, absolutely.
I bet you Lucis has already got the download on it. It's good for you.
It'll run right through you.
It's good.
Yeah,
well, it will. It helps the muscles and it helps the blood pressure. Hey, fellas, I just want to get a couple. I really do listen to all these interviews of these new coaches. I like his offensive line coach.
Yeah.
I mean, he's already calling out his players. And, y'all hear him answer the question. Y'all played it about Tyler Guyton. It's like he's a talented guy. He just ain't playing good football. I kind of like his question. I'm just curious what you guys think. If anybody stuck out by sort of their comportment, maybe something they said or maybe something they didn't say. I'm just curious to hear you go around. Gavin, it's great to have you back this week, too. So, you're doing a good job. It's always good to have you. We missed Chief last week, too.
Yes, sir, we did.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Have a great weekend. Some coach jump out to you, Brian?
No, I think he hit the nail on the head. Those offensive line coaches, they don't get a whole lot of opportunity to stand up there in front of the media and get to talk.
Yeah.
And when you do, they usually have pretty good personalities and stuff. And I think I'm looking forward to seeing how these guys. I wish I should have been there. I should ask the question like, hey, you guys. Have you guys watched these players already, and what are your impressions of?
That's why it was great when Riley talked about Guyton.
Yeah, that's
and he
what I'm
said
saying.
he's going to work hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I the more that I can learn about how these guys, but I think they're off to a really, really good start. It's good to see Flu's up there again as well.
Let's finish this
Hold
up.
on, Dust, let me get this off real quick. All right, bro. Make you want to drink tequila and shoot guns in the air.
Last call of the night, prime time track. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Let's go. All right. I ain't drinking no tequila, though. I'm just drinking some fruit punch. And what I'm thinking about is even with this bogus trade, I think the Mavericks were in a good spot. But I was looking at these next 3 games. They do have the Pelicans tonight.
Yeah.
I did not realize how many people were out. Gafford's out. Lively looked like he's out.
Oh, yeah.
Martin's out. Well, P.J. Washington looks like he's questionable.
Yeah.
So I thought, without the injuries, I was like, okay, they might have a chance. The following game, they got the Warriors, so maybe. I don't know, they've been kind of on and off. But that Tuesday game, we got that revenge game for sure. So they definitely got to come in like with some vengeance. I know Lucas coming in with a vengeance. They better come in with that same energy as well. So
yeah,
I'm looking a little nervous for these Mavericks.
I know March 6th is the big day. We'll get updates on Lively and Gafford and Davis. And between now and then, they got to get P.J. Washington healthy on that sprained ankle. Can't believe what's it been like nearly a month. Time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius
Feel good.
has L.A. Live.
Here we go, Feel Good Friday. Let's go.
All right, you squares.
fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
It's fantastic.
Man, he's got a list.
Gather round and gather round. This is LA Live for Friday, February 21st, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Yes, people, we made it. Yeah. Long week, too, right here, y'all. Long week. Wednesday felt like a Thursday, so everything after that was tough. Yeah. But here we are. Another week of 2025 in the books. So let's enjoy the weekend safely, folks. Avoid the law dogs. Please avoid the law dogs. Mind your speeds. That means you can be going too slow, too. You can cause problems going too slow.
Man, I was doing that in California coming down out of the mountains.
Going too
People
slow?
behind me were hitting their brights. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's dark.
Yeah.
I can't see where we're going. The cliff's right there, bro.
Yeah.
You know? They're like,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I got to pull over, let this line around.
Yeah, please. I hate when people try to get on the highway and they're not going fast enough.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, you got to give it some go. This is the highway. This is Texas.
Yeah.
75 minimum. Let's go.
And I did find out California drivers have nothing on Texas drivers. Do not let them tell you California drivers are going super fast. Because while I was going slow in the mountains, I was trying to go fast on the highways, and they're like at 60, 65,
Yes,
bro.
yes, that's them here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's you. Don't go too slow out here on these streets. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV, excuse me, or DFW Scanner this weekend. That DFW Scanner is a scary thing, too. I'm trying not to end up on that, all right? So everybody be careful out here. Stay on your square. Don't crash out like these girls did. They came home smelling like weed, and their mom started praying for them and panicking.
In the name of Jesus, Satan ain't nobody scared of you. The blood of Jesus is against you. You will not have my child. In the name of Jesus, Lord, regulate her mind, God. You know all about why it's all discombobulated.
Yeah, her and her cousin came home smelling like weed. Now that's a whole waste of weed because your mama's in there praying and screaming at you.
Talk about a buzzkill.
Standing at the fridge, like looking at the contents of the fridge.
It's a whole waste of weed, man. You got to spray some of that stuff on there.
Mom, what are these leftovers you got in the fridge?
Yeah. Mom, how are these tacos? Yeah. Here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail.
Do not.
If you do end up in jail, establish atonement quickly.
All right. So, I think my fuel lines in my truck got frozen this week. Uh-oh. Yes, because my truck ran hot on the way over here.
Uh-oh.
So maybe I got to refuel it with something. I don't know.
Did you get the heat? That bottle of heat? Is that still sitting behind you? That yellow bottle of heat. Put that thing in your car.
It's probably too late now, though.
Nope. Well, it might help you right now. Yeah, it's a little probably.
Yeah, look at there. It says gas line anti. My God.
I got that for you.
God, dog it, man.
Good product.
Yeah.
Used it
It's
last
because
year.
I let that truck sit for too long out there, and I didn't drive it. I was driving my old lady's car for a few days.
There you go.
Yeah, and it said, guess what, bruh?
Sorry about that.
I'm going to freeze up on you.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's what you need. Just throw it in your car.
Maybe. Hopefully it'll work at this point.
Yeah.
You might be right. Hey, G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can find us all, find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Okay. Our winner right here knocked out Fred and Blake from the Fan After Dark. It was Brothers.
Can't believe the fan vote took me down.
It took you down.